All right. Well, hello there. And a Merry Christmas Eve to everyone. No, don't adjust your dial. It's no Bonte Hill, no Joe Shasky. Don't even have a Joe Spadoni in today. We're going to the very back of the bench. It's Sam Lubman, usually producing the morning roast. I will be hosting this morning. It's not going to stop us from having a fun time, though, as much more fun time than the Warriors had last night. Warriors do fall to the Pacers 111-105. Early lump of coal, so to speak, for the Dubs there. So we'll get into that in just a second. Good morning to everyone out there, though. Good morning to all those truck drivers. Good morning to all the ambulance drivers, fire truck drivers, firemen, cops, nurses, doctors. Good morning to all those overnight dancers. It's Christmas week, so you know they're doing good this week. All the elves, taking time off. I guess the elves can't take time off this week.
They can never take time off.
Good morning to our guy behind the glass, Steven Risotto. He'll be pressing the buttons and answering the phones today. So if you want to call in, 888-957-9570. That is the number to call in. You'll chat to Steven. He'll put you on hold, and you get to chat with me and my co-host today, Jake Hutchinson. Jake, how you doing today? Got the best hair in radio today between you and me.
We love it. We love to have it, folks. We love you joining us on this very gloomy, very rainy Christmas Eve. I got woken up at 2 a.m. My dog was not having it. Just torrential. Heard some trees are falling down, but we stay cozy in here.
Exactly.
Get the takes off. We try and make sense of what's going on with the Warriors, what's going on with the Niners. There's not a lot to make sense of with everything going on, but we're going to try and make sense of it.
Yeah, no, we are dreaming of a wet Christmas here in the Bay Area. That's what we get.
Pause.
I've never actually had all right here. All right. I've never actually had a white Christmas, a snowy Christmas growing up here in California. I think I've only done Christmas really here in California.
It's pretty nice. I grew up in New Jersey, and it's nice. And then you got to shovel snow for
You see, that doesn't sound as nice.
It's nice when you're a kid and it's the first time you're shoveling snow.
Of course.
And then you end up, having to do it as a teenager, and your mom is yelling at you on a Sunday morning, and you're just...
Was there ever a neighbor you had to go and shovel snow for as well?
Occasionally you help.
Like an old lady down the lane?
Yeah, you got to help with the sidewalks. It's sort of, the community, everybody gets together, shovels the sidewalks. But I never got paid to shovel someone's driveway. You help out, but it's never as much fun as it sounds.
Not as rewarding.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right. Shout out to those who are watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask First NorCal Financing at the dealer. Jake, it was not that long ago that the Warriors were one of the kings of the NBA, one of the best teams. You could count on them to win every night. They get those threes when you needed them to. They were playing some of the best defense in the NBA. No, I'm not talking about the Warriors of yesteryear when Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson were here winning championships with these teams. I'm talking about just about a month ago when the Warriors were 10-2, and we were feeling about as good as you could possibly feel about this team. The words that were used were good vibes. Everyone was happy. It was all smiles, which that'll happen when you get off to a 10-2 start. Warriors are 5-11 since that 10-2 start. They have lost. They are 7-6 now at home, losing 5 of the last 7 games played at Chase Center after last night's 111-105 loss. Warriors currently sit at 15-13 in the West. That is good for the 8th spot in the standings. A lot of season to go. They are a half game behind their opponent tomorrow, the Los Angeles Lakers. LeBron James, Austin Reeves, Anthony Davis. They will be coming to town. You'll be able to hear that tomorrow. Tip-off is at 5. Warriors Live's going to start at 4 tomorrow, so make sure you are locked in there. But talk about that game last night. Again, Warriors do lose. You do get some good performances, though. Jonathan Kuminga, 26 points off the bench, go along with 8 rebounds. Trace Jackson Davis got the start last night at center. He dropped 13 points. Steph Curry, though, a rough shooting night from him. 2 of 13 shooting. Both those shots he made were from 3. 2 of 9 from 3. And it's hard for the Warriors to win basketball games when Steph Curry is not shooting the ball well, even more so when the cast around him really is just not built to withstand those off-shooting nights.
Number one takeaway from last night, Steph got kind of clamped by Nembhard. That was what defined this game, right? Steph is dealing with the knee soreness, and he's playing off ball, and the Warriors are playing pretty well. They go up, and then there's a couple different runs, couple different swings, and they end up getting it close, and Steph has that chance with, I think, 40 seconds to go, put the Warriors up 1. You like their chances. If he hits that, it's a shot he usually hits. But it felt like, one, he didn't quite have the legs, and it's because Nembhard was guarding him relentlessly all game long, and you got to say he probably got the better of that matchup. And I think out of anything last night, you can point to a lot of things, a lot of missed free throws, but that's their MO. You sort of have to expect that at this point. I just think that Nembhard matchup, the way he covered Steph, like that was the difference maker in that game.
Yeah, and I think you're seeing a lot more of that in these last few weeks where you're watching these games, and just if teams, they start focusing in on Steph, you're noticing that he's looking slower this year, which is a scary thing to say. Like there's a moment, I think it was that Nuggets game a couple weeks ago, I'm watching Steph in the first quarter, and out of nowhere, like the worst light bulb in the history of forever went off in my head. It was like, oh my God, this guy's actually getting old.
Oh, he's actually 36 years old?
This is ridiculous to say out loud, Jake, but there was a part of me that legitimately thought that Steph would age like LeBron and be Steph Curry until he was 40 years old.
That's the thing about Steph Curry. We all have such a monumental amount of respect for him that we're ignoring the reality that he is not a large player. No. He is a 6'3" point guard at a position that typically does not age gracefully.
No.
But because he's like the greatest shooter of all time, and he's reinvented himself, and he's worked on his body in a way that like few other players have been able to do. He's added muscle. He's been able to sustain himself. We've given him credit to say, all right, he's got a few years left. And I'm not saying Steph doesn't, but the reality is he is 36, and this sort of stuff is going to be more and more common. He's going to have stuff crop up with his knees. It's going to be harder for sustain him. That's part of the reason you go and get Schroeder as another ball handler to just take some of that off of him, and you sort of use him more as an off guard, which I think plays much better because they're still doing a lot of that motion offense, which is something I think some of us wanted, maybe hoped the Warriors would go away from a little bit as Steph ages, just so he's not running constantly.
Yeah, because does he run 4 or 5 miles a game or something ridiculous
exactly.
like that?
I mean, it's part of what makes them so dynamic, with those dribble handoffs with Draymond and him and the way they operate. But at the same time, that may not be the most sustainable way to go when you're 36 and you have some knee pain. And you go back to the Olympics, and that was something, again, it wasn't that much, but it was extra.
It's either that or you're sitting at home resting those knees.
It was time. It would have been time off, and he didn't have that. And no one's criticizing him, but this is the reality. But the fact that we are a little surprised, even though we shouldn't be, shows you the amount of respect I think we all rightfully have for Steph.
Exactly, yeah, because that's his entire career has basically been defying those kind of odds. I mean, he's always been an undersized guard. I mean, you remember for a long time, even still now, you see the scars on his arms from all the contact he's taken and rarely getting calls on any of these hits here that he's taken over the years. Yeah, it just makes sense that at some point that would start to manifest and show on a night-to-night basis. And what's ridiculous is even as we say this, he's still one of the best players in the league. He's still one of the most dangerous players in the league. You ask any team, any out there, and they'll tell you they do not want to see Steph and Curry in a playoff series because the old adage is if you have Steph, you have a chance. Now, I don't know how good that chance is right now with the way the team is currently constructed, but yeah, that's it. Steph's a guy who you're going to be worrying about no matter what until the end because the shooting's always going to be there. The spacing, though, and this was always concerned with Klay Thompson not coming back this year, is that the spacing was just not going to be there as much for Steph.
And Steph's a guy that just, even though he drives, he has had one of the worst whistles in the league for his entire career. So he's not able to just slow the game down as much as some of the other point guards, like a Harden. I know Harden's a shooting guard, point guard, whatever. He's a ball dominant player. Mm-hmm. Like players like that who can just get to the rim and get the call to slow the game down, to take a sec, to get breathers. He doesn't get that benefit. So he's not shooting multiple free throws, not a ton of free throws a game.
The free throw disparity, it's one of the most laughable things in all of sports, the free throw disparity between guys like Steph and James Harden, who I won't go too far down deep the James Harden rabbit hole right now because I want
to scary rabbit hole to go down.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of James Harden or his game. I think his game's a gimmick. It's built around the fact that he can draw fouls. That's if you gave James Harden the same whistle that Steph has had, his career is not
It's created like the Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, who's like a phenomenal player, but it's just foul hunting. You got a lot of that in the league because the league rewards it.
Yeah, and there was a time where Steph was doing that. I don't see him doing that much this year, where he would take those threes and try and fall into the guy that's guarding him to try and get that. I always hated that.
Yeah,
because for me, it's like, Steph, you're better than that. Come on, dude. You don't need to go foul hunting like that. Let's go to the lines here. We already got some people on the line. The opinions are hot when the show opens playing, and we got callers on the line. So we're going to go out to Bleacher Dave in Oakland, who is not thrilled with the state of the Dubs. Bleacher Dave, how we doing on this Christmas Eve morning?
Man, Christmas Eve morning, I'm doing great.
Oh, it's good to know.
I got my Cuban cigar sitting on the porch and the pre-dawn drizzle and a big old pot of red beans bubbling up for food tomorrow.
Wow, just rub it in, why don't you?
Gravy.
I would switch places with you in a heartbeat.
Y'all not working. Y'all not working, is you? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought it up. Anyway.
Dave, I'm talking sports with Jake Hutchinson. To call this work is a stretch. This is a fun Christmas morning.
Do what you love. You never work a day in your life.
Exactly, buddy. Right. Exactly. All right, what do you got on the Dubs?
So first regular season Warriors game that I paid attention to this season. Went to the game last night. I ain't seen the game since preseason. The gap between then and now, because I ain't seen no games, is they done fell off a cliff. Now y'all been fooled because y'all been watching them decline slowly, and you can't see this. It's stark for me. So right now, the Emperor has no clothes. Are they 12 and are they 10 and 2? No, they're not that good. Are they 5-11? No, they're not that bad. Are they the 7 and 6 team that they are at home? That's about how good they are. This is a mediocre team, and ain't nothing happening. So right now, and last night, man, Curry and Green look absolutely geriatric. There's no spring, no separation. No, they can't do it. The other teams know at the end of the game what's going to happen. They gripping on Steph Curry. So here's my thought, and I want to see what y'all got to say here. The window's closing. We can see that before our eyes, and so we can pretend like we don't see it, but I see it, and I'm not content to stand there and watch the window close silently. Stick your hand in and try to wrench that bad boy open and do something, and then take a risk of it cracking your knuckles and it blowing up on you later. Right now, our most valuable trade asset is Jonathan Kuminga. He was a scorer last night. He did some good things. I think he's the one dude that's got value, but I don't think he is ready to go with stuff to win a championship this season. Maybe next season, maybe 2 seasons, maybe 3 seasons. Steph Curry can't wait around that long.
Yeah.
Trade Kuminga, get a star, swing hard. You might hit something. Ho, ho, ho.
Yeah, that's
incredible.
That's quite a walk-off there. Thanks for that call there, Dave. So, yeah, there's the simple solution. Trade Kuminga, get another star. What do you think of that, Jake?
I think, one, I appreciate that. My favorite line is Curry and Green look absolutely geriatric. I just think geriatric.
That walk-off line there was too good as well.
I thought Draymond, when he was out there, looked great, but like the injuries with him, too, just keep cropping up. I think the thing with the Kuminga trade, I'm with you. I think Kuminga, the problem with him is he is a slasher, right? I don't think he's ever going to be a great shooter in this league. And if you're going to have a guy that you're going to pair with, Curry on the wing, and maybe Kuminga becomes, like last night, he was great offensive rebounding, and he's getting second chances. He was dynamic last night. Right, and so that makes a difference if he's doing that consistently, which so far he's not. But if Kuminga was going to be a guy that you wanted to pair with Curry and you felt like, oh, he's going to elevate this team, he would need to be able to be a semi-consistent shooter, even from mid-range, from deep, and you just don't have that with him as a player yet. I still think like that Dwayne Wade mold is sort of what he should go for, but that's not where the NBA is. If you're a wing, if you're trying to get paid, you need to shoot threes.
Everyone shoots threes in the NBA, so it is kind of a prerequisite.
It's necessary. I'm not even blaming him for it. I just think that's sort of the mold that would benefit him as a player. In terms of a trade, it's tough, right? It's tough because of the new salary cap rules. It's so much harder to make all this stuff work and just say, all right, we're going to go get a guy. So what are the names out there? Zion, who's just like not in shape, not healthy. Sure.
A lot of red flags. So that's the guy who I want the Warriors to go after.
That said, none of that, as Bobby Marks said on our air, he's non-guaranteed money going forward, right? So you can get out of that deal. You trade for him, the upside there is monumental. Okay, that's a real option. Brandon Ingram, I'm not sure that's a guy they really want.
I don't know if he's a fit for the way Steve Kerr likes to operate this team.
Ball dominant, like off-brand, sort of bizarro KD, and that's kind of disrespectful to KD. And then you've got, I get Lauri Markkanen's off the table, right? And then so you got Jimmy Butler, which means you're trading, 4 or 5 guys.
Everything, yeah.
And sure, maybe you go do that. The problem with that is that this is a team that is in this situation where the depth is what can sustain them going forward, because they've got this old aging team around Steph and Draymond, and they need all these pieces just to get through the regular season. But those pieces aren't good enough to really do anything and get you a good seeding. So if you get Jimmy Butler, you get older, you get more injury prone, and if you get in a series and Jimmy and Steph and Draymond, they're all healthy, great, that's fantastic. But how are you going to get there? Mm-hmm. So they're in this like sort of impossible situation. That said, I do think doing something bold, like Kuminga, is he really the future? Like, are you really going to build around him as a 1A star? I don't see it.
I've yet to see it too. I've always been a big believer in Jonathan Kuminga, or I've wanted to be a big believer in Jonathan Kuminga. He's been a fine player. I think this year they're finally trying to empower him and trying to really make him take that next step. I've always wondered what Kuminga would have been like if he got drafted onto a lottery team and not a team that was in win now mode, because you look at the guys who were drafted in that draft with him, the guys like the Scotty Barneses, the Cade Cunninghams, Franz Wagner's, Davion Mitchell's, guys who drafted before after him. They all, Kuminga they dwarf Kuminga in minutes played. And granted, Kuminga's been on much better teams. Kuminga, his overall win-loss record is much better than those guys, but that's because he was on a team that was playing for a championship in his first year and has been chasing a championship in the 3 years that have followed, or 2.5 years that have followed. And when you're a young player like that, when you're on those bad teams, you have a chance to play through your mistakes and get better in that sense. You kind of, the league kind of shapes you a little bit. He's never really had that opportunity, because the minute things start going south or he starts making mistakes, you got to yank him, because we don't have time to sit around and wait for you to go through your mistakes. I think it's what did James Wiseman in. I thought James Wiseman got off to a terrific start with the Warriors in that 2020 season, where expectations weren't so high. But obviously then he gets that the knee sprain, never was able to recover from that, never able to get into a groove, because he was on a team that was chasing wins. There's no time to develop when you're chasing wins. I feel like Kuminga, Moses Moody to a degree, fell into that trap too. And then last year, though, Brandon Podziemski didn't really fall into that trap as much. And if you're Jonathan Kuminga, I'm looking around, and we saw happen last year, you're thinking, well, what the heck? I put my dues in, but I'm not getting it. This dude comes in from Santa Clara. He's getting more run right off the rip. Like, what do I have to do? That's when you have that situation last year where Kuminga goes, complains to CJ Holmes behind the scenes, said, I lost faith in Steve Kerr.
Awesome. Just by the way, as an aside, insane thing for a player to say. So funny to be like 20, was it 22
Yeah, he's 21 years old. You're 2.5 years in the league.
I've lost faith in a head coach who's like 10
that's the worst part. Like, you haven't really accomplished enough to truly have that anger. But at the same time, like, you're not wrong either. So we will pick more of this up on the other side. Got to hit a break here. I harass Bonte about breaks so often. If I miss a break, I lose all credibility there. So big show today. We've got a lot of Niners talk we're going to get into today. Jake, he's usually at practice every week, so he actually knows what's going on down at Santa Clara, whereas the rest of us here at 95.7, we're just kind of guesstimating what's actually going down there. But it is a Tuesday on the Morning Roast, which means we got Brian Baldinger. He will be joining us at 7:30, as he usually does on the Morning Roast, and all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? That is River Islands in Lathrop. When we get back, we got the Warriors Future Focus. We'll hear from Steve Kerr a little bit as well. And then Jonathan Kuminga, as we're talking about him right now, Jake, I feel like we are in the final days of Jonathan Kuminga. I will explain why I think that on the other side. That is called a tease, Steven Risotto, teaching you some stuff about radio today. What is coming up on The Game is brought to you by Safeway. Your calls, your Warrior takes, your Niner takes, your Christmas takes too. It's Christmas Eve. If you want to call in and sing your favorite Christmas song for us, by all means, Call in, sing your favorite Christmas carol for us. Well, maybe we'll get Jake, maybe we'll get Steven. I'll probably sing at some point on this show.
God,
We're gonna have fun.
I hope not.
It's Christmas Eve here on the Morning Roast. Nothing matters. More from you guys on the other side. Bay Area since March of 2019. That was at Oracle Arena. So obviously the Warriors will visit the Pacers in January of this year. But as Tim Roy said in that call, they will have to wait a whole year to get the Pacers their first L at Chase Center, the long and waited first L at Chase Center. Maybe it'll come. Maybe it will not.
Have people been waiting for that milestone?
Exactly.
I mean, there's the Indiana Pacers at home.
Basically, listen. I'm not going to sit here and say it's at the top of the list of things that we're waiting on, but it's on the list. Fair. So. Also on the list right now for the Warriors is Jonathan Kuminga. Speaking of mediocre transitions, we were talking about him at the last segment. Bleacher Dave, he called in. He thinks that he is a tradable asset. He had a great game last night. Again, 26 points off the bench for the Warriors, and he's been yo-yoed in and out of the lineup at the start of the season, Jake, and it's getting to a point where over this weekend, we had a little bit of drama go down. Now, on Saturday, the Warriors got the win, but Steve Kerr, after the game, talked about certain possessions where the Warriors aren't passing the ball enough. And our finest social media detectives on Twitter and Instagram or whatever social site that we are using these days, it did not take him very long to realize that he was talking about Jonathan Kuminga. And they were able to overlay the clip of Steve Kerr's comments about ball movement with the plays where Jonathan Kuminga is not moving the ball. So then you got Brandon Pajemski in his postgame presser. He thinks that he's the guy getting called out. So he's like, I don't even think out there. I'm just going. Then he posts a social media post the next day trying to clarify, hey, Steph is Steph. I'm going to get him the ball, but, I'm trying to do me as well out there. Jonathan Kuminga, however, took to Instagram, posts a picture of himself walking off the court with the couple peace sign emojis.
God, that's my favorite move. That's my favorite move of like modern aggressive athletes, just like a sassy lyric, just going on Instagram.
He didn't even do a lyric. He's doing emojis.
Right.
Like, my guy's just peacing out.
I would prefer if they innovated and they took it to Tumblr. Hey, make a
Tumblr's still a thing?
Yeah, make a sassy Pinterest board.
It'd be funny if he started a whole Blue Sky account. And it's like, hey, it's Jonathan Kuminga. Follow me on Blue Sky. Also, peace out. Like,
yeah. Well, give me some creative if you're going to be sassy and subtweet.
So Steve Kerr, he addresses the media before every game, and obviously, this is his first chance to meet with the media since he had those comments on Saturday night, and I believe it was Danny Emmerman of Barry and
Shout
News
out
Group.
Danny, my boy.
He's a hard grinder. I mean, he did the Giants beat for a while too. That he is very plugged in. Always asks great questions, and so. He kicked off the pregame interview with Kerr by asking, can you explain the comments from Saturday? And here is what Coach Kerr had to say.
Well, because we won the game, because we started passing the ball, and Steph scored 11 straight points. And it's, we've lost whatever it is, 9 out of 12. It's like there has to be there has to be an aha moment. This is our team. We have Steph Curry. He's the greatest shooter of all time. He thrives on off-ball stuff. That's why we pass the ball. So we just have to make sure we are purposeful in our offensive execution, and felt like a good time to mention it because of what happened at the end of the game. We need to make that a consistent theme.
So trying to make it a consistent theme here with Kuminga. You want to see more of that ball movement. He did drop 26 last night. Looked great on both ends of the floor. I thought, the start of the second quarter, as you said, Jake, he's great when he's slashing to the rim. Start of the second quarter, Warriors got off to a pretty good start there. They of the first 14 points Warriors scored in that second quarter, Kuminga scored 8 of them. All of them were in the paint. He was very active on the defensive end too. That's the Jonathan Kuminga that I think that's the best form of Jonathan Kuminga. When he is getting active in the paint, when he is cutting to the rim, when he is using that athleticism and length on the defensive end to steal those rebounds away. So, but I don't know, when we see the fit with Kuminga there, the ability to kind of move with the Warriors' ball movement heavy system, I don't know, Jake, do you see that fit there with Kuminga, or does it feel like it's we're trying to force a square peg into a round hole?
No, there's times it worked, right? There's times where the Warriors are in a rut, especially with the second unit, and you see him get down in the post, and he can sometimes force something. I don't think his post game is incredible, but there's times you can hand him the ball, he gets in a rhythm, and he can get you points in a lineup where no one else really can. I think when they get in transition and they run and he's out there, he's an incredible asset for him. When he is aggressive on the boards and he's rebounding, that's a monumental asset because they just don't have a lot of athletes like him. They really don't have any. So there's a lot of things you like about him. But at the end of the day, he's not a great shooter. And he's not somebody who really moves the ball and operates in the offense with the sort of fluid way that they like to operate it. The timing has just never been there. There's never been that connection of like, we're trying to switch, we're trying to move, we're trying to send everybody in this giant fluid ecosystem of a motion offense. And he just has never really fit in that role, I think. Mm-hmm. And so there is a role for him on this team, as we've seen. There's some games that makes more sense than others, but it's never easy, right? It's never this perfect fit.
It's never consistent either.
Correct. And so I think there are teams he'd be better fits, but I also don't know, like his ceiling for him to have a really high ceiling in this league, the athleticism's there, but he's not that wide. He's not that physical. Like he's not a super tough defender. He's kind of light. Is he a 3 or is he a 4? You know, Draymond gave his perspective on that. Yeah. Kuminga gave, it's like, so he's sort of a tweener, and he's not like a good enough shooter to be a true 3, and he's not that big as a 4.
Be a true 4,
right?
Yeah.
And so he's in this interesting spot where, okay, yeah, he is a good, young, valuable player, but like, what is he? And you kind of have a mixed feeling on what exactly he is as a player. And I think the Warriors need players who are more defined if they are actually going to make a push for the playoffs. And Kuminga could be a part of that. But I don't know. They don't seem to know exactly what they are or what he is at this stage. And it feels like the clock keeps ticking faster and faster and faster on Curry and Draymond.
Yeah, let's Coach Kerr on if Kuminga received the message last night. Again, dropped 26 points off the bench last night. 17 of those points came in the second half, along with 6 of his 8 rebounds. Here's what Steve Kerr had to say on if Kuminga received the message.
I don't like. What are we talking about? Like, if this is, there's 82 games. There's all kinds of stuff happens. I coach, and so I say stuff, and I say stuff to all the guys. And JK was great tonight. Played a fantastic game. So, not about message or anything. It's all part of the season.
So, you know, if you're going to have a good game, it's probably a good time to do it is after you get called out there. So good on Jonathan Kuminga for doing that. We are getting up against it, though, which means we do have to get to the Warriors' future focus. If we have that ready to go, Steven, there we go. Yeah, Jonathan Kuminga did need to be that guy for the Warriors, and he was for most of last night. As we said, dropping 26 points off the bench, 17 in the second half, including this 3 with some help from new Warriors acquisition, Dennis Schroeder.
Schroeder behind the screen, pump fake, passes over to Kuminga, above the break, right side, good. Had his feet set, he was ready, and Schroeder put the pass on time and on target.
And that was your Warriors future focus. Just like we love the future of the Dubs, Peralta Community College District encouraged you to love your future too. Go to peralta.edu and apply today. We are going to be talking about some more Jonathan Kuminga in a little bit. Why I think he is going to be trade bait soon, because as you've kind of said, Jake, the fit, it's kind of there, kind of not. I believe I think right now, these last few weeks, he's probably playing the best basketball of his Warriors career, though, ironically enough. Part of it's because there's just only, there's not a whole lot to really compare it to, but it feels like the trade value for Jonathan Kuminga is getting to be the highest it's been probably ever.
And they're definitely trying to push it there, right? You know, the whole Shams thing where Shams is like, Jonathan Kuminga's a really good player, and the Warriors are trying to decide whether he's the piece that, like, stating that they are trying to make a move and also being like, but maybe Jonathan Kuminga is that move. It's like, you're not slick. We know what's going on here. The Warriors are trying to bump that value up. They're trying to make something happen. We'll see down the trade deadline. I really think it's tough to make a big move.
Trades are hard.
And it's like, if you're going to trade for Jimmy Butler, you literally have to trade 5 players unless you involve Andrew Wiggins.
I just don't see a Jimmy Butler deal being the option. They tired of him in Miami last year, and when Pat Riley's kind of ready to move on from you, that's a red flag for me. And down in South Beach, I obviously I've made it clear I went to school in Miami. Spent a lot of time around Heat fans, spent a lot of time around Miami fans. They love them. They're winners down in South Beach. And when you're a winner like Jimmy Butler has been, and they're starting to get tired of you, that's another red flag for me. He's 35 years old. You don't know what kind of Jimmy Butler you're going to get. I just don't want to blow up the Warriors' entire depth to bring in what essentially is a lottery ticket with Jimmy Butler in the playoffs.
I'm with you. I think you need somebody who is a smaller salary, who is a better fit. And again, it's really tough to match in this situation. A lot of teams simply can't make moves because they're either hard capped or in weird aprons. I won't pretend I know the nuances of all of that.
No one knows the nuances.
Except
for Bobby Marks.
Except for Bobby Marks. And no one really should, because you should, it's the holidays. You should be spending time with your family, not digging deep into the CBA.
I'm convinced most people in the NBA don't even know the CBA.
That's right. And you shouldn't. The Warriors did make some funky moves with it, and I think they didn't get enough credit for all the salary cap maneuvering they made with all those weird trades at the start of the season to even bring in DeAnthony Melton, which turned into Dennis Schroeder. So I would give them credit there. But yeah, I would say the Warriors are going to make a trade, get rid of Kuminga. You have to get another piece that's not getting rid of 3 or 4 or 5 assets just to try and accommodate somebody, especially if they're on the wrong side of 30.
Yeah, and I think this is a problem that, and I know we'll get the break here in a second. I feel like this is a problem the Warriors about to confront. We're talking about, do you go all in for this team? Do you go all in for Steph to get him that final piece? And one argument is you don't, because you're worried about the post-Steph years. There is a part of me that wonders if going all in would even be enough for the Warriors. Like if they even have enough capital to where if they did go all in, it gets them to where they need to be. We'll get to that and more on the other side, plus why Jonathan Kuminga, I believe he is on his way out. 888-957-9570 is the number. We want to hear from you. Jake Hutchinson's on the other side of me. I am Sam Lubman. Steven Risotto is pressing buttons behind the glass. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. More your calls, more your sports, more Christmas Eve caroling on the other side. It's Sam Lubman and Jake Hutchinson here on the Morning Roast on this wonderful Christmas Eve. And Jonathan Kuminga's going to be traded. How'd you like that, Jake? Is that good singing there?
It was singing.
It was singing, yeah. I guess we could get very liberal in the term of good or acceptable there. But, yeah, that's kind of where we're at here on the Morning Roast. I am of this belief that we are in the final days of Jonathan Kuminga. Why do I believe that, Jake Hutchinson? It's simple. He is a restricted free agent this summer, and I believe that the player that Jonathan Kuminga thinks he is, the player that Jonathan Kuminga thinks he should be paid as, is very different than what the Warriors have for those answers. We're talking about how sometimes there's a fit, sometimes there's not. We've seen discourse between Jonathan Kuminga and the Warriors coaching staff in the past. You know, I mentioned the complaining to CJ Holmes last year. And then, remember, then he got that haircut, too, right afterwards. I went down to Chase Center that day. I was at the Warriors game that night, and I saw this guy come out, like, you know, no dreads, bald head, basically, and shaved head is whatever. And I'm like, that's not JK, is it? Oh, my God, that's JK. Because, you know, when someone gets a big haircut, they look a little different at first. So there's like a split second, like, who is that? And all of a sudden, it's like, oh, that's Jonathan Kuminga with a new haircut after a fresh trip to the coach's office to complain about him. That's
yeah, I still can't get over that. I still think that's the funniest thing in the world. Saying it's just like the ultimate NBA thing of being a young player who's lost faith in his head coach. It's
only in the association.
It's so ridiculous. I kind of love it. I think with Kuminga, I would love to know who he thinks he is as a player. Like who his comp is. Like, does he think he's like...
I'm horrible at player comps. So
I am too. Yeah. I am too. But like, does he like Dominique? Like, is that who he wants to be? I'm genuinely curious, like what his aspirations are, what his mold is, what he thinks he is, and what he thinks he deserves. And I'm all for paying players, but I do think it'll be interesting because there are not a ton of teams. Again, I know it is the most boring thing in the world to talk CBA stuff. But there are not a ton of teams that have money to throw around. You've got the Nets. You've got maybe the Hornets. And a couple other teams, and so it's tough. It's tough for teams to actually like levy a substantial offer his way. And so I'm interested whether the Warriors say, all right, let's just get what we can for him right now. And what is that? I don't think they would just ship him off for a first. I don't think that makes any sense for them.
No, I think they would. They're always going to get a player back. So the way I look at it is, he's going to be hitting restricted free agency this summer. And he has a price point that he's going to be looking for. I don't believe the Warriors want to give him the money that he's looking for. I mean, we love talking money here in the Bay Area. But it's NBA free agency. Every year we see this happen where a guy pops up with a number next to him and a team, and you're just like, where the heck did that? Who's giving this guy that kind of money? Like, I think that's what's going to happen. Kuminga's going to hit restricted free agency. Someone's going to throw a ridiculous contract at him. I know you say there's not enough teams with cap space. There's a long way to go between now and the summer. There's the trade deadline. There's the buyout market. There will be teams that clear up cap space. So I do expect that to happen. I would be very shocked if that did not happen. But there will be, I think, teams that want to throw the bag at Kuminga. It was Bonte likes to say, there's always a sucker.
But I wonder what do they think he is? What does the NBA think Jonathan Kuminga is? Like,
I'm not really sure what. I'm not really sure on that one. But basically this is all a long-winded way of saying that someone's going to throw a bag at Kuminga. The Warriors aren't going to match it. So I think in that situation, it behooves the Warriors to just trade him at the deadline, because if they believe that he is going to walk at the end of this year, or if they're going to let him walk, then you want to get some sort of value for him. So that's why I think he's on the block. I look at the Zion trade, and I think Bobby Mark suggested on NBA Today last week, he suggested Wiggins, Looney, and Podziemski for Zion. If you could do that trade without giving up JK, blah, blah, blah. I would almost wonder if it would be Wiggins, JK, and Pods for Zion in this situation. Now, you hate to see Wiggins go, because Wiggins, I think, you're seeing a lot better performance from Andrew Wiggins this year. And so that would kind of suck to lose him. But the reason I like a Zion trade is I do believe it's the best, I believe, star caliber player that is available on the trade market right now that we know of. I feel like the Giannis door is slammed shut right now.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that. I think
I just don't say that's happening. It was a fun dream, but I think it was always just that, a dream. So I don't see that happening. So that's just how I look at it when it comes to Kuminga, because it's just, I don't think he's ever going to be that dude for the Warriors, at least not anytime soon. As long as things are constructed the way they are, we talked, is he a 3 or a 4? I think he wants to be at the 4. I believe his future is probably at the 4 because I think you're right. He does not have the shooting to be the 3, but you got Draymond blocking him at the 4.
And one of the things that has been mentioned in terms of, okay, why wouldn't the Warriors trade him even if they could get something, is there's like a fear potentially from ownership that, okay, he goes elsewhere and he becomes a better player. To me, like, if you think that, then you keep him, right? If you think he's going to, or you just think like, oh, he's not the right fit in your system, but he's going to go somewhere else and he's going to become this great player. I think that's a fearful, non-productive way to operate if that is indeed how they're approaching it. To me, like, you need a clear identity for what you expect. How do you expect to win games? They have all these models, and they talked about at the start of the season that they modeled it out and they expected themselves to be better. I think a lot of those models included DeAnthony Melton, and it would be a totally different conversation if DeAnthony Melton was here. That's
a wrench.
But that's also why he was available, because he's a really productive guy who's had a lot of injuries, and they took that chance and it backfired, and that's what happens. Yeah. It was a chance worth taking, and they made some great maneuvers. But with JK, again, it's a little bit tired, because it's just like, all right, he's a young guy who's productive, but he doesn't quite fit what the Warriors are. But can they actually get an upgrade? Maybe not. Maybe. Do you just take a chance anyway because you're going to get it? I don't know. I think the Warriors might match depending on what his price tag is. I think if it's 30 or below, I think they might be interested in that. If it's above, it'll be. I'm not sure.
See, that's I would not be shocked. I am anticipating some team out there that is very irresponsible with their checkbook throwing a $30 million plus deal at Jonathan Kuminga.
If you're the Wizards and your team is absolute garbage,
yeah, or the Nets, and you're just looking for a guy who can score a lot of points for you, it's like the chips they serve you at Chili's before dinner. Like, it's good, but it's just empty calories, and it just spoils your appetite overall. Like, if I don't know if that's a drop, but if that's kind of what a team is looking for Jonathan Kuminga to be, yeah, he'll have those opportunities. Hopefully Kuminga has, grander expectations for himself as a basketball player. But I just, where the Warriors are at, what they're trying to do, I don't know exactly what their cap situation is next year. Who even knows what that is? The NBA money is always just so funny there. But right now, I just don't see Kuminga. If the plan is to maximize Steph Curry's window the next couple of years here, and I have a question about, the desperation of teams winning championships. We'll get to that later in the show. If that is, the plan is definitely go all in. I don't know if Jonathan Kuminga is the 1A scorer, that the sidekick essentially that Steph needs to get to that level. And if you don't think he's going to be that, then if the ceiling for Kuminga is coming off the bench role player, 6-man type, then that's not going to be enough to get Steph to that championship level again. So that's where I feel like moving him becomes the best option there. So really quick, this segment is sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is the Morning Roast. It's not Bonte and Shasky. It's Sam Lubman and Jake Hutchinson talking Warriors here. We got Brian Baldinger will be joining us at the bottom of the 7 o'clock hour. Talk about that really depressing Niners loss to the Miami Dolphins on Sunday.
I thought it was beautiful. They entered the void. The void, the black hole of the season, the meaningless. I thought it was very fitting for where the season's at.
We'll find maybe if there is some meaning to be had in these final 2 games of the season for the Niners. So we will switch to Niners in a second, though, but we are going to go to the calls because we are about the people here at 95.7 The Game. And Jake, we're going to go to one of our truly top-tier legendary callers. He's got one of the best calls of this show's history. Did not win Call of the Year, but it was nominated for Call of the Year. He was our 2023 Rookie Roaster of the Year, a 2024 Roaster of the Year nominee. That's our brother Nick in San Jose. What's going on, brother?
Ludman, I love your hair, dude. Great to put a face to the voice, and I just love being part of the 95.7 community.
Hell yeah,
Hey,
man. It was awesome to meet you at the Doobie Awards. Really quick, how much fun did you have at the Doobies on Friday?
Oh, dude, it was so great, man. I told my best buddies. My son was following it. He went to the restroom in his bathroom a few times just to listen to it on his little transistor radio.
He's got the old transistor? Oh, that's OG, Nick. I love that.
Hey, look, here's my concern. Number one, the Warriors are not entertaining right now. They're just not entertaining, man. I'm not even going to compare them to the trifecta of when Durant was there, but they're not entertaining, number one. Curry is obviously hurt. He can't even break down big guys. But my concern with Curry is his comments in the summer and his body language right now. And I wasn't really upset about Clay leaving, but in retrospect, Clay brought gravity, and he was a guy that had no conscience and was willing to take a shot. Other than Curry, who can we rely on, Sam, to make a shot at the end of the game? And my last 2 points, I don't want to repeat, but you guys are right. Kuminga is not even worth $28 million. Trade him. He's an athletic freak, but he doesn't understand the game defensively, and he's going to get incrementally better. And Zion Williamson is an unprofessional player. He can't even hire a cook to cook for him every day. I don't understand his weight problem. Why can't we get a bigger two that's impactful like the Mavericks did at the trade deadline? What do you guys think of that? Because, look, we're a 42-win team. I love you guys, man. It's just bad, dude. It's bad, man.
Have a Merry Christmas, Nick. Really appreciate your call there. That is Nick in San Jose. Always brings the energy there. Yeah, I think Nick brings up a good point. I mean, there's a dullness to the Warriors right now because, Jake, a movie is not as fun when you know right away how it's going to end, and it feels like that's kind of what the Warriors are looking like right now. It's going to be a so-so start to these games. They're going to battle out in the middle quarters. They look great in that third quarter last night. You're thinking, all right, third quarter dub sets them up, but they were trailing going into the fourth quarter. The Warriors are, let me make sure I have this right, 0-9 when trailing after three quarters.
Is that bad?
I think that's pretty bad. I think you want to have at least a 1 in that win column. They're at minimum a 1.
That's like the inverse Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, God. It's basically the Warriors are basically pulling a Kyle Shanahan in which they can't come back in the fourth quarter. You never want to go full Kyle Shanahan in that regard.
I think there's a few things, right? He mentioned they don't have like reliable shooters in the fourth quarter. I think you look at it, one of the other things, obviously, Nembhard playing Steph really well, but Buddy Hield goes silent. And he has this habit of he'll put up 10 or 13, and then he goes silent, but he keeps chucking. And when Buddy's going, this team goes. And when Buddy doesn't, and he's, that's why he's available for relatively cheap, is because when Buddy's hot, it's great. When he starts missing shots, it's just he's not providing anything defensively. He's a little chaotic. He's kind of turning the ball over. He's and he does take the shots when he's there, and you appreciate that. But it's so brutal for them when he's not going. And I will say, at least on the bright side, I'm surprised they beat Minnesota. I thought it was going to end up like how it did last night.
I think we were all expecting it to end up like that.
And if Curry hits that three, we might have a different story today. And it's just that 1 point game. And then they can't make free throws and all that. I will say this has been a pretty brutal stretch. I think it's 11. It was 10 or 11 games in a row of teams with winning records, if I'm not mistaken. So this was a gauntlet that they went through, and they did not beat the gauntlet.
No, and that's the problem. The teams you're facing in this gauntlet: the Houstons, the Minnesotas, the Dallases, the Minnesotas again, the Memphis. They played Minnesota 3 times this month.
So now we find out. Okay, you played a bunch of bad to mediocre teams and you win. You play a bunch of good teams and you lose. Tells you the reality, which I think we all should have expected and got probably a little bit too excited, is they are average. They are mediocre, and if they finish in these closing games, they would be better than that, but they don't have the pieces outside of Steph to really do that. When
Buddy Hield is kind of like your safety valve here, and actually before I even get into that Buddy Hield thought, I want to tell everyone that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM HD1 in San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. So now we're legally a radio station again. If Buddy Hield is your safety blanket, Like, I think I saw like the Warriors are undefeated when Buddy Hield scores at least 18 points.
Right.
He had only 13 last night, so Buddy shorted this team by a win by 5 points here. But when Buddy Hield is your safety blanket, like Buddy Hield, he's a volume 3-point shooter. He's kind of like a store brand Steph Curry, so to speak, in terms of that 3-point shooting. There's a reason why Buddy Hield bounced around the league a lot. You know, guys who shoot that well, the Buddy Hield revolution that we saw at the beginning of the year, we thought, oh, the Warriors figure something out with Buddy Hield. He just fits the system. Yeah, you got, the Kings fans losing their minds because they're seeing a Buddy Hield they never seen before. Now it's the Buddy Hield saga has come to its, usual conclusion. He pops up into a new place, hits some threes. Everyone thinks he's figured it out. Then he becomes Buddy Hield again. And, well, here we are wondering why Buddy Hield can't be the Warriors safety blanket. And we're banging our heads on the wall for even wondering why we're thinking that. I
mean, the reality of the situation is that the Warriors just don't have enough wings to help Steph, right? Mm-hmm. Their best 3-point shooter on the season right now is Andrew Wiggins at 42.6%. You got Buddy behind him around 42%. A lot of that's from those early games where he's just going off and setting himself up. Curry's at 40%, and then Draymond's 38%. Then you go down.
And that's actually been Draymond's been a good year shooting
Draymond's
been
too. Great. One of my favorite stats is that I think the last year Jordan Poole was here, him and Draymond were having a battle for 3-point percentage. And I think Poole overtook him at the end. But Draymond had him for a second. And he's been shooting it well, but like Draymond is your fourth most reliable 3-point shooter. That's damning. And then the fifth guy is DeAnthony Melton, who's done for the year. So that's just the reality of this team, and they tried it with Lindy Waters, and there's a reason they got Lindy Waters for cheap, basically for free. And so, he
was a DMP last night.
Right, and you take your chances with him occasionally, but like he is what he is, which is occasionally he's going to hit some threes, but he's going to be more inconsistent than not. And then Buddy Hield is, you don't know. You just don't have enough guys, and you look at every single team they play, and you go, like, you look at the Minnesota game, the reason I'm so shocked, they have dudes up and down that roster. You go to Jaden McDaniels, you even go to Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Like, even these, like, deep, not necessarily that deep, but even their 8th, 9th guys, like, they're just large wings who can defend, who have large wingspans and are young and are athletic. And the Warriors don't have that. Their sort of wing is Slow-Mo, who I like Slow-Mo.
Also a DMP last night.
Right. But Slow-Mo is not a guy with, like, who's going to energize you. And so you've got, Kuminga, who's like not that great defensively. It is not going to jolt you. They just don't have enough young, dynamic pieces, and that's the reality of where they're at. And they don't have the shooters outside of Steph. And
the Warriors, they're falling into. You talk about the Niners; they're in the void. The Warriors, they're kind of falling into the void right now because this is a team that's just not good enough to get out of the play-in right now. Let's just be real. I don't think this team hits 50 wins. This team is, as Nick in San Jose said, 42 wins, 44 wins. They're going to be in that. If anything, they might fall below that and out of the play in the way they're playing right now. But there's a lot of season left. Arguably, you can say the season starts officially tomorrow. That's how most people look at the NBA season anyway.
They are, as the Giants would say, roughly break even.
Yeah, exactly. They're roughly breaking even right now. There's a lot of season left for the Warriors to figure things out. So it's not all awful right now. There is, you can theoretically make out a light at the end of the tunnel if it exists. It might be a train at the end of the tunnel. Is there a light? It might be a light. It might be a train. I don't know. We're going to keep going down that tunnel.
They're in the worst place to be, right?
Yeah, no, but that's what I said. Like they're in the void. They're in the middle. They're not bad enough to be awful. They're not good enough to be great. And we were talking about, how do you max out Steph Curry? I don't think you have the ability to max out Steph Curry. So we got a break coming up. Want to get these calls in here. Johnny and Modesto, hang tight. I want to hear this 49ers themed carol that you got. I'm going to get to you in a second. Really quick, though, I want to hear from Dre in Oakland. Dre, I need to know, what can Steve Kerr do better with this rotation?
A few things. I think you guys hit the nail on the head when you talk about, the Warriors kind of being in that void, in that mid-range. But I think we could have properly identified what we needed more if Steve Kerr was doing better with this roster. I'll give you an example. For me, I would start Wiggs at the 2, Kuminga at the 3, Draymond at the 4, and Looney would be my starting 5 with Steph. And, if you told me coming off the bench we got Schroeder, maybe you played some, Lindy Waters, Buddy Hield for shooting, and, Slow-Mo with Trace Jackson Davis, I'm not saying they're world beaters, but that sounds pretty strong to me for starting and then coming off the bench. Wiggs can play the two. Listen, they say not enough shooting. Like you said, Wiggs is the best three-point shooter. You always have enough shooting with Steph's on the floor. So I think Kerr could do a better job with this rotation. Pods has got to be out of the – he's played himself out of the rotation. We have Schroeder. So we have to stop trying to be generous to Pods. I like him. I would tell him, hey, look, you stand in the corner. Where's your best shot? And you better hit those shots. But that's all you've got. No more ball handling. It is what it is. I think Kerr could have done a better job. I'm not saying we're world beaters, but he could have done a better job so we could identify exactly what we need. There's some pieces that could be used better than what they're used right now.
That's good thought. What are your thoughts on?
Yeah, I would say it's like of all times to criticize Pods. It's like he's finally actually shooting the ball well, and he's probably playing the best that he has all year. I do think they've been too reliant on him, but I think his IQ is undervalued. I think that's an interesting idea to play Wiggins at the two and go with a big lineup. I think you might want to have
some of your better shooting that you'll get to with Wiggins next to Steph because
you might want to have Trace in there as opposed to Looney. I don't know. I guess you want the athleticism off the bench with Schroeder and sort of the rim running that Trace can provide. It's just like. You're trying to when
you're rearranging deck chairs in the Titanic.
That's
what
I mean. I know it's easy to criticize Kerr for rotations, but they simply just don't have the dudes. They don't have enough pieces to get it done. I'm not saying that's a bad idea at all. I completely think sure try it. I think they should try Kuminga in the starting lineup and just experiment that way. But at the end of the day, I don't think the roster has enough to sustain it. Compared to some of these other teams that have gotten younger and can run and just have wings that can shoot the ball better.
Yeah, and that, again, it puts the Warriors in the same quandary that they've kind of been these last few years, where it's just, again, what's the goal? Get Steph one more ring, and it looks more and more and more like it's just not going to be happening. So we got Brian Baldinger coming up in the next segment at 7:30, so we're going to switch over to some Niners talk here. Got 2 games left on this season for the 49ers. Not a whole lot to play for here. So I believe on this nice, wet Christmas Eve, it's a time for reflection on how this season's gone so far because these next 2 games, the stakes are fairly low. They got the Lions on Monday Night Football. Keep expectations low for that one. Lions only 3.5-point favorites right now. Interesting enough. And then, of course, they go down to the desert for one last shot to get even at the Cardinals this year after the Cardinals beat the 49ers back in October of this year. So we'll get into that. My question is simply this. What have we learned about the 49ers this year? 888-957-9570. That's going to be the question we get into on the other side. What's coming up? The game is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. The Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That is BayAreaOilChange.com. Baldy, Niners, your calls on the other side.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Baldy? We're talking to you in about 12 minutes. That's going to be Sam Lubman and Jake Hutchinson talking to Brian Baldinger, not Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. They are enjoying some much-needed, much-deserved time off during these the Christmas holidays here. It is Christmas Eve, though, on the Morning Roast, and that means, gotta get into as I say, Jake, best way to spread Christmas cheer is singing loud for all to hear. Shout out Buddy the Elf. So we're going to go out to Modesto, where we got Johnny waiting to sing his own 49ers-themed Christmas carol. Johnny and Modesto, Merry Christmas, buddy. Can't wait to hear this carol that you got for us.
Hey, good morning, fellas. So it's going to be a Jingle Bells 49ers edition.
Let's hear it.
All right, boys, here we go. Dashing down the field, but then we lost our way. The season's gone off course. We're watching dreams decay. The playoffs slipped our grip. The losses started to pile. But even though we're out this year, the faithful will still sing. Oh, 49ers, 49ers, we'll be back next year. Through the highs and all the lows, we'll always persevere. Hey, red and gold, Christmas bring us cheer. Even though the season's done, we'll still be here next year. The injuries piled high, and the plays just didn't stick. Our rivals passed us by. It all felt like a trick, but Christmas lifted our hearts. The bay will shine so bright. We'll raise a toast to better days and keep our hope in sight. Oh, 49ers, 49ers, we'll be back next year. Through the highs and all the lows, we'll always persevere. Hey, red and gold, Christmas bring us cheer. Even though the season's done, we'll still be here next year. Hey.
Damn, Johnny, that was awesome.
That was fantastic.
You put some real thought into that there, Johnny. Man, how long did it take you to write that?
That was my question.
You know what, boys? That probably took about one night.
There you go. That's all.
While I was at work,
it just popped into your head. I love that, man.
I love it. I love the tone, just the whole vibe.
I like the optimism too, Johnny. What has you optimistic about the 49ers in 2025?
Look, fellas, I've been watching these boys go at it all year, and I could tell you, a lot of those players in the locker room, they have heart, man. And I think it was just a bad start of the season. With all the injuries that started piling up against us, that's not even something to mention. I mean, I think what's holding me in a positive mood for these Niners is, like I said, the injuries affected us heavily this season. And I think coming into the next year, we'll have a lot of healthy players to get us going back on track. And I hope in the offseason we can make some moves to help that protection for Purdy. But, yeah, I mean, I'll keep it short and simple, man. I think the injuries really did us in this year.
It's a fair point, Johnny. Thanks for the call there. And, Jake, I feel like in seasons like this, these frustrating seasons for the Niners, everyone's always scrambling around trying to figure out the exact reason why the season went off the rails like it did, blaming it, whether it's this scheme decision or this player's performance. And in situations like these, I kind of default to the simplest reason is usually the correct one. No one likes to say it, but it's hard for me to really get a full beat on how the season could have gone, and because of all the injuries. And I know no one likes to say it. Yeah, it just feels like an excuse, but it's also a reality. Like, this team has been so decimated by injuries at so many key positions that made up such a big part of the offense last year. Anna, what's your thought on that?
I would actually push back a little bit. Injuries are no question a key part of it. McCaffrey missing a ton of time, but they also
Brandon Ayuk.
It's an old team. Like, it's an aging team, and when you invest in an aging team after years and years of attrition, like, injuries are a natural thing that happen. So when you build a roster that is old, You have to expect that a little bit. I think at the start of the year, the way they took some of those losses, a lot of it was tactical. They didn't have answers for man-to-man coverage. They just didn't, and they did not have it in the Super Bowl. And everybody ripped off the Chiefs' game plan and threw man-to-man coverage at him, press man coverage at the line of scrimmage. Debo can't separate. Ayuk had a drop issue, and he was not himself because that whole holdout and the way the 49ers did business in the offseason, it meant that, they had guys holding out. Trent Williams didn't have a camp. Brandon Ayuk didn't have a camp. Ricky Pearsall missed all of it because of the shoulder thing, not to mention the shooting. Like, Christian McCaffrey was injured. So you have a lot of guys not in camp. You have a joke of a camp, and then you can't beat man coverage. You don't have a lot of good schematic answers. And then your offensive line either doesn't have the right protection set, doesn't have an answer for a protection, and teams are speeding you up with these blitzes on third downs, and you have to throw hot because you just don't have the answers, and so you throw quick. And they lost a lot of games because of stuff like that, and then a basic level of lack of execution where the offensive line would have a holding or a false start, and they could not overcome it. And because teams saw how man-to-man worked and they had a lot of answers for the 49ers, they didn't overcome that, and the defense wasn't good enough, especially in the first half of that year without Trey Greenlaw and with Devondre Campbell looking terrible, to overcome a lot of that. They couldn't fit the run. They're weak at center, at left guard, and defensive tackle, and when you're weak in the spine, you're weak everywhere. And the roster construction wasn't good enough. There's so many other reasons. They whiffed in 2 drafts in a row in 2022 and 2023, really. And they just made so many mistakes that they can't afford it. Yeah. So there's a million reasons. Injuries, I think, are a pretty straightforward one.
It was almost like this team was almost kind of built on a house of cards, so to speak, because the top of this roster was so good. And the Niners were so dynamic in the red zone last year. They're struggling mightily in the red zone this year, in part because they just haven't had the Christian McCaffrey effect. And we saw it last year, the amount of tread that was taken off of his tires last year. And towards the end of the year especially, it was like, why aren't we seeing more J.P. Mason in there? Why can't we see a little bit more Elijah Mitchell or somebody to take some of the strain off of Christian McCaffrey? And Kyle Shanahan just kept running McCaffrey, because that's what the Shanahans do. They run running backs into the ground. And Kyle Shanahan kind of kept that tradition going last year. Even
though this year he was like, I'm going to take the load off McCaffrey. He had too many touches, and then immediately just
then when he comes back, he immediately gets him going again, and again he becomes injured again, and that was kind of a freak injury there. But you talk about the Brandon Ayuk injury, and that one there in that Patriots game, it felt like in that Pats game he was finally kind of starting to put it together. He was finally starting to shake off the rust from the start of the season. Then he has that gruesome knee injury, and it's completely wiped out the Niners' ability to stretch the field. And you talk about the ability with the press man coverage, the sticky coverage. That's obviously an issue for Deebo Samuel. Juwan Jennings, I don't think, is a burner that can get that kind of separation. Ricky Pearsall, he only had, I don't know if you heard, Jake, but Tony Romo said about 506 times that he only had 3 practices in training camp. So Ricky Pearsall, he's behind the 8 ball, but if you're looking at your rookie receiver in that situation to be a savior, you're looking in all the wrong places. It's one issue after another. It compounds on itself, and that's where you see this absolute, de-evolution on the offensive line, where Brock's got 3rd and 4th stringers blocking for you there. So it's injuries. I do think injuries are a big part of it, but you bring up a lot of very, very real situations there that the injuries have exposed a lot of weaknesses in the depths of this roster.
Right. It's a top-heavy, skill-heavy, old-heavy, trench-weak roster. That's just the reality of this team. And you realize, like, as much as Ayuk was criticized, rightfully so, for all the drops he had, you see him go out and you see this thing crumble because Deebo is only kind of a receiver at this point. He can run a drag route and he can run a dig, and there's not much else. And he's always been like that. And when you get zone coverage, Deebo can be great. And we saw it way too late in the season. Last week, he looked great. Got a lot of zone from the Dolphins. But when you put Juwan Jennings at your ex-receiver, which is typically somebody, that's where Brandon Ayuk plays, where you need to attack a defense, you need to stretch them vertically. Juwan Jennings, he makes a lot of tight catches. He's physical. He's really crafty. He's a great receiver, but he does not separate. And so you don't have Juwan Jennings separating. You're getting him, on 3rd downs. He can run an out route. That's great. George Kittle's great, but you can you can throw two guys at George Kittle, and Debo's not going to win overwhelmingly in press man. Like 9 out of 10 times, he will not win. And then you're asking rookie Pearsall, who honestly I think has looked really good on tape. He had that one. There were 2 called on him. One of them I think was actually on George Kittle. Kittle took ownership for it.
Oh, really? I missed that one. Okay.
So, he's a guy that, again, like Romo said too many times, missed a lot of practices. But you watch him on tape. You actually watch him against press man coverage. He is a really good receiver. He just has not had a lot of reps, and it's going to take him some time. And the 49ers don't typically trust rookie receivers, and Shanahan is hard on them. And Purdy, understandably.
Brandon Knight can tell you all about that.
Exactly.
I'm curious, you're down at these practices a lot, so you've seen a lot of the work that Ricky has done. I mean, are they throwing kind of like press man coverage at him in practice? Because I remember reading the scouting report on him after they drafted him, and the first thing I saw was struggles with press man coverage. And my thought was like, great, like this does nothing to help the Niners, biggest problem here. So when you're seeing him at practice, do you see an improvement in that regard there? Or?
So we don't get to actually see practice. We don't. Get to
they kick you out before that,
right? We get to see in training camp and OTAs. But I watch Pearsall. I watch a ton of his tape. Going back his tape at Florida and press man, and I saw him separate. Not every time. Press man's tough to separate against, and at the top of his routes, that was where he had trouble sometimes. But getting off the line of scrimmage, I think he clearly shows at times he can snap off. He had a great one on a little slant route that was really impressive. He shook Jalen Ramsey at one point in this game, and they had a little talk after it in a play. He didn't get targeted. But I watch Pearsall. If you actually watch the All-22, he shows a lot of promise. But the 49ers, he hasn't been trusted because he's a rookie, because he hasn't practiced. And the 49ers are trying to funnel the ball mostly to Juwan Jennings, sometimes to Debo and Kittle. And so in that hierarchy, he's like the 4th guy. So he's not usually the primary read in that option.
All right, we're going to get back in this conversation in just a little bit. But right now, Jake, it's Shark Week. Joining us on the River Islands guest line, it is Brian Baldinger, presented by our proud partner, Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And again, he is on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands? That is River Islands in Lathrop. He joins us every week here on the Morning Roast. He is one of the most dependable aspects of the Morning Roast. We love chatting with him. Brian Baldinger. Baldy, how are you today? I hope you're done with your Christmas shopping.
I'm actually finished yesterday, I think. I mean, there might be a couple things I might have to grab today, but somehow in between breaking down every game, traveling, doing games, I got it done. I'm not sure. It's like, like that thing when you buy a gift for somebody, you're not really sure if it's gonna hit, if it's gonna fit, if it's gonna connect. You just go, just please. All I want to see is just like, thank you and a big smile, whatever. So I have some trepidation right now about some of the things I got.
Oh, wow. If Brian Baldinger gets nervous about his gifts, what hope do I have? Like, that's, I got to figure, like, you think the thought counts at this point, though, right, Baldy?
That's what my thing is. Anybody that gets me anything, I'm like so grateful. I don't care what it is, because I know that they put energy and thought into it. So I don't really care, But some people, like it's, they get.
You took the time. So. You took the time for it. That's all you can do.
And that's gift enough as it is. Brian Baldinger joining us here on the on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game with Sam Lubman and Jake Hutchinson. He is our Odyssey NFL insider. Catch him on the Best Football Show podcast. Baldy, we're talking about gifts, talking about the thought they're putting into things. Brock Purdy, he's obviously putting a lot of thought into these games that he's going into here. I'll just keep it a simple question here to start things off, Baldy. Just, give us your overall breakdown of how Brock looked against the Dolphins on Sunday.
I thought he was good, honestly. It's just, he got hit on the one interception. There's not much you could do when the ball pops up like that. But, obviously they're spraying the ball to Kittle, and they're getting good production out of Kittle. They couldn't finish drives, and, it's just they're a 17-point offense right now. They're not getting much out of the running game. They're down to the fourth running back. They're trying to cobble it together with Debo and all the different things they tried, and even some run by Purdy. But, it's just not a real explosive offense right now. But I thought Brock was fine. I thought he threw the ball. I thought he drove the ball pretty well. He spread it around to different guys. We got, what we saw from Debo, honestly, is what you have to do to Debo. He's not a guy, you've got to get him on the move. You get Debo on the move, a crossing route, an out route, something like that where he's running, and you put it right on his fingertips, like he's going to get yards after the catch, like he's done throughout his career. But if you ask him to go beat guys and one-on-ones and comebacks, he's not that difficult a guy to cover right now.
Yeah, staying focused on Brock here really quick. He threw that interception on their second to last drive of the game. It kind of killed any chance they had at a comeback there. Baldy, these fourth quarter interceptions from Brock Purdy, I've noticed a pattern with some of them. There was one against the Chiefs with about 9 minutes left. They're trying to bring the score to 20. They were down 21-12. Brock throws interception in the end zone. There was one against the Cardinals where they were trying to get a 2-minute drive going there. Rams, same thing. Same thing against the Dolphins. I've noticed all those interceptions, he had a defensive lineman basically in his lap on those throws there. And I'm looking at that there, and it's like, I'm not kind of sure, what's Brock really supposed to do in those situations where he's basically throwing the ball while the defender is driving into him because the guy in front of him isn't picking up his block. What more can Brock really be doing in those situations? Does he just have to take the sack there? What are you seeing in these situations when Brock's getting hit while he throws?
It's Sam, honestly, it's how you should evaluate it. Because I can think back to, I remember the Arizona Cardinal one clear. And even last week, Zach Steeler, who I hope goes to the Pro Bowl. He's been a dominant defensive tackle for Miami all year. Really phenomenal player. But he runs a twist stunt inside with Calais Campbell, and he comes free, he hits him right in the chest. He can't, he's trying to drive the ball. You can see the route combination. Debo's clearing out the middle, and he's really opening it up right here. And he just can't drive the ball where he wants to put it, and the underneath defender, intercepts it. A similar thing happened against Arizona. The one against the Rams, honestly, I thought there was interference on Darius Williams out there. He got position on Juwan on that play, and, it makes it look like it's a terrible interception. But I thought there was contact where Juwan couldn't keep going. But honestly, I remember one year, Sam, when Eli Manning led the league in interceptions. And I went back and watched the whole interception reel. I think there was 16 or 18. I forget the number. But on almost every one, the ball was tipped. The route, Jeremy Shockey ran the wrong route. You go through the list, and you go, not all of these are Eli's fault. But I never heard Eli complain. I never heard him say anything about the interception. Sometimes you just have to take it. You have to say, it's on me. Regardless if you get hit, smacked, if there's a common theme here where you got to protect better. The quarterback, honestly, has to just take it in strides. You never put an asterisk next to that interception, saying, well, if Zach Sealer didn't hit him, he probably makes that throw across the middle where they want to attack.
Baldy, on that note, I think one common theme for the 49ers this season, part of the reason Brock has been so inconsistent, is their protections. And as a former offensive lineman, it seems like a lot of the times when they overload one side or have a simulated pressure, the 49ers are rarely accounting for that right. And they rarely let their quarterback, adjust at the line of scrimmage. I think the timings is part of that. You usually put it on their center. How do you see them, the way they're handling those protections? And do you think they need to reevaluate maybe putting some of that on Brock in maybe key situations in third downs going forward? Or maybe what is the solution there?
It's a good question. And I don't know if there's one easy answer to it. Honestly, every defensive coordinator in this league, they spend literally 80% of the week breaking down protections. And what you're going to be based on formation, down distance tendencies, and how do you attack. Like Arizona beat them. But Arizona wins a lot of these protection breakdowns. This Nick Rallis, the defense coordinator at Arizona, is excellent at it. He did it to Sam in Minnesota this year, and they got to him on 3 third downs, and they really didn't have an answer. And he did this. He had some key pressures against San Francisco this year. And so you say, okay, can you fix it at the line of scrimmage? The quarterback sees it, recognizes something that isn't built into the play. Should he be able to change it? He should. I don't care what the offense is. He should be able to, if he can. But sometimes you change the whole play, and all they do is bluff, and they don't come. And then what happens? So there's kind of a if-and, like quid pro quo there, right there, based on the question. And I don't know that there's an absolute definitive answer to beat that. You hope that, but within the protection that's called, within the play that's called, you hope that there is an answer to it. And so sometimes, say it's 3rd and 10, and they overload and they pressure you, and you got to get the ball out quick, and the answer is a check down to McCaffrey or to Debo to pick a guy. I mean, Sauber. Let's just say there's a check down. Well, sometimes that's what the defense wants you to do, and they go tackle the catch, and you're punting on 4th and 8. It's the cat and mouse that goes on every week. Offense coordinator, defense coordinator, play call, defensive coordinator.
It does seem like defenses have exploited that and forced them into that, especially on those 3rd and longs. I wanted to ask you, as in terms of just philosophy, building this roster going forward. We talked to their offensive line coach and run game coordinator Chris Furster at the start of this season, sort of after the draft, and sort of why didn't they go for an offensive lineman? They got jumped by the Ravens for Roger Rosengarten, which is looking kind of tough for them now. And I think you go to Chris Furster, and he said they generally, sort of value skill position players in those first 2 rounds, and they can find offensive linemen, sort of in the 3rd rounds and on, and coach them up. I guess, what do you think of that philosophy, and do you think the 49ers should reevaluate that going forward?
Well, I mean, they got Dominic Cooney, and, honestly, they got themselves a right guard for a long time, and I don't think they knew that, but he's been an excellent player for most of the year. I mean, you could pick out a couple of plays from him, but he's been a very steady player. Now, Rosengarten has played himself into a good role with the Ravens. They're a run-first team, heavy run, but I've seen him have his moments at right tackle against elite rushers. Regardless, it's interesting because I was just breaking down the Green Bay Packers last night. They don't have a 1st-round pick. They got a 5th-rounder at right tackle, Zach Tom. They got a 6th-rounder, Rasheed Walker. They don't have a 1st-round pick in the line, but they're excellent. They're excellent in protection. They're excellent in run football. Josh Jacobs is having a great season. So, to me, you can spend high 1st-round picks at offensive line. It's not going to guarantee anything until you coach them up and you figure out how to play them. I think the 49ers need upgrades. There were 4 really good centers in this draft that I would have taken one of them. Zach Razier, to me, is a frontline center. Graham Barton has made all the difference in the world in Tampa. Like, I think they got to upgrade the center. I say this to offensive line coaches, and I would say it to Chris as well. And I respect Chris Forster. I think Chris is an excellent coach. But I would say that if your center isn't strong, your offensive line is never going to be great. Like the Eagles are fortunate that they had a succession plan of Jason Kelsey, and Cam Jurgens has been excellent, and the offensive line has stayed strong. But if they didn't have that succession plan, they threw a guy in there. Like, I don't think they'd be where they're at right now. So that's what I would say going forward. Like, I would look at the center position to upgrade that position. And like I said, there were some excellent prospects at center in this last draft.
Again, talk about the offensive line. Trent Williams didn't play on Sunday, and Kyle Shanahan, I believe, made it official yesterday that Trent will not be playing in these next 2 games here. He's going to be 37 years old next year, plays one of the most demanding positions in all professional sports. I'm looking at Trent Williams. Is he a guy, does he still have enough left in the tank to be a reliable option for the 49ers at left tackle next year and protect Brock's blind side?
If you said to me right now, Sam, we're going to get 14 starts out of Trent. If we're going to get 14 starts, because there's going to be some nicks and things that happen when you're that age. I'd sign up for the 14 starts and take them. Like I would take what he gives you in those 14 starts. I would take that. Now he's been like, this is a little unusual for Trent since he's been in San Francisco. This amount of time that he's missed, he's had other ankle injuries and things. Every injury is a little bit different. But if I knew right now that I could get 14 starts from Trent, I would take it. I think missing all of the offseason and all the camp hurt him. It hurts everybody. You can't build your body up the way you need to. You can go out there in East Texas or Houston, and you can train in the heat, and you can stay in shape, and you can do all those things. It's not the same as working with Aaron Banks, working with guys going through training camp, and just building up the calluses I think you need to build in order to sustain yourself through a season. So I think from that aspect, if you got an off season from Trent and a preseason, and you give me 14 starts, I'm taking them.
And then on that, no, that's great. That's interesting on Trent, and love to hear that. But when it comes out offensive line again, when Trent went down, Jalen Moore came in to be that left tackle until he went down with a quad injury, and unfortunately, Jalen Moore, his season is done as well. In the brief times that Jalen Moore was handling that left tackle position, what were your thoughts on just how he played there?
Well, he doesn't have, but it's not fair to go Trent to Jalen.
Oh, no, I'm not asking for an apples-apples comparison.
No, I'm not comparing him either. I'm not comparing him.
Yeah.
But, he gives you what he's got. He looks like a backup swing tackle is what he looks like. Like if the Eagles went to, say, Jack Driscoll, because Lane Johnson was out or Malata was out, and they went to Jack would give you what Jalen gave you. It's okay, and the guys around him have to be good, and he's serviceable. But he looks like a backup player to me. And so you're just going to miss. You're against the elite players. He's going to have his moments where he's going to need some help in the pass rush. In the run game, you're not going to get the same level of movement or anything close to it that you're used to seeing. Or the cutoff. I always say this about Trent. Like his cutoff blocks are better than most people's front side blocks. And I've said this for a while when McCaffrey was rolling last year. No matter where the play started, and it ended up behind Trent. And so you see things that nobody else really can do. There's a couple guys that might be able to do what Trent does, but there's very few. So just by contrast, you're going to say Jalen struggles, but he was okay. He was all right now.
Baldy, just wanted to switch to the other side of the trenches here. It seemed a little bit, like the Dolphins copied some of it felt like the Lions last year ran a lot of duo and double teamed and attacked the 49ers linebackers getting to the second level. It feels like that's been a theme this season where Fred Warner's been basically attacked. Do you think the 49ers, and maybe it's a personnel issue because it's looked a lot better with Dre Greenlaw out there, but it feels like the 49ers haven't had the defensive tackles to sort of run the wide nine scheme that they like to run and hold up in the run game. I mean, do you think they maybe need to reevaluate that wide nine scheme going forward?
Yeah, I do. I do think so because it has not been effective. And, Floyd's given you a little bit, and Nick has not had a great year. He would admit to that. And so the defensive line, in general, last week was a prime example. Tua gets rid of the ball awfully fast. Probably, I don't have the stats in front of me, but probably faster than any other quarterback in the league. So you're not going to affect him very much. And even if it's third and long, they got the speed just to throw jump balls and push the ball down the field with some of the guys that they have. But I would say that they have to evaluate that right now. I know Nick loves it, and he gets to play in space now. I think a lot of teams started attacking Nick on that wide nine in the run game and just chipping him and some nasty chips. And he had to kind of cut it down because the splits were just too big and receivers were just chipping him and, knocking the hell out of him in the pass rush. So I do think it should be evaluated. But the defensive line has been a problem. Javon Hargrave goes down. Armstead's not here. Malik Collins has been the best interior defense lineman. Gibbons got hurt. It's just been, Drake has given you nothing, in the last two seasons. It has to be addressed. It's a weakness to this team right now. And I think, to your point, I think Fred has really struggled. Not really struggled. He was awesome early in the year. I'm sure the injury is real. He's not the same player the second half of the season as we're used to seeing. But a healthy Greenlaw and Fred inside with stud defensive tackles, I think you'll see some of the plays that we're used to seeing from those two guys.
Speaking of Dre Greenlaw, he did get a few reps in on Sunday before coming out with a calf injury, and he's the other guy who we might not see him again for the rest of the year. I know he's about to hit free agency. I think my personal guess is I expect Dre Greenlaw to be back with his team next year, Baldy. But was it necessary for Dre Greenlaw to take the field on Sunday?
Well, I don't know what the injury was the week before when he came out of the game. I'm not sure.
I think I said it was fatigue, I believe.
Just fatigue.
Well, his knee was sore, and he wanted to be careful with it, and so they protected him.
All right. Okay. Well, I mean, whatever it was, he came out. Like, these guys that don't go through any offseason or training camp, and they, like McCaffrey, I mean, you're going to see a high propensity of injuries. And it might not be related to the actual injury that kept him out in the first place, but you're going to see you see these guys right now that don't go through training camp. Like, they don't survive. It's hard enough to survive the season as it is, but if they're not going to an off-season, not going to training camp, and then they're just being thrown out there at game speed, you're going to see a high propensity of injuries going forward. It just is. Look, the year before, it was fortunate that Nick got through the year and had the year that he had, missing all the camp in the offseason. It's rare. But generally speaking, guys that don't have an offseason struggle with injuries during the season.
I'm with you, Baldy. I was there in training camp, and they had just second stringers and third stringers out there, and the vibes were weird, and you had all these holdouts, and it just did not bode well for this season. One guy that was out there and has been out there all year long is George Kittle, and you were a big proponent of early in the season just targeting him in the red zone, and he's been really like the one consistent guy they've had. One thing they've done, I think, last weekend against Chicago that they waited seemingly all season to do is targeting Kittle in the screen game and really targeting him that way, and it's been incredibly effective. I wonder, why do you think they've waited so long to get him involved in the offense in that way?
That's a great question, Jake, honestly. Like, I was on this program weeks ago saying, because I played tight end early on before I got moved to line, and I always watch tight ends. Like, I still feel like I'm a tight end at heart. And I said on the show, I can draw you 5 plays to get George Kittle the ball against anybody. I don't care what defense you're playing. And one of them was a tunnel screen they ran last week. You can run. I see these tight ends run these delayed screens all the time where they're staying in, they're the 6th offensive lineman, they're blocking, and they leak out late, and everybody takes their eyes off them. Like, there's so many different ways to get the tight end the ball. And you can run your offense. You can have your play sheet and all. Like, you should have a separate sheet in that play sheet, and we all know, color-coded, number 85. These balls are to get the ball to Kittle. I don't care if it's 3rd and 10 or it's 1st and 20. I can get Kittle the ball. And they're doing it to him more frequently. He's the MVP of the team. And the guy plays his heart out. He's excellent after the catch. He's excellent with the ball in his hands. He punishes everybody that has to try to tackle him. Like, there's no reason why George isn't targeted 10 times a game right now.
I agree with you, Baldy. And it seems like so many of these Niners drives where it's just they're driving for the game basically, and Kittle doesn't get a target. It's so frustrating. Another frustration this season, it's been Ricky Pearsall. And now a lot of it isn't, obviously his fault. He had that tragic incident at the beginning of the year where he was shot, missed a lot of training camp, had only 3 practices before the season. Then, on Sunday, he has those 2 illegal formation penalties. I guess one of them, though, was actually on Kittle. But Ricky didn't get a single target the rest of the game after that. And it's just so hard to see Ricky kind of struggling to get a foothold this season while watching guys drafted after him, Keon Coleman, Xavier Leggett, Ladd McConkey, find different levels of success with their respective teams. I'm just curious, in this season with Ricky Pearsall, like, what is the big takeaway that we can get with what Ricky has done this year with all that he has gone through, all that he has not been able to go through? What do we take away from what Ricky's done this year in his rookie season?
Man, it's a good question, Sam, honestly, because there's not much. I mean, outside of the fact that, since he came back, did he come back, the Kansas City game? I forget which was his first start. I think it was Kansas City. But it's been slim. Like, you haven't seen a presence about him. Like, I can watch Ladd McConkey and I go, this guy, first of all, he's always open. He's always, getting yards after the catch. It's amazing. You watch that last game against Denver. They didn't cover him for 6 catches, basically. But he's got a great feel, zone versus man, where to go, where to settle. And the quarterback's got a relationship with him. I don't feel like there's any relationship between Brock and Ricky right now. Like, there's just this built-in kinetic sense between the two. The way I see even Malik Neighbors, all the different quarterbacks with the Giants, Brock Bowers, all the different quarterbacks. Like, you can see that there's this effort to get those guys the ball. They're all going to have 100 catches plus. But I just don't see the play calls, and I don't see the connection with the quarterback right now between him and Ricky. And so you go, well, what is he? And I honestly don't know. Is he truly a number 1 pick? I thought so coming out of Florida, like he was at the very bottom of the first round. But regardless of where he's taken, like, he has to have more production than what we're getting, period. When you're taking that high and you lose your number 1 receiver in IU, like, there's got to be more production from him based on just his measurables, what he did at Florida, all this stuff. And you're not seeing it. So what's my takeaway? I feel like it's just an incomplete year. Like, it's like that grade that you don't get a grade. It's just incomplete. We got to wait and see.
Baldy, I think that's an interesting topic. It's tough. You'd like to see what those guys could do after a full off season together going into next year, and hopefully we get that. I think it begs some questions. Just when you look at this entire roster, I guess this is Christmas, and we're making a wish list of what you could add to this roster. It could be a player in next year's draft. It could be somebody on the NFL roster. What would you add if you could add at one position, one player to this team? What would you like to add to this 49ers roster?
Well, I mean, they need speed. They need speed on this team. And so offensively, like, I understand McCaffrey, has been, it's been an incomplete year for Christian too. So, I mean, he would certainly help this whole offense. But I think just they need speed. Like, you saw what Garendo gave him in the run game when he was just that rotational player. Like, you could give it to him, he could make a house call. You just don't see that. You don't see the big plays. I watched Jameson Williams go 82 yards the other day, right? I mean, he just ran right by the free safety. So they need speed. Defensive end would certainly be nice. Somebody that could just run and chase. Quarterback gets flushed. Micah Parsons, like, there's only, Micah Parsons. Nobody else like it. But, like, a speed component to this team at any position, whether it's defensive end, receiver, they need that element to this team.
All right, Baldy, 2 quick ones here before we get you out of here. First one is obviously the one we ask every week, where you're going to be this week. And then number 2, it's Christmas Eve. What are the go-to Brian Baldinger Christmas movies? Well, I mean, Home Alone is good. Elf is good. Like, I have a goddaughter, Mia, and my brother's youngest daughter. And for years, I'd go to his house for Christmas Eve, and we would drive around the neighborhood and look at all the lights. Then we would come home, make popcorn, go down the basement. We would watch a Christmas movie. Oh, that's awesome. Like,
it was an annual tradition for probably 10 straight years. And we'd be on the couch eating popcorn, just laughing our asses off, right? So that was a tradition. And then what was the first question, Sam? I forget.
Oh, yeah, then just where you're going to be this week.
Oh, yeah. Well, it just changed my game. Like, I was going to Tampa, which I was excited about, because I'm in Fort Lauderdale and just going to go across the state and see if Tampa could close out the deal against Carolina and win the division. But that game just got flexed. So now they're sending me to Cleveland, which is awesome. Oh, I get to see Miami try to win a game in cold weather, which has not happened. So I'm sure we're going to show all those graphics about Tua in weather below 40 degrees and all that kind of stuff. But so I'm going to Cleveland, Cleveland. Miami still has an outside chance. We're just trying to find a game that had some meaning. I had to do it in the 4 o'clock window. There's only 2 games. So I'm going to Cleveland this weekend.
Awesome. Well, Baldy, we're excited to always have you on. Thank you for joining myself and Jake this morning. Yeah. Have a very Merry Christmas, and we will talk to you next week.
I'm so looking forward to it. I'm having a Christmas Eve party here in Florida. It's all like I have nothing to do with it. My girlfriend does everything. I'm not even allowed to ask questions.
You just get to
have
enjoy
be
it?
here to entertain. I'm bringing my personality, and I'm going to drink red wine, and that's it.
I love
sounds
that.
like a great party.
That's the way to do it. Appreciate you, Baldy. Appreciate you.
All right, Jake. Nice working with you. See you, Sam. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, Baldy. Thank you so much for joining us. That is Brian Baldinger there joining us on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. All of our guests appear on the River Islands guest line. And shout out to Golden State Lumber for sponsoring Baldy's appearance there. But it is time for the injury report. Steven, can you hit that injury report for us, please? All right, Kyle Shanahan provided a lot of injury updates in his conference call with the media yesterday. Jake, are you on that conference call?
Yes, I am. I am.
So you got to hear, this is only a portion of that list. Aaron Banks, it is an MCL injury for him. Shanahan confirmed that his season is done. Jalen Moore, who was filling in at left tackle for Trent Williams, he has also seen his season come to an end after suffering a quad injury in the game on Sunday night. And the guy who was expected to cover for Jalen Moore, Spencer Burford, he's dealing with calf soreness. He had an MRI yesterday, and the 49ers are in wait-and-see mode with him. That is the injury report, and it is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking, no compromises. What have we learned about the 49ers this season? 888-957-9570. That is going to be the question that we're going to be posing to all the roasters on the other side. Let's hit that break, Steven. very bottom of the Morning Roast bench. Sam Lubman is your driver today. Alongside me is Jake Hutchinson, and between
I like
the
it
two
down
of
here
us,
in the bottom of the barrel.
Oh, it's great. It's very warm at the bottom of the barrel. People don't know that, but between Jake and I, this is probably the best haired radio show I would say ever in history. I don't think there is a show out there that can compete with you and I when it comes to hair.
I think that's a factual statement that cannot be disproven.
The amount of money that is spent on conditioner in this room is, Jay, do you spend a lot of money on your hair care?
Leave-in conditioner.
Okay.
It's nice.
Okay, that's it.
I don't spend much else. I don't need to put,
because it's disgusting how much money I spend.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I ballpark it at about $140 for all my hair products. Oh yeah,
I'm not hitting that level.
It is ridiculous. I got your conditioners, you got the curl creams, you got my hydration moisturizer, stuff like that. I take it way too far. It is absolutely. I spend more money on my hair than my girlfriend does on her hair.
And how does she feel about that?
Oh, she thinks my hair is beautiful. So
that's good.
That's all that matters. As long as the lovely Allie likes it, that's good enough for me. So again, it's Sam Lubman, Jake Hutchinson here on the Morning Roast on Christmas Eve on the Morning Roast. Want to hear from all of our roasters out there. We've heard from some great callers already. We just talked to Brian Baldinger last segment. But like I said, it is Christmas Eve. And as Buddy the Elf once said, the best way to spread Christmas cheer is singing loud for all to hear. So if you have a Christmas carol that you want to sing for us, call in and sing it. There is no judgment here on the Morning Roast.
There is some judgment.
Might be some judgment from Jake there a little bit, but I won't judge you. I'll sing along with you. If you tell me the song, I'll sing along with you as best as I can. We had Johnny Modesto with a great 49ers carol to the tune of Jingle Bells there. That was one of the better songs we've ever had. So first things first, got to get some reads here so we can pay our bills. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And don't miss the kickoff show next Monday night. I believe that's the 30th. With Willard and Dibbs. That's Mark Willard and Dan Dibley, for those who are not familiar with our lingo here at 95.7 The Game. They will be live 2 hours before the start of Monday night's game between the 49ers and the Lions. Join us at the Hilton in Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area. Joe Spadoni might disagree. Presented by Habas Law. When you've been wronged, Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Again, 888-957-9570 is the number. We want to hear from all the callers out there. We want to hear from the roasters. What have we learned about the 49ers this season? Brock Purdy was asked that after the loss on Sunday. Here is what Brock had to say about that.
Man, it's sort of tough. We'll really see after the season just the theme of every game and all that kind of stuff, where we need to be better and stuff. But just off the top of my head, it's just been, not clean football across the board. I just feel like we're hurting ourselves offensively. And then when the defense gets a stop, we got to go and capitalize. Last year, we did that really well, last couple of years. And we played team football for 4 quarters, and I just felt like we were pretty dominant. So this year, it's just been hit or miss, and the momentum as a whole team and a unit has just been, okay. And that's a lot on me for, our offense. I got to get our guys going and be on top of things. And so definitely learning that, more than anything, it's like we have a really good team and we have good players and a lot of the core guys from obviously what we've done the last couple of years. And so that's what hurts, is you have those kind of guys and culture here. We just haven't been able to get it done in some games.
So a lot of sloppy, a lot of lack of execution, a lot of Brock taking ownership for everything. Jake, what do you make of Brock kind of pointing out all these issues that the Niners are having? But it's also the fact that he's taking ownership for it. Steven Rizzotti, he was telling us yesterday, he cuts a lot of these Niner games, and he's noticed a pattern with Brock, and that he loves saying, I have to take ownership for that. It starts with me, or some variation of it. And that's always great to hear from, in a sense. I remember when Jimmy Garoppolo was the quarterback, there was a lot of frustration from the fan base that he did not take accountability. Right now, there's a lot of frustration with this fan base that Kyle Shanahan does not necessarily take accountability or hold players accountable. Brock, it's almost like the other way around. It's almost like he's being too accountable for it. We just talked with Brian Baldinger here, and, I asked him about, sorry about that, the interceptions that Brock's thrown when he's getting hit. And it's a situation where there's not really much a quarterback could do in that situation, but you just got to take that lump there. So Brock Purdy's been such a hot topic all year because we expect that big payday to be coming there soon. But Jake, yeah, I'm rambling here. What's your reaction to Brock's lesson this year?
Yeah, I think the reality is, and he pointed to it a little bit, trying to figure out exactly one theme, because it is hard to point exactly one thing out. There are a number of things that have gone wrong on both sides of the ball. I was going to say just both. All sides of the ball. Special teams has been a nightmare too. So all three phases have been disastrous in one way or another at key times, and usually they're at their worst in key times. Maybe that's the theme for this team, is that
crumble in the clutch.
Crumble, yeah. When it matters most, just absolutely fail in spectacular fashion. When you have one penalty, why not tack another on? Why not tack on a key sack in a terrible situation? And I think Brock is he's taking ownership and also pointing to the fact that there is a lot to dissect. I think a lot of it's tactical, a lot of it's not so sexy to get into, is a lot of the protections and the way they handle blitzes, and do they have the right answers when teams throw press man at them? And that's stuff that they should be expecting, and they're not. I mean, I watched the tape of this last game, and in a key situation, they threw a play that was clearly designed to only beat zone coverage, and they got man, and there was nobody open, and Purdy's just scrambling for his life. And that, to me, is on Kyle Shanahan, and Brock can check out of some of those things, but that's on the coach for the play call. So there's a lot of blame to be levied in many places, and I would say if you are going to be the guy who's going to be the franchise quarterback, you would think this stuff just comes naturally. We saw with Jimmy, it doesn't. We saw with Deebo Samuel this year a lot of the time. Taking that ownership doesn't. It does help. It does help when you're going through a tough season and you have a guy that is a rock, that is steady, that can at least say, all right, I can and need to be better.
Yeah, and that's all very well said. And I think Brock, I think Brock's also probably learning a few other things this year. First up, when it comes to the taking accountability thing, yeah, I do respect it a lot. But when I was in college at the University of Miami, the Canes were coached by a guy named Al Golden, who is coaching in Who Cares right now. But one thing that Al Golden was saying, Al Golden was very mediocre, miserable time, his tenure at Miami. Granted, it did start under the shadow of one of the biggest, college football scandals ever, in the Nevin Shapiro scandal that brought Miami to the brink of the death penalty. If you ask some, Miami was 2 years under sanctions, lost 2 years of postseason eligibility. So he did arrive under some rough circumstances. But those are some mediocre teams, and he would say after all these losses, it starts with me. It begins with me. I take full accountability. You can only say that so many times before the message is lost, and you just sound like the Charlie Brown's adults. Want, and no one cares anymore that you're taking accountability, because after a while, accountability only goes so far. You have to start taking action to change things around. And I think one thing that Brock Purdy is learning this year is that this game is not as easy as the first calendar year of his career made it seem. From when he took over against the Miami Dolphins all the way to that, the fateful a year ago tomorrow, I call it the Christmas night massacre, the 4-pick game against the Baltimore Ravens. That first full calendar year of Brock Purdy, it was magical. It was perfect. There was, aside from that NFC title game, but Brock could do no wrong. The Ravens game, it was gross. He had a couple of okay games after that. He was okay against Washington, I believe, that next week. Then he sat that Rams game. The Packers game, it was rough in the first half, good in the second half. Lions game, same thing, rough in the first half. Leads that incredible comeback in the second half. And then if you were to make a list of all the things that went wrong for the 49ers in the Super Bowl, I think you're in the double digits before you even list Brock there. So, yeah. But Brock is learning that this is an incredibly hard and difficult league. And however easy it was for him at the beginning, it's a lot harder this year. There's adversity in this league. The NFL, it is the best laid plans of mice and men. It loves blowing these plans up. And Brock has learned this year that you got to be able to adjust when everything's falling apart around you. That is part of being a franchise quarterback. That is what separates elite quarterbacks from great quarterbacks from good quarterbacks. Now, I don't know if Brock will ever be in that elite tier of quarterbacks with Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson. No, he's not. I don't think that disqualifies him from being a Super Bowl contender quarterback, though. I think he showed last 2 years he could get you to that game. I firmly believe only because there's no way to really disprove it otherwise, that if Brock's elbow does not get shattered by Hassan Reddick in that NFC title game, I think the Niners win that game.
Yeah.
And so Brock has shown that he can get you there when things are clicking around him. So many things aren't clicking around him this year, though. But where I feel Brock is set well for next year is he is very high IQ, very smart player. His greatest strength is between his ears. And I think the lessons he's taken from this year, he could apply it to next year. And he knows now, I know what a ship in rough waters looks like at 24 years old. So he can use what he's learned this year, how this season's gone, to grow mentally as a player. And hopefully if things are rough next year, he's a little bit more mature and able to kind of handle it better next year, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I would say it'll be hard for the offensive line to get worse. I think there's no question that they have to address that. I think where you look at with Brock is, I go back to the tactical part of it, is man-to-man. And if you don't have receivers who can beat man-to-man, you need to scheme them open with pick plays and all that. And so they would have situations where Brock could not, there would either be a receiver not open, or if somebody was open, the offensive line would have a breakdown or not pick something up. If the offensive line did pick something up, there's nowhere to throw it. And on the rare occasions, both of those worked. Sometimes he would start off on the right side, and by the time he came to the left, the receiver he's looking for is not open. And so all of that, combined with, not having an offseason with Ayuk and Pearsall, and now you're moving Juwan Jennings to the X receiver spot, which is not his real spot. You've got Brock with a lot of things where he's not trusting the offensive line. He's not trusting the receivers to separate. Mm-hmm. So he's bailing on the pocket, probably earlier and more than he should. And so he's scrambling. A lot of the times, he really does have to scramble. Sometimes he's scrambling earlier than he should. So his superpower is being able to see something, trust a receiver is going to be where he's supposed to be, and throwing with high level anticipation into a window. That works really well against zone coverage. It's a little tougher against man coverage, especially when you don't know how a receiver is going to separate again. So you got this situation where Brock is just his superpower of being able to trust things and throw with anticipation. It's been limited by what teams have thrown against them. And part of that, a decent amount of it, is injuries. Part of it is on Shanahan. Part of it's on Brock. And a lot of it's on the offensive line and a lack of talent and a lack of speed, as Baldy talked about, at these wide receiver positions. And so there's just a lot of things going against them. I'm not absolving Brock of sin here, but I'm also saying there's a lot of things going against him. And
it's nuance.
Yeah, and so you'd like to see him overcome more of it, no question, before you go into an offseason where you're going to cut him a huge check, right? You would want to feel...
He's going to get that payday.
He's going to get paid. And so you'd want to feel better about it. But at the same time, he has learned a lot, you would hope, and you'd hope with an actual offseason with these guys, healthy. Ayuk, we'll see what that timeline is. Yeah, that's a rough knee injury, but they've got time. They've got an offseason to buy reinforcements on the offensive line and at least get back to being mediocre there, because being mediocre is something they can function with. Being where they are now is not an option.
One thing I thought that Baldy said was interesting, since we're talking about the offensive line, is he still believes in Trent Williams. And again, he's 37 years old. A part of me, I'm looking at Trent, and it's just like, I'm not sure how much I can rely on Trent. And Baldy's saying if you can get a full training camp and 14 starts from Trent next year, I'm buying into that. I would absolutely accept that. But we saw Trent sit out of camp this year. You say, veteran rest or whatever. He wanted to get a little bit more money. Trent better show up day one of training camp next year.
Oh, he will. He will. I don't blame Trent Williams one bit for handling that, because this was the offseason to do it.
Yeah.
Like, they're going to pay Purdy next offseason. They gave Christian McCaffrey his money, even though they had no obligation to do that. They guaranteed him the next 2 years, and then gave
hopefully
him
that doesn't blow up in their face.
It's luckily it's short enough, and it's not that much money where it doesn't matter too much, but they didn't have any obligation to do that. And so Trent's going, I have to get my money now. We're coming off of this season that we played great. I'm 36 now, about to be 37. So I actually don't blame him one bit for doing that, for guaranteeing his money when none of it was guaranteed. That said, you pay the consequences, and the 49ers did not pay him until it was kind of too late.
And it screwed up his whole season. I mean, he's huffing and puffing for air against the Jets. I thought he played pretty well against the Jets overall. But ever since then, it's just he's left so much to be desired there. And that's one of your rocks, because you mentioned with the play calling and Kyle Shanahan, when your offensive line is not trustworthy, it kneecaps what you're able to call offensively. It takes away large chunks of your playbook to where, no, now you can't do this play. You can't do that play. You can't get this guy involved now because he can't block for that play. And it just screws everything up. And it's almost a situation where Brock is kind of forced to play with one arm tied behind his back, metaphorically speaking, because when you don't have that full complement of plays that you can work with, when you don't have the full complement of weapons that you know how to win with, like that's where I really kind of look at the injuries and losing Brandon Ayuk. I know he got to a slow start this season. My guess is he was going to shake that rust off.
He was.
He was looking a lot better against the Patriots. I thought it was finally like, all right, he's ready to go. We had Herm Edwards on this show a couple times, and he was adamant. Give Brandon Ayuk a couple games, he'll be ready to go. And it was looking that way because he was their best stretch the field option. His depth of target last year was about 13, just under 14 yards per target. For context, this year, Juwan Jennings is among receivers. So I'm excluding George Kittle in this little exercise here. Juwan Jennings' average depth of target is about 10 yards.
Right.
So basically what's saying is like Juwan Jennings is probably your best deep threat right now. That's not a deep threat. Brandon Ayuk was your best ability to stretch the defense, gain separation there downfield. And Brock, I mean, he's trying to drive the ball. He's had issues at times. I think there's a shoulder injury that he's not saying anything about right now. But we just had Baldy on. He said, he was driving the ball well against Miami. The problem is he's just, when he's able to drive the ball, there's just no real good receiving options unless you got Debo after the catch where, Debo finally waking up in a game that doesn't matter. That kind of is unfortunate. But that's where I kind of, again, I'm not trying to absolve Brock from sin. Brock's had a lot of issues this year, a lot of learning experiences. I'm in no way souring on Brock for the future, but this has shown that, when things get messy, Brock has had to learn how to clean things up a little bit.
Yeah, and he missed some opportunities. I think you go back, there's like that third drive where they had I think he threw one, it was that near pick to Patrick Taylor Jr. If you rewatch that play, the 49ers have a great design where they put a safety in conflict, and they have basically Kittle with like a crosser over in the middle, and then they have Kyle Juszczyk run like a slug-o and go deep down the field. And so basically the safety has to either pick Kittle or Juice. And so you're going to have a big completion if you throw to either one of those guys. And Purdy, he took the check down to Patrick Taylor Jr. because if that was McCaffrey, sure, you take the little Texas route to your running back, but instead he takes it's nearly an interception, which is not on Purdy, but he didn't take the big shot, which is something that I think when he's feeling confident and he's seeing things right, he is taking. So there's blame to be had there, but I think it goes down to a deeper issue of the offense being just dysfunctional in a number of ways.
That is Jake Hutchinson. I am Sam Lubman. This is the Morning Roast. It is Christmas Eve, and we have callers that we have to talk to. We're going to go out to Sacramento. Nico out in Sac. I'm kind of curious, Nico. There's 2 games left in this season. What is this team even playing for?
Well, first off, let me just say shout out to you guys for being here on Christmas Eve, man. You got all the working people out here listening to you.
I appreciate you,
Shout out to anybody. I appreciate you guys, man. And shout out to anybody that made the fantasy football championship. I'm in both my leagues. I made the
rub it in, why don't you?
Same here, brother. Same here. Right
baby,
there with you.
That's what I'm here for. Shout out to my boy who I'm playing in both leagues. My boy Rye Guy, aka the Big Bosky. We made it, so we're about to split that money.
I'm rooting for you, Nico.
You feel me?
Oh, you're doing a split pot?
We're doing a split pot in both leagues.
Yeah, gotta go winner take all, man. This is for the big money here.
Nah, we trying to both eat for Christmas.
All right,
I respect it.
All right.
Yeah.
What do you got on the Niners, Nico?
Real talk though. I mean, I want to see them play with pride, man. I mean, they ain't got nothing else to play for, so they got to go out there and play with pride. End the season on a winning note. Don't take no for an answer. Go out there and ball out because that's the only thing you got left. I mean, it's hard for a team to go out there when you're not making playoffs and whatnot, but you got to go out there with pride for yourself. You know what I'm saying? And that's what Debo, I felt, did last week. He came out there with pride and he wanted to ball out. And the whole team needs to have that same intensity. Even on Brock Purdy, everyone, talking about all this money he's about to make and this and that. Who cares about checking pockets when you really need to check your own pocket and stay inside that thing and throw the ball? Be real, go out there with some pride and win. Who cares about a draft pick? You're not here for a draft pick. That's someone else trying to take your job. Mm-hmm. So why are you caring about a draft pick? So go out there and ball out and be prideful about it. I
Love
love
what you're
y'all.
saying, Nico.
Stay
Hey,
up. I'm
Nico,
not a
really
real
quick.
roaster, but you know what I'm saying? Nico in Sacramento out here, baby.
Hey, Nico, what Christmas movie you watching tonight?
Christmas movie. I mess with Elf. Elf is solid.
Oh, I love Elf.
But really, I like them scary ones like Jack Frost or Black Christmas, man. Throw that thing on for me.
Awesome. All right, that is Nico and Sack. Thank you for calling in, Nico. We're going to pick this conversation up on the other side. What have we learned about the 49ers this year? One thing we learned is that when you take away Brock's weapons, he loses his superpowers. That's something I think you'd say about a lot of quarterbacks. Don and Concord, you're one of my favorites. I want to get to you, but we're going to get to you on the other side. Oh, man, hopefully Cal football can have a better year next year. Let's keep him on hold, Stephen. We'll get him on the other side. And that is all brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. More your calls, more your Niner takes, all of that on the other side. By Habas Law. When you've been wronged, Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. We let this ride a little bit, Steven. Sam Lubman, Jake Hutchinson here on the Morning Roast on Christmas Eve, and I don't want a lot for Christmas, Jake. I just want to be here with you guys. That's all I need. Don't want a lot for Christmas. I don't know all the words to this song. Not gonna keep doing it like this. Let's go to Don and Conquer. That's what I want for Christmas.
Nice.
Don, happy holidays to you, buddy. How you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing good, man. I'm out here in Concord hanging out. It's a nice drizzly day. I want to shout out to the 49ers and the Raiders and my Oakland A's, Sacramento A's, especially you, Sam. You've done a great job, and you do a good thing there for the Morning Roast.
Thank you, Don.
And you know what? Rocking around the Christmas tree. Going to have a happy holiday.
Love it, Don.
2025.
Hey, Don, are we going to get a better season out of the Bears next year? Oh, he dropped off. Don Conquered, big Cal Bear fan, which that's not an easy cross to bear. I grew up a Cal fan. It really sucks.
Calgoritham, baby.
Love the Calgoritham.
It was beautiful for one shining moment this season.
Hey, man, my Canes took care of it, business against Cal, though, so I'm happy about that. But that was a hot night, too. Absolutely miserable until that fourth quarter. But, yeah, man, Cal football is just, they're in a rough situation, as always. They're just fighting for survival there, and a spirited effort against UNLV in the Art of Sport LA Bowl hosted by Gronk. That is a real title for a bowl game.
Those are the dying words of capitalism. Those are the last things you hear before you sink into the void. And
that is college football in a nutshell. That's how much capitalism can we shove down people's throats?
That's something you tell on your deathbed. You're like, I remember the Art of LA Bowl sponsored by Gronk. And they're like, okay, Grandpa. Okay, Grandpa. And then they pull the plug on you.
Exactly.
And that's where we're at.
Oh, God. We were just talking about the college football playoff during this last break, and I got into a big argument with Bonte and Shasky yesterday about this. I thought it was a complete waste of time, those 4 games over the weekend. What that weekend told me is we should have just done 8 teams in the playoff. But I know we need that sweet, sweet college football TV money, and none of us are happy unless a few TV execs can line their pockets with some more of our money.
More, right?
You know, it's all... All hail the mighty. We are not the United States of America, Jake. We are the United States of the dollar.
That's right.
I pledge allegiance to the dollar of the United States of the dollar, and to the dollar for which it stands, one nation under a dollar, with liberty and dollars for just a few select people.
That's right.
That is the American dream. Oh, man, it is rough. We're going to get into some Niner talk in a second. Jake, you're down at 49ers practice a lot, and I'm very curious as to what these practices are like. I've only gone to a couple of training camp practices.
Well, those are the ones to go to.
Yeah, those are probably the more fun ones, but I'm kind of curious how things look throughout the season because it's a whole season. It's not just training camp. So I am curious how things are a little bit different. So I want to get your thoughts on that in just a second. We're talking about what we've learned about the 49ers this season. Whether it's good or bad, what are your lessons? 888-957-9570 against Sam Lubman, Jake Hutchinson here on the Morning Roast on this Christmas Eve. We want to hear from you about the Niners. It is Christmas, though, so if you want to call in, sing your favorite Christmas carol, I don't care how good or bad it is. I want to hear it. I want to hear singing here on the roast. We've had a couple people sing already. Heck, I've been singing. I'll join and sing with you if that makes it a little bit easier for you to call in and sing here. We just had a caller on who wanted to sing, but then he dropped off. So call back in. I want to hear your sweet musical lyrics here. But Jake, you're down at 49ers practice, and there's something you want to bring up about fun names or something like that. What's going on?
All right,
there?
So folks, here is the situation. The 49ers have lost Trent Williams, their left tackle. He's out for the year. Their backup left tackle, Jalen Moore, is out for the year. Their starting left guard, Aaron Banks, is out for the year. Their second-string guard, Ben Barch, is out for the year. Their backup at both left guard and left tackle, Spencer Burford, may be out this week. They don't know. They're waiting on MRIs.
Everyone remember this. There's going to be a test on this later.
So we get into a situation where the 49ers are down to their fourth string left guard and possibly a fourth string left tackle. Now, I know. You're saying, all right, where are you going with this? What's the point? The point is that the 49ers have an incredibly funny opportunity, incredibly rare opportunity to go through the practice squads of the NFL and say, all right, who's got a random offensive tackle that we can put in? And they have some guys on their team that they might promote. But as I was doing that, I looked through some of these practice squads. I looked at some of these names. And let me tell you, folks, there are some incredible names out there. Number one, right off the bat, and I promised this to some people. I said, I'm hosting today. I will mention the practice squad. Number one name on an NFL practice squad, Coy Cronk. That is spelled Coycronk.
Kronk?
Coy Cronk.
Like Kronk from Emperor's New Groove?
That's exactly.
Oh, yeah. It's all coming together.
That's exactly right.
Hope he gets the right lever.
Incredible. Terrible athlete. Bottom 10 percentile athlete at the offensive tackle position. I don't care. His name's Coy Cronk. Sign him today. A few other people.
He's got great muffins, though.
That's right. Theo Benedette.
Who saw an Emperor's New Groove reference coming on the morning roast?
I did. I knew it. I knew it was coming. I was thinking about it this morning as I left in the darkness and the cold, rainy darkness.
See, this is why we're in sync, Jake. See, I love making obscure references like that on this show every now and then because while a lot of people don't get them, there's like 7 people out there who do, and like those are my people.
That's right.
That's right. That's how I find my people.
And my people are the ones who want to hear about the practice squad. I'm going to give you a few more names.
No, I love this.
And then we'll close this loop.
I'm one of your people.
Number 2, Theo Benedette from the Chicago Bears. You may remember him from Hard Knocks, I believe. He stripped down to his boxers and sang for like a rookie performance. He's an athlete.
As people are known to do.
90th percentile athlete. Last one I'll mention. Actually, 2. We got 2 more. One, Gottlieb Ayedze.
Those are 2 last names. Forget 2 first names. Those are 2 last names.
That's right. Incredible name. Out of Maryland. He's on the Raiders practice squad. Also, pretty decent athlete.
What was that last name again?
Ayedze.
How many times did you have to practice saying?
I didn't practice it. I'm just going off the cuff, and I may be butchering it. And if I am.
Well, hey, there's no show that does mispronunciations better than the Morning Roast. We have an entire category in our Doobie Awards dedicated to it. Shout out Big Smooth, 2024 winner of the mispronunciation of the year. Andre Iguodala was his winning one.
I respect that. It's like Andre Agassi and Iguodala had a terrible love child. Anyway, moving on to the last name. Last name and more of a realistic option, Kellen Diesch. Out of that one, I may be mispronounced.
Kellen Diesch. There's a fun one.
Diesch. Out of Arizona State on the Titans practice squad. You know, we got a former front office man running the Titans over there. And so, you know, he's a 97th percentile athlete at the offensive tackle position. I say, if you're not going to get Coy Cronk, who is objectively a terrible athlete at the offensive tackle position, if you don't cronk it up, go get Kellen Diesch and just say, we don't know.
Get Diesch guy.
We don't know who you are or what you are, but go pick him up. Go let him ride into the sunset. None of this matters. What
position does he play?
They all play tackle.
Oh, they all play offensive tackle.
These are all offensive tackles.
Oh, wow, nice.
So go get him. Go get him. Let him ride. And I just think the 49ers need to embrace the ridiculousness of the situation they're in and say, all right, we're going to go with a fake punt. We're going to go pick up a guy named Coy Cronk. This is a meaningless situation.
Don't be coy about this.
Damn right. Let's be funny. Let's be weird. Let's lean into the void, stare into the abyss, and say, let's go for it.
No, I like that way of thinking because, this season has gone off the rails. It is a season of hell for the 49ers. And actually, really quick, if we're going to talk funny names and mispronunciations, there's 2 cuts I got to play. You got to hear that. We talk about mispronunciations on the Morning Roast. Big Smooth, he had it this year. It was basically a tie last year between Bonte and Shasky. Jake, these are all time. You got to hear this one. So this is how Bonte earned his mispronunciation of the year.
Give him that last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got with the Orioles last year. Audi Rutschmann, who we're going to see in the home run derby.
That's Bonte talking about his guy Adley Rutschman of the Baltimore Orioles. This is after Bonte was saying how much of an Orioles fan he is, and then he drops Audi Rutschman.
Sounds like a Dutch, skier, Adley Rutschman.
A very rich Dutch skier. He's got a very nice house. I'll be honest, I call him Audi Rutschman now. It's just kind of, it's one of those ones where it's just like, I don't know. One of my favorite movies is Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, and they call Sigmund Freud Sigmund Freud. And because I love that movie so much, I call him Sigmund Freud. Nice. It's one of those situations. But then there's this one here from Shasky that's all time.
If you think about it, Ayuk and Debo, Juwan Jennings on 3rd down, George Kittle, you got Juice, you got CMC.
I'm going to need to hear that one more time.
If you think about it, Ayuk and Debo. Juwan Jennings on third down. George Kittle. You got Ute Juice. You got CMC.
We're trying to figure out where that one was going, right?
Ute Juice.
He's talking about Kyle Juszczyk, but he botched the words. Anyway, if we're talking about names and mispronunciations, I can't let that happen without playing those there. They're hopefully not listening because they're probably punching air right now if they are listening. So Shasky especially, he always cringes when he hears that one. But anyway, enough funny names. Let's talk about this current 49ers season because I do agree with you, Jake. There are some times you just have to lean into the ridiculousness of it. It has been a miserable season from hell. And in those situations, really all you can do is just find ways to laugh. And I think that's what you're trying to, try and find some semblance of joy throughout the rest of the season. I kind of agree. I'm spaced on which caller was. He called in. He basically just said, like, I want to see this team play for pride.
Play with pride.
I think it was Nico and Sack. That's who it was. Play for pride. And that's what I kind of want to see too. I don't like the idea of just rolling over for a draft pick. That said, though, it might not matter. I think the Lions are going to be coming in to Levi's on Monday night.
They're going to get throttled.
They are going to be thirsty for blood. They are playing for revenge. And the Lions, I mean, they're the injuries that they've sustained on the defensive side of the ball, not as noticeable as the kind of injuries that the Niners have sustained on both sides. But Aiden Hutchinson, that's a big one. But they've lost a lot of guys that were, it's like, hardcore Lions fans know them. Fans outside Detroit probably don't know a lot of the names.
I mean, if you don't know these names, like Alim McNeil, like they lost almost every starter on their defense. It's been ridiculous.
But luckily their entire offense is healthy. I mean, they did just lose David Montgomery, but they still have Jahmyr Gibbs. They still have Sam Laporta. They still have Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jameson Williams. That's a dynamic offense there. Jared Goff absolutely knows how to run that system. They still have one of the best offensive lines in the NFL. The Lions are a team that they are good enough to, while these injuries on defense are piling up, they're good enough on the offensive side of the ball that you haven't seen it totally affect them yet, the way that injuries have crippled the Niners. So I expect the Lions coming in. They're going to be playing for blood. They think they should have won last year. The Lions this year are basically what the Niners were last year. A team that knew that they were better than the results of their season, which was ending in the NFC title game. And they're in Operation 1 seed. They're in Operation Bourbon Street. The Lions are absolutely going all in for that 1 seed. They want to make sure that they have to make the entire NFC go through Ford Field if they want to go to the Super Bowl. And right now, I mean, they're battling with the Vikings. But the Lions, man, they are having the revenge season that the Niners had last year.
Yeah, I think so. If we want to talk about what we want to see from the Niners going forward, I have a Christmas wish list for them.
Okay, yeah, what do you got?
Yeah, so number one, by the way, they're playing the Lions. The Lions throw man coverage more than any other team in the league. It's the 49ers kryptonite. They run cover one man 40% of the time. No one is even close to that. So they're running total man coverage about half the time.
Which is bad news if you're the Niners.
It's a nightmare for Deebo Samuel especially, which leads to two things. One, throw the ball to Ricky Pearsall.
Yes.
I need to see at least...
Very much on board with that.
I need to see at least 5 targets from Ricky Pearsall in each of these last 2 games. And if Pearsall doesn't win against man, or if he drops them, or if he's not in the right spot, that's on him. I'm just saying.
Well, how else are we supposed to know what kind of play? We just had Baldy on. I'm not going to play the sound here, but basically Ricky Pearsall, he's got taken an incomplete right now on his grade because, again, got shot. It's not his fault. But it absolutely has sapped his season.
No question.
And I think these next 2 games is absolutely a chance to see what has Ricky Pearsall got. I don't care if he lines up on the line, off the line. I don't care if he lines up on the wrong side of the line of scrimmage. Throw the ball to him on the next play. Make him feel empowered. Make him feel like he has a future with this team. Now, if you do that and he drops the ball or he can't get off man coverage and he just, for lack of a better word, stinks, then you move forward from there.
Yeah.
But let's get there first.
He doesn't, though, by the way. Again.
No, I'm saying if.
Correct. But if he gets targeted 5 times and he does not make the most of them, I'll be the first to criticize him. Like, I have no agenda here. I was high on Pearsall coming out of the draft. If he's bad, I will tell you he's bad. I just think I see him multiple times where he's open, he has a chance, he's just not a primary read in this offense. And you know what Juwan Jennings is. You don't really know what Pearsall is yet, and how about you take these last 2 games and find out? Number 2, I would like to see, again, the protections thing. I know this is really in the weeds, and we talked to Baldy about it, about whether Brock should be able...
in the weeds where we live.
whether he should be allowed to adjust the protections. And Brock technically is allowed to. And what that means is if you see something, you can tell the offensive line, hey, if you're going to, have a 5-0 and you take the most, dangerous rushers, I don't know, we're going to slide. There's just a lot of different protections. I'm not going to get into it, but it's hard for the quarterback in this offense because there's so much motion. You can can to multiple plays. There's just a lot Brock has to worry about. He has to diagnose coverages. So there's a lot on his plate, and I'm not saying he should have to do that every play. It's a ridiculous thing to ask him to do every play. But I do think in key third downs, especially when it's something you're trying to get to and it's third and beyond 5, I do think they should say, all right, hey, Brock, for these last 2 games, let's say, when you see an opportunity, you can maybe check, or not check, you can adjust the protection to say, all right, we're going to leave Kittle in here, or we're going to leave a back in, we're going to switch the protection this way just to see. And maybe it doesn't work, maybe it's not worth doing, but it is worth experimenting with, in my opinion. And then the last thing I want to see, and it's probably not going to happen now because their entire left side of the offensive line is a mess, but I wanted to see them play Drake Nugent. He's the center out of Michigan who had a pretty good preseason. He's not a great anchorer, but it's also like they need a future at the center position. Jake Brendel isn't it, and they don't know what Drake Nugent is. Why don't you take the last 2 games and find out? Now, they'll probably say that they don't want Brock Purdy to get demolished in these last 2 games, which is fair, but I would say let's go find out what Drake Nugent is.
Yeah, I think that's what these next 2 games should really all be about, is everything you can do to set yourself up for next year. So I agree with a lot of your list. I definitely want to see more Ricky Pearsall. Like, let's keep feeding Ricky the ball, get him empowered there. Another thing I want to see is I want to see more consistent targets from George Kittle. I think every drive should have at least one George Kittle target, especially when it's a drive where you're basically driving for your season, that was the case against the LA Rams. You were driving for your season. I'm not talking about the last drive where he threw the interception. I think it was the drive right before that. But there was not a single target to George Kittle on. So this is the one. Yeah, so it was that last drive. The last drive for the season. It ends with the interception of Juwan Jennings. You got a Garendo run that went nowhere. Brock tried to get a throw to Ricky. Brock connected with Ricky on a post over the middle. Had a Garendo again. Oh, so he did get a Kittle on that drive. Never mind. But I need to see more George Kittle on these drives. That's basically what it comes down to. It's just when the game's online, I need to see Kittle. I just need to see more Kittle in general because that is the driver of your offense there. Every time the ball goes to Kittle, he has basically kind of been playing the role this year that Brandon Ayuk was last year, which is the spark plug.
And they did that in the last game. He got targeted 9 times, but it's been like too little too late.
Yes.
Where
it's never in the moments where you need it the most.
And we talked about Baldy too. He was like the tight end screens. Like, where have those been all year? And that's something that you can run against a lot of looks, and it's an easy way to get Kittle involved, especially when teams are already crushing your offensive line, and you can sort of leverage that into letting teams go by you and running those screens. And that's a way to build confidence in that offensive line. Let those guys get out and run and gallop, and that's where their strength is, ideally, is being mobile offensive linemen who are in space and are targeting linebackers and defensive backs and getting out and moving people. And they just haven't done it until these, against Chicago in this last game. So I'm with you. I think Kittle needs to be involved, and he's going to hit 1,000 yards if he gets. I think he's down. I think he's at 969. So he's like 31 yards away from his 4th 1,000-yard season.
They're going to get him that. I would not be shocked, Jake, honestly, as we look at these last 2 games, if this is essentially the Niners' last game of the year. I think you're going to see Brock, Kittle, Debo, all those guys ball out, try and get their incentives or whatever, and whatever happens. And I would love to see the Niners just kind of go all out in this game against Detroit, see if you can stun the world on Monday Night Football and ruin Detroit's plans for that 1 seed, because the way Minnesota's playing right now, they look like they're not going to lose. I mean, the Lions and Vikings, I believe, do play each other in the last game of the year. They're both 13-2 right now, sitting atop that NFC North. The Vikings got the Packers, and then they go to Detroit. So that'll be a fun game to end the season there. But you could make this season a lot more frustrating for Detroit if you can go all out and shock the world on Monday night. And that's the kind of win that can energize a team and set you up for a good season next year. So that's what I would like to see. Just play with a little bit of pride on Monday night. If you end up losing to the Lions, you know what? You're expected to do that. We're not going to lose any sleep over it. But then you're probably just going to be sitting everybody against Arizona. There's going to be some guys where it's like, Debo needs to do this to get this, or he needs, this guy needs to do this to get that. Try and get guys their incentives there. But I'm looking at Arizona's basically, let's see what Brandon Allen can do. That's what I expect there.
I would say they should get even weirder. Put Josh Dobbs out there, man.
Yeah, I don't know why he wasn't the number 2 off the bat, because I liked him a lot more in training camp.
I can answer that for you.
Yeah.
He couldn't get guys even lined up correctly in training camp.
That's
like Brandon Allen knows the offense and can actually execute it. Josh Dobbs is the sort of, I made the comparison before, but like the Family Guy with that episode where I don't know why I did this for Family Guy.
That's what I think when I think Family Guy.
Right.
Too.
So there's an episode where Peter is getting sold a timeshare, and they're like, all right, you can take a boat or
the mystery box.
Or you can take the mystery box. And Josh Dobbs is the mystery box. He could be anything, even a boat. So that's what Josh Dobbs is, but they just don't trust him because he couldn't run the offense in training camp, and I don't blame them. But I would love to see them.
Yeah, no, that'll do it, especially with how Kyle Shanahan is with this system. Yeah,
right.
that's
remember in the NFC Championship where they just like let Brock hand it off? It's like, let Christian, this game's over. Like, have fun. Like, let Christian McCaffrey throw the ball. Let Kyle Juszczyk throw the ball. You don't have a quarterback. Like, I don't know, pull out the wing tee. Be adaptable. That's one thing.
And that would at least be fun to watch, because let's be honest, these last 2 games, the Thursday night against the Rams and this past Sunday against the Dolphins in Hard Rock Stadium, like, they were just not fun games to watch. Like, they were not aesthetically pleasing to watch. Entertainment wise, it was like well, I joke with this job, Jake. There's work, and then there's quote work.
Right.
Like, when I go to Giants games, that's quote work. Because like, I'm having too much fun there to really consider it work.
You're having fun at the Giants games?
I'm weird that way, yes. I'm wearing my Giants World Series champion ugly sweater right now. That's how.
Props to you. You're one of the few people that still.
Yeah. Me, Steven Risotto, he's there. We have fun at those games. So, I mean, I also, get to go on the field and behind the scenes and all that stuff.
No.
That's kid in a candy store for me. But a lot of times watching these Niner games last year, it was quote work. These last 2 Niner games, it's been no quotes. This has been work. What I
wanted to ask Kyle Shanahan, and it's probably, and I might honestly, I'll probably ask him later this week when I go down there, is like, how, like, do you think about experimenting, doing something for fun? And maybe that's just a Week 18 thing, and with the lack of offensive line, I get it. You don't want to experiment too much because you're down to your 4th string left guard and left tackle, and you're trying not to get Brock Purdy demolished.
That's what Brandon Allen's for.
Right. So in Week 18, I want to see Josh Dobbs out there run the wing tee. I want to see running backs in 3-point stances. Put your hands in the ground like the 1985 San Francisco 49ers, where you got a split backfield, you got 3-point stances, and you're just running plays that look hilarious. That's all I want to see. I want to see something that's entertaining. It's an entertainment product. And at the end of the day, the 49ers are failing to entertain. Do something weird. I don't care if it's bad. Bad can be good if it's entertaining,
There you go.
That's right, Kyle.
That is Jake Hutchinson. I am Sam Lubman. This is the Morning Roast here on Christmas Eve. 888-957-9570. We're talking about what we've learned about the Niners this year. We're talking about what our wish list is for the Niners for the rest of the season here. We want to hear from you guys, the listeners, the roasters. Call in. It's Christmas Eve. Best way to spread Christmas cheer, singing loud for all to hear. I probably said that a couple times already today. But yeah, call in and sing your favorite Christmas carols. I'll sing it with you even if it makes it a little bit easier from you. We've had a few people call in already. Johnny in Modesto had one of the best 49ers themed Christmas carols you'll ever hear to the tune of Jingle Bells. If you missed it, go check it out on the Odyssey app. There's 95 cent games on there, along with thousands of other stations, millions of podcasts, and they're all free, all on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music news, some great podcasts like the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast that I do with Joe Shasky. We're going to be getting some more episodes out of there as soon as the Giants sign Corbin Burns. Hopefully that still happens. For all your favorite teams like the Niners and Warriors, your favorite shows like Steiny and Guru or the Morning Roast. By the way, no Steiny and Guru today. You're going to be getting Evan Giddings and Kyle Madsen. Giddings and Madsen. That's a big yay. Or catch amazing interviews like when Steve Kerr joins the station every week. So be locked in on that, or use the rewind feature. Go back to, I believe it was 7:20 this morning and hear Johnny and Modesto with one of the best 49ers carols you will ever hear. George Kittle was asked after the game on Sunday what his lessons from the seasons were. This is what he had to say about that.
Football is really difficult. When the ball doesn't bounce your way, when you have turnovers and you're not forcing turnovers, you have to play at a very elite level, if that's what's going to happen during the game. And we have not been playing at that elite level. And we have to continue to strive to get better every single week. And while we are eliminated, we still have 2 weeks of football left. And, if I have football in front of me, I'm going to play as hard as I possibly can. And I'm going to try to get the guys around me to do that same thing.
And that's kind of the tone that we want to see set. I mean, it's basically echoing what you and I were just saying, Jake, because we want to see these guys play hard, play physical. It just give us a reason for hope next year.
Yeah, I asked Kyle on the conference call on Monday. It was like, how do you motivate guys in this situation going forward? And he essentially said, well, it's like your job as an NFL player to be motivated and have pride in it. I'm like, well, it's not really an innovative answer, and I get it. Like, you need to know that. But, like, you're in a situation where there's nothing to play for except you're trying to play for a contract and your own personal pride and whatever. To me, I would go in and have a pretty open discussion with position coaches, open the door and say, hey, what's one thing that's been bugging you? What's one thing you think we should try? Open it all up and say, hey, guys, we got nothing to play for in these last 2 games. Do you want to try something? Has there been a look you think we should exploit? Is there a motion you think you've seen from other teams? There's been this weird spinner pirouette run that the Packers have run and other teams have ripped off. Do you think we should be copying that? Like, open the door, get guys involved, and have some sort of interesting wrinkle to at least get them excited for that, at least get them involved in the dialogue. And maybe they're doing that behind closed doors, but it sure feels and sounds like they're just trying to prepare as if it's a same normal game.
Business as usual.
To me, it's not business as usual. Go get weird. I think that does actually matter, and that does help motivate guys for the last 2 random games when you are trying to find out who should be here, who shouldn't, and maybe test some things out that you've been thinking about.
One thing I've noticed, because I get all the transcripts from these Niners pressers, and so I like to read through them. And the last few weeks, I've been noticing the same question popping up, and it's the question you basically asked yesterday, Jake. And I'm glad that you brought up that you're the one who asked that question, because it seems like every week for the last few weeks, the question is, are guys motivated? What's the attitude like? Are guys still excited to show up for work? And this is a team that we know has a very strong culture. This is a team that, for however frustrated this fan base gets with Kyle Shanahan, we know the guys down at Levi Stadium will go all out for Kyle. They have bought into Kyle's philosophy. They bought into Kyle's system. They fall in line behind Kyle Shanahan. But the fact that so many of these reporters, it seems like it's different reporters every week. I've heard Jennifer Lee Chan ask it. I've heard Mike Silver bring it up. I think I've heard Cam Inman ask the question. You've asked the question. It's coming from a lot of different sources. Why is it that keeps coming up? Why does the notion of motivation keep coming up for a team that we know is very strong culturally, a team that we know is very professional and has had a lot of success? I feel like if motivation is a question this consistently, that makes me think that there's something that we're not seeing on the surface that I think that the media is trying to poke and prod at and get something out of there. Am I seeing something there? Am I reading something too much into it? It's just, the fact that this question keeps getting brought up, though, is interesting to me.
So I think that's a natural thing that happens when the season goes sideways and goes out of reach. I personally only asked this last week because it's out of reach. I think there's some people that like to ask earlier, and that's your prerogative, because you want to test the waters and see where they're at. I do think where I come from on this and why it's important for the 49ers to, it doesn't matter if they win or lose. I mean, it would help them in the draft. They're probably going to get the 11th pick if they lose out. Where it really matters is you have a lot of young guys on this team who've not been around it, who've not seen it. You relied on a lot of rookies this year who haven't been in the playoffs. Next year, you might have 10 draft picks. They have a bunch of compensatory picks coming their way, and they're going to need to hit on most of those draft picks to build this thing forward. So what you need to do is be able to say, all right, we are a team that plays with pride, that has a belief in ourselves to say, all right, this is meaningless objectively, but we're actually going to play. So how do you motivate guys to do that, even if there is nothing to play for? I think you lean on Fred Warner, you lean on George Kittle. Those sort of guys who are going to play relentless regardless of what happens. But I think you need to sort of have proof and keep a standard and not just like flame out in the final 2 games and say, all right, it's okay, it's whatever, the season's lost, because that sets a standard that was one of the hardest things the 49ers had to overcome, besides personnel in their first 2 and 3 years, is say, all right, this is what we're trying to get to. We haven't achieved that. And now that there's a lot of new guys, they have not seen the playoffs. They haven't seen that level of standard. And so you kind of have to prove it to them. That's where I think it goes the last couple weeks of the year, and why it's important to, why you ask about motivation, why it's important to play, somewhat decent, somewhat prideful football.
Yeah, it's just, for me, it was just interesting the fact that it was coming up in the middle of the year, and it's just, but yeah, I don't know if you've seen any of that kind of locker room discontent while you're down there. I haven't heard a whole lot of it. I mean, there's been, a few negative stories here and there. Obviously, the Devontae Campbell debacle that you kind of took note of, that was obviously a dark mark there. Nick Bosa's had some of his, distractionary moments as well. I don't want to get too deep in that. In fact, that's probably the conversation right there. But overall, it doesn't feel like there's like any sort of like serious negativity going on behind.
No. I haven't felt that at all. I felt a lot of frustration.
Which is understandable.
I have felt the sense of Fred Warner seeing Dre Greenlaw out there, and you see how much better they can actually defend the run with Dre Greenlaw out there. I see more of that. I see frustration with the lack of, one, not having the right personnel, not having guys that can get the job done, and knowing, all right, we're not a team, especially on defense, that's going to get that creative schematically. We're going to play it pretty straight up, and if we don't have the guys, we're not going to get it done. And going into a game knowing that is kind of tough. It kind of wears on you. And Fred Warner also knowing he's not the player he was at the start of the season, where until that Patriots game, he was the best defensive player in the league, and he's been okay, good, somewhere in the middle.
Ankle will do that to you.
I mean, he had a really bad play where Jonnu Smith got like 22 yards, and Fred Warner just
got burned.
Couldn't get there. He got burned. And that doesn't happen if Fred Warner, I think, is at full health. So I think there's frustration more in injuries, in lack of performance internally, and also knowing you just don't have the right dudes. You don't have the ability to accomplish it. And even if you do have the dudes, you're not getting the job done. And that sort of stuff, where it's penalties, where it's lapses, lack of communication, lack of function, that sort of stuff, where you just probably bring it up in the film room and it gets called out every single week. That's the stuff that I think is just, it wears on you as a team, especially as you just feel the season slip away, and it's the same talking point week and week and week after week.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM HD1 in San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. We are now legally a radio station again. Got a few minutes left here in this segment. What have we learned about Kyle Shanahan this year?
I would say we learned that Kyle, I don't know if we learned that much, but Kyle is pretty rigid. Kyle, I think, when you look at, it's a bad year for the Shanahan side of the tree, the Shanahan-McVay split, where you got LaFleur and you got Kevin O'Connell and you got McVay on one side, and they're all looking pretty good, and then you got Shanahan and McDaniel and Bobby Slowick on the other side. It feels like a battle of idealism versus pragmatism, and you've got those teams, the ones I mentioned with McVay and LaFleur and O'Connell, they're running a lot of 11 personnel, and the other side's still sticking with a lot of 21 personnel. And there's not a lot of flexibility. There's not a lot of saying, all right, Juwan Jennings isn't an X receiver. Maybe let's try Ricky Pearsall there, even though he's a rookie. Like, that's not working. They're saying, nope, we're going to stick with it. They're also saying, all right, well, we're going to just assume we get zone coverage, even though teams are throwing man at us more than ever. We're going to be rigid there. I think the rigidity is not something we've learned about Kyle, but it's something that has been shown more this season than ever before. It's been a bad year for him, and that's not to say that he hasn't called good games or that he hasn't had good game plans, but there has been a rigidity and an inflexibility and a lack of creativity and sort of a reliance that Christian McCaffrey was going to solve the whole thing that I think is pretty frustrating and something to criticize Kyle for.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, there is a level of adaptation that Kyle needs to do. And we've talked about it. He needs to reinvent himself. What that looks like, I'm not quite sure. That probably depends on the personnel he's going to have next year. I feel like with Kyle Shanahan this year, I think what really frustrates fans is just like, It's almost, I call it the Kyle Shanahan paradox, in that I don't think there is a coach out there who gets as much heat, as much criticism, as much second guessing, as much frustration, and just flat out hate from their fan base, while at the same time having a seat as cold as Kyle Shanahan. Like, Kyle Shanahan has so many traits of a coach that, for all intents and purposes, should be getting fired. I mean, he's failed at 3 quarterback decisions already. He's gotten lucky with Brock Purdy and how that's worked out. And even now there's questions on that. But despite all that, I mean, obviously fans, there's frustration there. They want him gone. But I don't get a sense, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Jake, I don't get a sense that there's any desire to move off of Kyle Shanahan at all in this front office, despite the fact that there are just so many issues with what's gone on in his time here. And that's where I get the paradox from. This is a coach that, by all intents and purposes, looks like a fireable coach, but at the same time, the idea of firing him outside of fan circles is just a non-starter.
What people don't understand, what people don't understand is that Jed York is not firing Kyle Shanahan. He's not even considering firing Kyle Shanahan this offseason.
And I don't think he should, which is, again, another, as much as frustrated, like, I get frustrated with Shanahan, I'm skeptical of Shanahan, but even I can sit here and admit that I don't think Shanahan is warranted a firing.
The reality of Kyle Shanahan as a coach is that he has built this thing from the ground up. They had the worst roster in the NFL when he took over. He's built up an incredible roster. They've made some questionable decisions, and they showed a lack of flexibility this year when they did have injuries. So Kyle deserves some criticism for that. He deserves some criticism for the way the team has been prepared with the amount of offensive line failures, whether that's just blocking. They just flat out haven't executed. But the idea that Kyle Shanahan would get fired this offseason or go to Chicago is insane. Those it's not even reports. The fact that people were getting asked about it, no one's reporting that because it's not real. He's not going to Chicago.
There's an idea kicked around by Mike Florio.
Yes, which is sure. Kick around whatever ideas you want. That's not happening. Jed York understands, after moving on from Jim Harbaugh and seeing the reality of his own failure, his massive mistake of getting rid of Harbaugh and what that entailed, and moving to Jim Kelly or Chip Kelly and Jim Tomsula, and just that nightmare, wading through that. He is not moving on from Kyle Shanahan this year, and I'd be shocked if he moved on from him next year unless they had an absolutely dreadful season. I think it would take this year, another bad year next year. It would take a really bad year next year. I think they would consider it after next year if they had a really bad year. I still think
that's when the seat starts heating up.
I still think it would take this year, next year, and then year 3 is going sideways. Then you pull the plug just because of all the goodwill he's built up. And they also, you got to remember, owners and their coaches, if they have a good relationship, if they have a proven track record, it's kind of hard to move on from that. Like, Jed York likes Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan has a good relationship with Jed York. At the end of the day, that's what decides whether Kyle keeps his job or not.
That's what doomed it with Jim Harbaugh. Yeah.
And so as long as that is intact, as long as there is a vision and Jed York is kept appraised and he believes in what they're building, which, to be honest, they have to retool, and the Rams had to go through that too. If he believes in that vision, he's going to keep Kyle around. And to be honest, I don't see any reason why you would fire him this offseason.
No.
I mean, there's plenty of criticism. He is a flawed coach in a number of ways, but he's also a very good coach in a number of ways and has built a system and a culture that most of the guys who've been around really believe in.
I mean, this is a guy who took an expansion team basically and had him in the Super Bowl a couple years later. And then I think there's only 14 guys, I think, on this team now that were on that 2019 Super Bowl team and Super Bowl 54. So he basically rebuilt that Super Bowl team around his core guys. And he's still got a lot of those core guys left. A lot of those core guys are going to be back next year. Kyle Shanahan has shown not once but twice that he can build up a team that can get you to the Super Bowl. What happens in the Super Bowl there, I don't know. But the question, people love to say Kyle Shanahan can't win the big game. I wonder, does Kyle Shanahan have a big game problem, or does he simply have a GOAT problem? Think of the quarterbacks that have beaten him in the Super Bowl. Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes. That's 2/3 of your GOAT trident right
And
there.
the one year they would have been able to face Joe Burrow, the Rams get him.
And I honestly believe that if Jaquaski Tartt comes up with that pick, the Niners are Super Bowl champions, because I think the Niners would have beaten the Bengals in that Super Bowl there.
Right.
On the other side, we're going to have some Christmas fun. And Jake, to be honest, if you and I are doing the show together, I got to throw some basic Brock Purdy questions at you.
Go for it.
Just get your stance on where things at with him. We'll probably throw the Sam Darnold word in there as well. So that, and we'll have some Christmas fun too. I got a little fun Christmas game that I played on the station before. We'll try it again and see if it hits again like it did last time, because that's usually how sequels work. They're always better the second time. Shout out Empire Strikes Back. And all of that that is coming up on the game is brought to you by Bay Area Fast Track. That's Jake Hutchinson. I'm Sam Lubman. We're about to go to the break right now because Steven Risotto is going to hit the button to send us to break.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those brakes, Bonte.
I think I did pretty good on the breaks today. I think I was 5 for 6 on these breaks. The only break I blew through was that injury report break, but we always do that because we have Baldy. So.
Listen, man, I don't have to drive, so I can't criticize.
There you go. No, it's definitely worse for me if I miss a break, considering how anal I get with the breaks sometimes. But no, I think overall we've done a pretty good job today. So I'm going to declare that I kept my credibility when it comes to the breaks. So we're going to
yourself whatever you got to.
Exactly. Whatever I lie, I need to tell myself to sleep good tonight. So it is Christmas Eve here on the Morning Roast. There is no Bonte Hill, nor is there a Joe Shasky, nor is there a Joe Spadoni. It is Sam Lubman and Jake Hutchinson in for you this morning on the Morning Roast. Shout out to our guy, Steven Risotto. He of the Rizzo Cast podcast. He's the one pressing all the buttons today. Jake, I don't know if you've ever checked out Steven's podcast. This dude gets a who's who of guests on his show. You recently just had Ryan Terrio on your show, Steven. Is that correct?
Yeah, I get a bunch of random people on who, if you open a pack of baseball cards and you always find the one guy that's like in every single pack, I always try to get that guy. So Ryan Terrio, former Jet. Remember Jerome Williams with the
Puka
pink
shells.
glove? Puka shells. So it's always like those types of guys that I like. Like I've been trying to get Emmanuel Burris for so long.
Ooh, that'd be a good one.
Like it's those types that I like to interview. So,
how do you track these guys down?
I just think of them and see what they're up to now. A lot of them are in real estate. The ones that I want to try to find.
Well, that makes it very easy to get a hold
real
of.
Estate in Scottsdale. It seems like everybody is involved in that business.
Everybody closes out their career and goes to Scottsdale. By the way, on that note, I have probably one of the most random baseball bats of all time from Josh Toll.
Oh, wow.
Former backup catcher for the Mets, who I believe has a lazy eye. So feel free to look him up, folks.
And the personal
There's
catcher
your next guest there, Rizzo.
That's a great one. And he was the personal catcher for R.A. Dickey.
That's
with
right.
the Mets,
That's
and then
right.
they got traded
really?
together
You know
to
ball, brother.
the
You know
Toronto
ball.
Blue Jays.
Oh, that's a good point. I remember Josh Tolley. I don't remember being his catcher, but I do remember Josh Tolley there. But yeah, so how was your chat with Terrio?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I'll put it up tomorrow. He is running a training facility now in Louisiana.
Nice.
And a lot of the guys that are in Baton Rouge and in that area are very tight. So he knows Paul Skeens. Actually, Paul Skeens was an intern at his training facility.
Huh.
So we talked a little bit about that. That was pretty funny and pretty ironic. He knows notable free agent third baseman Alex Bregman. He knows him pretty well. And I tried to get some info on where Bregman might go.
Is he pitching Bregman on the Giants?
Terry only played for the Giants for one season, so
It's
I don't
a pretty
know.
important season, though.
Yeah, I don't know how locked in he is with Giants stuff. He did mention that Brandon Crawford was one of his former teammates, so we talked about that.
That is a true story.
But yeah, it was a good conversation. He's a good dude.
I always like the double play combo of Ryan Terrio and Mike Font to know how many teams have had a double play combo with the silent OT there at the end.
Former teammates, by the way, at LSU.
They were teammates at LSU. They were teammates with the Giants. So I always thought that was a fun little thing there. So really cool. So yeah, there's Steven Risotto's 2 minutes to plug his Rizzo cast there. We're talking about what we've learned about the 49ers and what there is to play for these last couple games here. And Jake, I got to ask you some of just the bare basic questions about Brock Purdy. Are you in or out on him running this team, running this offense next year as a starting quarterback?
I'm in.
Yeah.
I think this is probably as bad as it could get for this offense, quite honestly. I think
it's still not awful. Like, it's bad, but it's not
right.
disastrous.
They've moved the ball, and some of those, like, advanced metrics like EPA still, like, value them, even though the eye test tells you something different. But a lot of it's a lack of function on the offensive line. Purdy definitely deserves blame. I mean, I mentioned earlier when he missed a shot throw that was open for him. He's not seeing things well, at least as well as he did last year. That said, he's also not gotten as much credit for playmaking as he deserves. He's had a lot of times where he's had to bail out of the pocket to make something. 49ers are a terrible, terrible, terrible scramble drill team. Like, no one knows how to come back to the ball or where. Like,
which is not good when you have a quarterback that scrambles as much as Brock.
Right. And like Mahomes, like, that's the whole thing. You can just buy time and scramble and find Kelsey, and there's just not that feel. Because I don't think, like, the when you go back to the Seahawks, when they had Russell Wilson, they would practice the scramble drill a lot. I do not see do not believe the 49ers are really practicing a scramble drill.
The amount of things they don't practice that they should. They don't practice that. We know Kyle Shanahan has never really been a guy to value special teams all that much. And then on top of it, they never do the wet ball drill when they know they got rain coming. I don't understand that logic. Like why you would not practice things that week in and week out are constantly kneecapping this team. I don't understand that logic.
There's a stubbornness there, and I think one of the criticisms of Kyle is that he probably believes...
The rigidity, yeah.
Yeah, it's rigidity in that he, believes he's the smartest guy in most rooms that he's in, which is usually right as far as football is concerned. And he's also lost a lot of guys that he trusts to sort of push him and be on the same level. They've just lost so many coaches over the years. I think there's a level of that going on too. But as far as Brock is concerned, if you want to say, should you keep him? Yeah, you should keep him. Otherwise, you're staring. We talked about staring into the void. That's what you're staring into.
Mm-hmm.
Like to find a guy who, by the way, Kyle Shanahan has never trusted a quarterback on the 49ers more. You remember when Brock came in, he and Jimmy did not have a good relationship. Kyle and Jimmy.
Kyle and
Jimmy. They were stuck together.
Yeah, I remember it was the Denver game. He's walking off. These plays suck, man.
They were frustrated together, and they got stuck together in this unhappy marriage, and it worked well enough. But Kyle did not trust Jimmy, and what Brock did when he came to this offense is he elevated it in 2, maybe 3 key ways. He can buy time and escape pressure in a way that Jimmy was fundamentally incapable of, and he could test the deep third of the field. Now, they've struggled in that area, and he has not been as good this year. Maybe the shoulder's part of that. I think just not having Ayuk is a key factor there. And he's also challenged like the boundary where Jimmy would throw everything, you remember, between the numbers, down the hashes. So Brock elevated the offense immediately, and he and Kyle would go in at halftime, and they'd say, this is what I'm seeing, should we do this? And they would have open discussions in a way, and you could see Kyle almost beaming, like he was excited.
Proud dad.
Right. He's excited. He can have dialogues with him at a high level and trust Brock. So it's hard to understate how valuable that is for a head coach, and for him to shift off of him or to say, all right, we're going to go in another direction that makes sense. I can't fathom direction that makes sense because you basically would have to go, all right, we're going to go cheaper with like Sam Darnold or Kirk Cousins and get like a rookie quarterback versus what we know works, and the price difference between Brock and Darnold is going to be, 15, 20 million, I would guess. And Brock, simply put, is a better quarterback to me than Sam Darnold. Like Darnold has a better arm, no question about it, but Darnold doesn't see certain things. In the Vikings offense, with a really great offensive line, with
receivers.
2 stellar receivers, with a really good tight end, with a great running back, a great pass-catching running back, all the things working for him. You don't think Brock would be executing at an incredibly high level in that offense?
I think he'd be doing pretty well in that offense.
Exactly. So where I'm at is Brock, does he deserve criticism this season? Absolutely. No question about it. Brock has not been at his best. I also think the reason he's not been at his best is because a lot of the things around him have failed. And you see, if there was a discussion about him being in that elite tier with Mahomes and Allen and Herbert and those guys, I don't think he should have been in that conversation. But clearly he's not in that tier of being able to just play make with absolutely not nothing, but little around him. So he's not in that elite tier. He probably won't be. But is he your best option at quarterback that you can get?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I agree with you there. 888-957-9570. Where are you at on Brock? What have we learned about the 49ers this year? What have we learned about Kyle Shanahan? I want to hear from all of it. It is Christmas Eve. And if you want to call in and just sing your favorite Christmas carol, do that too. I will sing along with you if need be. Come up in a few minutes, though. I want to play a fun little game. It's called Coal or Candy Cane. It's very simple. I'm going to give you a name, and you're going to decide whether that person gets coal or candy cane in their stocking. I'll play it with you, Jake. I'll play it with you, Steven. But I want to play it with some of our listeners, too. So if you want to participate, it's called Coal or Candy Cane. It's a game I made up at the station a few years ago. It's very simple. I'm going to give you a name, and then you decide, based on the year that person's had, whether they're getting coal or a candy cane in their stocking from Santa Claus on Christmas night tonight. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Would love to get some listeners in to play this game with us because the roasters is the morning roast is very much about the roasters and getting the roasters involved. So would love to hear from our roasters here before we wrap up this show here on this wet and cloudy Christmas Eve. Dreaming of a not white Christmas, a wet Christmas, as Bing Crosby would say if snow was not a thing. You bring up Sam Darnold there, and Sam Darnold triggered a massive fight on this show yesterday. Go back and listen to it on the Odyssey app if you really want to. I fundamentally and reject the idea that this team would be in a better situation with Sam Darnold as their quarterback. Like, if you're coming away from last year thinking that Brock Purdy isn't good enough to win a Super Bowl for the 49ers, which I'll disagree with that in its own right, but I don't want to go down that argument. But if your takeaway was Brock's not good enough, you know who is? Sam Darnold. I reject that theory. He has been a mid-quarterback for most of his career, if not all of his career. He's having a good season with a really good Vikings team that is very well coached. I think this is Sam Darnold getting a nice little pay bump this year. Wherever he goes next year, he'll turn back into that proverbial pumpkin.
I just think Darnold is, and I don't know about Darnold turning all the way back into a pumpkin, but he was in some really bad systems. And the 49ers were sort of the reclamation project for him. He got to come here. He got to learn from Kyle Shanahan and spend a year, and they paid him well, and he got away from dysfunctional organizations, and he got a chance to learn there, and teams went, all right, well, he spent a year with Kyle Shanahan. He got to showcase a little bit, very, 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 very little. But then he gets to Minnesota, which is a pretty similar scheme for the most part with the Kevin O'Connell offense. And he gets some great weapons around him. And he lucks into, I know it's hard to say luck when, you don't want to say that as a positive thing when a guy gets an injury, but he lucks into the J.J. McCarthy injury. And so he gets into this ready-made system with, I think Kevin O'Connell is probably, when I talked about the idealism of Shanahan versus the pragmatism of the Sean McVay, I think Kevin O'Connell might be the most pragmatic offensive coach in the league, where he goes, here's what my guys can do. Let me find a way to exploit them. Like, there were games where Justin Jefferson's just getting double teamed and they go, okay, we're not going to throw the ball there. That's just the reality of it.
You got Addison and Aaron Jones and TJ Hawkinson and so many other great options to go to that you just don't see with the Niners. If you switched them, if you put Sam Darnold on this year's 49ers team, is it a better record, worse record, same record? Are we more angry, less angry, just as angry?
I would say it's probably a worse record. Yeah. I would say it's probably worse. Darnold, he has some mobility, but he doesn't have the same mobility.
No.
I bet he would have more interceptions than Brock has.
I'd agree with that.
I'd feel pretty confident in that. And you'd also have some times where Darnold, it's like a cover 2 defense and he rips a hole shot that Brock has not taken the shot because he doesn't have the arm talent for. So you'd see some plays where you'd go, oh, this is incredible. Look at what this guy's capable of. But given the dysfunction around him, he would struggle, and I think he'd probably struggle more than Brock.
Yeah, it's just...
I mean, they were on the same team.
Yeah. It just he does not have that, I think, athleticism that Brock has, that scrambling ability that Brock has. He's able to extend plays. Yes, he does have that arm strength, but Brock has shown the ability to drive the ball when he needs to. Maybe not as consistently as you would like with some of these other big-armed quarterbacks, but I think where Brock sometimes lacks in arm strength, he more than makes up for it in a lot of other areas of his game, most importantly the decision-making, which has not been stellar this year, but Sam Darnold's decision-making at times, it leaves a lot to be desired there. I feel like a lot of this is all price point, too, when it comes to Brock. What are you paying him? Is he going to get that reset the market deal that Jed York teased? Is he getting, a lot of fans probably want to see him make it in the 35 to 45 area. There's this belief that Brock's going to take less because he's got those Toyota commercials and he's just a nice guy that way. If you believe that, I can get you a great deal on the Golden Gate Bridge. Just give me a call. So my guess, and Richard Sherman kind of brought this up on his podcast last week, he's basically like, Brock's getting his $50 million. The Niners are in on him. He's getting his $50 million. So I look at it as just Brock's going to get his money. 49ers fans just need to come to peace with that. But I don't think that needs to tank the salary cap next year. I think they can still find ways to add guys around him. I don't think it's the end of the world. The Eagles are finding ways to pay guys and keep the roster together. It's clearly possible. Parag Marat is a wizard when it comes to doodling with the cap. It does not have to be the end of the world.
Let me just say, I think there is a fundamental misunderstanding about the cap and like what Brock is going to get paid. Like you look at Jordan Love's contract, because Jordan Love, I think, is a fair comparison. It's going to be something in that range. Jordan Love.
Was Jordan Love getting, again, just for those who don't know right off the top of their head?
He got a $220 million contract.
Over 4 or 5 years.
I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus there's like a, one of these void years that teams put.
And what's the average annual on that one?
The average annual is $55 million APY.
Okay.
But here's the reality. The reality is this year he counts for 20.7 on the cap. Following year, it counts for nearly 30 on the cap. Third year counts for nearly 36 million on the cap. And then year 4, you can cut him and save 10 million. It would count as 33 million as a dead cap hit. But his cap number is only 44 million. So
none of those numbers are all that awful.
That is 4 years down the line. And then in year 5, the cap number is $75 million.
And that's across that bridge when you get to it.
So that's that's across that bridge. But the reality of it is that number is going to be extended and restructured and whittled down, and it's not going to exist. So really, it's a 4-year deal where the average is more like 4 years, 30 million. And Brock is probably going to get something in that range. The real contract Brock's going to get, it'll say 50 or 55. The real contract Brock is going to get will probably be like 4 years, 33 million.
I'm gonna have you come on. I'm gonna have you come on the morning roast in a couple weeks and say that to the big boys on this show.
So that's the reality. And then in year 5 or 6, it'll say $80 million, and there will be some void years and dead money, and he'll get a bunch up front guaranteed. But by year 5 of his deal, by year 4 he'll probably be somewhat cuttable. By year 5 he'll definitely be cuttable.
Yeah.
And that's just how they do it. Whereby when you get to that point, front offices want to have the flexibility. They say, all right, we're committing to you up front. We're giving you a big check up front. But after that, like, we want some flexibility to renegotiate it, to extend it. And you see with the Mahomes deal, which is it's an absurdity in its own situation. But every single year, they basically renegotiate that and rework it. So none of this money is all that rigid. But in reality, it's not going to be 55 to 60 million. And I probably haven't been as clear about that as is the reality.
I don't think anyone's really been as clear about that.
It's going to be like 30 to 35 million per year over 4 years. That's the contract.
All right. That's Jake Hutchinson. I'm Sam Lubman. We got a few minutes left in the show, so let's have some Christmas fun. Jimmy in Bayview, I see you. I'm going to get to you in a second, but I'm going to conscript you into this game they're about to play. Don't worry, we're still going to talk about Brock. Steven, let's hit some Christmas music, though. All right, so the game is simple. Jimmy and Bayview, you're going to play along too. I'm going to give you a name. You're going to talk about the year they've had. If they've been good, they get a candy cane. If they've been bad, they get a lump of coal in their stocking. It's very simple. All right, so we're going to start off with Brock Purdy, the guy we were just talking about, Jake Hutchinson. I'm going to have you go first here. Based on the year that Brock's had, you putting coal or candy cane in his stocking?
Can I snap a candy cane in half and put it into his stocking?
I think that's allowed, yeah.
That's what I'll do.
Send a message.
Yeah, he gets half a candy cane.
All right, that's fair enough. Steven Risotto, what are you putting in Brock Purdy's candy cane? Or sorry, his stocking.
What am I putting in his candy cane? In his stocking, I'm putting a full candy cane. I don't think it's on him, and so he's getting a nice peppermint candy cane. That's what they are, right? Peppermint?
Yeah, usually.
Okay.
There's different flavors. I think there's chocolate out there too now these days.
Maybe I'll give him a chocolate one, but I think peppermint works better.
All right, ho, ho, ho. Jimmy in Bayview. I want to hear about Brock. Based on the year he's had, you putting coal in his stocking, you're putting a candy cane in his stocking?
I'm with your guess, half a candy cane.
Love it. All right. What's your thoughts on how the year that Brock's had, Jimmy?
I think I agree with what you guys are saying. The pieces around him are not there. And some of his flaws are becoming apparent, but he's young and he's smart, and I think he's going to work on them. So yeah, I really think this comes down to drafting smart, which the 49ers have not done. If you look at all their draft picks, they just lost 2 draft picks. They could add 2 linemen. And I feel for the guy. I don't even think Kyle's really supporting him as he should as well.
There you have it. Thanks for calling in, Jimmy and Bayview. Have a very Merry Christmas. Speaking of Kyle Shanahan, what's he going to be getting tonight in Christmas when Santa slides down the chimney and goes up to Kyle Shanahan's stocking?
So you're saying I can give him either a lump of coal or a candy cane?
Yes.
I kind of want to give him something else. You know, I kind of want to give him
a secret present.
I want to give him a ticket to Cabo, but not just a ticket to Cabo. A ticket to Cabo for him and Mike McDaniel and Bobby Slowick to have a little convention and go down to Cabo and talk about all their failed seasons. I mean, Slowick is obviously probably going to go to the playoffs, but just talk about it. What's the evolution of the offense? Where do we go from here?
Nice little conference of coaches.
Yeah. Have a little dialogue.
I am not as forgiving. Kyle has been naughty by coaching standards this year. That's a weird way to say it. No, I'm dropping a big fat lump of coal in his stocking, and that's your message, Kyle. You got to be better next year. We checked this list twice, and I'm sorry, the test results are back. You were bad this year. There's just no way about it. Steven Risotto, what is Steven Claus putting in Kyle Shanahan's stocking tonight?
Steven Claus is wild.
Rizzo Claus? Santa Riz?
None of them.
Who's Santa Riz? I like that.
No.
I like this beat here. A little techno music.
This just got really quick. Pause. But I will actually say lump of coal too. I agree. I don't think that Kyle Shanahan has been at his best. There's a lot of things working against him, but for this exercise and switching it up a little bit, and I guess I mostly do believe this, I'm going to say lump of coal.
Yeah, there you go. There, yeah, it's like you can't hear it on YouTube, unfortunately. But yeah, I like this like techno-y version of Jingle Bells going here. Yeah, so it's like Mario Kart.
This is what I hear in my nightmares.
This is like Mario Kart meets Jingle Bells. You ever a Mario Kart guy?
I played a little Mario Kart.
Yeah.
This feels more like a sleep paralysis dream song where you're just stuck looking up.
This nightmare before Christmas.
So just so you know, I did not preview this before I played.
No, that's even better. Well, you don't think we preview things in the morning roast? That's not how this works. What about Deebo Samuel?
Cole.
What? Cole? Oh, yeah. You didn't even wait on that one.
He gets Cole. He handled this season poorly.
Yeah,
performance.
He handled Tabor Pepper better than he handled this season.
He gets Cole. Had a great game last week.
I don't know.
Give him credit where credit is due. Wasn't there all year long. Wonder how much the pneumonia and stuff factored in that, but he gets Cole.
Yeah, no, sure. He's getting a fat stocking full of Cole from me as well. It is just Deebo sets a high standard for himself with how he's played, and he straight up didn't live up to it. And I got to wonder if these last 2 games are going to be the last 2 games of Deebo Samuel, San Francisco 49er. Rizzo, where are you at on Deebo?
I don't even have a stocking for him, so there's no Cole to put the stocking in.
You're Grinching him?
I'm Grinching him.
Taking his Christmas away from him?
Yep. I came down the chimney the night before, and I took the stocking right off the fireplace. Not even a place for Cole. I agree with Jake and you, Sam. It hasn't been a good year for him professionally. Physically, he looks like he's slowed down a little bit. I don't know if that warrants, getting Cole, but that's just something that happens. But yeah, no stocking for Deebo.
You're a mean one, Mr. Rizzo. How about Nick Bosa? I feel like this is an easy one too, but we'll see. I'm putting Cole and Nick Bosa stocking as well. It's just what he said about Devondre Campbell. Never mind the lack of play on the field. Never mind the other distractions that I'm not going to get into here because it's a sports show. You're a team captain, and you hit us with the whole, I didn't see what was going on with, I didn't see what was going on with Devondre Campbell. I don't know about it. Whatever. And then the next week, you're like, oh, yeah, I did see something. I just didn't want to cause a distraction. Yeah, that's what real leaders do. See something, say nothing. That's leadership. So, yeah, Nick Bosa. You know what? I'm going to give Nick Bosa the Deebo Samuel treatment. You don't get a stocking this year. You don't get a Christmas. You don't get your 9-egg omelet with broccoli for Christmas this year. You were a bad boy, Nick Bosa.
Did you come up with that yourself, or did you steal that from me?
I stole it from you. I just Grinched you right there.
Thank you.
What do you got, Jake?
I'll give him Cole. I think his performance has been better than that. But I think if you're going to make any political statement, stand on it. That's a policy.
The other side too.
I don't care. I don't care what your views are. Just stand on your political beliefs, and just stand on them. If you're going to make a statement, say why you do it, and stand on it.
Yep. He turtled up instead. Steven, what do you got?
Yeah, no, agree with that, Jake. I mean, he had the oblique thing, right? I mean, it's been a little bit of a weird year for him physically, and the oblique is the type of injury we've learned in professional sports that just doesn't go away. And wasn't it like both obliques or something? And it's just a weird situation. I'm not going to put a candy cane in his stocking. I'm not going to put Cole in his stocking. I'm not going to leave it empty. I'll put like a little like Hershey Kiss in there, like Actually,
you're still giving him
I gotta
something
pick
edible.
something. I cannot.
You're still gonna let him eat something.
I gotta pick something else. We're not gonna go with the Hershey Kiss. We'll put like a little.
Maybe do like the Hershey Kiss wrappers. Like you ate the Kiss, then you just put the wrapper in the.
But I'd rather get nothing than a Hershey Kiss wrapper. That's like, I mean,
that's kind of the point.
That looks like somebody robbed you. I don't know.
This guy for the guy who just stole Deebo Samuel's stocking. Like
he didn't have one in the first place. Okay, whatever. Next one, Sam.
Oh, I'm just having fun with you. Fred Warner. What are we putting in his stock?
I'll give him a candy cane. I think Fred had genuinely, he was the number one defensive player in the league until that Patriots game, had the ankle injury. He's played it out. He's gritted through it. He has not played anywhere near his best. But he's one of the only guys that's just been consistent for them out there trying. So
I agree.
I'll give him a candy cane.
Fred has put his heart and soul into every game. I can't knock that at all. Even when he has a bad moment, I know he's still going at 110% every day out there. So, yeah, I'll put a candy cane in Fred's stocking. Steve Risotto, what are you putting in Fred Warner's stocking?
I like how we've changed up this game a little bit, and it started with Jake wanting to break the candy cane in half. So I'm going to change it up even more and say that he gets a free order from my Amazon account. He has a free order, anything he wants.
That's how you roll.
I will say that I am on a budget. But
aren't we all?
I know, but I think that the fractured ankle is one thing, but also the leadership abilities that he brings on the defensive side of things. I mean, he's, I've gone down, I've seen Jake at 49ers practice for the station, and every time, the media talks to Fred Warner, I just feel like it's been, thank you. It's been a nice, breath of fresh air. He always has something positive to say. I noticed it, these past few weeks with Dre Greenlaw coming back and how he was hyping up Dre Greenlaw. Just certain things that he does, and the fractured ankle is insane that he's been playing on that. So shout out to the training staff too. They get multiple candy canes.
Absolutely, the work they put in.
A small order on Amazon. Fred Warner gets everything he wants on Amazon.
There you
One
go.
order. Anything he wants.
Fred Warner, my girlfriend Allie's favorite player. That was, she wanted a jersey. Asked, who do you want? She's like, Fred Warner. That's a guy I feel like I can believe in. So shout out to you, Allie, and your favorite player, Fred Warner there. Let's talk about the Warriors. Steve Kerr. What's he getting in his stocking?
Ooh. This is tough because I think
I'm going to make it even harder. It has to be a Cole or candy cane. We're not going off script on this one.
I will give Steve Kerr a candy cane. Because I think Steve Kerr probably gets more criticism than he deserves. He deserves criticism, for sure. But I do think he's a pretty smart, level-headed guy who's earnest and has won 1 million championships with his organization and in his career, and probably deserves a little bit more respect than he gets. So I will give Steve Kerr, makes plenty of questionable decisions, plenty of stuff, not handling the Kuminga situation very well. I don't think he's handling that well at all, but I'll give him a candy cane because I think he probably gets ripped probably more than is probably fair.
Yeah, I'm gonna veer off here and go in a different direction. I think I got to put a lump of coal in his stocking.
Fair enough.
It's been a down year for Kerr by Kerr standards, and this isn't to say he's got to go or anything like that. It's been a bad year for him. The Kuminga situation has been disastrous. A lot of his rotation decisions have been disastrous, and to be honest, I think there was times last year where it's just like you didn't get Draymond Green under control, and it hurt you a lot last year. And Draymond's on this list too. We'll get to him in a second. Rizzo, Steve on Steve here.
Yes, my fellow Steve. I think that
get some cool in it, Jake.
If you didn't change up the rules, I would have said I would get him a razor. He's looking very scruffy these days. But I think I'm gonna give him a candy cane. For whatever reason, we don't talk about Steve Kerr in the sense of, or in the same conversation as, he doesn't have to buy food in the Bay Area ever again. Like how Bruce Bochy won championships. It's like he never has to buy a drink again in San Francisco. Steve Kerr does not get talked about like that for whatever reason, and I think it's because of what has happened recently. I want to see more Kuminga, but I also think he's dealing with a 12-man rotation that is very interesting, and maybe he needs someone else in there. I know that's been talked about a lot on the station recently. So I'll give him a candy cane.
What about Draymond Green? What's he getting for Christmas?
I will give Draymond a candy cane.
Hesitating, though.
He hasn't tried to assault anyone in recent games.
It's a very good
that's
improvement.
Good. I still think rewatching that Rudy Gobert thing last year is still one of the funniest things of all time, especially because Rudy Gobert just sucks. Like, I know you shouldn't do that, but it's really funny, and it's a really funny guy where everyone's like, he kind of had it coming.
At the same time, like...
Right, and Draymond's shooting the ball well. I think he's playing well. He's going through... He's got the injuries. He's getting older, but I think Draymond's playing pretty well for this team, aside from that one stinker that everybody had, a few nights ago. I'll give him a candy cane. He has been more under control this year and played pretty well.
Absolutely. I'll give him a candy cane, too, because I think the way he's acted this year, it feels like last year, what he called the most important year of his career. He understands the gravity of how much flubbing that season really had. We missed like 25 games last year. That's the difference between the Warriors being in the 10th seed or the 6th seed, possibly. So he knows his importance to this team, and I think it's really resonating with him this year. So I'm surprised I'm even saying this, but I'm starting to really feel good about where Draymond. He's kind of won me over a bit this year. He's earned back a lot of goodwill, which is in the time that's happened is wild to say. Rizzo, what do you got here? And then we'll wrap this right here.
On a team with a lot of moving parts and no really stable, area, like you need someone like Draymond Green to be a stabilizer, and he is the best defender, maybe of his time. He's definitely, going in the Hall of Fame. His defense is a big part of that. His defense is needed on this team. He is getting definitely the candy canes for sure. So
awesome. All right, and that is how we play Kohler Candy Cane. I'm going to cut this off a little bit early here because A, we got to wrap the show, but B, I'd be remiss if we do this entire show without giving some sort of shout out to the legend that we've lost over this past weekend. Would have been his 66th birthday tomorrow. I am talking about, of course, Rickey Henderson, the Oakland A's legend, the stolen base king, the man of steel, as they like to say. A lot of Rickey's greatness took place before I was born, but this is a guy, Jake, you know a guy is ridiculously good when you look at his baseball reference page and you just see some of the most ridiculous numbers out there. And for him, it's the stolen bases. I mean, these numbers, 100, 130, 108, 93, 77, 58, 66 in his age 39 season. He's still 66 bases. There are 24-year-olds in the game today who will not be able to get close to that number. This guy was 39 years old and stealing 66 bases. He was a whole other level of athlete there, Jake, and it's just pneumonia, man. It's crazy. I just saw Rickey at the last A's game back in September. Just thoughts go out to him and his family. Such a heartbreaking loss right before his birthday, right before Christmas. And just one of the truly most incredible players out there.
Yeah, no question. I think that's great to shout him out. Just like an all-time player who just, I think will just live in the imagination of when you talk about like what baseball can be and why it's still an important sport and why we should appreciate it. It's like a player like that really captures the imagination of what's possible, and it's just brutal to lose him like that.
I think, I saw a stat over the weekend. It was that just captures how great Rickey was. It was Mookie Betts has reached first base. Mookie Betts, who's probably one of the 5 best players of baseball right now. I hate having to say that because he's a Dodger. He's reached base about 2,100 times, reached first base about 2,100 times in his career. Rickey Henderson reached home plate 2,295 times in his career. Rickey Henderson scored more runs than Mookie Betts has even touched first base. Like, that's just how ridiculously good Rickey Henderson is. We're going to probably miss this break here, but I got to play this story that Will Clark told on the Party Time podcast about Rickey Henderson.
The best ever, made me laugh all times because he talked in the third person, was Rickey Henderson. Rickey would come down there and Rickey would be like, Rickey here? Rickey, this is in spring training where we're playing the A's a bunch, right? And Rickey's down there. And La Russa puts the hold sign on because he wanted McGuire and Canseco to get some swings in. and you can just see Ricky wants to steal it back. Ricky's getting pissed, And I'm egging him on. I'm just egging him on. I'm like, Ricky, you don't need to take that. Run, Ricky. And he about 2 or 3 pitches later, he goes, oh, hell, thrill. He goes, Ricky gone. Ricky gone. And so I look at the dugout, right? And I go like this. I go, he's running, right? So sure enough, we pitch out, throw down to second base. Ricky slides in safe. He jumps up, and he goes, I told you, thrill. Ricky gone. Ricky gone.
All right, it is Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts on the show. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts right now. Jake, what's your final thought?
My final thought is that the San Francisco 49ers are out of it, but they could do something weird and go do something weird and fun and make the Detroit Lions uncomfortable. Give us something fun to watch on Monday night, even if that fun is terrible. There's some joy in that. Let us see something funky. Let us see something weird. I don't care what it is. Just be entertaining for us. That is my final thought on the 49ers. Experiment. Be bold. Be interesting.
There you go. Steven Risotto, what is your final thought?
Yeah, my final thought is I agree with Jake about the experimenting for the rest of the year. I like that idea. But my final thought is to add on to the Ricky Henderson conversation. Not only did we lose Willie Mays wore number 24, and Ricky Henderson wore number 24 because he loved Willie Mays so much. So we have lost not only the greatest player of all time this year, we've lost the hit king, we've lost the run king and stolen base king in Ricky Henderson. The hit king I was referring to, of course, Pete Rose. Been a rough year, but a lot of people talk about Ricky Henderson's attitude off the field and his flamboyancy and the stories that may or may not have happened. But he set the tone for the Griffies, the Bonds, the people that have come and have played in today's game. So I think Ricky, got a lot of slack for that back then, but it's acceptable now. So players today could credit him for paving the way. And also Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to everybody out there. And we hope
my
you...
final thought.
Okay, you know what? Then go ahead. That was it.
No, I kid, of course. But no, my final thought is, yes, have a very good Christmas to everybody. Happy holidays. If you're celebrating Kwanzaa, happy Kwanzaa to you as well. Got a new year coming up. Happy New Year to everybody as well in that department. Let's just be safe, be smart tonight. Just have fun opening gifts. Tolerate your family as best you can. And most importantly, Buster Posey, can we please get this Corbin Burns deal signed? Like, come on, I don't know what we're really waiting for at this point. I'm not going to end the show without a Giants take. Come on. That has been Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or at the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. The Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Evan Giddings and Kyle Madsen for 4 hours of sports talk excellence. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Rizzo. Thank you to all the roasters out there listening. It's been a great year. Merry Christmas, happy holidays to everybody. Folks. And Giddings and Madsen coming up next.
And when Lucas hit me up and said, one of our producers here, when he hit me up and said, "Hey, can you do a show on Christmas Eve day?" I said, "What time and with who?" Because I wasn't pulling up just for anybody.
Oh,
I said 10 to 2 with our guy Evan. I was like, I'm in there.
Well, I appreciate
I'm fired
that.
up, man. I got locked into the Warriors game last night. Didn't love that. That wasn't a fun experience.
No, I almost got locked out of Bart this morning.
Oh, no.
Well, because I always assume that people generally aren't working on Christmas Eve. Shout out to the guys we're filling in for.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result, I thought it'd be pretty easy just to get into work today, hop on the train, Bart down from 24th to Montgomery. And apparently, there's a couple people, BART workers, that were taking some time off. And duly deserved, but it also mean that I wasn't sure I was going to make it in today. So I am loving the fact that I get to work with you, and I'm also loving the fact that I was able to catch like the one train in the 8 o'clock hour. No, no, we're going to have some fun. And look, first and foremost, I think that I don't know what people are kind of doing today too also. So if you feel like checking in, whether you're doing your last minute Christmas shopping, I have a couple of suggestions for you out there if you need to get some actual in-person gifts. Obviously, everything online is off the board at this point. But, I saw this yesterday, Kyle. I think it was Sal Castaneda, a friend of the show, was talking about this. He has actually done a complete 180. And I think a lot of people I've talked to have as well, which is, so originally, I do all my Christmas shopping on Black Friday and just get it out of the way, get it sent to the house. I'll pick it up. I'll wrap it later tonight on Christmas Eve, have it ready for Christmas Day.
And you're done.
And I'm done. I know I got everything. But there is something about shopping in person that I forgot about because, shout out procrastination. Didn't do it all. And I was out over the weekend. And I was like, this is kind of nice. Going down towards Union Square. I was over in Daly City at a couple shops that I was looking at. Going in to try and find, it does take a lot longer.
Sure.
But there's something a little more personal about it. Not that anybody who actually receives the gift is going to know that, but for me, it made me feel better.
So something you should know about me, I love Christmas. It's my favorite holiday. And just the entire season, like day after Thanksgiving, my decorations go up. I'm listening to Christmas music. I have a great time. I love shopping for people. I love giving gifts. It's such a great time of year for me. And I'm right there with you, man. There are so many people who are like, I'm not going out. I'm not in the holiday season until I'm battling traffic in a crowded Target parking lot next to the Cost Plus World Market and the Bed Bath & Beyond, RIP. And I don't get in the holiday spirit until then. Until I'm walking through Union Square, no idea what I'm going to buy. I know, you know what? I've got mom, dad, this cousin, that cousin, wife on the list. Not really sure what I'm going for, but I'm going to walk through some stores. I'm going to look at some stuff, and I'm going to have it strike. I'm going to have it inspire me.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's like back in the day with the family, we used to go up to like the Vacaville outlets and just basically let it come to you. Hey, what do you want? Well, what do you want? And then you go into a different store, and it might be, I don't know, for me, it was, typically like a sports store or outlet or something. For mom, might be some candles or some jewelry or something. For dad, I wasn't allowed to go into Total Wine, so it'd have to be something picked up a little bit later in life. But my point is, yeah, you're right. I do think there is something, I don't know if it's just human about like letting your surroundings dictate kind of how you present presents to people. Like some people are very gifted at gift giving. I am not one of those people. But it does feel better when I finally get a gift that makes someone feel, I don't know, a bit more special. It's a little bit more personal than just unwrapping your Amazon or your online box that you get with a nice Christmas card that comes with it that you didn't actually have to personalize.
Yeah, and the other thing that I like about it is you're shopping based on what you're seeing, and you're connecting the items that you're looking at to the people you're shopping for. When I go online, so much of what I buy online is just targeted advertising.
Yeah.
Where I didn't put thought into that thing. It was just thrown at me, and I went, oh, okay, that looks like a good idea. And that's just not as fun. It's not as personal for me, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think whenever you go into a store, you want to have something just hit you.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so much different walking through the store. If I'm walking through, do we have any like sponsors I can?
No. Friedman's Appliance.
If I'm walking through
Pleasant Hill.
If I'm walking through Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, which I do often.
One of those beautiful live working vignettes.
The only place I shop for appliances. And I'm walking through there.
Cut this.
And I see, send it to him. And I see a brand new refrigerator for my folks. And I go, oh, okay, that's the refrigerator. It's so much different and it feels so much more personal and so much more like festive. I feel more in the holiday spirit than if I'm flipping through Instagram and I see an advertisement for a refrigerator and I go, oh, order now, buy with Apple Pay, ship. All right, I'm done. Like, now I'm just sitting around the house not doing anything. I'm going to walk around instead. I'm going to go get my steps at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, as I want to do. And I'm going to shop that way. That's how I get into the holiday season. It's so much, I understand the convenience of online shopping. And for some people and for some things, like for coworkers, hey, you know what? Everybody's getting the same thing. I'm going to bulk order these. I don't need to, it's going to get shipped to my house. That's fine.
Well, and to your point from the Comcast Business Text line, 888-957-9570 is the number. For the 707, to your point, there's a missed magic to things, just like the fast pass, skipping all the lines. There's a science behind everything that gets you excited for the moments. Yeah, I think gift shopping is something that gets me excited when you're actually in it. You know, there's some of the anxiety of being around a ton of people and having to wait in lines, but I think that's also part of the experience. Also, a big part of all the, I guess, build up to Christmas is that, you know, you're not going anywhere on Christmas. Like, I'm sitting back, I'm watching the Golden State Warriors play the Los Angeles Lakers at 5:30. I'm dialing up Netflix because apparently the NFL has now owned Christmas as well. And I'm just going to pig out and watch sports all day.
Sounds like a great day to me. I can't wait.
Well,
I've had a beer aging
for
2 years that I can't wait to open tomorrow.
You've been making beer?
Well, no, I bought Goose Island, the brewery, does something called a Bourbon County Stout. And it is a barrel-aged stout that if the longer you let it sit, the flavor profile changes. And so I've had one for 2 years now, and I'm excited to open it.
You should have let me know about that. I would have bought that for my dad.
Oh, sorry. Hey, next year.
Now I got
it's delicious.
Now I got the 2025 Christmas gift. Yeah, the effort is part of the season's magic. Zucci Main, appreciate you. Look, I think, and as we roll into the show, we will get into some sports. There was a game last night for the Warriors that was a little bit concerning. Really, a stretch of December that's been concerning. You know, I think they're looking for Christmas and a holiday miracle like anybody at this point, having lost 10 games in their last 13. I do want to talk about that, and also a quote that leaked out from the locker room last night from Young Masuk about Jonathan Kuminga that I thought was really interesting. Later in the show, we got a conversation about the Niners coming up. Madsen, who does overtime pretty much every single game after the Niners win or mostly, unfortunately, lost this season. All right here. I mean, sorry, I just had to take a cheap shot.
It's fine. No, it's fine. They're just doing the same show over and over because they lose the same way every single game. It's fine.
Yeah, I know.
We're having a good time.
Well, no, that was a Steiny shot. But we do have to hit a break. We're going to come back on the other side, dig into the Golden State Warriors, and then the Niners coming up towards the end. If you want to chime in with any of your favorite Christmas moments, I don't know if it's sports memories from the year, we're going to do that as well later in the show, and also get into a conversation about some of the younger, more promising, next generation of sports potential figures here in the Bay Area, because I think a lot of them right now are in the midst of discussion, and we're going to focus on a couple of them as we roll along. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Kyle Madsen alongside Evan Giddings with you, filling in for Steiny and Gruber. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game. And a reminder, of course, what's coming up on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Make sure to not miss the kickoff show on next Monday, with Willard and Dibbs, live 2 hours before the start of the Niners and the Lions. You can join us at Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area, presented by Habas Law. If you've been wrong, Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Plus, that segment was sponsored by the all-new Honda of Vallejo. Christmas character.
Which one?
The Jim Carrey.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dude, the OG.
Well, don't get me wrong. It's fantastic, but it's just too short.
That's why it's great.
I can't. No, I need a little bit more. The Jim Carrey version of the Grinch.
You need the Grinch origin story included.
Yeah, in fact, I've been looking for the prequel, but I haven't been able to find it. The sequel will be unavailable because he's too happy at that point. I'm not interested in the Grinch once he finds bliss. I want to know what turned him into the sourpuss that he's been that makes him my favorite Christmas character.
Sure.
As you raise a picture of Matt Steinmetz. This is not Steiny and Guru. This is Evan Giddings alongside Kyle Madsen with you up until 2 o'clock. Lorenzo Neal and Dan Devone are going to join us for the crossover 145. So we got a smorgasbord of Christmas Eve content coming at you on 95.7 The Game. And Kyle, look, as you know, we talked about the holiday spirit. We certainly can get into more of that. I know you got a gripe that you got to get off your chest about the holidays. I got a Christmas list for sports that I got coming up. But I do think we have to discuss what happened last night at Chase Center.
Yeah.
Because as the 626 appropriately puts, the Warriors are still winless since Chase opened against Indiana. They played the Pacers once at Chase Center this year. That was last night. They lost 111-105. And it was a game that, look, every loss hurts. But when you're reeling and when you're just struggling to find any semblance of consistency, the gettable games are the ones that tend to stick with you.
Mm-hmm. That's every Warriors loss this year has felt like a 49ers loss in that you walk away from it and the general consensus is, oh, they just don't have the horses. There's not, oh man, if this play hadn't happened or if that play hadn't happened, that's that you can go back and say, oh, if Curry had made that open shot or that open shot or whatever, he was terrible last night. But the fact of the matter is game in and game out, we're starting to see that Golden State just doesn't have the players necessary to win these games. And I know that's oversimplistic, but that's the feeling I get walking away from every single one of these losses, whether it's last night or otherwise. You just watch and you go, they didn't have enough guys.
But last night I felt like they did, to be honest. Indiana was a team that before they beat Sacramento a couple nights before, they were one of 4 teams in the NBA that did not own a 20-point per game score. And I think now Siakam is barely like a hair over 20. But yes, Indiana's got some good players. They clearly were able to use them to make a run to the Eastern Conference Finals last year. But they're relatively banged up. They haven't been playing very well. And defensively, they're not a good basketball team. That to me is a game where I think your horses should be good enough to win. But unfortunately, your lead horse and your horse that's getting older, Steph Curry, goes 2 of 13, doesn't make a field goal in the first half, and misses a couple of shots, one to tie, one to go ahead. Talked about it after the game, said he's got to be better. But he and Draymond Green combined to go 3 of 18, and it's like, between Schroeder and Kuminga and Wiggins and Curry and Draymond, I actually did feel like last night they had the horses to win the game. But you're right in that they just can't seem to solve whatever crunch time issues continue to ail them.
Yeah, that's just the point though, is you thought they had the players last night, but if Steph's not hitting his shots, they don't. And we saw it last night. They don't have that secondary. I mean, we've talked about it forever. They don't have the secondary scorer. We know.
Yeah, it's like a carousel at this point,
right? And Jonathan Kuminga was really good last night, but there's not a definitive fallback for, hey, Steph doesn't have it tonight. Let's go to plan B. They just don't. And so when Steph's not making shots, I don't walk through that game going, oh, they're good. Like, they're going to be fine. I think they're going to be fine insofar as I'm always confident that Steph Curry's shot is going to go in. But when it doesn't, it's like, all right, well, that's the end of that.
But last night, that was what was troubling to me, is that he just didn't look right. You know,
he looked exhausted.
He looked his age.
Yeah.
But that's kind of when I was watching some of the shots that he was taking. It's like I don't think that shot's going in. He missed a couple of makeable ones. I think there was a layup down the stretch that he probably makes 9 times out of 10 in his sleep, and he just missed. But the step back to go ahead with, I think, 40 seconds left, I didn't feel like that was going in.
Really?
He took a curling 3, I think, in the third quarter. It was kind of off balance. It's like, that's not going in. And those nights aren't going to happen all the time. He clearly just had a great game on Saturday against Minnesota when he had 31 and 10. But, yeah, there are less and less shots where I'm like, that ball's out of his hand and that's going through the net.
It feels like the peaks are less frequent and the valleys are now more frequent. And I don't think they have another pitch. I don't think they have another club in their bag for when he's in one of his valleys. And that's the takeaway for me from almost every game. Like there's an inconsistency here. They just kind of are what they are. They're 15 and 13. They're a team that looks like, yeah, hey, you know what? They're probably going to be battling for a play-in spot. And that's it's just kind of disappointing because it does feel like they're so close. And that's why I bring it back to the 49ers. And almost every game they've lost this year, you can even go Miami, more recently against LA. You go to the division games they've lost against Seattle, Arizona, and LA, and you look at all those and you go, man, those were winnable. Those were there. It's like they're trying to start the car and the engine just won't quite turn over, and then the clock runs out.
But that makes a little more sense to me because one of the reasons why I think that the Niners, for example, hit the ground not running is because I think they've looked fatigued from a lot of deep postseason runs.
Sure.
And you can call them excuses if you want, but I think it's just with everything that's also happened, like there are reasons that I can find why they have struggled.
Mm-hmm.
The Warriors did not make the postseason last year.
Right.
Curry did play in the Olympics.
Sure.
Maybe there's some added mileage on his tires there, but the Warriors as a whole started great and now have come back to earth. And I didn't necessarily believe that they were a 65-win team. I don't think they're a 65-loss team like they've been playing over the last month.
Mm-hmm.
And so it is frustrating that they can't seem to solve down the stretch of games those situations that are required of you to win. Like, I thought that was the whole reason why they went and got Dennis Schroeder, was to get Steph some more help, was to give this team another option in crunch time.
Mm-hmm.
And last night looked like a lot more of the same.
Mm-hmm.
They'll play the Lakers tomorrow. Odds are Curry's going to bounce back and have a good game. Odds are Draymond Green, who also has been dealing with injury, is going to bounce back and have a good game. But it feels like right now the Warriors are kind of resigned to living and dying by Steph. And because he's had a month, quite frankly, where he has not shot the ball very well, it's like, yeah, if Curry shoots 35% from 3, which is what he's shooting in December, like you're going to lose a lot of those games if that's your only option.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't understand why he's the only thing that they can try to use. It's like they're kind of stuck in the past, and they're expecting him to be the player that he was even a year or two ago.
Mm-hmm.
And because of his knees or because of his age, it's just like I don't think it's fair to him to ask him to do that.
Steve Kerr said the quiet part out loud when he called out the team, but I think we all know it was Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Pajemski, on you have Steph Curry, we have to pass the ball. Right? A contested 17-footer with 12 seconds on the shot clock isn't a good shot. When you have Steph Curry on your team, you got to move the ball, you got to pass it. And that's the problem with Steph at this age and at this stage of his career. And frankly, it's the problem with the Warriors team building. They have not insulated themselves from Steph Curry playing like a 36-year-old. And that's a significant issue. The fact that, hey, pass Steph Curry the ball is the game plan night in and night out. Okay, I get that. But there's going to be days and weeks and months where Steph at age 36 doesn't quite have it like he used to, where those peaks that we talk about aren't as frequent. And they don't, the issue is not, oh, they're not passing Steph the ball. The issue is that's their only pitch. That's all they've got. And Jonathan Kuminga was great last night. Jonathan Kuminga was awesome. But he does not impact the game right now the way they need a player to impact the game from a playmaking standpoint, from a shot-making standpoint. And I don't think that Steph Curry and the continued development of Andrew Wiggins is enough to get this team to anything more than what they are, and that's, I think, a play-in team.
Yeah, but I think you are a play-in team when you're just going to ask, over the course of the regular season, a playoff series is a little bit different. When you got to win 4 games in 2 weeks, to me, it's different than asking Curry to carry a group for 82 games over 6 months. To me, what the Warriors have basically tried to do is make this like the 2022 team in which they're in a game, it gets down the stretch, they throw the ball to Steph, and he takes them home. And more often than not, against, granted, some top-tier opponents, of which I don't think the Pacers are, but this is the first time that they played a team below 510 games. So they've been playing the best of the best. Teams that they're going to have to beat in the postseason and a lot of Western Conference foes. And it's like, that to me is concerning. If you're not just a Warriors fan, but if you're a believer that Curry can still be the guy, I think this season is showing us that over the course of 82 games, I don't know if that's realistic anymore for him to just carry a franchise on his back.
It's not.
And it's unfair to expect him to at his age. Like, I don't think that there's any other player in the league that has to handle the load that he does. And the issue is that I'm not sure the Warriors are positioned, like you mentioned, with the way that they built this roster, with the way that they've cushioned themselves up against the first apron. They're not really positioned to go get him extra help without gutting a roster that's already kind of in the middle anyways.
Yeah. I think this roster is fine. To your point about 2022, that was prime Steph. That was like as good as we've seen him, right?
Yeah.
I think this specific roster would be fine if you had that version of Steph Curry. Where the peaks and valleys we're talking about, it's more peak than valley. But right now, it is abundantly clear to anybody who watches, whether you watch the Warriors night in and night out or not, it's just so clear that that is not conducive to winning anymore. Where you can go on a consistent basis, say, hey, Steph, carry us over the finish line. And I think doing that, frankly, is putting unnecessary miles on a 36-year-old's body.
And especially a 36-year-old that's not...
Who's turning 37, by the way.
Yeah, at the, 2025. It's going to be a hell of a year. A lot of resolutions that I think the Warriors need to try and figure out. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings and Kyle Madsen in for Steiny and Guru. Let's hit the phone lines and talk to Ron in Las Vegas. Wants to talk about the overseer of all of this, Steve Kerr. What's up, Ron? Merry Christmas.
Hey, guys. Merry Christmas. Thank you for taking my call. Someone from the team now needs to call out the great Steve Kerr since he started to call out our young players. Somebody needs to call out his favoritism, his addiction to small ball. Does he even know sometimes that he has 4 guards in the game? Because he doesn't really have a feel for the game. I mean, I'm still suffering from PTSD from the Anthony Lamb minutes. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, Ron. Sorry, I was giving you some runway there.
Okay. I wrote everything down so I won't forget anything.
Cook,
so
Ron.
Bear with me. I mean, everyone wants to see the lineup of Steph, Wiggs, JK, and Trey. But he's the only one that has a problem with it. I mean, they're the best 4 in our roster. I know he hates JK and Moody. I don't know why. Is it because Bob Myers drafted him? I mean, he hasn't developed any younger player. None. Oh, I'm sorry. To develop Looney into a robot. That's what he wants at 5, to be a robot.
Thanks, Ron.
And last thing. One more thing, guys. Can I ask you guys one more thing?
Yep. It's all you.
Does he have a pre-planned rotations? Because I always see this assistant coach. I'm sorry, I don't know his name. A black guy with glasses. I've seen him substituting players.
You talking about Mike Brown?
He has a pre-planned. No, the other guy, assistant right now. Yeah, because I think that's the reason why he misses the half hand.
I got you, Ron. Appreciate the call. No, thank you. Merry Christmas. I'm not really sure where he was going there. I apologize. I had to step in there.
For what it's worth, I believe that assistant coaches managing rotations is a like normal thing. Not managing rotations, but being the one who's executing them, I think is a pretty regular thing.
Yeah, also
like it's a whole staff wide.
This idea that he doesn't like to play Wiggins and Kuminga together, that may have been the case last year, but like I'm literally looking at the Warriors lineups right now, and they have played together, I believe, in the majority of the top played combinations this season.
Mm-hmm.
Curry, Draymond, Wiggins, and Kuminga, to Ron's point, who Kerr does not like to play together,
Mm-hmm.
is the fourth highest total of minutes played by a four-man lineup on the Warriors. So that may have been the case in the past, and I think people are still stuck in the past.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Warriors are frankly still stuck in the past, but the way that they've expected Curry to just all of a sudden uplift the team like he did in 2022, it doesn't feel like that's just an acceptable strategy anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Or if it is, then you're going to end up where you were last year, which potentially the play-in tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Or not even in the playoffs.
Sure.
Maybe he's talking about Terry Stotts or Jerry Stackhouse. I'm not sure. I don't know. To me, Kerr is not someone that is going to escape criticism, but he's playing who he has.
Yeah.
That's really all you can do. Like the idea of a four-man small lineup. Yes. Okay. Well, you traded for Dennis Schroeder.
Mm-hmm.
He's supposed to help you. I hate to break it to you. He's 6'1".
Mm-hmm.
Like anytime you play alongside Steph, he's going to be small.
Mm-hmm.
Gary Payton II was out last night, didn't play. That's another guy that is in the kind of small lineup that Kerr likes. It's because he does things that help you win.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he doesn't like Moody. I hate to break it to you. Moody has been out for the last 4 games. He didn't have a chance to play him. He played last night.
He's a plus 16 in 10 minutes, by the way.
Yeah, but is Moody going to play more than Wiggins or Kuminga? Because those are the kind of guys that he's matched up with.
Right, and here's who didn't play last night. Kyle Anderson, GP2, Guy Santos, and Lindy Waters. None of those players are players that I'm looking at and going, man, that guy just needs to be on the floor.
Jerry Stackhouse, apparently.
Like that, you hit the nail on the head, man. This is the roster. If you have issues with the rotations, it's a roster problem. That's to me.
No, I mean, I think that's what the Warriors are kind of running into, is that their roster is not built to not have Steph play at a high level and win consistently.
That's exactly it. I also want to push back on the idea that they don't develop anyone. I think we've watched Kuminga develop over the last few years. He's a better player now than he was 3 years ago. And it's not on the coaching staff to necessarily develop players when you're trying to maximize a player like Steph Curry. Like what players do in the offseason in terms of working with coaches and getting in the gym, like that's where development happens. And you still have to play and do those things. But part of the reason Jonathan Kuminga hasn't been playing is because he hasn't been doing the right things on the court to affect winning. So there's a give and take there where, yeah, he probably needs to play, but at the same time, he is not, or hasn't been, I think he probably is now, he hasn't been in the place where he would be helpful being on the court. And so the Warriors have prioritized trying to find ways to piece together a winning rotation than prioritizing just putting Jonathan Kuminga on the court so he can play minutes.
No, I'm with you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Tim's in Raleigh wants to talk about Jonathan Kuminga. Tim, what's going on? Merry Christmas. How you doing?
Merry Christmas, guys. And the take that you just said is the biggest misconception about Jonathan Kuminga, I think, out there. This young man has been winning games for them all the way back to when Wiggins went out 2 years ago. He was impacting winning all the way back to last December when he was going to bench him against Portland, and he came in and pretty much won that game. That is the biggest misnomer about the young fella that everybody says. So let's think about this, right? Let's take ourselves to the mind of a 22-year-old. 3 weeks ago, your mid-range was just fine when Curry was out to put the dagger in Houston in overtime, right? There is a plan B, guys. We've seen the plan B, and I love you guys, Evan, because you, Bonte, Shasky, you guys get on the edge of holding this coach accountable on the edge, but y'all don't go all the way there. But there is a plan B, and we've seen it. right? We've seen what the record is without Curry playing. We've seen it. So let's put ourselves in the mind of this 22-year-old. You dagger Houston a month ago in overtime. Okay, no problem with it, right? 3 weeks later, you dagger them, you put them up, you win it, you get 33, whatever, game win, no Draymond, everybody going crazy. Okay, we've seen it, right? And then you're told you're starting, we're empowering you, we're going all in, just to pull that back a week and a half later. All right, you're 22, being told all of this, right? And then your coach decides, yeah, let me expose you for taking poor mid-range shots. When I could have just probably told you on the side, hey, let's adjust our shots, JK, let's do this, let's do that. Over and over again, I get what the caller was saying before. They're saying how he hates him and favoritism, but I understand what he was going for. This is a 22-year-old that you are herky-jerking around. I beg you to please do this. Look at this kid's stats when he plays 30 minutes or more. Please, 30 minutes or more, he's a 25-5 player. Please look at that. And I want to say this, guys. Kerr, what has happened with Kerr, and it's no disrespect to him, this happens. He's a great coach. I get it. Coaches have different ways that they coach. And, Evan, I've talked about this before with you guys. Kerr has a system that has been developed around Curry being what Curry is. And what Kerr, like you said, he's still stuck in the past. What Kerr cannot transition to is what Popovich did transition to. Kerr got the ball motion movement and all of that from Popovich. What did Pop do? He transitioned to pick and roll, and he transitioned to the talent that he had. He built a system around the talent that he had. Think about the greats, the Belichicks. What did they do? He adjusted to the talent that he had, and that is what Kerr is not doing. And what we are stuck with, right? Lacob is stuck between a rock and a hard place because he's coming up on the whole Michael Jordan, I'm not playing for anybody but Phil Jackson type thing with Jerry Krause back in the day. Lacob can't really do anything because Curry and these guys are so committed to Kerr. So what can Lacob do? Lacob knows he can't necessarily give up JK because what in the hell is he going to have in 3 years, right? So he's got to try and string JK on and keep him here and drag out until Kerr. Why do you think that contract with Kerr was 2 years? Let's not fool ourselves, guys. This has been an average team for 5 years. But please stop falling for this JK is not playing winning basketball. We can go back 3 years and see that he's been doing this. But
sorry about that. Hey, that wasn't on me, Tim. That was on Steve. Cooking. Yeah, I thought he was cooking there. Yes, I agree that my biggest issue with Kerr has just been the clarity about Kuminga, and I think it was we heard after the game, and it's kind of the quote that's been circulating around social media right now. Jonathan Kuminga talked to Young-Masuk of ESPN, covers the Warriors, and was asked about this idea of him starting and not starting. And he said, quote, I'm used to it. From where I'm from, you always got to be mentally tough. A lot of people that are playing, if they were in my shoes, they'll quit basketball. They'll need a therapist. They'll go through a lot of mental situations, but that doesn't affect me. As long as I go out here every day and just play, be with my teammates, they'll keep encouraging me to be who I am every day. I think that there's something lost. I don't know, in translation, I don't mean it just because English isn't his first language, but I don't think that Kuminga is as brash and, I don't know, headstrong as people make him out to be. Like, I saw a lot of people taking that quote and saying, oh, he doesn't like it here, or he hates Kerr, or he can't stand the way he's being used, and they got to trade this kid immediately. That's not what I get from that quote. I don't know about you, Kyle.
Yeah, I don't, and honestly, if he didn't like it in Golden State or liked the way that he's being used by Steve Kerr, I wouldn't blame him. Like you're a lotto pick, and you're the guy that everybody's pointing to as the next star of this team in the post Steph Curry era, and you go from starting to the bench. Oh, and now you're going to start again. You're going to be the starting four moving forward. Oh, hey, okay, that wasn't working out. Okay, you're going to go to the bench again. And I think to what Tim was saying, I'm guessing Steve Kerr has talked to Jonathan Kuminga about this privately, and it wasn't getting through, so that's why he went public with the contested 17-footers thing. But again, Jonathan Kuminga has never really been given like an established role. And I think that's a change we need to see moving forward, is in that Warriors pecking order. I think it's got to be Curry 1, Kuminga 2, and you live with the results.
But on nights like last night, I'm going to be honest. Like, Curry's your 1. That's why you lost the game, is because he was your 1 last night.
Yeah.
He went 1 of 6 in the fourth quarter. He was 2 of 13 from the game.
Yeah. He had a bad night.
When the ball wasn't in his hands, that's when the offense was clicking in the fourth quarter. And that's kind of that is where I do agree with Tim. It's the rock and the hard place that the Warriors are between, of being obviously fully committed to their number one franchise brand, who has made them into a $9 billion franchise, and the mortality that on more nights that have become more often and frequent that he's beginning to deal with. We can continue the conversation on the other side, but we got to hit a break here. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings alongside Kyle Madsen. That segment was brought to you by Lucky California. Christmas, Kevon, not Steiny. It's
Yeah.
Evan. Madsen's in for Guru. Giddings and Madsen in for Steiny and Guru. You know, I do wonder, like, Kevon Looney does seem like the kind of guy that goes and hands out dinners and hands out presents at the local Children's Community Center.
Kevon Looney is definitely a good gift giver.
Yeah, he's not the Grinch.
He's the kind of guy who definitely does the charity stuff, but who also, like, in his personal life, in his own circle, is a really thoughtful gift giver.
Isn't that one of the love languages? Gifts?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
It's not one of mine, but that I could tell you. But I also wonder, too, like, of the Warriors, how many of them, because you said Christmas is your favorite holiday, right?
It's a great holiday.
It is a great holiday. But I think for some people, it's also a pressure-filled holiday because a lot of times, like, in-laws will come into town, or maybe as an athlete because you're playing and so you don't have much time, and you bring the family to you as opposed to going to them, and you're having to. I think in general, when you host Christmas, there is a lot of pressure if you have a lot of people, because it's almost like, I know that I hate Cousin Ron, and I know that Uncle Larry's going to get drunk and say something to, Aunt Susan that I'm not going to like.
Yeah.
And I got to play mediator. And that's not really where you want to be. You want to be the guest at Christmas. I don't think being the host is something that a lot of people enjoy.
Yeah, we bought our house in 2019. And in 2021 we hosted Christmas for the first time and the last time.
And the last time.
Bro, I want to drink not an irresponsible amount, but definitely, like, on the edge of too much. Like, I want to get right up against it.
Yeah, how much is too much spiked eggnog? That's the question that I'm going to try and answer tonight.
Right. So I want to veg out and have a good. I don't want to think about anything. I've got the Warriors at 5:00. I'm going to lock into that, and that's the plan for the day. I want to hang out with my people and vibe and watch basketball.
Yeah, then the vibes weirdly have not been very good as of late. And that's kind of what we're talking about today. Again, Giddings and Madsen in for Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game, taking up until Lorenzo Neal and Dan Devone from 2 to 6 here in for Willard and Dibbs. You know, the thing about the Warriors right now, and 888-957-9570 is the number, is they're kind of in the middle of one of those stretches that you just have to figure it out. Like, I don't think that there's any external help that's coming. I don't know if all the answers are inside the building. And unfortunately, it feels like they haven't been able to find enough of them, whether it's against the Pacers or before the weekend against Memphis when they got blown out by 50. It is a troubling time, but also a troubling stretch for the Warriors, I think, during the most difficult month of their season. So, again, we're trying to figure this all out here over the next 4 hours and looking for your help as well. Let's go out to Mountain View, talk to Jan, one of our favorites here on the show. Jan, how are you? Merry Christmas. What do you got?
Yes, happy holidays to both of you. What I want to get to is why they have. I know they play small ball, but the rest of the league has gotten bigger, and I'm one of these that like a center and to be able to pass the ball. Well, Kerr is out there saying, "Well, I want you to pass the ball. I don't want you to go mid range." Well, we had Bogut back in 2015 that helped us win that first championship. Well, you see how Curry is struggling. Well, if you got a center in there like you can see Denver and now San Antonio, and they pass the ball out to the shooters, and that would help if Kerr got away from that. But he's stubborn and he doesn't want to, and I don't know why they can't trade for Bogovic, was it, or someone like that to come in and facilitate.
I got you, Jan. I do think that observation was highlighted last night by watching what Miles Turner could do for the Pacers.
100%. I
mean, he is a guy that I think a lot of Warriors fans would either love or love the idea of him, which is someone who can. Well, I'm honestly not sure he protects, but he doesn't protect the paint as well as I think a lot of people believe. His block numbers are pretty high, but the Warriors were getting whatever they wanted in the paint in the beginning of that game, and the Pacers do give up a lot.
Yeah, he's not Anthony Davis or Victor Wembanyama in the paint, but he's at least like he would be able to take some of the onus, the defensive onus off of Draymond down near the rim, and let Draymond play a little bit more of like a free safety role. But yeah, he's not like a dominant defender in the vein of Anthony Davis or Victor Wembanyama.
No, and I also I guess, and I appreciate the call, Dan. I don't know, or Jan, pardon me. I don't know if I subscribe to the idea that Kerr hates big men or traditional centers. I think what the Warriors have tried to do for 15 going on 16 years is figure out how to maximize Steph Curry.
Mm-hmm.
And Curry coming down and throwing the ball into the post to a traditional 5, I don't know if that's what's best for him. And the proof is in the pudding because it's worked for a long time. But maybe why it's highlighted a bit more this year is, again, he's had frequently poor games more than ever, especially now in the month of December. And so people are starting to wonder, well, do they need a traditional post player?
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's not about Kerr. That's about where Curry's at in his career. If he needs more help by getting a traditional post player, that's more about his powers regressing as opposed to Kerr being unable to adjust, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so. So we have this conversation all the time. I do radio in Sacramento.
Whoop.
And we have not to brag,
sister station.
And ESPN 1320, shout out. And we have the same conversation about the Kings all the time. Is it a coaching issue or is it a roster issue? And to me, what we're seeing, we've had talks about Steve Kerr. We've had calls about Steve Kerr. We have calls about the roster. Like, would the team look a little bit different if they had Andrew Bogut, right? Like, yeah, probably. Having a big who can stand in the high post and distribute and orchestrate an offense and set a good screen, like, yeah, that makes a difference for sure. But to me, I don't think they don't have a big because of Steve Kerr. I don't think Steve Kerr says, "Hey, we don't want a 7-footer on this team." I don't think they went and got one. Like an effective big man is not just super easy to find.
Well, and also I know that they're not 7 feet tall, but the idea of a traditional modern center, like the amount of bigs that you just give the ball to on the block don't really exist much anymore.
Yeah.
And if they do exist, they also probably can pass, they can shoot, they can do other things. Like I think the Warriors probably do have as close to traditional centers as you see. Like Kevon Looney plays defense, he rebounds the ball, he doesn't shoot much, although he did hit like an 18-footer last night.
That was nice.
That was pretty impressive. Trace Jackson Davis is a guy who plays in pick and roll, can catch lobs. I mean, he had 10 points before anybody else did on the Warriors last night. So, you know, to me, it's what a center is most valuable for to the Warriors is making sure Draymond Green doesn't have to play center.
Yeah, exactly.
And making sure that he's at his best because, again, the Warriors, when they've been at the peak of their powers, Curry's been their best offensive player or their most impactful offensive player. You can make the argument, Durant, all the rest. And Draymond's been their best defensive player. And last night, your two best players effectively went 3 of 18 from the floor. It's going to be really hard to win games when your two best players shoot the ball abysmally.
Yep.
So, and I don't know what people want from Kerr. Like, if anything, to me, I think that the Kuminga thing is something that I go back and forth on because I don't think necessarily Kuminga is a perfect player or he's what he could be in a few years. But I also hear we had a caller from Raleigh in the previous segment talk about, you know, Kerr not empowering Kuminga or kind of jerking him back and forth. And that I do think is fair. I do think you have to figure out what a role is for this kid because he is your most talented young scorer. And whether it's because of necessity or because he actually has promise, like I don't think they have very many options on this roster, Kyle. If we are talking about roster construction, he's one of the few people that actually can give you, and we saw last night, 25 to 30 points if given the opportunity.
Yeah, I think moving forward, whether he's coming off the bench or starting, like I think he just kind of has to play because it's really clear that he's their best option. And I think when you start talking about like closing lineups and if they get in a playoff series, what does that look like? Like what's their closing 5 in a playoff series that you'd feel good about right now?
Well, feel good about is a different story. I mean, I wouldn't feel good maybe about any of their starting 5s, but we saw at the end of the first half last night, that was the closing lineup that I think Kerr, in a perfect world, wants to use, which is Curry, Schroeder, Kuminga, Wiggins, and Draymond. And they got outscored by, I think, 9 points in the last 3 minutes.
Yikes.
I don't know how much Schroeder is going to help them. I was a bit apprehensive about the move, but I understand why they did it. To me, he kind of slots in where Melton would be, and Melton alongside Steph was working before he got hurt. But again, if your season is dependent on the absence, or if your season goes down the drain because of an injury to DeAnthony Melton, I think that highlights bigger problems.
I would agree. That's kind of the overarching, I'm trying to zoom out. That's the bigger problem here, is we can talk about Jonathan Kuminga and his minutes. We can talk about Dennis Schroeder and his fit. But the bottom line is, it goes back to what I was saying at the top. This roster is just kind of inherently flawed at this point. And when 36-year-old Steph Curry looks like a 36-year-old, those flaws get exposed big time. Because if Steph hits a couple of threes down the stretch last night and the Warriors win that game 115-111, the conversation's different. But the problems would all be the same. They're too reliant on a 36-year-old. And Steph is my favorite athlete of all time. And he is the best Warrior of all time. We'll not see a better Warrior in our lifetimes. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. All of those things. He is still capable of he's still the best shooter on the planet. And he's still capable on any given night of being the best player on the floor. But I think if your roster lends itself to, hey, Steph has to be great night in and night out for us to be successful at this point of his career, that worked in 2014. That worked in 2015. That worked in 2022. But 2024, the end of 2024 is a long way from June of 2022 for a player who is turning 37 years old in 3 months.
It definitely looks like it. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Evan Giddings and Kyle Madsen in for Standing Guru here on 95.7 The Game. Let's go out to Austin in the Bay Area. Wants to talk about a possible trade. Austin, what's going on? Happy holidays, my man.
Hey, happy holidays. Thank you. And here's my thing. I feel like Steve Kerr is living in the past. We lost the core, so everybody adapted to what we're doing. Not only they adapted, they got faster and they got bigger down there. Every team has at least two or three big men and better at the guards position than we are. So I'm saying he has to figure out and mix it up. That's a possible trade. Send off, I love the loyalty that they got. And send off Looney, send off Kuminga and Podge, and let's get Stockton from Indiana. Let's go get him. At least that can help out with the pick and roll. He can get you a double or whatnot. Help out with Schroeder. Pick and pop. Schroeder. That Curry's just a pick and pop player now. He's not going to keep running around all these screens anymore and doing what he was doing in the past. Steve Kerr has to adapt because everybody else adapted to what they did in the past, and now the Warriors are trying to find a way to keep up. We're getting killed down there. Rebounds after rebounds, losing this down the stretch. When it comes to closing out, our guards are so beat down through the bigs that everybody has. They have no more energy. They want to run. The Warriors said it this year. We want to shoot more threes. Yeah, shoot more threes with who? With who?
Well, someone's got to shoot him. Yeah, no, I hear you, Austin. And then that's the other part too is.
Real quick.
Yeah.
The Pacers just signed Pascal Siakam to a max deal.
Yeah, no, Siakam to me is unacquirable or unattainable. But someone, I think could be also just talk about someone like him, someone that can stretch the floor. I mean, the biggest difference to me last night is the Pacers knew what they were doing inside of 4 minutes and the Warriors didn't. They knew they were running pick and roll with Tyrese Halliburton and Pascal Siakam or Andrew Nembhard and Miles Turner.
Yep.
And the Warriors, I actually thought they found something when they put Steph as the screener when he wasn't on the ball. That was when their offense was the most efficient. And unfortunately, when they decided to give him the ball and try and have him close the game, he couldn't make the shots they needed.
I think it's really interesting that people say Steve Kerr is living in the past. Because I'm not totally sure, and I'm not trying to like disagree necessarily. I just don't know what people mean when they say that. I don't think he's trying to replicate like the death lineup, and you'd love to. You'd love it if Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga and Steph and Draymond and Dennis Schroeder could be Steph, Clay, Iguodala, KD, and Draymond, but they can't. I think people that are expecting Steph Curry to be Steph Curry night in and night out are the ones living in the past. And I think what we're watching right now is Steve Kerr. Like, there's a reason that their lineup is so deep and their rotation so deep. It's because he doesn't have confidence in 8 guys to be the 8 guys night in and night out. And so I think what you're watching is him trying to mix and match and figure out the right rotations and figure out the right combinations. And it goes back to what I said at the top of this. I don't know that the right combination is there because I don't know that they have the right guys.
Well, I mean, I hear some people that say Kerr, look, everyone has their own philosophies and the way they want to do things. I think Kerr generally believes in an emotion-based offense. I think he attempts to put the best two-way lineups on the floor. I think he emphasizes, passing and connectivity in a way that maybe some other coaches don't around the league. And I think that's also why they made the trade for Schroeder. It's because they're trying to slowly morph into somewhat of a modern-looking team.
Sure.
That is kind of not what Kerr wants to do because it hasn't been working. But that's something that I just don't really understand. Like the Warriors, to me, have to figure out whether they still want to lean all the way in on, like last night, Curry played 35 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's the best course of action anymore. Every single night, trying to figure out if this guy can, like, the Warriors are playing 4 games in the next 6 nights.
Mm-hmm.
You might have to figure out if Curry can play all 4 of those games or if you need to build in some rest for him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's where he's at.
And what is that conducive to winning?
It could be. Because if I'm because if Curry's going to play 1 good game, 1 bad game, then I would rather just try and have him rest and try and play 2 pretty good games instead of expend himself and then the next night essentially have no legs because he's dealing with knee tendonitis.
Sure.
I mean, if I'm getting, and again, I know these are outlier games across his career, but in the last 3 games, Curry has had 1 in which he did not make a field goal, which has literally never happened before, in which he's played a full game or full minutes. And then last night against Indiana, he didn't make a shot in the first half. I don't know how many of those he's had in his career, but I would venture to guess not very many.
Probably not a lot.
And the fact that they've happened in such a condensed amount of time lends me to believe that playing him more or leaning into him more is not the correct course of action. And it's like, is someone like Kuminga ready? I don't know, but we got to find out. I mean, and you got to find out, number 1, because it could help the team, but number 2, you got to figure out whether you got to trade the guy or give him a contract. So the Warriors, and that's where I don't know. I hear Kuminga when he says, like, not many players, I don't know if it could deal with this. I don't know about quitting the NBA is one thing, but not many players his age have to deal with what he's been through and the situation that he's currently in my opinion.
Yeah, we're not at the point where this is a championship contender, right? Like, that's insane.
No, of course not.
Okay.
But everyone is under this guise that they can get there, that they can become that.
I'm agreeing with you here on Kuminga. Like, the reason he wasn't playing 2 years ago is because Steve Kerr was like, hey, there's a championship team here, and this guy isn't ready yet to be part of that rotation, so he's not going to play. Last year, they were trying to figure it out. This year now, go play him. I don't think he needs to be involved more every single night. And that's why I said earlier, like, if you're putting together a Warriors pecking order, to me, it's got to go. It's Steph 1 on most nights. And then on nights where Steph's out or not playing well or whatever it is, like, Kuminga's just got to be that guy. And that's the long and short of it. And whether it means they lose some games, I don't, like, okay.
Well, and that's the other part that's
you just kind of live with it.
That's tough. Is he is going to have some nights like he did against Minnesota, where he's fallen in love with these 18-foot low percentage long twos that Kerr hates, and quite frankly aren't good shots. So, but those are the growing pains that you have to deal with. You also have to deal with the older pains of Curry not looking very good, and that's why the Warriors are kind of stuck right now. That's why they're 3-10 in the last 13 games, I think. Roger's in San Francisco wants to talk about Steve Kerr and the Warriors. Roger, what's going on? Happy holidays.
Hey, happy holidays. So I don't know exactly how I want to say this, but I've watched every game this year, and really, when we talk about living in the past, that's if Kerr is living in the past, it's really because Steph, as an off-the-ball scorer, as your number one scorer, just kind of doesn't work anymore. And what I think gets lost in all this, given like the roster is what the roster is, assuming no changes, is that your best chance to win really is going to be Steph doing what he's always been underrated as, which is a true point guard, with Kuminga and Wiggins as your your 1 and 2 scoring options featured, and all you ask from Curry is that he be efficient, because Curry is horribly inefficient, and he is a flow disruptor as presently constructed, and really showing his age. And I know he's a national treasure. He's a living legend, but as presently constructed, Steph is hurting the team as an off-the-ball scorer. And as a true point guard, he's still one of the greatest to ever play the game. So if there was a living in the past error for me, it would be that he's not allowed to kind of sunset into that kind of leadership playmaking role. Instead, he's just chucking up crazy threes. He's shooting early in the shot clock. He's disrupting the flow.
Interesting.
I actually think that when Curry was most effective last night, not that he's, you want him to shoot and you want him to be a threat, obviously, but like his gravity is still a weapon. Like just because he's not making shots doesn't mean he can't still be good. The issue that I had was clearly he didn't have it going last night.
Yeah.
And he was still forcing.
Yeah.
When there were other players that were able to help you more than he was, which is a rare thought, but it's what hit me last night.
Yeah, it feels different. Like it's less. It feels now like when he has a game like last, because he's had games like last night before, even in 2015.
Yeah,
where you're just going, oof, just it's not his. But it used to be if he gets one to go down, we might see 3 or 4 go down in a row. And now it doesn't feel like that. Or it's happening less and less that way. And by the way, I looked it up. He had 51 halves in his career where he has gone over and a half. We were just talking about that earlier.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. I mean, honestly, with how many games he's played, that's honestly not a lot.
Forgot to note that earlier.
No,
but that so I guess to the caller's point, it's like trying to take some of the workload off of Steph. But I don't know how you do that, given that that's what this roster is built around.
I mean, if we're going to be honest, we got to hit a break here. And 888-957-9570 is the number. I'll tell you what I think about the other side, because I think the Warriors have to come to this conclusion. Otherwise, it's going to hold them back. Evan Giddings alongside Kyle Madsen in for Stein and Guru here on 95.7 The Game. We're going to step aside, come back. I see your calls. We'll get to them. Make sure to download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. One out there, Christmas Eve, Evan Giddings, Kyle Madsen in for Steiny and Guru. I hope they're getting some rest. I know Guru's going to be off for about a week and a half. Steiny apparently doesn't like to take time off of work, so he's going to be back on Thursday. Looking forward to that. He's also still in the building if you're watching on YouTube because Kyle Madsen has brought a fat head of Steiny in. And
to be clear, I want to make this really clear. This was out like in the lobby. I did not have this made to bring in.
Well, no, but actually, I think
spending money on a Steiny fathead.
Okay, they've made a bunch of these. So around the office, again, if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, behind Kyle, there are fat heads of Bonte, Dibbs, and Shasky. And behind me, there are fat heads of Guru, Steiny, and he's kind of smiling. Not really, though. And Willard as well. Yeah, that's exactly what he's been doing. No, I hope they're getting some rest. I think all the hosts are off for the majority this week, so I hope they're getting some well-deserved rest because they, well, for the most part, they work their ass off.
Yeah, good for them.
Good for them. We're going to try and hold it down. And what we're talking about, again, is off of the Warriors' 111-105 loss to the Pacers last night, kind of what hit you? Kyle, I don't want to speak for you, but it sounds like the roster is sort of what's hitting you today. Just this idea of the way it's constructed doesn't appear to be conducive to winning consistently at this point.
Yeah, is Steve Kerr perfect? No. I don't think he is. And is Steph Curry perfect? Certainly not anymore at age 36. But I don't know that Eric Spoelstra would have this team at anything much better than 15 and 13. That's kind of what I don't know that more Lindy Waters minutes is going to do anything substantial. I love Moses Moody. I think Moses Moody should play more, and I think his inability to regularly crack the rotation is kind of strange. But I don't think that Moses Moody is the difference between the Warriors being a around 500 team and being a title contender.
No, and even last night, like you hit me with the stat last night, like Moses Moody was a plus 16 in 10 minutes. I honestly didn't notice that at all because
didn't even notice he played.
Well, I noticed him missing corner threes, but
oh boy,
no, but he clearly was able to do something. But I just always think it's like the plus minus stat is sometimes it grabs me, right? Like I thought that Andrew Wiggins played pretty well last night in the second half. I think overall he was a minus 15 or something.
Yeah,
Moses Moody was a plus 16, and yeah, I texted you like I didn't really notice him last night.
Mm-hmm.
And you said, yeah, well, neither did Steve Kerr. So,
well,
no, which is a good observation. I think that, we kind of get locked into who we're watching and why we're watching. And last night, the thing that stood out to me was, I thought Steph's age really showed at the end of that basketball game. I also don't really think that Dennis Schroeder, from what I've seen, helped Steph in the way that a lot of people assumed he would, just because he averages a lot of points. The ball stops when he has it. And I don't think that's the best way to try and maximize Curry. But, maybe they're also trying to morph, and that's why he's on the roster. He obviously didn't play well last night, but I don't know. For Schroeder's a player I've always been, I guess, like apprehensive of.
Me too. Like pesky defender, but he can handle the basketball, like knows what he's doing. But I also feel like he's at his best when he has the ball in his hands and he's getting downhill and he's drawing fouls and making a couple of tough shots here and there. I don't look at him as like a massive difference maker.
I think he's a good player and can help teams that don't have a clear pecking order.
Yeah.
The Warriors, though we have discussed kind of needing to readjust the pecking order, I think they pretty much have it. Like when Curry's on the floor, he's the one.
Mm-hmm.
And then depending on who else is there, it could be Wiggins, it could be Kuminga. And right now, Schroeder, I think, is trying to figure out like where he fits. I saw a lot of standing around last night when he didn't have the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not what I imagine when I imagine Warriors basketball. But again, it's been 3 games. The Warriors haven't looked particularly well. And Steph also has not played very well in those 3 games.
Can I drop this Steph stat on you?
Do it.
So we mentioned last night that he had a first half where he played a full complement of minutes and didn't make a shot. So I went and looked. Steph Curry, no made field goals in 15 plus minutes and a half.
Yeah, because I was like, I don't know how many halves he's gone in which he hasn't made a shot.
It's 51 total, but there's a lot of them in there where he played like 8 minutes or like 4 minutes where he didn't play maybe a fourth quarter because they won by $1 billion. So I tried to filter those out. 15 or more minutes with no made field goals. The most he ever had in a season was 2. And that was his in 2009, 2010. He had 2 of those games. Then he had 1 in each of the next 3 seasons. 1 in each of the next 5 seasons. 6 seasons. Here we go. Long story short, he had 10 such halves with no made field goals in 15 plus minutes. Up until the last 2 years where he has 6 such halves. So from 2009 through 2022, he had 10. From 23 to 25, he has 6.
Well,
not great.
No, it's not. But last year, I think they figured out how to kind of overcome that. I mean, they played well down the stretch of last season. Obviously, at the beginning of this year, Curry looked 100%. I don't think he's 100% right now, but I also don't know what you do to address 36-year-old knees or tendonitis. And last night, I thought his age showed. And unfortunately, it showed at a time in which they needed him because I thought that was a game that they could really use and that I think they should have won, if you asked me before the game. But we got full phone lines right now. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings and Kyle Madsen in for Stein and Guru. Let's go to the coach in Vallejo. Has been hanging on for a while. Coach, thank you for hanging on. Happy holidays.
Hey, happy holidays, Evan and Kyle. And, I was driving and I almost wrecked my car.
Oh, no.
When Kyle, when you were talking about Kuminga and not doing the things to make himself better. No one works harder than Kuminga in the off season. There's videos of him going around the country, working with all the players, all the top players in the league, bettering his game. I've seen an hour video where he didn't even shoot the ball. He just dribbled with his off hand. He's a hard-working young man. But I think sometimes we get caught up in a stereotype and thinking that since the guy can run and jump, that either A, he doesn't have a high basketball IQ, or B, that it all comes naturally. No, Kuminga is a very hardworking man. Now, I'm a 69-year-old college graduate black man, and I was at Pepperdine University with Dennis Johnson. Okay, you guys remember him, DJ. And again, he used to jump center at 6'4" when he was at Pepperdine University. But again, he became a very smart basketball player. The thing that I think that's getting most people is that Podziemski was given the keys to the car 5 games into his rookie year. Steve Kerr made the statement, he's in my rotation for good. Steve Kerr made that statement. You look at all the advertisements, it's Steph and Podziemski. Okay, so I think that kind of irritates some of us out here saying that Podziemski is playing 30 minutes. He's not nearly the basketball player that Moody or Kuminga is. And I think we also assume that he has a high IQ because of who he is and what he is other than what he actually does. I think Kalina Azubuike makes a point to point out all the smart plays and passes that Kuminga does because Azubuike also realizes that Kuminga's not getting his just due as being a very smart and basketball player. No, he doesn't play like John Havlicek. He plays more like Jerry Stackhouse, okay? And I think we need to let that young man play. And if I was Kerr, I wouldn't take him out the game. He'd have to tap out, okay? He had to raise his hand and say, I'm tired. Kuminga should be playing 40 minutes a night. He's a young guy like Latrell Sprewell. He should just run and run and run and take him out when he's tired. But Kerr has these set rotations. That's what's antiquated about Kerr. 5 minutes, you can hit 5 in a row. You're going to come out the game. And I think that irritates most of us out here. But thanks, guys. I appreciate it, and I'll be listening to you. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Coach. Happy holidays.
What's his name?
The Coach.
The Coach. Shout out to the Coach. I just need to make something really clear here because I think what I said was misunderstood.
Okay.
I never said Jonathan Kuminga doesn't work hard. I was saying a player's development to me is not on the team coaching staff. Like, player development happens in the offseason, doing the things that the coach laid out that Jonathan Kuminga does. That's where I was.
Well, and I think that Kuminga has developed. It's been slower than people have wanted, but over the course of this season, and I think he's recently, you've seen him take steps in impacting winning in a more singular fashion than even last year. Like, he helped them win last year when he had to step in and play a lot because either Draymond was suspended or Wiggins missed a couple games, and it was more by necessity. But this year, I also think because there's not many other options on the roster for Kerr to go to, but Kuminga is kind of forcing his way into a position where he's got to play 30 minutes, in my opinion. And again, it is because I don't think they have another great option, but it's also because he does something for this team that no one else can do. And I don't know how you take it. Like, for example, Kerr called out Kuminga over the weekend. Yes, he mentioned Pajemski and other young players. He was talking to JK. There's no other player on this team that takes 17-foot mid-range jump shots.
Yeah.
Or at least that Kerr's going to call out for.
Sure.
Last night is what you want to see from a player that gets called out.
Yep.
Last night is exactly what you want to see from a player that has clearly talked to his head coach about, hey, here's where we think you're effective. You get to the rim better than anybody in this basketball team. If you have a shot early in the shot clock, look for a better one. If it's there at the end of the shot clock, that's all up to you. You got to make a choice. That's what he did last night. And so that's why, to me, I thought that last night, the Warriors lost the basketball game, but the marriage between Kerr and Kuminga was clearly beneficial because the Warriors were better for him playing better. And I thought Kuminga played as close to a whole game as he's played all year. He had 26, but he also had 8 rebounds, 4 offensive boards, which he hasn't done a ton of this season. He had 4 assists. He was driving and kicking, and he did a pretty good job of taking care of the basketball.
He was the reason late in that game that Indiana didn't win by 12.
Yeah.
He was really, really good. And that's why the Jonathan Kuminga conversation is tough off the heels of last night, where he was like the maximized version, I think, of what they're hoping he is. And if he gets there night in and night out, the Warriors will be better for it, because we were talking about this at the break. Like, who's their second best player right now?
I mean, you like it, probably Draymond. If he's playing his best.
On a consistent basis, I would agree with you. But on the other hand, the reason Jonathan Kuminga is getting called out is because it needs to be Jonathan Kuminga. And you see it last night. You see that he can get there. Now, it's not the peak. It's not the mountaintop. It's not what does he do one night a week. The next step for him, because you're right, he has developed. He has gotten better significantly, I think. But the next step is doing that on a nightly basis. Where, okay, you had 26, 8, and 4 last night. Can you go get an efficient 23, 7, and 3 in the next game?
I think people's gripe with Kerr, and I get it, because it's kind of mine, is like, well, he's not going to do that every single night because he's 22 years old. So just because he has a bad game or two doesn't mean that he all of a sudden should be relegated back to the bench.
I agree.
And that's but that's also where the Warriors are stuck between. It's like he has to play, in my opinion, but you also have to be willing to lose those games in which he doesn't play well.
Right. If you're taking him out, if you're taking Jonathan Kuminga out of the rotation or dropping his minutes below 30, it's significantly below 30. I'm talking like 12, 13, because he's not playing the right way or whatever.
Yeah.
To what end? In the name of what? That's what I don't. That's what it for. That's my big gripe with Steve Kerr right now. Is if you're gonna mess around with Jonathan Kuminga's role or his minutes, for what? It's not like this is a team that's battling for the number 1 seed and has hopes of winning a title. I know they're gonna say that outwardly.
Yeah.
But to me, if Jonathan Kuminga has a bad game, I'm with you, man. It can't be, oh well, hey, 6 minutes the next game or whatever it is, getting called out in the media. I don't know. Well, I think last night was awesome.
I mean, I didn't mind Kerr calling him out, because I also think that Kuminga, he's someone that can take that. I think, and he just showed you last night that if his coach calls him out, he'll respond. It's not like he doesn't want to be coached. It's not like I think there's this misconception that Kuminga is like this problem child.
Yeah.
That he's somebody that when he doesn't get his way, and yes, he pouts like any other young player on the court, but it isn't as if he himself, I don't believe that he himself has ever run to the media. His representation has gone to the media and said he's unhappy, but I've never heard Kuminga say publicly that he doesn't like his situation. that he doesn't like being with the Warriors and that he doesn't want to be here for a long time. Whether that's truthful or not, I think Kuminga has been as much of a professional as you want from a young player.
Yeah, and if his representation's going around saying he's unhappy with his role, or if he's saying that privately and his representation is going to the media for him, do you blame him?
No, but if he was a problem child, he would have done the exact same thing that he did on Saturday last night, which is, oh, you think I can't make 17-foot jump shots? Well, here I go.
Right. I agree. I'm with you. I think he should be their second best player. And I think he needs to be given the runway to be that.
I agree with you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings and Kyle Madsen in for Steininger. Let's go to D, who's in San Francisco. Wants to talk about Kuminga. D, happy holidays. What's up?
Hey, happy holidays to you guys. Thanks for spending some time with us today.
Oh, of course.
Listen,
Thank you.
I want to talk about Kuminga because, if I'm Kuminga, if I'm Moody, I'm looking at how they brought Schroeder in and started him day one. I think that was a big mistake because I think it also puts too much pressure on him. And I think Draymond's come off the bench, Steph has come off the bench, and Moody and Kuminga continue to come off the bench. Pajitsky, he's thrown in there, but everybody else got to work their way up from the bottom. Now, Schroeder wasn't starting in Brooklyn, so why all of a sudden did he come here as the savior? And so I think that was a big mistake. I think they should have brought him in slowly and let these, because if I'm them, and I called early when they were in the 10-2 stretch, and I said, these guys are all singing Kumbaya because they're winning. But, John Madden said winning is a great deodorant. And now you see that they're losing, and now roles are starting to get, people want their roles defined. So I knew that was going to come, but I think that was a mistake to bring Schroeder in and start him day one. And there was a point in the fourth quarter where Schroeder he did something, and I forgot what it was now, but I was like, get him out of here. He makes some bonehead plays, and we know that. But, you can't start him day one.
Thanks, D.
That's all I got, guys.
I hear you. I think that the reason why they did is because in a vacuum, that's what Melton was supposed to be.
Yeah.
And Melton in your perfect world is your starting two.
Yeah.
That's the reason. And
yeah.
But again, I hear fans that are frustrated looking at Kerr saying, you're allowing Dennis Schroeder to play and shoot terribly through your first 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
And he just gets to go right to the front of the line, whereas other players that could also help you don't. But again, I mean, and that's where I do think that Kerr is someone, called in and said that Kerr's stuck in the past. I think head coaches, not just Steve Kerr, but I think most head coaches, especially veteran head coaches and even young ones, like they're going to lean into their veterans. They're going to trust players that have played hundreds and thousands of NBA minutes over the players that haven't, because they trust them that they can figure it out in real time.
When you hit the nail on the head up at the top there. Like, you brought in Dennis Schroeder to play alongside Steph Curry, and they need to get minutes together. I think that's kind of the long and short of it.
One, that's also another reason why one of the thoughts that I had last night was like, what is going all in for Steph look like? Because Schroeder comes in. I think they made that move for Curry.
Mm-hmm.
I think that move was to put Curry off the ball, take a little bit off his plate, bring in an extra score, and it costs you relatively nothing. It hasn't worked so far, but what is the next move that's out there? Because if everything is for Steph, but Steph is going to shoot 35% in the month of December, and you're going to be 2-6 now in games in which he's started. Why are we thinking about still going all in for that player? Is it because we feel like we owe him something? Because to me, what Kerr is doing is giving Steph the benefit of the doubt that he deserves because he's a champion. He's the greatest Warrior ever. But he's also allowing him to essentially fail. Like, if he's really your number one, even with added help from Schroeder, and he's not getting it done, like you're allowing him to fail, and in the process, you're losing basketball games.
I think that's kind of been the bigger picture problem with Golden State, and where a lot of people's gripes come in with their team building, is they haven't. You ask what going all in for Steph looks like. It starts with moves 2 and 3 years ago. I think if they had been going all in for Steph, we're not talking about Jonathan Kuminga right now. Like they have not jumped in with both feet. They're still trying to walk that line between developing a Jonathan Kuminga for the post-Steph Curry era, but also trying to ensure that, oh yeah, he can also contribute now. And so I think that the Dennis Schroeder type of move is kind of what they're going to limit themselves to, because they've not jumped in with this idea that it's not helping Steph. It is, they got behind Steph as, the number one guy, which, okay. But to your point, that's not working. The roster isn't working. They have not done things to supplement him. They've done things to supplement the 29-year-old version of Steph.
But in order to get someone like a running mate for Curry, you need to have assets. You need to have capital.
Mm-hmm.
Their best asset was Jordan Poole.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think his value was that high when they traded him.
Right.
But they couldn't keep him for obvious reasons we don't have to relitigate. And they chose Draymond Green.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. Yes, I hear you that Kuminga wouldn't be on the team. I don't think Kuminga's value's been that high, though.
Sure.
Like, I don't know what that player would have fetched you 2 years ago.
That's fair.
I don't know what James Wiseman would have fetched you 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So, the Warriors, they haven't developed a ton of tradable talent.
Mm-hmm.
That's, I think, maybe their biggest shortcoming. It's not necessarily developing young. I think they've developed young players. They obviously haven't built all NBA players and future All-Stars yet, but it's like there hasn't even been anybody that you could look at another team and say, okay, what do you want? And you're willing to give up one of your big boys to get them.
Mm-hmm.
There hasn't been a dude on the roster, in my opinion. Poole's the closest one.
I would agree with you. And that's where, to me, like I said, what we're talking about now stems from multiple failures from the front office, specifically over the last 4 years, since the Wiseman pick, really. Is that 5 years?
2020?
Oh, my God.
We're coming up on it.
Oh, God. Oh, boy.
By the way, he's an Indiana Pacer.
Yeah, that I knew. He
has an Achilles tear. Yeah, he's out for the season. No, that one was unfortunate.
But that's like, and again, that's not taking a shot at Wiseman.
No,
that's just when you start talking about assets that they've had that could have potentially been pieces that either could have helped Steph on their own or via trade.
Yeah,
like they've not hit the way they've needed to really maximize the end of this Curry window.
No, I agree, and again, it's all come back to this season, and what can they do about it now? I'm not so sure. I think they have to ride this out until at least until around the deadline, and then figure out maybe if there's a move that they can make. But I also don't think that this front office they're not screaming desperation to me. They're not screaming urgency, which is wild because they're 3-10 in their last 13 games. They haven't won back-to-back games since Dennis Schroeder beat them as a Brooklyn Net.
Sorry.
No, I'm just like, I think November 22nd was the last time they had a back-to-back win. And they lost to San Antonio, and Schroeder dropped 19 on them in the fourth quarter. And now Dennis Schroeder is a part of the Golden State Warriors. But we'll continue the conversation on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in alongside Kyle Madsen for Steiny and Guru. We're taking your calls on the other side. I promise we'll get you there when we come back. What's coming up on the games presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service bank with no compromises. That segment was brought to you by Safeway. Got Lorenzo Neal and Dan Devone locking it down in the afternoons when we're done for Willard and Dibs. Big thank you, as always, to Steven Risotto, Cameron Williams with us. Cam, by the way, our Warriors Network coordinator. Dude, this guy has been up and at him like 18 days in a row.
He's never not here.
No, I think he's got a bed in the back.
I'm here very sporadically, and somehow Cam is always here.
What we've built in this studio that is technically a lactation room, that's actually Cam's quarters.
Oh,
yeah. It just has a name on it to deter people from going in there. All right, let's go out to the phone lines. Sorry,
Can I ask a question real quick before we do that?
Yeah, that's my bad. I knew you were going to do that.
It's okay. You know, bros before phones. It's fine. Shout out Dan Dibley.
I'm so forgetful.
Do you think, as we talk about the Warriors making moves or not making moves, and they go get Dennis Schroeder, but for a very minimal price, is it Melton's expiring and 2 seconds, 3 seconds, whatever it was for Dennis Schroeder, and they've not moved off Kuminga, and they didn't move off Brandon Podziemski in the offseason, and they re-signed Moses Moody. Do you think they kind of know it's over? Where they're doing the lip service of playing out the Steph Curry window.
Define over, like winning championships?
Yeah, like they know they're not going to jeopardize what they believe Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Podziemski, and Trace Jackson Davis and Moses Moody could potentially be. And they're not going to move off of those guys in the name of helping Steph. I mean, if some insane offer was out there where they could go get a legitimate difference maker for one or two of those guys, I think they'd do it.
I agree. I don't think that, and it might be naive, but I don't think that they operate under the guise that they're done.
Okay.
That this run is over.
Okay.
But that is also kind of what might be holding them back. Like this idea that you can build a championship team around a 36 going on 37-year-old point guard who is one of the greatest players we've ever seen. But in my opinion, what they're waiting for is cashing in all their chips for a player that is as good or hopefully better than Steph currently. And that player's just not out there. I don't think that player is tradable or gettable right now for them.
And
so that's why they're waiting.
Right. And they're not just going to go start making moves for the sake of doing it.
No, otherwise I think they would have tried to trade for Pascal Siakam last year.
Right. And that's why I kind of think maybe I worded that wrong, saying they know it's over. But maybe they're kind of sitting here going, all right, well, if this is how it has to play out, then so be it. Like they're not going to the move you're talking about, they know it's not there. And so they're just going to stick with this because trading away Jonathan Kuminga to go get Cam Johnson doesn't really help.
No, getting Cameron Johnson is not worth giving up the potential of Jonathan Kuminga, in my opinion. I don't think it ever was.
I agree with you.
Like Dennis Schroeder, that cost them nothing.
Right.
It cost them two second-round picks.
You see the vision, even if it's not working so far.
Yeah, you can get a player that helps you in the immediate, and if it works, it works, and if not, then you're in the same place you were before.
Mm-hmm.
So that, to me, was not a risk. That was not a risky move. That's not an all-in move. I don't think they've made... Let me ask you this. How many... If there was an all-in move that they've made over the last 4 years, 5 years, actually, what has that move been?
Extending Draymond? Probably.
Him or Wiggins?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's probably it.
Just keep
there's
the band
definitely
together.
not been anything. Yeah, there's definitely not been anything from the free agency standpoint.
And since let's just go down the list. Since they signed Draymond, they have traded Jordan Poole for a contract that now they use to get under the first apron.
Mm-hmm.
So they essentially turned Jordan Poole into DeAnthony Melton, who's now Dennis Schroeder.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just going down the list. Like I'm legitimately trying to think of a move that they made that is they brought back Gary Payton II.
Boy, did they!
They brought back GP2. They turned Klay Thompson into Kyle Anderson and Buddy Hield.
Mm-hmm.
There hasn't been an all-in move,
right?
Because I don't think
that's where
that
some of
there
the
was
frustration
one out.
Yeah,
I don't know. Just me.
No, and I think that's where some of the frustration is like there was this idea that, hey, you got to go all in to help Steph and maximize what's left of his window. But they're looking at it and going, okay, well, that move hasn't really been there. And any move that's out there right now, let's say the Nets. So they're on the phone with the Nets, and it's Dorian Finney-Smith and Cam Johnson. Who would help the Warriors? Who would help any team? But I think the Warriors would be losing that trade if they made it. And I think they know that. And I think they're not going to just go do a move just to do one.
I'm with you. Let's talk to Jimmy in Dublin. Wants to get into the future of the Warriors. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan and Kyle in for Standing Guru. Jimmy, what's up, man? Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you guys. How you guys doing?
Good, man.
All right. Yeah, I just want to start off, man, by saying, man, I mean, it's kind of sad to see with Curry, man, because, I mean, you know, especially when he's done great for all these years, and then you kind of just see Father Time definitely kicking in. And, you know, I mean, I've seen it over the last couple of years with LeBron as well, where it's just one of the, and, you know, Tom Brady to get off of, you know, basketball. But it's just like, not to get off basketball, I should say, but it's just like, it happens to everybody, you know, and at this point where they are, though, they don't really have a real, I mean, because honestly, you can't be a number one at 36, especially with his frame, you know, and stuff like that. You know, like LeBron, you can say some nights LeBron is a number one, LeBron is a number two, but he's still better at 40 than 85% of the players in the NBA. You know, but with the makeup of the Warriors team, they can't afford for him to be a number one. Jonathan Kuminga, man, I mean, this right here tells me what the Warriors franchise think of Kuminga. Kuminga went, number 7?
Yeah.
Everybody has been pretty much paid except for him and Josh Giddey. Jalen Green, I mean, I think he got a 3-year deal for only about 105. But then that's not bad for him because he proved himself after that 3 years that he could get a super max. But Cade Cunningham, he's got a max. Barnes from Toronto got a max. Suggs got like 150. Evan Mobley got like 224. So that right there tells me that the Warriors aren't really too confident, and they're still trying to have him and Kuminga have him prove it. And it's like the team that they have, this should be the time where he can prove it. It's not like he's out there playing with KD and, you know, Draymond in his prime and Clay. So I think it's one of those things where they're waiting for him to show something, and he shows signs, but he's not consistent. The dude went up last night in a crucial part of the game and missed 2 free throws, man. You know, you got Draymond out. Draymond gives you nothing on offense. I think Paz was a bad draft pick, and I actually saw him the season before he got drafted against Loyola Marymount, and I saw him, and this was me not knowing anything about him being on the draft board, and I said he's going to make him some money overseas. Pro NBA never crossed my mind, man. Hey, I hope you guys have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and I'm going to take the call off there. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Jimmy. Happy holidays, man. Yeah. I mean, no, look, I think the Warriors, yeah, that was a very Steiner response to me. Yeah, I apologize for that. No, I think, look, the Warriors are kind of wrestling with what happens because I do believe that they have to be very careful. They have to be careful about messing up what comes after Steph.
I agree.
And if you are going to cash in your chips, it can't be for a team that can only win one playoff round. Like the last thing that I would want to see is them go quote unquote all in, trade for a player who's good, who's really good, who makes them, you know, maybe a borderline 50 win team, maybe 52 wins. They get to the playoffs, win a round, and get bounced in the conference semifinals, and then you realize that you can't do anything else, and you have no draft capital for the next 3 seasons.
Right. And that's where I'm at. So Optimistic 757 on Twitter said, how are they losing the trade with the Nets when they're not going to pay Jonathan Kuminga? They let Clay walk for nothing. They salary dump Poole, GPT Looney, and Schroeder are all expiring. What's the plan here? Like that's I think that's a little bit what I'm trying to get at. Is you can make that trade with the Nets. Let's say they give up Jonathan Kuminga and a couple of first-round picks to go get Cam Johnson and Dorian Finney-Smith.
Yeah.
I'm picking the Nets because I know they're open for business. So but pick a team. Let's say they go make that trade. I don't think that makes you a title contender. And I think that's what they're waiting on. I'm all in on punt the picks, punt the any young player. If you can go get somebody who is going to put you over the top and put Steph Curry in a position to potentially win a title again. I am so in on that idea. I can't even describe it. But the point you're making, and I think it's the right one, is that deal's not there. Who's available? Who is realistically on the trade market available right now for the assets that the Warriors presently have that would be worth risking the long-term health of your franchise for 5, 6, 7, 8 years, whatever it is, post Steph? I don't think that move is out there. And so they're hanging on to the assets instead.
Yeah, and I think that the right choice is to be patient at this point. The last thing you can do is overreact, whether you're really good or whether you've been playing really bad like they have. I mean, they've essentially had two halves of the same coin, right? They were 12-3 to start the season, and they've been 3-10 over the last 13 games.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that they believe they're closer to the 12-3 team, but odds are they're not this bad, and they were certainly not that good. Mm-hmm. So the last thing that I want to see them do is overreact to how bad they are, going to try and get immediate help, and basically just patchwork a boat that's sinking by grabbing duct tape.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like that's not going to help anybody. And that might honestly make it worse for someone like Steph, who you're trying to help in the first place. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Tom in Sonoma wants to talk about the Warriors. Tom, what's going on? Happy holidays.
Hey, Evan. Hey, Kyle. How you guys doing? And happy holidays, man.
You too.
Hey, couple of things, man. We've been looking for a starting lineup for 2.5 years, okay? Kerr, please, put a starting lineup and a secondary lineup and do for 5 games before you start. No other team does these rotations like we do. It's not working, okay? Curry, I hate his rotations. I don't like this 4-4-4. Since we've been doing that, we've been losing, guys. We don't look good. We need to start winning. Stop the damn turnovers, hit the free throws and score in the fourth quarter. This is the key. Now, I want to say one more thing, and that's Kuminga. Great players initiate their will in the game, and that's how they win. He's done it twice this year, last night and Houston. He doesn't initiate his will to the game to have a good outcome. So those are the things that I want to talk about and see what you guys think about, but the rotations are a mess. Talk to you later, man.
Thanks, Tom. I mean, look, if you want me to be honest, the worst 5-man lineup for a stretch that the Warriors had last night was the lineup you want to close a game. Like Steph, Schroeder, Wiggins, Kuminga, and Draymond, I think is their best on paper two-way lineup.
I agree.
They got outscored by the Pacers. Like they just got straight up beat. So the rotations to me are a conversation, but if your best 5 can't be better than the other team's best 5, then I don't really know what you're supposed to do. You know what I'm saying?
It is easy as I shouldn't say as easy. Is it realistic or illogical if they look at last night and they go, hey, that 5 got outscored, but Dennis Schroeder's just getting added to the mix. Jonathan Kuminga is playing better now. If Steph Curry makes 2 more threes, they win that game.
Yeah.
Like that's what you need. Steph Curry, the greatest shooter the game's ever seen, to hit a couple more shots and you win the game. Like, is that, it wouldn't shock me at all if that's kind of what they're talking themselves into.
No, I think that is.
And I don't hate it.
The conversation.
Totally
no, but you also said it off the top. It's like, but that's kind of been the story of their season, right? They've been a shot or 2 away. I mean, and Curry, it hasn't just been him, but, whether it's Wiggins some nights, Kuminga some nights, Curry's been the culprit sometimes. Pajemski has made boneheaded plays down the stretch of games. But Curry's been the culprit more than it feels like ever before. I mean, the game where they lost in Houston by a point, where he takes a shot with 9 left on the shot clock and doesn't milk it, it's like that's on him. You know, last night going 2 for 13, that's on him. And if people are willing to live and die with that, then that's what you're going to get more often than ever before. And it's going to suck to watch. You know, the thing about the Warriors, it's like, I would love for them to just airdrop a player onto this team and get them more help. But you're going to have to give something up. And the only real 2 trade pieces the Warriors have, in my opinion, I don't know why his name hasn't come up. Maybe because of also his meaning to the franchise, and you know, he's still very good when he plays. But I do wonder why, whenever we talk about a trade for a big boy and including a salary, why Draymond Green's name is never involved in those conversations. Like, he doesn't have a super large salary. I think it's like $25 million, but it's always Wiggins. Like, Wiggins has got to be involved. And
is there the perception for me anyway is that anything that happens will have to get cleared through number 30. And I don't think Steph would be okay with Draymond getting dealt.
I mean, people said that last year about Clay too. Oh, Curry would never want Clay off the team. He's no longer on the team.
It was a little different. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to relitigate the whole Clay thing.
No.
I think that felt more like a Clay choice than a Warriors choice.
Yeah, because of how they dealt with him. But I also think Curry wants to win. And I mean, the Warriors, honestly, their record without both of them this year has not been bad. I'm not saying that they're better without them, but I just think it's interesting how, like, we never discussed the possibility of being willing to remove ourselves again from the past. And, you know, it's like, if Draymond Green is compromised, I also think that he could go help a team that's on the verge of a championship. You know, I'm saying,
a team that's okay. That's that.
I just think everything needs to be on the table.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but just specifically with what you said just now, saying Draymond can go help a team that's on the verge of a championship. Is that team going to give you players back who are going to put you on the verge of a championship?
No, but I don't think the Warriors are on the verge of a championship.
Right. But wouldn't dealing Draymond be under the idea of getting you closer to that?
Yes, I mean, so would Wiggins, and I don't think either of them, like, moving either of them necessarily does that. I just think it's interesting that whenever we talk about going to get a player, it involves someone that has been better for you this year than not. Yeah. I mean, Wiggins hasn't been maybe the biggest solution for the Warriors, but he certainly hasn't been a problem. Just like I don't think that Draymond has been a problem for the Warriors this year, but I don't also think he's been a solution over these last 13 games. And so I think when you're evaluating the market, I just think that it's Curry that's off limits and everybody else is on. And my only observation is I just haven't heard his name involved in that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Trevor in Rohnert Park. Wants to talk about Steph and the roster. Trevor, what's up? Happy holidays.
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, so I kind of have been listening for a little bit, and I have a couple of, probably 3 points I want to make. They're all kind of tied in together. So if you're building around Steph Curry, which they're going to do, because, yeah, the franchise probably does feel like they own him, and the fans want him to be here until he's done with his career. So if that's the case, then anybody else on the team is kind of up for grabs, I feel like. So that being said, he's dropping off a little bit. But if you look at Steph Curry, every year he goes through like a 2-week phase where he just can't hit the broadside of a barn. If you watch enough Warrior games, you know that. So do I think he's going to play this way all year? No. So we have to sit back and see how the year goes. It just has to go that way. But I do feel like when we were talking about Kuminga earlier, about how he's a part of how he's starting to wake up this year a little bit. Well, there's a couple of things to that. One, he wants to get paid. And two, you guys kept making points about how he came alive last night. He was contributing and looking like the kind of Kuminga we want to see all year. That was after Kerr called him out. So the question in my mind, Bo, is, do you want a player that you have to continue to call out to see that kind of performance? You don't really. And the fact is that's the kind of performance you're going to get with Kuminga if you call him out. If you don't, it's kind of a lull. It's kind of a roller coaster ride with him. I don't think he's shown us enough as fans or anybody else watching the games to say that's the guy for the future of the Warriors. What I do see is a guy who's playing well enough to make a move, to move him for a decent player, because I personally have watched enough Warrior games to see Kuminga and realize that I don't believe he's the future of the Warriors. I think he's a great supplemental player. I don't think he's the guy that you build around. And if that's the case, and you're still building around Curry, then that guy is a perfect piece you can move off of and try and get somebody else in here. If you move off of him and combine that with like a trade, maybe you do put Moody in there, or maybe you do put Podziemski in that trade in a draft pick, and see where that gets you. But there is no real definitive answer now, and we have some time before the trade deadline, which means you have time to be patient. So if you have time to be patient, let the Warriors be patient. Let them play this out. They're not going to be this horrible the rest of the year. Like you guys said, he's kind of in the middle. That team is kind of in the middle. They're not what they started off being in the beginning of the season, where they rattle off 10 wins, and they're not horrible enough to lose 10 in a row forever either. So that's kind of my 2 cents, is that, you know, Curry has dropped off, and yeah, you got to build around him a little bit, but you also have to be patient enough, because you saw him in the Olympics, and what did he do in the Olympics? He basically carried the USA team when they needed him the most, which means he's not completely gassed. He's falling off, but not that much. So anyway, that's what I feel like. I feel like they're going to continue to build around Curry, and if you're going to do that, then you can't look at Kuminga as being your future. And Kuminga's already been on the team 2 or 3 years. And if you have to keep calling him out to get the best out of him, then he's not the guy you're going to build around anyway. So that's a perfect guy to bundle in with a trade and see what you can get. Maybe you need another big man out there that's maybe 7 feet tall, something like that. Somebody who can be more athletic. And is that guy out there, a more athletic center who can shoot? Is that guy out there? Not right now, but coming close to trade deadline, those options open up, right? So anyways, that's what I feel.
Thanks, Trevor. Appreciate the call. A couple things there. And you mentioned Steph always goes through slumps and stretches like this. That's true. He's had poor shooting months in the past, but he has never shot like this before in a month in his career. He's played 8 games in December. He's shooting 39% from the floor, less than 36% from 3. Pardon me, 38% from the floor, 35% from 3-point range, and it's averaging 20 points per game. Like that's not what Steph is.
Mm-hmm.
He has never had a shooting month this poor. And to your point, you mentioned the stat off the top of the segment. He's never had a calendar year in which he's had how many halves that he hasn't scored when he's played 15 minutes?
6.
That's a lot of down games.
10 in his career before Jan 1, 2024, and he has 6 just in the calendar year.
And so as much as I appreciate the sentiment, Trevor, if you were going to build around Steph, like you missed the boat. Like trying to expedite that process and build him now is, I think, what the Warriors might have been trying to do this summer, but I believe they were better off. And I was on the boat of trying to go get an alpha.
Mm-hmm.
But the Warriors would be in a worse situation if they had made the trade for Paul George, I think.
Oh, interesting.
Like if they had gotten what they wanted, which was Paul George and Lauri Markkanen.
Lauri Markkanen?
Do you think they'd be in a better spot?
Ooh.
You wouldn't have Melton. You wouldn't have Hield. You wouldn't have Anderson. You wouldn't probably have Kuminga, Podziemski, and Wiggins. It would be Curry, Draymond, Lowry, Paul George, and then some combination of
fillers.
Yeah.
I mean,
would you be significantly better?
No, but I think you might feel better about them. Because you're talking about taking some of the onus off Steph. That would certainly do that.
Yeah, I think it would help Curry.
Yeah.
But you would be without your draft picks in all probability.
Yeah. Is that a title team? I don't know. Like
I'm not so sure.
Which is kind of the like that's been the lens everything's been viewed through. Is can you get Steph back to title contention? And I think what we're seeing now is relying on him to be the number one on that team is probably not it. But also, maybe the conversation about Steph is different when the calendar turns to January. And because he shot 44.1% from 3 in November.
He did.
And I think what you're seeing now is a regression to the mean a little bit. He's still shooting 40.3% for the year, despite shooting 35% in December.
That's true. No, I mean, and look, they played better opponents, and unfortunately, they haven't beat a lot of them. But I do wonder if that hypothetical came true, would they be in a better place? 888-957-9570. We also got some Niners talk coming up. Kyle's got some interesting thoughts about the quarterback market as we kind of wind down the Niners season. Obviously, they were limited on Sunday. I do want to continue the Warriors conversation, but we do have some Niners coming up here on a Christmas Eve edition of Stein and Guru with Evan Giddings and Kyle Madsen. We're back after this. That segment was brought to you by Lucky California.
on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings, Kyle Madsen in for Steiny Guru. See, Kyle, Steven's been getting to know me a little bit since he started with us, and he's done a fantastic job.
Sure.
This is my favorite Christmas song.
What song is it?
Players Ball by Outkast.
Oh, okay. Great.
I love this song because when Outkast came out with Southern Playalistic, one of the big things in the 90s, I believe it was because of Christmas in Hollis by Run DMC.
Yes.
Everyone thought that you needed a Christmas track. Like Christmas songs were just huge. You needed a Christmas song.
Mm-hmm.
And so when they were coming up, someone told them that you had to do a Christmas song.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, well, we're not doing a normal like Christmas song. We're a rap group. So they made a song, a hypothetical about a Christmas party called a Players Ball. So I love the origin of the song.
That's so fun.
And it's my favorite Christmas tune.
Can I give I told you I had a list of takes that I needed to get off my chest today.
Yes.
I just came up with another one.
Okay. No Christmas music?
No. I love Christmas music. We have enough.
No more Christmas songs?
We're good. Like I'm sitting like I love easy.
Yeah. Steve, you don't know Kyle like that.
No. Like Nat King Cole. That's what I'm talking. Dean Martin's Christmas album is the finest Christmas album we have. The Temptations have a great Christmas album. Like it ended at Mariah Carey. When Mariah Carey recorded All I Want for Christmas Is You, we were good.
Have they made another one since?
Yes.
I'm sure they have.
It's like Meghan Trainor has a Christmas album. It feels like everybody now is like, oh, I need to do my Christmas album. No, your rendition is probably going to be fine. I'm sorry. I don't need the NSYNC Christmas album. I don't need NSYNC singing White Christmas. I got Bing Crosby. He's on it.
So is it the fact that you're done with original new Christmas music, or you're just tired of the renditions? Like there should be no more covers of old songs.
I'm not tired of any of it. I just don't need it.
Okay.
Like we're good. You're wasting. Who's it? Billie Eilish. We don't need a Christmas album. We're good. Like we got it.
See, I could kind of be into that. But
Chaperone?
There's a chance that they might come up with something that's a little new that I could be into.
If you want to write a new Christmas song, fine. If you want to have new original OG Christmas songs or your own, okay. And you want to put them out and they're going to be a little different, fine. But I don't need another version of Silver Bells.
Like I don't need to hear
Dean Martin crushed it.
Hear Post Malone, dude, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Sounds horrible. Don't need it. And I like Post Malone.
No, but
Gene Autry did Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Perfect rendition. We're good. Wrap that up.
They're cash grabs at the end of the day.
I know.
I mean, that's because you, along with everybody else who understandably loves Christmas music far more than I do. I like it, but I don't love it. Some people will just listen to anything.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll throw it in the Christmas holiday, I don't know, maybe the Spotify radio playlist, or it'll be in the rotation and they won't even know it.
Yeah. Burl Ives' Christmas album. Great.
Oh, this is from the 510. See, this is where we get, not going to lie, Jimmy Fallon's Christmas album. Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad. Now we just need late night hosts to start doing Christmas music and we'll be fine.
Give me the Conan O'Brien Christmas album and I'm in there. No, like it's
the Matt Steinmetz Christmas album.
It's not that I'm anti. Like I'm sure Jimmy Fallon's Christmas album is fine,
but he's actually musically talented. Though.
Yeah, but this is not a knock on. I'm sure it's good. I don't think Jimmy Fallon's rendition of any of those songs is going to be better than anything that was recorded pre Mariah Carey recording All I Want for Christmas Is You.
That's true. No,
that's all.
I don't mind that take. Is there any other ones you want to get off your chest before we go back to the callers?
Yeah. I need the sports calendar. I need every league to wrap it up by December 31.
Wait,
because
what?
You asked me like, hey, what's your favorite sports moment from this year?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking about it, and it's like, well, was that last season? Was that this season? Because you got the NFL playoffs that like bleeds over into January and February.
Oh.
The NBA season straight up splits the calendar where they have the 24-25 season.
So like Brandon Ayuk's crazy catch in the NFC Championship technically is on the border.
Right. That technically counts as this year, but that was last season.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so I just need him to redo the calendars. We're going to have a lot of overlap, but that's fine. I just need everything to wrap up by December 31st.
Well, then we should just have every single season play over Major League Baseball during the summer so we can make sure that's. I feel like that's the one sport all right, what happened in 2023?
I know, right. We are April.
The Giants were 500.
we are April to October. We're good. That's all.
I got you. Look, but both of those takes, I think we could definitely get into it. But I know that Phil in San Francisco wants to talk about something a bit more.
Back on track, Phil.
Yeah, a bit more contentious. The Warriors' free throw percentage. Phil, hold us down. What's going on, man? Happy holidays.
Oh, same to you guys. I want to say that to everybody out there. And it's a special privilege to just even be talking about this right now. So, yeah, just about the free throwing. Why is it such a disparity between on a team like this that's last in the league in free throwing percentage, and Stephen Curry is like the third all-time leader in free throw percentage? I mean, it doesn't equate. And that's my question that I impart to you two guys is why is there such a disparity between those percentages, and why is it such so that it has made the difference down the stretch in at least 4 or 5 of those losses where, boy, if we just had those 3 or 4 free throws, in the box score, we would have won.
Yeah.
And so that's, I think that's sort of an issue too. And as far as Kuminga is concerned, you're either all in or not in terms of trying to encourage and promote him in a way where he can perform at his highest level, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if there's still things you think are left to be unseen about his total package as a player, as a young player, albeit give him 30 minutes, put him alongside Wiggins and try and make it work. If it doesn't, then you know who needs to be on the trading block come February. You got 15 games maybe to do that.
I got you, Phil.
Either all in or you're not.
Thanks, Phil. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're all in. And I also don't think that that's the correct course of action for a team that's around 500.
So just to the Kuminga playing time point, and then I want to get to the free throw thing. Starting in December, he has not played fewer than 24 minutes in a game, 23 minutes in a game. Most of those are closer to 30, and some of them are well over 30. And so I think you're seeing that right now. That commitment to Jonathan Kuminga of, okay, the trade's not out there. Maybe it materializes, but right now it looks like the Warriors are going to have to move forward with Jonathan Kuminga on this team. And I think if you're going to maximize him, that means playing him 30-plus minutes a night. Whether it's off the bench, whether it's as a starter, they got to figure that out. But I think what you're going to see is Jonathan Kuminga playing 30-plus minutes a night moving forward. Because they have to. Like, they're whether they want to or not, they've got to commit to him.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think they need him, honestly. The one part of his game, though, that Phil also mentioned that is problematic down the stretch is free throw shooting. Kuminga shoots 60% at the free throw line. And that's good. Really the reason why the Warriors are such a bad shooting team at the stripe, to answer your question, Phil. Yeah, you're right. Curry shoots 92%. Curry takes 4 attempts per game. The Warriors as a team take 21. So you can shoot. Steph could never miss a free throw, and they could still be the worst shooting team from the free throw line in basketball because
that's so crazy.
Their next best free throw shooter shoots 78%, and that's Wiggins. Schroeder actually should help that because he's not bad. But if Kuminga is the guy that gets to the free throw line the most, and he does, and he shoots 60%, it's going to be really difficult to be an elite free throw shooting team.
Yeah. Yeah. Weird thing. So Golden State last in the league at 70.5% from the line. Last year they were 78%. That was smack dab in the middle of the league. They were number 16.
I mean, and that is the one area where I will say it's like, I think the Warriors were great to, remove themselves and Clay can go somewhere else, but he did lead the league in free throw shooting last year.
Yeah.
Though he didn't get to the line all that much. Also, to his credit, Kuminga shot a lot better at the free throw line last year. I think he was north of 70. Definitely wasn't 60 where he is right now. Gosh.
Sacramento, was last in the league last year at 74.5%.
Wow.
This year, they're fifth. They're tied for fourth, sorry, at 80.1.
That's the DeRozan effect, right?
I would assume so. But that just goes to show you, you have Jonathan Kuminga shooting more free throws this year and not shooting them great. It can just tank a whole percentage. Sacramento, you bring in a guy like DeMar DeRozan, who's a very good free throw shooter. It launches you back up the list.
Yeah, and look, Kuminga missed a pair of free throws when they were up by 2 late in that game. Draymond Green also went 1 of 4 at the free throw line.
Brutal.
And you'd love to have Curry at the stripe in those situations, but unfortunately, also another area that I've noticed him not be as effective as recent years, Kyle, is his 3-point rate, the amount of threes that he takes in the context of his attempts, it's higher than ever before. And so that means you're probably going to take less free throws because he's not driving as much. He's not taking as many twos. And you can't rely wholly on getting fouled on 3-point shots. So it's tough. We do have a couple other suggestions coming in.
Oh.
I didn't know that DMX had a Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer song. I'd be willing to listen to that. John Legend apparently destroyed a song called Baby.
Okay.
Oh, thanks, Steve.
This is DMX?
No, this is not DMX. Unless there's a bark coming that I haven't heard. This is Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. But appreciate that, Steve.
I thought we were playing... Did you say Run DMC did a version?
No, DMX.
Oh, okay. I thought we were playing the DMX version.
Oh, no, that's got to be out there somewhere. I'm sure. Well,
it is. It's remarkable.
I'll play it for you after the show. Steel Toes in San Mateo wants to get into the Warriors. Steel Toe, what's going on? Happy holidays, man.
Happy holidays, fellas. Thank you, Evan and Kyle. Appreciate you guys working today. I wanted to talk a little bit about last night's game with the Warriors. It kind of revealed a lot what was going on with kind of like Steve Kerr. I think he kind of fell off on the deep end as coaching. Indiana was kind of being stubborn purposely by having one defender under the basket and almost having like 3-4 defenders at Stephen Curry, and it almost daring the Warriors to win the game just dunking the ball or layup, and Steve Kerr and Draymond trying to like force Steph Curry to shoot threes, even though Indiana had their whole team at the perimeter, and that's the part of the problem, how Steve Kerr's forcing this square peg into a triangle's hole. Like the team's just basically saying, we're not going to let you shoot threes. We're going to allow one defender underneath the basket, and that's the only way you're going to win. And Steve Kerr is using his ego and saying, I'm still going to make Steph Curry shoot threes. What do you think about the hard-headedness and stubbornness of Steve Kerr? Thank you.
The hard-headed and stubbornness of Steve Kerr. Well, he did look a little older yesterday because he's growing out his beard. I'll say that.
Honestly, love the choice for him.
He looks a lot like St. Nick. And I don't know if there's a coincidence between the timing and the choice. He said his dog scratched his face, and so he couldn't shave. But I think he'll be clean-shaven for Christmas because he also said that he didn't want to shave until they lost. And... It only took a couple. It only took a couple of days. Yeah, the stubbornness to me is, look. I mean, Kerr came in with Curry and Draymond, and he's going to ride it out with those guys. And so, being willing to live and die with your number one player and your franchise and your superstar. I mean, that to me is where he's been the most stubborn. But I also get it. Like, that's who has buttered his bread for a decade.
If the Warriors had lost last night and Steph Curry...
Sorry.
If the Warriors lost last night had happened under the circumstances in which I am about to describe, if Steph had gone 0 for 1 in the fourth quarter because they were trying to get the ball to Jonathan Kuminga and Draymond Green and Dennis Schroeder getting downhill to the cup, and they had lost that way, we would be on air today going, why are they going away from Steph? Like that, they have built this team around Steph Curry being that dude. They're going to go to him in crunch time. That's it.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. It's
if
damned if you do, damned if you don't.
And I promise that if there are open layups and open dunks and like one or two passes that they can make to get those open layups and dunks, I promise that Steve Kerr wants them to make those. Like that ball movement and getting easy looks is the whole point, whether it's a three or a layup. Like that's the whole offense. But I didn't think there was anything super egregious last night with like forcing the ball to Curry.
No, I thought they were actually relatively creative. Again, they used him as a screener, which I haven't seen much of in the fourth quarter, at least prior to Schroeder getting there. And I think they generated some pretty good looks.
Uh-huh.
But they didn't get enough stops. There was a play down the stretch, and look, the challenge that Indiana made to get the ball back when it was originally ruled out off the Pacers, and then Turner hits a dagger three. But that was on the heels of Curry missing a go-ahead three-pointer. So it's like, yeah, if Steph makes that shot, they win. But the issue that I've been having during this month in which they've gone 3-10 is it feels like that's a lot of the rhetoric, which is, and I think it was Curry after the Houston game in which they lost, and he didn't play well down the stretch of that game either. It was, well, I hit one shot and we're going to Vegas. And it's like, okay, so is that what this season is going to be?
Mm-hmm.
If you hit a shot, then we go to Vegas. That sounds a lot like Russian roulette as opposed to dictating your own fate.
Doing a shot and going to Vegas sounds like college. But no, I like that's what I keep coming back to. Is that what the season is? Like, yeah, that's what it is. It's all about Steph. Can he get you where you need to go or not? And I think the amount in which they need to rely on that is always going to be option A for them. How far down the list option B is dependent on how Jonathan Kuminga continues to develop. If Buddy Hield starts knocking down shots at a high rate again, if Draymond Green is going to be effective. Like there's all these, if Andrew Wiggins is going to be aggressive and he's getting rebounds and he's making shots, there's all these different things that have to happen that like maybe, but option one, no matter which of those things is happening, is always going to be Steph. It's just a matter of how reliable are options 2 and 3 going to be.
I think it's a really good observation. That's Kyle Madsen alongside Evan Giddings in for Standing Guru on 95.7 The Game. Let's talk to Bob in San Francisco, wants to get at Steve Kerr. Bob, what's going on? Happy holidays.
Hey, guys. Happy holidays back at you guys. Well, first of all, I'm pretty sure Steve Kerr knows how to run a basketball team a little bit better than I do.
Mm-hmm.
But being a lifelong, passionate basketball fan and student, I'm just not digging this whole like deep rotation thing anymore. I really believe that we need to get with a starting lineup. But let's look back at the championship years, right? Steve Kerr's offense is predicated on making sure the other team can't really commit to double and triple teaming Steph Curry and other players, right? It's ball movement. It's like, hey, if you're going to do that, well, then you're going to get screwed some other way. So number one, no one's making their shots, right? And by the way, just as an aside, we don't really need to talk about the free throw shooting and the turnovers, because if you're turning the ball over and losing possessions and not having a decent percentage from the line, you can't win championships in the NBA, period.
Mm-hmm.
So we can assume that the coaching staff is working on that. But it's basically, you take last night as an example. They basically got away with double and triple teaming Steph the entire game. Why? Because there's not really another threat. And the times that we saw Trace go to the hole and Kuminga go to the hole, then it's kind of like, okay, the defense gets discombobulated and they say like, well, maybe we can't put so many guys on Steph. So, I mean, Buddy Hield getting hot and making shots again doesn't mean he should be in the starting lineup if he gives up so much defensively.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I would just like to see, I don't, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think I've only seen, due to, nagging injuries of Wiggins and Draymond, stuff like that, the starting lineup that I'd like to see consistently. I mean, we have to remember Trace and Kuminga are still really young guys. They're growing up, in front of our eyes, and we just need to stick with them for a while. Mm-hmm. And, if we don't have guys like Clay, well, then you got to play an outside-in game to get Steph free. But, even though Jonathan's making some threes, you don't want to see that guy shooting from distance with this kind of team. Mm-hmm. You want to see a threat with Trace and Kuminga and mid-range shots. That's the way you're going to get Steph free, Mm-hmm. So I don't know. Again, just to get back to my main point, Steve Kerr's offense in the past during championship years is predicated on making sure you can't double and triple team your stars. And that's not happening. Teams are able to get away with that.
I'm with you, Bob.
I mean, what about something like either Draymond or Wiggins on the second squad, with Draymond being the point guard on the second squad?
Thanks, Bob.
Or Wiggins sitting.
Yeah, no, thank you, Bob. I think it's an interesting observation. They kind of tried it. I mean, Draymond went to the bench, and then the moment they gave up 144 points to Dallas, it was because they didn't have a defensive tone at the beginning of the game, and Draymond's right back into the starting lineup.
Yeah, here's a take.
Oddly enough, then they gave up 140 to Memphis with him in the starting lineup.
They used to very easily be able to plug in two-way players and be good to go. Their roster used to be so sick. And it's just not that anymore. Like, I don't think there's a bona fide, like, yes, this is the two-way dominant force that we're going to see on a night in, night out basis. Like, they just don't have a player like Andre Iguodala who's going to be really smart with how he moves the ball and then plays awesome defense. And same thing with Harrison Barnes and then Kevin Durant. And Klay Thompson for a spell there was one of the two or three best two-way players in the sport. And Draymond Green was a defensive player of the year. Like, there's just that they don't have that good of a roster now. And so I think putting it on Steve Kerr and going, well, he needs to shorten his rotation. Like, okay, I guess.
But that was the whole point of the roster to begin with, was that you didn't have to shorten the rotation.
Exactly.
And it was working. Now, it might have been fool's gold a little bit, but I don't think that this... Name me their top 8 guys, and I would tell you that it changes on a given night outside of Curry and maybe Wiggins and Draymond. That hierarchy changes, and I think they're still trying to figure out, and it always, of course, persists when you're losing and you're trying different things and it's not working. Clearly isn't working because they've lost 10 games in the span of a month. Mm-hmm. But I think shortening the rotation to me just puts even more pressure on Curry. Mm-hmm. And that's not the person that I want to put pressure on. That's the person I'm trying to alleviate pressure from.
Yep.
And so it might sound crazy, but like playing more guys might actually be the way for Steve Kerr to try to approach this thing. Or playing heavier minutes with, I don't know. To me, I would love to see younger players empowered on this roster just because I think they're the ones that have the ability to get better. Mm-hmm. Their mistakes can help them improve. Mm-hmm. Whereas the veterans' mistakes, you don't go anywhere with them.
Right.
Like when Curry makes a mistake, it's not as if he's going to learn from that. That's who he is. That's what also makes him great. Mm-hmm. But like if Kuminga makes a mistake on Saturday, he might have a game like he did on Monday in which he helps you or put you in a position to win. They lost, but that's kind of my point.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm right there with you, man.
All right. Coming up on the other side, I do want to open up the conversation. We're talking about young guys in the Bay Area, relatively speaking, across this show. Obviously, Curry's dominated the conversation today, but Kuminga's been in the contact, or has been in the conversation as well. I also want to get into the 49ers with Kyle Madsen, who, of course, does our overtime show, our post-game show here on 95.7 The Game. Lots of thoughts after the Niners season comes to a close. We'll be taking your calls as well. 888-957-9570 is the number. When we come back on 95.7 The Game, we'll talk about that. What's coming up on The Game, presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment was brought to you by the all-new Honda of Vallejo. And Dan Devone coming up in about an hour 15 on 95.7 The Game. Sam Lubman and Jake Hutchinson holding it down this morning. Evan Giddings and Kyle Madsen in for Steiny and Guru. Look, okay, we've been talking about the Warriors, but I'm waiting to sort of unveil this. My favorite place to go shopping on either Christmas Eve or Christmas, because there's so many goodies and things that you can find. We talked about like looking for inspiration, right, when you're shopping in person.
Yeah.
Asian malls, okay? They're always open. They always have things that you can go find in there that are great stocking stuffers.
Yes.
That are great Christmas gifts.
Yes.
Ornaments.
Yes.
Things that you can use on Christmas Day, and they're not going to be shut down at any point.
That's a great point.
Asian malls are the cheat for the procrastinators like myself, hand up.
Yep.
That need to find a gift for about 3 family members before noon tomorrow.
You got time. You got about 24 hours.
Yeah, I got a text from my mom an hour ago that said, we need to coordinate on what's going on later tonight. And I said, yeah, I'm booked from 2 to 4. Sorry, I have to do some work after the show. Yeah, I have a couple of things I got to take care of. I got to go back to the house, clean, shave,
Mom gonna be
shower.
in town?
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah, in fact,
excellent. The whole Giddings family.
they
is
might
just
be
a delight.
listening.
Hey, shout out.
No, I
hope
have all
they
my
are.
gifts for my mom. That's really the only person that I care about getting gifts for before. Sorry, Pop. Sorry, brother. Well, I don't know about you. Like with siblings, I don't know. I have the relationship with them that you can just ask them, all right, what do you want?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. To your point, I always make sure like, okay, I know what I'm getting, Mom. I've thought about this. I put time into it. I know what I'm going to get, Mom. Because if things go sideways and I don't get anything for Dad, I could walk up to Dad Christmas Day and be, hey, Pop.
Hey,
I messed up.
Hey.
I messed up. And he'll understand. Like,
it's in the mail.
Yeah. Hey, it's in the I got beers on me, whatever. What he would understand. I can't envision myself walking up and going, hey, Ma, I messed up. I didn't get you a Christmas present.
Well, especially if
that's tough for me. I can't do that.
My mom tried a different strategy this year, and I really appreciated it, which was telling me basically what she wanted like 2 months ago. And
That's
so
great.
I was
that.
able to get her the things that she wanted, and me and my brother distributed the gifts. And we'll wrap them, put it together. But if someone tells you what they want, or I should say if your mom tells you what they want and you don't get it for her, well, then you're a bad child.
That's a bad look.
Not even a bad beat. That's just bad.
The tough look.
If
someone presents to you exactly what they want for a holiday, you got to make that happen.
I think so. Yeah, I mean, you're married, right?
Yes.
Yeah, if your wife tells you
as of this morning.
Hopefully, by the time you get back. If your wife tells you she wants something, that's obligatory.
Yeah.
That's a must-have.
1,000%. We did something a little different this year because we're traveling to go see a band or a musical group we really like up
Christmas
in Seattle.
music?
No, K-pop actually.
Okay.
So we're traveling up to Seattle.
Do they have a Christmas album?
No. Yes, they actually do, but it's like original songs.
Okay.
It's called Christmas Evil.
Then it's fine.
Yeah, thanks. So we're going up to that. So that was like our Christmas present to each other. They're also playing here at Oracle Park. We're going to both shows. So we got tickets to both shows. That was like here's our big Christmas gifts to each other. So nothing under the tree. We're just doing stockings, which has been fun.
I like that. Yeah. The other part is too, I feel like I never really know what I want. So like my brother this year, he splurged on Black Friday and bought a bunch of shoes.
Oh, nice.
But usually I get him a pair of sneakers. So I'm like, I'm not getting you sneakers this year. You just bought 4 of them. So let me know what you want and we'll figure it out later. My dad hit me. He's like, what do you need?
What do you need is the correct thing to ask an adult.
Yeah, I need boxers and I need socks. Like specifically wool.
Like, brother, you hit me with some wool socks. Thank you.
Yeah, what do I want? I don't know, a raise. Like, I mean, you cannot give me what I want. Now, what I need is something very different.
I put together a little Christmas list for our teams here in the Bay Area.
Okay, I like it.
Would you like to go through this?
Let's do it.
Okay, the San Francisco 49ers, you get from me a roof for Levi Stadium. You're welcome. Yeah, not what you want. They probably want a pass rusher. They probably want like a long-term left tackle who can play right tackle in the meantime.
But what do they need?
What do they need? They need a roof on Levi Stadium. Roof
for that. Oh, what was it? The Arizona Cardinals game in week 5 was like 105 degrees or something.
Brutal,
I felt bad for everybody outside of the press box.
I have a bunch of, it turns, I have weirdly a bunch of Chicago sports fans in my life.
Okay.
Just whether it's through work or friendships. I knew like 6 people, Bears fans, who went to the game at Levi Stadium on December 8th. And they talked about how much they cooked in the sun out there.
On December 8th?
On December 8th.
And I don't remember it being that hot of a day.
It wasn't that hot, but because you're just in the sun, it's just you're just baking.
You
need a roof. So the 49ers from me, I've gotten them a roof. It's on its way via Amazon.
Via Amazon. Like an airdrop a roof. That might take a little more than a 2-day delivery, but I think we can figure something out.
Multiple boxes.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
if I was to get the 49ers a Christmas gift, I think it would be a better parking lot is what it would be.
Wow, that's also big time.
It would be 3 different entrances and exits.
Ingress.
In and out of the green lot because that place or the red lot, it is hell to get in and out of Levi's Stadium.
Here's the issue. There's 9 ways to get out of there, but they all put you on the same 3 roads.
Yeah, that's tough.
Don't like that.
No, we need those flying cars to get here a lot faster. is what we need for Levi's Stadium.
Yeah.
In about 15 years, everyone will remember Levi's Stadium fondly, but for right now, the place is hell.
I would agree. For the San Francisco Giants,
yep,
they're getting a gift card. Like, go get Corbin Burns, man.
To where?
Here.
Oh,
I'm just,
to Dick's Sporting Goods?
No, they're getting like one of those, like, you're just getting a gift card, so you don't have to spend your own money because apparently that's going to be a problem in getting Corbin Burns.
Apparently.
So just here's a little gift card. I know that's kind of gauche, but me and the Giants don't know each other that well. So it's a practical gift. It's going to help them acquire a top-end starting pitcher. I typically don't do gift cards for gifts, but in this instance, I feel really good about it.
That's not bad. Yeah.
Thank you.
Some cash.
Yeah, a little cash.
Whatever can help with the luxury tax so they can go get their guy. Yeah, because I agree. If they don't get Corbin Burns, that is a failure in my opinion.
If they don't get Corbin Burns because they're worried about the luxury tax, what are we doing here?
Well, I'm sure there were a lot of off-season donations to a particular political party that they might be involved in. But I think if I was to get the Giants sorry about that. If I was to get the Giants a Christmas gift, I would get them what can neutralize wind? Is there something that can neutralize
a roof?
Can we get them a dome? We're just getting every single Bay Area sports teams outside of the Golden State Warriors a roof. No, I would probably get them. It can't just be like a player or a pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
I would get them an analytics division.
Oh,
because apparently they don't have one anymore because they've sent them all out.
They've 86'd it entirely?
No, I don't think they have, but I think one of the big selling points of Buster Posey to a lot of people is that it was not going to be as analytically driven. And there was like the famous Will Clark speech or post video about how all you analytics guys are getting, X'd out. And I think Stephen, am I right in reading that they moved the offices of a lot of the analytics players?
Yeah, so when you would literally walk into the clubhouse, there would be the manager's office on the left, and then on the right-hand side, literally right across from the manager's office, was the analytics team. And they had computers set up. It was right in the middle of the player space. It was inconvenient. It was kind of clustered. Probably not the right place to put them, but apparently they are going to move them for the 2025 season.
Well,
I just don't know where. So I guess we'll find out.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd bring that back. That's a terrible Christmas gift. I'm taking it.
I think there's something to that because the on the whole analytics versus gut instinct discussion, the reality lands in the gray area. There's a vast gray area between everything is analytics or everything is by the gut. And chances are your gut instinct is in some way playing off the analytics. You just don't know it.
Yeah.
Like, man, this guy hasn't hit a right-hander in a month, so I'm going to pinch hit for him. Like, that's, in a way, analytics, right? So I think it lives in the gray area. As long as the Giants are living in that gray area, they're going to be fine.
I agree.
You can't, I think they probably went too far the other direction toward the analytics side. And Bruce Bochy even said when he was on Willard and Dibbs, this is a while back, this was pre-March 2023, he even said, like, I get kind of insulted when people say I didn't look at analytics. Like, I did. But there's also, it can't be everything. I think that's the area they're going to live in.
Everyone that works in sports now, because football and basketball are more analytically driven than ever too.
Mm-hmm.
Baseball just gets, I think, clumped into that category because it's like a turn-based game and it's based on numbers.
One Moneyball was the I think everybody's kind of introduction to it, and it was such a famous. They made a freaking movie about it with Brad Pitt. So I think baseball analytics really got pushed to the fore in a way that the NBA and the NFL haven't.
Yeah, but I also think more so than football and basketball, it's like you are your number. You know, if you're a 300 hitter, that's what people know you as.
Yeah.
If you're a 40 home run hitter, you're a home run hitter. You know, you can be a 23 to 25 point per game scorer in basketball, but you can be a bunch of different things. Or, you know, I don't know. To me, you're more labeled by your statistic in baseball than others.
Yeah.
All right. Do you have a gift for the Warriors that you'd like to give them?
Yeah, and it's something that we've kind of talked about. This one's a little more straightforward. They're going to get a definitive offensive pecking order late in games from me. They're going to get because I think that is such an undervalued thing. Is Steph Curry's the one, but I think right now the two is like, don't know. We just need to get it to Steph. So they're going to get a definitive pecking order from me where late in games, if something breaks down, they know to get the ball. Okay, nothing's there for Steph. The plan B is to get it to Kuminga. And if that's not there, then you're countering off of that with your offense. But to me, they have to have that defined pecking order moving forward. And I think that's going to help them close out some of these games that they've smoked late.
I like that. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and H21 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. What the Warriors would get from me is a redo of the 2020 draft.
Ooh, that's a good gift. That's a way better gift.
They would get a redo. The ghost of Christmas past will come back and take Joe Lacob and Bob Myers back into 2020, and they get a chance to not draft James Wiseman. Now, I don't know. Maybe they would again, and they do something different. But I believe that is that's a big turning point in where we're currently at. If you go back to that moment, so they would get a redo.
Who do you think they take instead, with like benefit of hindsight?
Probably LaMelo.
You think?
Yeah, I mean
Tyrese Maxey.
Halliburton was also in that draft.
Tyrese Halliburton's in that draft.
The only guy you can't get, unfortunately, is Ant because he goes first.
Right.
But
so your options are realistic. Like Isaac Okoro probably helps the Warriors right now.
You like Okongwu?
Yeah, Onyeka Okongwu might help the Warriors right now, but they're not all-stars.
Not having a player is, I mean, essentially they didn't get
a good point.
They didn't get a player with the number 2 overall pick. So yeah, it could be. By the way, you see LaMelo Ball's, like, his usage rate in Charlotte right now, because he's averaging, like, I think he might be leading the league, but he's scoring 30 points a game, 7 and 7. They're not that good of a team, but his usage rate is like almost 40%.
His usage rate is 39.2%.
It's unbelievable.
Which just to give everybody a reference point, Steph Curry has a pretty high usage rate for the Warriors. He's at 28.3%. LaMelo's at 39.2.
That's
insane.
A lot of possessions with the ball. And I quickly just want to go look up prime Russell Westbrook's usage percentage to put this into perspective for people. Dude, yeah, that's borderline Westbrook, pretty much at that point in his career.
Post KD Westbrook.
When Russell Westbrook won the MVP, he was at 41.7. Before that, his highest was 38.4. So LaMelo Ball owns the ball as much as Russell Westbrook did post KD.
Wow.
That's a lot.
Ridiculous.
Are we allowed to go to this call, Cam, or is that a no?
What do we got?
All right. Let's go to Eric in San Francisco. Wants to talk some Warriors with us here on 95.7 The Game. Evan in along with Kyle Madsen for Signing Guru. Eric, what's up? What's going on?
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. Yeah, Charlotte is terrible. They've had injuries this year, too. LaMelo has to do what he's doing. I'm perfectly fine. I've been a huge LaMelo Ball fan since he's 15. Pause. I always thought he was going to be the best ball brother, so I'm totally on board with the Warriors going back and drafting LaMelo Ball. He's a big, tall guard. He would have helped them. But, Kyle, I'm calling because I want to thank you guys. You guys have been entertaining me for almost 2 hours now. I've been driving to go see family. And I've been entertained for a sick reason, Kyle. I'm a Sacramento Kings fan. I'm driving from Sacramento and listening to all these possible trade failures for the Warriors, how they're kind of stuck in no man's land. They can't really improve. It's made me feel a lot better about my Sacramento Kings. I know, Kyle, the last week or so, you've been dealing with a lot of crazy Kings fans trying to tell you how to fix the team in Sacramento. So this has been kind of interesting to know that Sacramento's not alone. It's not easy to make trades.
Yeah, no doubt. The Kings and Warriors in a little bit different spot.
I was going to say, for different reasons.
Yeah, like the Kings have what they believe to be their core in their primes, right? With De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis and Malik Monk and ideally Keegan Murray, although he's having a bad year. Those four guys are like what they want to build around. But to Eric's point, they're having a really hard time facilitating a trade that is going to supplement those four players. They need athleticism on the wings. They need more defensive-minded players. And it's really tough when it's like Trey Lyles and Kevin Huerter, and they don't even own their first-round pick next year because it goes to the Hawks from the Kevin Huerter trade, unless it's like top 12 protected, so it might be 28. So they have a really hard time dealing their first-round picks too.
Gotcha.
So actually, different spots.
That does remind me of a question for you in a moment. But to the 925 and the Comcast Business Text line, to answer your question, what about James Harden's usage rate his first year with the Rockets? Well, I can tell you that his number one year was 40.9, and his second highest was 36.1. So yes, LaMelo Ball is handling the ball as much as the biggest ball hogs in the history of basketball.
Good for him, man.
Yeah, he's doing wonders. Something that I saw this week, which involves the Warriors and the Kings, because Keegan Murray hasn't really been, I don't know if it's featured or I think the addition of DeRozan has hurt him.
I agree.
I can't drop him from my fantasy team, though. Kuminga for Murray. Is that something that you think the Kings would consider or the Warriors would consider? Because I think they've kind of been compared to each other the last few years.
The Kings love Keegan, like very, very much so. And if Jonathan Kuminga was a consistent, like, lockdown defender on the perimeter, which we've seen him be at times, like he's had some really, really great moments defensively. I think he's the type of player they would acquire if given the chance, just because they need size, athleticism. He can play the 3, he can play the 4. He can handle the ball a little bit. He can score it, but he doesn't need to score. Like, there's, like, in theory, but I don't think they'd want to swap Keegan out for him. I think they want to supplement Keegan with a player of Kuminga's skill set.
Okay, I got you. I just wanted to run it by you because I know you're tapped in up there, and someone was asking me about it.
I think that would make the Warriors. Ooh,
I think Keegan fits what the Warriors do more than right now Kuminga, but
yeah, I would agree.
Or what the Warriors want to do in a perfect world.
I think I agree, but I don't think either team would probably make that deal, especially with Keegan shooting it as poorly as he has this year. 30.2%.
Yeah.
Set the rookie record for 3-point make. Shot 41.1% as a rookie. 35.8 last year, down to 30.2 this year.
Yeah, he's been pretty underwhelming, unfortunately, because I think he's a good player.
Yeah, he's effective. He's a really, really awesome defender. He's been pigeonholed a little bit because the Kings don't have a ton of good defenders. So he has to defend. Like last year, they had the versatility with Harrison Barnes and with Keon Ellis' emergence that Keegan could go defend like Donovan Mitchell and shut down Donovan Mitchell. Did a great job. Did a really nice job on Steph in the play-in game. But now he has to defend anybody who's just like bigger because they don't have the size to do that. So defensively, he's really, really good, but offensively, I just don't know. The aggressiveness hasn't been there. Now his shot's not falling, and it looks like he's really just struggling to find it. So
I got you.
I don't think either team is wanting to make that swap.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to solve the Warriors. We've given them a couple Christmas gifts. We've given the Niners and the Giants some Christmas gifts. But in reality, yeah, Kyle, as we move to the Niners, and I know you weren't on Sunday behind the Dolphins game, but you've done overtime pretty much every single game this season for the Niners. You've seen a season that has not gone their way, and that is going to result in the missing of the playoffs, which is wild to think about 6 months ago.
Insane.
But the Niners still have a couple of games left. They get the Lions on Monday night. They end with the Cardinals, and then it's all about the offseason. But, first, kind of, what did you see, or what did the ending of the season effectively, which technically I guess happened before the game against the Dolphins, but where did that set you as a 49ers fan?
What? Sorry. Say the first part of that again. What did it
like? What was going through your mind when you realized that? I mean, I think we knew for some time that it was trending in this direction, but them effectively being eliminated officially. I mean, I think it's just it's a weird place to be. Honestly, I haven't thought of the Niners as a non-playoff team. Even in the 2020 year, it was like, all right, that was kind of a mirage. There was reasons. This year's like, I don't know. It just forced me down memory lane thinking of all the things that went wrong this year.
Yeah. So for me with San Francisco, it was week 11. Week 11 was they're not going to make the playoffs, because that was the week they lost to the Seahawks. They blew a lead to the Seahawks. Trent Williams got hurt. Nick Bosa got hurt. It was like, these two guys that they haven't been able to win games without are not going to play against Green Bay. Oh, and Brock Purdy also didn't play against Green Bay.
Yeah.
And then you have to go to Buffalo the next week. And the way they played against Green Bay, I think
trouble.
Right, yeah. If anyone didn't think that the Seattle game was the end, the Green Bay game was. And if anybody didn't think the Green Bay game was, the Buffalo game was. Chicago was a nice little win, 38-13. They looked really good. But then they came out flat against the Rams, and they came out flat again against the Dolphins. To me, like, everything that happens with the 49ers moving forward is about 2025. And that's been the case since week 11. I understand why they didn't want to go there while they were mathematically still in it, because you owe it to Kyle Juszczyk and to Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel and to all these veterans who have been around to try and win as long as you're mathematically in it. But now everything for me is about 25. That's why Trent Williams, Kyle Shanahan said it yesterday, done for the year. Nick Bosa wouldn't surprise me if they went, hey, you know what? He said he's going to play through this oblique injury. But if at any point it gets worse or looks like it might get worse, I bet he's done. Fred Warner playing on a fractured ankle, wouldn't be surprised if at some point he's done here in the next couple of weeks. Like, I don't think that what we've seen from the 49ers this season means they're cooked. I'm not on the Kyle Shanahan bandwagon. I'm not there. I think they're going to pay Brock Purdy. What he gets paid is TBD, and we can talk about that too. But I think they still have the foundations to be a playoff team and a contender next year.
I'm right there with you, and I think that's what we can dig into on the other side. The reasons why the Niners, again, it's different but the same of the way that I feel about the Warriors, which is I don't think that they're this bad with the way that they've been playing. Mm-hmm. I also am not sure they're as good as they were when they were doing everything. The Niners legitimately were a great team last season. And it sucks the way that the season ended, but their fall from grace has been pretty immediate. And I don't know if I subscribe to the belief that it's like this is the way it's going to be. And
I definitely don't.
Okay, I want to ask you about that on the other side, because I also know you have some interesting thoughts on the QB market, which is all we're going to be talking about. Like, Brock Purdy is going to be the story of the offseason, not just for the Niners, but I think around the NFL, because what happens with him is going to dictate a lot of different things. And we're going to reveal why on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings and Kyle Madsen in for Steiny and Guru. When we come back on the other side again, we'll dig deeper into the Niners. But that's what's coming up on the game. Presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Room on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in alongside Kyle Madsen for Steiny and Guru here, taking up until 2 o'clock when Lorenzo Neal and Dan Devone got you locked in on Wilder and Dibbs. If we're talking about the Niners, I hate to take a shot at him, but why did he come back with the song, which is participation trophies?
Yeah, what does Kyle Juszczyk do anyway? I've got my Steiny side up right now.
He wears out grass. I don't know.
Does Trent Williams really make that big of a difference? If this guy's the best left tackle.
They just signed Charlie Heck.
Who?
I swear to God.
Mick who?
All right, this is from your boy, by the way, Nick Wagner of ESPN.
I love Nick Wagner. Salute.
Or at least he reposted this. The San Francisco 49ers have signed left tackle, or a tackle, Charlie Heck. Charlie Heck off the Cardinals practice squad. It's according to a source. Yeah, so they literally signed a dude named Heck right on Christmas Eve because they are out of offensive linemen.
Yeah.
Well, they're also just out of a lot of different players.
I'm not going to go through the whole rigmarole, but there's a chance that against the Detroit Lions on Monday night, December 30th, they're on their 4th string left tackle and their 4th string left guard.
That's hard to do, right?
Really tough to do. Like, so tough. So, yeah, they signed an offensive lineman literally just to have... They added a guy to their roster.
They're just plucking guys from random practice squads?
Yes. They added a guy to their... So they signed a guy to their practice squad named Austin Pleasance. Real person, swear to God.
So Pleasance and Heck.
Yeah, the opposite ends of the last name spectrum. They signed him to the practice squad, and then that Saturday, signed him Tuesday. That Saturday, he got promoted to the active roster because it just needed bodies. And then 3 offensive linemen got hurt against the Dolphins. It is unbelievable.
Well, I got to say, it's not his fault, but I've been in the fantasy football semifinals in a few leagues, and Patrick Taylor absolutely screwed me.
Buddy, you should have hit me up. I was telling anybody with ears.
Do not pick up Patrick Taylor.
You can pick him up and have him on the bench just in case. But I was telling anybody with ears, hey, don't start him.
Well, fortunately, he didn't end up costing me. The other team just won by a lot. But I was furious at him all of Sunday. I wasn't even watching the game. Well, at least
my dog had no juice.
No.
Just nothing.
Actually, I did see a play where he tried to catch a pass over the middle. I think they might have called it an interception at first, and they ruled it down.
Did. Yeah, that happened.
Yeah, that one was tough.
Yeah, really bad. It hit him right in the hands.
And
what he got to get, Pat.
That's why I can't completely, not wholeheartedly, blame Brock Purdy for the situation that the Niners have been in this season, because it feels like he's been throwing to a lot of different guys that are either in poor positions or not equipped to help him, or maybe he's playing with his 4th string tackle and guard. Yeah. It's like, I just don't know how many quarterbacks are going to succeed in that environment. Nevertheless, a guy that obviously has his own limitations.
Yeah, it's really interesting, the Purdy conversation, because it's very obvious that last year's production was in large part due to the quality of talent around him.
Yeah.
But I think he's also proven this year that it's not like a joke. He doesn't stink at quarterback. His numbers were inflated by the talent around him, which I think was a fair critique at the time. But I also think this year he showed that he can play. The question becomes, and you said this in the last segment, the question now is his contract. The minute in week 18 when the 49ers are in Arizona, the clock hits 0 at the end of the 4th quarter, he is eligible for a contract extension.
Yep.
I think what this year has shown me is not, they shouldn't pay him. What this year has shown me is that he's not a $60+ million quarterback. Because to me, a $55, $60, $60+ million quarterback is a player who you're comfortable paying that money to, because you know that you can let players X, Y, and Z walk, and he's going to be the rising tide that lifts all boats. The Chiefs knew that Patrick Mahomes was that dude, which is why Tyreek Hill could go. It's why they've been able to piece together a receiving core and still be competitive, because Patrick Mahomes and their defense. but Patrick Mahomes is going to get them where they need to go offensively, particularly with this version of their defense.
I'm with you there. The thing that I struggle with, and of course it's the conversation. It's like, well, but the position. It's the only position in sports that I feel like the player who's the best at it doesn't make the most money.
It's dumb. It needs to stop.
Is it going to stop with Brock?
I hope so.
Well, for the Niners, yes.
Yeah, right. I want every player, if they get their bag, like, good. I'm not going to be like, this sucks, Brock Purdy got paid. But I think the 49ers and Brock Purdy would be better off. And if Brock Purdy walks into the Niners front office and says, Dak Prescott got $60 million, I have been playing I have way fewer years under my belt, and my resume is better than his. Okay. Like, I want $60 million. All right. I'm not going to blame the guy, but I think that would hamstring the 49ers a little bit.
Yeah. 100%.
If he comes in and signs at 45 a year, maybe even 50 with the way the cap goes up, where had that flexibility to retain or sign star players. Now I think you're putting yourself in a position where you get the best of both worlds, where you can have Brock Purdy, who has proven to be an effective quarterback.
Stay hot, Steve.
I agree.
Continue.
We're good. You can either, he's proven to be an effective player, so you can't let him walk. But on the other hand, to what you're saying, do the 49ers, if Purdy says, no, I need 60, do the 49ers go, okay, cool. Well, then you can play out your rookie deal. We'll franchise you a couple times, and then you can go, and maybe you prove to be worth top of market money in that stretch, and you'll get it. But if not, cool, go test the market. See what's out there. And if not, if he's a $45 million dude on the open market, then okay.
Yeah, I think in a vacuum that's great. And look, I don't think Purdy is. I don't think he's shown himself this season or even last season in some points to be a player that will elevate a less than great surrounding cast. But here's the quarterbacks that make more than $50 million.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert, Jared Goff, Tua Tagovailoa, Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Love, Joe Burrow, Dak Prescott.
Mm-hmm.
There are 3 guys on that list, in my opinion, that do what you would want a quarterback that makes much money to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's Joe Burrow, that's Lamar Jackson, and that's Justin Herbert. The rest of them, they're all good quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
But are they guys that elevate everyone around them? Jordan Love might be the closest to the 4th for me.
Yeah, still need to see more, but it seems like he might be that.
I feel like the Niners are stuck between not wanting to give him as much as possible,
mm-hmm.
but also not being able to afford another season like this, which is what you could set yourself up for if A, you decide to not pay your quarterback and he holds out,
mm-hmm.
or B, you string along another negotiation to the point that it bleeds over into training camp and you don't hit the ground running much similar to this year.
Mm-hmm.
I think Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are in a position where they do have to win next year. I also think they can win next year,
mm-hmm.
even if it means paying Brock Purdy top of market money.
Sure.
And that's why I inevitably believe that's what they're going to do.
So this is my concern, and I not my concern. This is my gripe. Is people always say, well, the quarterback market says, like, no, the quarterback market doesn't say. The market for Brock Purdy is not what Joe Burrow got paid or what Dak Prescott got paid. The market for Brock Purdy is what would Brock Purdy get on the open market. And right now, today, with what we know about Brock Purdy, if he hit the open market, are the Las Vegas Raiders, and he wouldn't. He has one more year under his contract. But let's say he was hitting free agency this year. Are the Las Vegas Raiders paying him $60 million a year?
No.
Is there any team that would give him $60 million a year?
But I could make the same case for a few of the quarterbacks that we mentioned.
Right, and that's what I'm saying is I think this needs to change, and I kind of think it will here in the NFL at some point, because what teams are chasing is I think 5 quarterbacks. There were the 3 you just mentioned: Burrow, Herbert,
Jackson,
Lamar Jackson, and then Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Those are you can nitpick whether they're elite or not. I'm calling those the 5 elite guys for the sake of discussion.
Those are the ones that are typically thrown in those conversations.
The fact is, here's the main fact I'm trying to get at. Whether you want to nitpick some of those guys are elite or not, fine, you can do that. There are generously 5 or 6 players who qualify as elite quarterbacks. Who qualify as, you have this guy on your team, you can build out a roster around their $60+ million. With those other quarterbacks, I don't think Tua Tagovailoa and the Dolphins are ever going to win a Super Bowl.
No.
I don't think that Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys are ever going to win a Super Bowl. What else is in there? Jared Goff and the Lions might win a Super Bowl.
Trevor Lawrence.
I don't think Trevor Lawrence and the Jags are ever winning a Super Bowl.
Jalen Hurts?
They might.
I think they have a good chance to.
They've also done a really, really nice job of drafting.
Yeah.
So salute to
having that kind of quarterback puts pressure on you to hit on a significant amount of cheap labor.
Right. And so what I wonder with quarterbacks eventually is, does a team like the 49ers say to Brock, hey, here's 45, because we think that's kind of what the market would be for you. So here it is, and we're going to build out this team around you. And if teams start chasing, hey, we're going to build out this awesome roster, and we're going to go just try and find a serviceable quarterback who can operate within this roster, and if that's the easiest way to compete with the Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allens and Lamar Jacksons of the world, where, okay, awesome roster with just okay quarterback, versus, okay, we have a highly paid quarterback, yeah, but he's still just okay, and the roster's a little worse around him.
Yeah, I guess I just wondered the conversations that were surrounding. The only reason I think that the bubble might burst on the quarterback market is because there's no other quarterback that's due to get paid.
Mm-hmm.
Like Sam Darnold will become a free agent, but he's not in the beginning of his prime. He's not with the same team, and he doesn't have the track record of Purdy.
Right.
There's no other rookie contract eligible quarterback that is in the same class as Purdy.
Not even close.
Whereas, I mean, I think most of the guys are on other teams. I think it's like Malik Willis, Kenny Pickett,
gone,
Desmond Ridder,
gone.
Like, I mean, a bunch of not very good quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm. I believe Skylar Thompson is the only quarterback from that draft who's with his original team, and he's the Dolphins' backup quarterback.
Great to be a 7th round pick.
Mm-hmm.
So the other guys in the previous years, it was like Burrow, Herbert, Lamar, I think all got paid, and Hurts might have been too, in the same class. So it was like there was a bar.
Well, we just saw this happen at the wide receiver market with Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, but it wasn't just one receiver, though. Like, if Brandon Ayuk was the only wide receiver that was due to get paid this offseason, I don't know. The number might have been a lot lower because there's nothing to compare it to. Right. The issue that I find with Brock Purdy is that Dak Prescott got what he got. And if you're Brock Purdy's agent, like, it's a line in the sand almost, because Dak Prescott, no one would identify him as an elite quarterback. No one believes that you can win a Super Bowl with Dak Prescott. And I also don't think, to your point earlier, if he was on the open market, a team would have paid him $60 million, but he still got it. That's what I guess holds me back.
And I wonder at some point if a team is going to have the guts to go, if they'll stop being gutless and go out and say, just do what I'm talking about with the Niners. Like, Brock, we feel great about you at 50 a year. You want 55 or 60? Well, then play out the 2024 season. We'll franchise you a couple times, and then we'll revisit this in 3 years. I mean, that's a route.
Washington did that with Kirk Cousins.
Yes. It's exactly what they did with Kirk Cousins.
And they were in trouble after that until they got Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, but would they have been better off paying Kirk Cousins top of market instead of franchising him a couple times?
Well, they would have been more competitive than what they ended up being for the better part of a half decade.
Yeah.
A head coach and I believe their general manager didn't survive it. It's like, that's the other part of it too, is I don't know. Well, let me ask you about Kirk Cousins, because I think there was a report earlier today that we were discussing. Deanna Rossini of The Athletic. Kirk Cousins is going to be available. I don't know if it's via release or trade, but it seems like his relationship with the Falcons is ending. So he's going to be due 3 years and $120 million, give or take, over the next 3 seasons. And Deanna Rossini's report earlier was that the Niners are committed to Brock Purdy. Number one, do you buy it? Number two, do you believe that Kirk Cousins is a viable option next season for the Niners?
I'm going to sit on the fence here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what everybody's here for.
As long as it's not barbed wire.
So here's the two things. I don't think he's a viable option as a starter, Kirk Cousins. No matter what Kyle Shanahan thought or thinks about him, he showed this year that he's not a starting quarterback in the NFL anymore. And I don't think the market is going to dictate that he's a starter. But in these negotiations with Brock Purdy, it wouldn't shock me if we hear reports that the 49ers are meeting with Kirk Cousins. And again, Kirk Cousins still has to be released by the Falcons. That's not a guarantee that that's going to happen. It seems like it's trending that way, but we're not sure yet. Let's say he gets released, though.
Yeah.
I think we'll see a report that the 49ers are meeting with him, whether that's to gain leverage for on those Purdy negotiations. But also, depending on his market, I wouldn't hate him as a backup. If Kirk Cousins is your QB2, where he has to go start a game for you in November because Brock Purdy twisted his ankle in practice, like there are way worse options. Kirk Cousins is certainly better than Brandon Allen. So that's where when we talk about the 49ers and Kirk Cousins, that's the angle I'm looking at, is maybe they talk to him with leverage over for leverage over Brock. But if his market is not that he's a starter, I think the 49ers are going to look at it as a backup option for sure.
I think the only quarterback that I could see the Niners legitimately putting under center, not named Brock Purdy next season, is Aaron Rodgers. I wouldn't like it.
No chance. I shouldn't say no chance.
I think there's more of a chance than Kirk Cousins.
Really?
I do.
Why? Because
he comes off the books next year. He's cheap enough. And I don't know if there's a better option. Like, I think Aaron Rodgers is not a great quarterback anymore, but he's better than Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
And I don't think that Sam Darnold is a player that's going to be available. I don't know who else out there. Maybe it's an unforeseen quarterback. But again, it's just by process of elimination. And I also think that the Jets will be willing to somehow get themselves detached from him. To me, the concerns are far more about the locker room stuff and off the field than what happens on the field.
Right.
I mean, I think he has 23 touchdowns to around 10 picks this year. He's been decent, especially since they got him, his boy Devontae Adams. The structure and stability.
Do you also have to trade for Devontae Adams then?
You might have to. No, I think the structure and stability at San Francisco would be, along with the diminished version of himself, would at least be able to humble him enough to say, like, I'm not going to run the San Francisco 49ers the way that I tried to run the New York Jets. And again, I think it's a slim to none chance, but if there's another guy out there that I could see the Niners trying to bring in, it'd be number 12.
I would be floored.
So would I.
Completely, utterly floored if that happened.
Would you rather pay Aaron Rodgers $40 million or Brock Purdy $60 million?
Ooh.
And it'd only be for one season. After that, you probably part ways, and then you go from there. But I think that's also a legitimate question that I have. Brock
at 60, I think. Just for I think there's domino effects that come with that.
But that also means that you think that,
just frankly, to be 100% honest, I don't want to personally have to root for Aaron Rodgers. So
that's fair. Yeah, from the 510, crazy talk, culture and chemistry of this team are already a wreck. Bringing in someone as toxic as Rodgers would be insane.
Go ahead.
I don't think the chemistry of this team and culture is that ridiculous.
I agree with you. They're having a bad
Now, Rodgers could wreck it and make it worse.
No, they're having a bad year. I don't think it's a scenario where it's like, oh my God, 5-alarm fire. Everyone hates each other and nobody's listening to Kyle Shanahan. I think the response to Devondre Campbell quitting was evidence of that. I don't think they have a culture issue. I don't think they have a chemistry issue. I think they had some players hurt, and I think they need to make some adjustments to their offense. I don't think it's anything that drastic.
No, I'm definitely with you there. Let's fit in Richard in Redwood City. Wants to talk about the quarterbacks here on Signing Guru Evan in alongside Kyle Madsen. What's going on, Richard? How are you? Happy holidays.
I'm great. Happy holidays. I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller.
Oh, nice.
Right on.
Yeah, that's great. I love you guys. So let me say that they have to pay Brock Purdy whatever he asks right away, and I'll tell you why. Look at their track record of selecting quarterbacks. Lynch and Shanahan, Garoppolo,
good play.
Not so good. Trey Lance, they bet the farm on him. And Brock Purdy, they lucked out on him. So they're not that good at selecting.
Mm-hmm.
They get lucky sometimes. They get very unlucky other times. But you don't want to bet the whole team, on luck. You don't want to – they have to pay this guy because what's out there, doesn't look great for them, and they're not that good at picking. I'd like to hear your reaction to that.
I think that's a good observation, but I also don't think that's just something that applies to the 49ers. Picking quarterbacks is really hard.
And that's and the what was the caller's name?
Richard.
Richard's question is getting to the core of when I talk about the quarterback bubble popping.
Yeah.
Is at some point do teams realize that they can construct a roster in such a way that the bar for your quarterback play lowers, where it's easier to go find that player? Did they swing and miss on Trey Lance? Yeah, for sure. But when they traded for Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't god awful. He wasn't. I didn't think he was very good, but he wasn't terrible. You could do way worse than that. And with the roster that they were able to build around him, with the way the salary cap went up and where his contract's at, they were able to build a really good team and a contender around him.
Yeah.
And so I do wonder if it becomes, okay, load up on the offensive line, on the defensive line. If you find a George Kittle or a Fred Warner in the middle of late rounds, okay, great. But then moving forward, you just every year or every couple of years, you're taking a quarterback in the first, second, third round and developing guys that way.
Yeah,
I know it sounds insane based on everything we know about quarterback play, but if you're constantly trying to chase, I'm going to find the next Josh Allen. Well, good freaking luck, man.
Well, that is something that comes along once in a lifetime. But okay, let's take the Los Angeles Rams, right? They won a Super Bowl in 2021 because they went out and got a quarterback. Stafford was obviously a perfect position for them to acquire, and Goff and all the rest. How many quarterbacks do you think they've had start the last 10 years for the Rams?
The Rams? Ooh, this is a fun one. Okay, so 2014.
And again, they've had Stafford for now 3 seasons, so that takes away 3 of the 7. We can get in with Lowe and Devone on this on the other side, too, on the crossover. But just real quick off the top of your head.
In the last 10 years, I'm going to guess 8 different starting quarterbacks.
12. They've had 12 different starting quarterbacks in 10 years, and they have their starting quarterback and have had him for about 3. Yeah. And that includes Goff into Stafford.
Right.
So the idea of just finding another quarterback is, to Richard's point, a very difficult thing to do, not just for the Niners, but for a lot of different teams. So we can get into that on the other side of the crossover. Again, Devone, Lorenzo, Neal are going to join us as we get you set for the crossover. Typically, Willard and Dibbs, Dining Guru, Evan and Kyle in for Steiny and Guru. A reminder also that on January 1st, tolls on the Antioch Bridge, this applies to you, Kyle, will go up $1.
Yeah,
so don't wait for the invoice. Pay tolls automatically with Fast Track. It's the most convenient way to pay tolls. Get started at BayAreaFastTrack.org. Again, Madsen and Giddings in for Steiny and Guru back after this 95.7 The Game. brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. The crossover, Evan Giddings, Kyle Madsen, in for Standing Guru, Lorenzo Neal, Dan Devone in for Willard and Dibs. Boys, happy holidays. What's going on? Christmas Eve?
Steiny and Guru, my ass.
Right.
Well, we actually brought him into the studio. We have a
Found this thing, so it's been hanging out all day.
The only time he's been smiling this week.
You guys been playing any Christmas carols this this Christmas Eve? You guys know Christmas? Come back with no Christmas music. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say.
See?
Hey, remember when I said we don't need any more Christmas albums? I lied. We need a low Neal Christmas album.
Lorenzo Neal's got get the rendition of I don't know, the Nat Cole King covers.
Nat King Cole,
Nat King Cole. Yeah,
I had that on vinyl. It's great. I said my take earlier on Christmas music was that we don't need any more.
Right.
Like, we're good. Mariah Carey recorded All I Want for Christmas Is You, and we're done. Like, we're good. Everything from that and previous, great. I don't need anything new.
I'm with you. You can always recycle.
Mele Kiliki Maka means that I love you. It's the song from the islands.
Yeah, Bing Crosby sings that one. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Well done, Devone.
Man, Devone.
Mele Kiliki Maka is Hawaiian's way.
Okay.
And Merry, Merry Christmas to you.
I'm shocked.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. Boy, you showed me your range right there. That's pretty impressive.
Have you got the pipes? You're the only guy.
You're the only one left. Thank you. Nice. You're the only one left, baby. The fans, give the people what they want. Here he goes.
Well,
he's building.
No, see, my favorite song, like I was telling Devone this over the weekend, is Players Ball by Outkast. So, I mean, really, it's all the players came from far and wide.
Yeah, they did.
Wearing afros and braids, kicking them gangster rhymes. Now I'm here to tell you there's a better day.
Yeah, there is.
No.
When the player ball is happening all day, air day. Yeah, that's my favorite song.
I will never look at you the same way, my man.
Really gets me in the Christmas spirit, that one.
I'm weak right now.
I love that song, man.
Off the mic, okay?
Get out on the high note, bro.
Well done.
Anyway, so yeah, this is what we've been doing the last 4 hours. Back to your regularly scheduled programming. Oh my gosh! Wait, so do you guys have any Christmas traditions, Lo? Like, do you usually? I don't know if it's the night before. Some people, they open up a gift the night before. Sometimes they wait until the morning. Do you have any Christmas traditions?
With the kids, man, it's Elf on the Shelf. Back in the day, and I kind of enjoyed, because when I grew up, there was the Elf on the Shelf.
Right, of course.
But you don't got to give me of course, but you could have said, okay, yeah.
Well, I didn't have it either.
No, okay. Yeah, but now.
Where did you grow up? Were you hood growing up?
That's straight hood. We were like, the Jehovah's Witness, Pentecostal. We didn't do necessarily the tree. You had a good Christmas dinner, but man, we ain't no tree. We did, it gave me the truth what Christmas was about. Wasn't even really in December. You don't want me to go there. But anyway, as I digress. I don't want to. We got millions of kids. We got billions of people listening, so we don't want to do that. Yeah. But no, just when my kids were younger, actually they turned 22, December 22nd. 21 years old. 21, my twin daughters. It's crazy how life, time travels. But those nights, getting up late, whether sleep, moving the elf to the second story and hiding them in places. Like, how did he get up there? I think that tradition with kids and just their imagination, but let them understand what the true meaning behind Christmas, but still being able to give them the things that they need. As a parent, you just kind of, you like it. And those memories you got, God, it makes you, Christmas always, I don't care how old, how young you are, it's always filled with memories.
Mm-hmm. How challenging was that for you when you were playing? So were you, with the kids, did you have, let's see, a Christmas in New York with the kids?
Okay, yeah, because at the time the NFL didn't play on Christmas, right?
Yeah, they did, but you know what? Christmas usually, what coaches usually do, they still let guys off. Like Christmas Day, like teams will still practice tomorrow, but they're done by, sometimes they'll take that day off, or sometimes they'll just practice a half a day. Mm-hmm. You're done by, when I had Marty Schottenheimer and with the Chargers, we're home by 12:30. You just come in 2 hours early. You start like at 7 a.m. Meeting starts. You still practice. Guys want to shower up, and so you would still get home. And a lot of coaches, every team.
What about Tom Coughlin?
I never had Tommy. Tommy probably said, forget it.
Hell yeah, double days.
Practicing long on Christmas.
2 days on Christmas.
Whatever. I even had Jim Mora. Jim Mora's playoffs. Jim Moore's a tough like Kaufman. You know, Jim Moore was a tough,
old school. It's a whole
old
other
school.
world,
But
man.
he was the same way. Christmas, guys can come in early because he had family too. His son was our coach as well, Jim Moore Jr. So all coaches, they understand the importance of Christmas.
Does that matter to players?
It does. You want to be with your family. And like for me, my mom and dad, at times they would travel wherever team I was at, come in for that Christmas week. So a lot of go. And if you didn't, I remember early in my career, Skipper, Kelly Skipper was my running back coach
from Fresno State.
Yeah. How about his dad drafted me with the Saints? He was my running back coach as the Saints. So for Christmas, early in the career, I would just go because you couldn't travel home.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Skipper was like, hey, you're coming over the house.
Awesome.
You're coming over the house for dinner. We're going to hang out. You know, him and his wife and his Timmy Skipper, who just lost the bowl game the other day, should have made the kick.
It's brutal.
Field goal kicker missed a chip shot.
Yeah, Fresno State.
So got to go to their house and hang out with a family that had been known for years. So Christmas has always been special.
That Fresno community. So have you been in Fresno? Have you called any games in Fresno yet?
I haven't been down. No, I don't think I've been to Bakersfield, but not Fresno.
No Fresburg?
No, Bakersfield. That was the site for when I was in high school. They used to have some of the California State tournament games there for high school. So we are not. I wasn't on the basketball team, but we would go down and like bus down to kind of support St. Mary's College High School. It used to be good back in the day.
Okay, so you were just timekeeper and scorekeeper. So
Exactly. Yeah, we're there to cheer. Although we did get to see Drew Holiday.
Wow.
When he was in high school, he dunked on my friend when I was a freshman. We still have someone actually in art class made a painting of Drew Holiday dunking on one of our fellow classmates. It's still one of the funniest things I've ever seen to this day. He dropped like 40 on us. They killed us, but that's the only time I've been to Bakersfield.
Where's the Holiday? Where are they from? There's like 5.
The Holiday brothers? I think they're from SoCal.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
they went to some powerhouse. It was Drew, Aaron, all the rest of them.
Oh, you don't miss much.
No, but I was going to ask you. So Devon, you seem like someone that would be kind of into this. When do you break it to a child that Santa Claus doesn't exist?
Whoa. What are you talking about?
I'd say...
Oh, I'm sorry, Kyle.
There's a million of people listening right now.
You got to give us a warning.
I had somewhere in between that 5 to 7 range, right? Like
Too early.
Too early to be listening to sports talk radio, I'm sure.
5 to 7, you drop it?
Here's I never got,
it depends on the kid.
Right.
I never
Kids
got
are a lot more savvy than back in the day.
They know. So why do you even drop it?
Kids were a lot more savvy back in the day.
No, now they
kids are just a bunch of idiots.
That's true.
I never got told like outright, like, hey, son, we need to sit you. It's about like 10. You start going, this is kind of weird.
Right.
The gift Santa got me, my parents got me an accessory for that gift. That's kind of weird.
Right.
Well, and then you start to just
what about
piece
the
together.
Tooth Fairy?
Oh, that one. I think that one you get earlier.
Yeah.
That one's earlier than Christmas because Christmas.
I love the inflation on the Tooth Fairy.
Oh, yeah.
It used to be a quarter when I was a kid. Now it's like
I was going to say that. Well,
That's
that also is kind of dependent on the kid, right? Because once they're done with their baby teeth, and there's no reason to even think that there's a thing. I might as well just give you. Well, you're giving them money to pay for braces or for the retainers and all the rest. It's like, why do you need it? What was it? Like one of my friends was saying they gave their kid $5.
Yeah,
kids probably rip it up. You give a kid $1 now, they're like, "What's this, Tooth Fairy?
What's this going to give me?"
Exactly.
Yeah.
What can I buy? I can't buy a Twinkie.
I need a Washington.
Exactly. Times have changed.
That's crazy.
Well, no, it just got me thinking because one of my friends who's kind of got younger ones, it's like, well, do I let them sort of discover all the magical facades that we used to? Do I tell them?
Mm-hmm.
I think the internet plays a big part of it too. It's like, all right, well, am I going to go buy this kid something? There's all these advertisements. Kids are on phones all the time, so they're seeing all these different like commercials.
Mm-hmm.
And my sister, her kids now they're always on iPads or phones, and I just feel like there's no way that they don't see that.
No, they believe in Santa. No, they believe.
They do.
Yeah, because I remember being a kid now, and even though we didn't necessarily celebrate, I remember my dad. I was at a mall and I saw Santa, and I cried. I was scared to get on his lap. And because I was scared, sometimes the kids, you see the kids, you're like scared of Santa. So it sometimes could be awkward. So
I think I might have broken to the 510. Said he's got kids in the car. I apologize.
Oh boy. Oh God.
So some of kids, and so kids, I think most kids do believe for a certain age. It's easy to do.
To me, it was the leaving of the the cookies and the glass of milk. And you come down the next morning and half that cookie's gone and half the milk's gone. I'm like, holy crap, he really is up there.
Right.
Yes, dude.
That's what gets you. Yeah,
Yes.
right.
Like that cements the whole deal right there.
My parents would.
But I was like 17, so.
When I was 17, I did what people told me.
Go, Lo, go.
That's it. That was it. That was it.
If I'm fortunate enough to have young ones, it's not half a cookie. I'm cleaning the plate.
You're looking for. You're gonna go in the cabinet and take all the rest of the cookies.
Yes, I'm breaking in. Every cookie in the house is gone.
Well, Santa's eating like protein cookies now, or he's got fiber-free cookies or whatever type of Trader Joe
diet
knockoffs. So, yeah, we got to get Santa on the Abundant Life weight loss program.
He has a new movie. He's lifting weights. He's in the gym with the Rock.
That's right, Red Santa. Yeah.
Nice. Oh, yeah. I mean, this Santa. I mean, he's working out before he's getting ready to go. Christmas Eve, dude's just pumping gym. You got to check new Santa. So, spoiler alert, he's not fat.
That's not right.
What, Jack Santa?
Well, can you be jolly and jacked at the same time?
Yeah, of course you can.
Oh, come on.
The Rock, dude, you should love the guy. He's Hawaiian.
He's not, but it's The Rock, but he's not playing Santa, though.
Oh, he's not Santa?
No.
Oh.
No, he's not playing Santa.
They couldn't have a Hawaiian Santa?
Spoiler alert, I'm sorry. Oh, wow, too soon.
Easy.
You are listening.
Get after the islands?
Exactly.
Well, you're the one who brought Bing Crosby in here.
Bro,
man.
People on the North Shore will put they'll roast you, man.
Yes.
Literally put you on a spit.
Ugh.
Some of those people out in Waianae, see a Holly boy like you.
Ooh.
Okay, so I've been
cracking on the locals.
I've been to Waianae, and I've told you this story, but
did you try and sell pot?
No, I didn't. Wink, wink.
Should have.
Wink, wink. But there was a sign on the beach in Waianae. It's like a local.
No Hollies allowed.
Yes, no Hollies allowed. And so I didn't at the time. I was like 14. I didn't know what a Holly was, and he just kept.
I was just joking. Is that really what the sign said?
Oh yeah, swear to God. It said
really?
no Hollies allowed. Actually, specifically after dark. But
really,
yeah.
That's what the sign said.
Yeah, dude, in the West Side. I'm just saying.
They
man.
hate Tyrese Halliburton out there.
Really?
In Hawaii?
That's random.
No, Holly. Sorry. Go on. Yeah, go on. Yeah, that's a bad,
nice.
it's a bad joke. It's a bad joke.
It's the holidays. You can sing. You can crack bad jokes. You can do whatever you want.
Keep it going.
I know. All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Well, I'm not going to lie, guys. I mean, we've been jumping all over. We did put together a Christmas list for sports teams in the Bay Area. I don't know if you guys have any off the top of your head, but for Kyle, for the Niners, it was a roof. He wanted Levi Stadium to have a roof because it's so hot and like difficult for fans to kind of play in. I think for the Giants, it was money that they were trying to give him.
I got him a little gift card.
That's right.
Can't afford Corbin Burns? Here you go. Here's a little gift card for you.
Gift card. Hey. Yeah, for the Warriors, for me, it was a redo on the 2020 draft pick and James Wiseman.
But who would you get?
Probably LaMelo.
Really?
Yeah, Tyrese
you don't like LaMelo.
Tyrese Maxey's a choice in there too.
Yeah. Halliburton. Yeah.
Isaac Okoro, Onyeka Okongwu. There's guys who could help.
But, all right, Lo, if you were to get the Niners a Christmas gift, is there anything off the top of your head you think you'd give to them?
Yeah, for me, it's like, hey, build in the trenches. Mine's simple. Mine's just like just a stocking, and I just want what's usually in there, candy. This team, you already got a lot of shiny pieces. I think this team needs someone in the trenches, not a pass rusher. You already got your guy.
Yep.
Give me someone in the trenches that could eat up, stop the run, and friggin' get after the quarterback.
Yeah,
give me a middle guy.
I think those are the best kinds of gifts in general, not just for sports, but just like the simple gifts.
The
simple stuff.
Yeah, all the other stuff is just too much, too flashy. You know what? Just give me that meat and potatoes.
You don't have to overthink it.
Yeah. That's something with the 49ers specifically. We didn't really dive all the way into this today, but I can't believe in an era where you look at the Eagles, who have been good for a while. You look at how the Chiefs have sustained their success. You see how the Lions have built. It is through the trenches on both sides of the ball.
No question.
And the 49ers have this philosophy. Obviously, the defensive line has been something they've put at the forefront of their team building for a while. But the offensive line, Kyle Shanahan said it on Tim Kawakami's podcast, and then Chris Forrester, the offensive line coach, said the exact same thing. Like, yeah, hey, we'll take whoever on the offensive line. Give me the guys who score the touchdowns. Like, you got the guys who score the touchdowns. Now you can start building out the offensive line. I'm with you. That's a great gift.
Yeah. But how much is that? Can you attribute any of that to injuries? Or do they get a pass or no? Because everybody's hurt.
But everyone's hurt, and everyone look at Detroit. Detroit's lost during their everyone.
Yeah, but that's going to be their Achilles heel, though.
It is, but they're still playing. They're still playing winning football.
Yep.
They're finding a way. They're in shootouts. Look at the Rams. All their offensive line was gone, and they friggin' still found a way. Look at them. They're going to probably win the NFC West here.
Yeah.
Think about injuries. Injuries are going to happen every year. Before the Niners got injured, the defensive line was not playing great. They did not have consistency up front.
Mm-hmm.
They've been beat up front. You have the wrong guys trying to run a scheme. This wide nine, guys are just not built for it. They've been too inconsistent. They can pass rush inside, but they're not run stoppers. You do not have the right guys for this particular system defensively.
I think there is a question of what injuries prevent a team from doing. Like, take the Lions. I think you're right, Devone. That could be the reason why they don't win a Super Bowl or win the NFC, but it's not preventing them from... They may not
win their division.
Well, but it's not preventing them from making the playoffs. Like, injuries have prevented the Niners not just from competing for a Super Bowl, but for qualifying for the postseason. And that's pretty drastic. You know, I think that there are some injuries that will prevent teams from going as far as they possibly can. But that's where it's, I guess I've had to recalibrate a little bit. Like, was it appropriate of me to expect the Niners to go back to where they were last year? Like, was that even reasonable of me?
I got the 17-0 Patriots on the line. They still didn't. I mean, so even though I understand what you're saying, will that prevent you? It can hurt, but I have Philadelphia on the line. They also beat the great Tom Brady with the backup quarterback with injuries. So yes, does it hurt? Absolutely.
Maybe Nick Foles has got a statue.
He should.
Honestly,
he has one.
I mean, if Philly's going to put one, if Philly's going to put one up for a fictional character, I feel like Nick Foles should get one.
Did they not have the Philly special statue?
Oh yeah, no,
Did I make that up in my head?
Oh, he does.
No, he does. No doubt. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm being serious. He's got his own statue.
Right next to Rocky.
Should be.
I hope so.
I mean, that play.
Don't make me go Bill Burr on you. Your rivals are a 5'7" fictional character, Rocky Balboa. Go to hell, Philadelphia.
You got Joe Frazier in your backyard. You want to build a statue for this fictional character?
No, but Detroit. Think about this. Detroit's enjoying their best season in the last 55 years, and they can end up as the 5 seed if you think about it. Minnesota.
I know.
Is remarkable. Probably you talk about flying under the radar. Like, who's talking about this team? And if they win that division, I mean, you Detroit could be sliding down to seriously.
You know what hurts Minnesota though? They can't score. They're inconsistent offensively.
I thought you were going to say their defense.
No, their defense can get after it. I love their DC. I don't think Minnesota's offense has shown. I don't know if they've shown enough consistency to me.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit's offense.
Hey, look, can I just get out in front before we talk Brock Purdy and how much and what are you saying? If Sammy Darnold wants to come in at a lower price and for whatever reason Minnesota's like, we're going J.J. McCarthy, come on down.
You bring him back?
Sam Darnold, oh, hell yeah. If he's coming in at a lower price and that, if they want to barter with Purdy and Sam's like, I'll play for 40, 35, I wouldn't even hesitate.
Here, let me go here. Let's say Brock Purdy kicks the door down and says, I need $60 million. Are you taking Sam Darnold at 55?
I take him at 45.
45 is the number. 45 and lower if Purdy wants 60.
Well, that was kind of the conversation we had. It was like,
if he takes 40, I'm taking him every day because guess what? I don't think there's anybody out there but the Niners will pay him $60 million. And I guarantee it. And it's not that but it's no slide on Purdy. That's what people, you guys are hating him. No. The market's screwed up. You're crazy. If you're the Niners, you pay this guy $60 million or $55 million, you're absolutely nuts.
I agree.
Because just because friggin' Dak Prescott got it, Dak Prescott shouldn't have got paid because guess what? I would take the backup quarterback in Dallas right now over Dak Prescott.
Cooper Rush?
Why are you laughing?
Well, he's won as many games. I mean, it's
boy.
Oh,
yeah, sure
boy. I mean, I mean, Dak in crucial situations, what have he shown you that he's going to do?
Not a lot.
Yeah, I know I won't put that loss on him last year. Green Bay jumped on him. He had no chance. But Dak Prescott, man, I think he's not an elite quarterback. He's not a top 10.
He never has. He throws so many picks.
Yes.
I'm so tired of that.
You used to like him. You were just spurned by him. I could tell. You used to like Dak Prescott.
Never liked Dak Prescott. But Kyle, since you're the big Can we talk sack of tomatoes, or are you just...
yeah, whatever you want to do, man.
Sack of tomatoes.
Hey, he's he's the voice of Sacramento sports.
That's what many people are saying, yeah.
Thank you for coming down to San Francisco today, Kyle.
Yeah,
it's big time for me.
This guy's like, you ever hear those stories?
Yeah.
When you're like, your grandfather's like, stop complaining. I carried a 200-pound sack back and forth to school in bare feet. That's my man, Kyle Madsen. He drives 4.5 hours to get to wherever the hell it is he's going.
Not quite, but close.
He lives in Nevada.
Mm-hmm.
Do you
With
really?
traffic?
No.
No, I'm an hour 40
With
pretty
traffic?
much both ways.
Oh, no matter what?
Yeah, traffic isn't as bad the way I go, yeah.
I forgot my train of thought. So
sack of potatoes.
Sack of tomatoes.
Oh.
We were talking about, so the quarterback. Why is it just a foregone conclusion? Well, we can't wait a year. Like, you just don't do that. Somebody needs to explain that to me. I mean, I get it to a certain degree. You don't want him to hold out. The last guy in the world that's going to hold out is Brock Purdy. And first of all, it's career suicide. I mean, Le'Veon Bell in line 2 or Des Bryant, it doesn't work. But you mean to tell me if Miami could go back in a time machine, you think they're going to be tethered to? I know Tua played good the other day, but if you watch that guy over the last month, he's not a good quarterback. He has no wow factor. I shouldn't say he's a good quarterback, but he's not worthy of the 170, whatever that he's guaranteed. The same holds true with every one of those guys that got extended over the last year, including Trevor Lawrence.
But keep him in that bracket. No more than it goes from 150 to 200. That's those guys. That is a group of guys that you're saying, hey, you're right there. 150 to 200, wouldn't pay them $1 more. Those are those guys, the guys that you're talking about. And then you have the elite, the Josh, the Mahomes, the Joe Burrows. That's when you say, okay, those are those guys. And then there's a second tier from the Stafford. Stafford's that second tier. You got to drop down another level when you're talking about certain guys. When you look at Seattle with the quarterback, he is a third level quarterback.
So why can't I wait, Kyle? I mean, why is that the worst thing in the world?
Because we live in America. It's got to be now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
No, I think with the 49ers specifically, because they had all the contract issues this year, and the way I think the way those affected the start of the regular season.
That's the only plausible reason that there was definitely a carryover with Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk. Yeah, I get it, but sorry,
for me though, and we were talking about this earlier. If you don't think that's going to be a problem, if you really think if Brock says, hey, you know what? We're far apart. I'll just play out this year. I'll show you that I'm worth 65 plus or whatever.
Or you could, like Diamador Lenore, they're not adverse to re-signing a guy or signing a guy later in the season. Like if you're doing well in the latter part of the year, we'll lock you out.
Sure. But it wouldn't shock me at all if Purdy says, hey, I want 60 a year. And the Niners say, hey, we're more in the 45 range and they can't come together. If they say, yeah, okay, play out this year and we'll franchise tag you a couple times and then we'll revisit this in 2028 or whenever it is. That wouldn't shock me.
Lo, if he asked for 60, you know what I would do if I was in that conference room with his agent?
Walk out.
I would just say, can you excuse me, agent? You and your $5,000 suit, just get on your cell phone and go outside for a second. Just want to talk to my man Brock for a second.
Yeah.
Brock, can we just have a man-to-man here? Seriously? What the hell are you going to do with $60 million in Iowa? How many pairs of jeans?
He's from Arizona.
No, he lives in Iowa. That's almost obscene. That's... come on.
You know how much corn you can buy with $60 million?
I was trying to think of this. What is Iowa known for?
A lot of corn.
Well, that's Nebraska, but what is Iowa known for? Is it Field of Dreams?
Corn.
Still corn. So in
a lot of soybeans.
Corn, soybeans.
A lot of soybeans out there.
That's Midwest because they can grow it out there. The weather.
Is that it? Field of Dreams? Give me something.
Ames.
Caitlin Clark.
Iowa City.
George Harrison
Kittle.
Barnes.
That's right.
Iowa guy.
I think you close the door and say, look, here's the deal. Do you want to go somewhere else and get booed? You want to go somewhere if you lose 2 in a row that they want to run you? Do you want to go somewhere else and now they have a quarterback and now they want to bench you? Do you want to go somewhere where the coach may not, you're this shiny object, but they don't know what you can do and all of a sudden you struggle? Do you looking over your shoulder? You know who I am. You know the opportunity that you're going to have in this offense, in this system. Do you want to jeopardize? That's the thing, because this system is friendly to him and it does well for him. And Kyle Shanahan and he are on the same page.
Yep.
Why would you change it?
Yeah, I think you're looking at last year and you're going, okay, you can take, let's say 50. You take 50 and we can build out a roster that's a lot like last year where you were a top 5 MVP candidate. Or you can go get 61, 62, whatever the number he wants is that's top of the market, and it can kind of look like this year.
Who's giving it to him?
that's
I would give me 3 teams you think going to pay this guy over $55 million. And I took. I'm not.
I don't think there is one. I don't think there is
some
one.
other quarterbacks in there. There is not. Let me tell you right. There is no team out there that would pay him $55 million a year.
The only one that I could think of, we ran this on Sunday. The only team that I could see overpaying for a quarterback would be the Colts, because they're not necessarily sold on Richardson. But that's the only team. If you're another team,
you think they would pay him in that system? Well, in Indy, looking at where the height, the Manning, you're thinking they're going to say, "Here's a guy, could be shoulder, could be elbow. We don't do. Are we going to hitch our wagon to a guy that didn't have necessarily the weapons he did not elevate this team? Not putting it all on Brock because it's not his prerogative. I don't think that you're going to see a team jump in line to say, I'm going to pay you over $50 million because you are not going to take my team to the next level.
Yeah, unless Jim Irsay is just so desperate that he would do that. But I mean, I don't know. Like, what I'm trying to think of are teams that are competitive but have eroding quarterback situations. Like, if you're a bad team, you don't want him because he might help you win more than you actually wanted to get your guy anyways. Like, the Raiders wouldn't want him.
At home, if you're going to try, if any team's going to overpay him, it's going to be the Niners. There's not going to be a team that's out there that's going to say, we're going to overpay you because they'd rather do that through the trade.
Bro, hold up that hand again. What is up with that third finger, my man?
You like that digit? You like that?
Holy Christmas. That's
right there's got 3 All-Pros right in the digit.
A couple of years in the NFL right there.
Oh, man.
That's leading the way for LaDainian Tomlinson right there.
That's it, baby. That's it.
You played?
Hey, just a couple, had a cup of coffee.
A cup of coffee?
A cup of coffee.
How many cups of coffee as I had over the course of the show? Like 18.
Boy, you were at the coffee machine.
Was he? He was living there?
That's
caffeinated.
crazy.
Wow.
Love that
Caffeinated,
for my
baby.
guy.
Yeah. Well, I look forward to you guys leading Willard and Dibs because that's what's coming up for the next 4 hours here on 95.7 The Game. It'll be Dan Devone, Lorenzo Neal. Big thank you to Kyle Madsen.
Thank you.
My name is Evan Giddings, and so long. We'll talk to you next time.
Cheers.
Ten minutes until the break. 27.
I see. That's the way they do us. The kids, man, they'll do anything to move ahead.
But we made it, Dan. We're here.
What's up?
We're here. In spite of.
All right, so so we have until 27. It's good to know these things. Dan Devone alongside Lorenzo Neal. Got you covered, as we had just talked about. And we'll get into anything you want, but why don't we just pick up right where we left off?
Sure.
And that is the San Francisco 49ers. You know, one thing that one of the reasons why I love doing shows with you is that you played. Like, a lot of us are just, it's all conjecture. We're just, we're on the outside looking in. We're sitting on a couch. We're like, we want to pretend we're authorities. Let's face it, man. We've never stepped between the lines.
You know, the biggest thing, though, as I interject, the biggest thing is you're right that you never played. But when you're sitting on the couch, you can still see things, and you're watching a game, so you're like, look, that guy should have caught that ball. Or this, that, and that. This, that, and the other. So you're absolutely right about those conclusions, those things that you come up with. The biggest thing is because you haven't played, you don't know the intensity, you don't know the feel of what it's like to be hit, what it is to be in a huddle, all those little minute things that separates the player from the average Joe. But trust me, you guys have a good eye of what you see is really what's happening.
Well, let me ask you, just staying on that just extend that for a moment. When you think about just sort of where we're at as far as social media, as far as these new platforms. Back in the day when you were coming up, you had a television show or you had ESPN, maybe Fox, but now everybody's got a show, whether it's on YouTube or whether they're blogging or whether whatever.
Right.
And there are so many quote unquote, I'm telling you, Lo, these guys take themselves for real and serious. They think that they're an authority because they got a camera, a live mic, and maybe 40,000 coconuts who are believing what it is that they're saying. And they really feel that they're an authority figure. What is the landscape in terms, if you were to sort of look at it when you were playing as opposed to where it's at right now in terms of all of the critics now, that it's so expansive to so many people now that are willing to pass judgment on players in every sport?
Absolutely. I think just because people bark loud and they have a big stick doesn't mean the bite is vicious. So there's a lot of guys that you might see and people like, oh, if he said that, if Adam says this, or if this guy says that, it's what it is. Now, I think the biggest thing for the media out there, people are like, okay, man, he said that that's what it is. Players say, come on, man, you don't know what it's like. Real players are like, dude, you're a joke. Even though, like a guy like Stephen A., and he's all this, and he yells, and how boisterous is. No, you know what Stephen A's doing? He's getting nothing but clicks. It's entertainment. It's for ratings. Some of the stuff he doesn't believe. But you pick a side and you say, this is where I'm going to draw my line in the dirt. And guess what? Sometimes you have a good enough eye to be right, but you're just guessing. And that's what draws, and that's what makes people say that I'm someone. Because Stephen A. Smith, he believes he's the greatest. He believes he's the best commentator out there because of the fact his ratings, because of he's in politics, he brings people, he has hot takes, he's got a bravado about himself, he loves playing that Dallas Cowboy thing, he loves bantering, and it just drives people. Because when Dallas is winning, he just got to eat crow, and fans go to watch him eat crow, and so he's made himself a villain, whether it's good or bad. So he gets it.
Yeah, he understands how to move the needle.
Yes.
You know what that guy's asking for? Because his contract's up. He's in a contract renewal with ESPN. He wants 25 large, 25 mil a year.
And they'll probably give it to him.
Oh, yeah.
Because of the fact he's versatile, he's controversial, he's out there doing these things, but at the same sense, is that the Brock Purdy effect? Do you look at Stephen A. and say, go to another network? Can you say, hey, go and try and see if you can get 25. See if you're going to get is the same requirement. See if you're going to have the same leeway. See if those things are going to do. So sometimes individuals have to go and see if the grass is green on the other side. So that's another situation. We'll see if it works for him.
Well, here's where I wanted to go with that you played the game. So look, in the beginning of the season, there were the Carolinas, the New York Giants. You knew you weren't going to the playoffs. But for a team like the 49ers or teams that are in the hunt and then realize, like San Francisco, before the game even starts, that you're mathematically eliminated, what's that like emotionally to try and play out the season when you think about it? You were anointed as coming out of the NFC and getting back to and potentially winning a Super Bowl, and now you're just playing out the string. What's that like?
It's horrible. I mean, it's especially if you're one of those guys that play hard, especially if you're one of those guys that take it serious and you're angry after every loss and it means something to you because you can see guys quit. You can see guys say, man, I ain't going out there hurting myself. I have had guys playing against other teams say, Neil, slow down. Man, your ass ain't going nowhere. What are you doing, man? Slow down. Calm down. What you meant? I'm talking about linebackers say, dude, slow down, bro. Calm down. So you see it, and that's the thing what guys don't understand. Your name is still on your performance. So yes, it's tough mentally because you're not playing. Those aches, those bruises are going to hurt, and you still got to go play. Especially when you're playing against a team that they're better than you. You know what they're thinking. When you're in this type of situation, the Niners, you have to think like you're the winner. If you're the Niners and you're getting ready to play on Monday night, you have to think like you're Detroit. So what is Detroit saying in that locker room? Let's play hard. This team will quit. If we get on them fast and we beat up on them, they're going to quit. They're a bad team. They're going to find a way to lose. If you stay on them, they're going to make mistakes. They're going to get desperate. All we have to do is keep punching. They will quit. That is the mentality when you have teams that are ascending and teams that are descending. The teams that are usually going to the playoffs and teams that have more on the line usually have more on the line. They know if they push you, you'll quit. And that's what the Niners have to get. Their mindset has to be, no, we are going to stick around. Because if you do stick around and you make things close, then it changes the norm. It changes because now you're like, oh my goodness, we let this team stick around and now they're feeling it and you're watching them and now the aura changes. So that's the mindset.
Did you recognize any of that with the 49ers? Any quit? Not that, listen, Fred Warner's never going to quit, but there seemed to be a lack of energy maybe in that second half. Could you sense that this is a team that knows their fate's already been sealed?
I think you do when you see the mistakes. When you see Ellis jump on a guy when the play's completely over and you jump on and getting ready to get the ball back and 15-yard unsportsmanlike the move to change for the Miami. When you see certain self-inflicted wounds, you're like, what are you doing? That just you're coming unglued. You have disengaged. That is mental. That is, you can say, oh, I'm trying. I was just trying to make a play. There was nothing you needed to do to make a play to fall on that guy. Nothing at all. It's just that was a stupid.
Jordan Elliott.
Yeah, Elliott. That was a stupid, just selfish play that he made, and it cost. So I think that you see things that happen in that game that made me say, is Debo done? Or did Debo show you something the other day? Where's that Debo been? How did you, when you watch Debo, the way that he played, energy, breaking tackles, what did that change your perception of Debo? Or did it say, man, he just had a good game?
Yeah, it's tough because is that one of those that, well now you're like, you're hitting threes and the game's already been decided. Like, you need that when the season's hanging in the balance. But, I mean, it is sort of a tease that, like, this dude can still go. So, exactly. Where are you at? Who's the real Debo? Will the real Debo please stand up?
No question. And that's what, one of those things that I was thinking the other day. I was like, God, I really want to talk about it. And ask some of the listeners, what are their thoughts? Was that just a one-off? Was that Debo a redemption game? Because I looked at that game just saying, hey, look, the Rams you stunk up. Everyone, that whole week, Debo had to be walking around the locker room. And I don't care. Guys, hey, Debo, what's up? But in his mind, he's like, guys are saying, he's done. You don't think Debo hurt and you hear in the media, he might be shot. It's time to move on. It's time to turn the page. He heard that. He's in that locker room. He drives up. He's getting out of his car. He's got to walk in the locker room. And guys say, what's up? And they just give him the look. He knows. As a competitor and as a player that played at a very high level, and now they're looking at you like, man, you just a guy. You was a bum. You supposed to be the guy. I'm telling you, that hurt Debo mentally so much having those mistakes happen to him. But it goes to show you, when you play certain positions, you can play offensive line and just, boom, get engaged with guys. Don't have to kill guys. Just do your job. When you're a receiver, running back, certain positions, you got to be really mentally locked in at all times, because there's plays that are going to come to you and opportunities, and they can see if you're quit or if you're not just giving it that effort, that little extra that you used to seeing. And I thought the other night you saw Debo play with that little extra.
Yeah, and it wasn't, leading up to it wasn't just isolated to a bad game against the Rams where he drops the touchdown, but it's been the entire season, right? Yes. And it sort of culminated with what happened against the Rams and that ugly display.
The whole year.
49ers. Yeah.
The whole year for him.
But something that we can talk about maybe on the other side as we got to get to a break. But, and you can talk about this, is that dude, look at 28, 29, I think he's like in that sweet spot where he's in that age range. Usually you're hitting your prime. But when you run that hard and you run over dudes for a living, you just wonder how much tread he has left on the tires. Like, usually you hit 30 and it's like, okay, we're going to get a good 2 years out of you. But guys like Debo Samuel that play as viciously as he has had since he came into the NFL, does that shorten the career span?
I think that's a great question. If you want me to answer now on the other side, let me know.
Yeah, let's get to a break. And then, we're going to open up the phone lines at 888-957-9570. Raj and San Rafael, the rest of the callers, do me a favor and just hang out through the break. We'll get to you. We'll hear Lowe talking about Debo, whether he's done, whether he should come back, all that and much more. We're just getting started. It's Lorenzo Neal. It's Dan Avone here on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Lorenzo Neal, Dan Avone, on the day before Christmas, we've got you covered. Getting into the San Francisco 49ers, who will close out the season. No chance of going to the postseason. A lot of things we need to address. First and foremost, what do you do with Brock Purdy, Deebo Samuel, offensive, defensive line? Lowe will be here to cover all of that. But first, when you hold out through the break, let's get to a call, Lowe, and then I want to hear your thoughts after that concerning one Deebo Samuel. But Raj is in San Rafael today. Do we have Raj?
Hi there. Can you guys hear me?
We got you, Raj. I got you.
All right. Perfect. Well, just first of all, I wanted to thank you guys. Since the beginning of the pandemic, I've been spending a lot of time on 95.7 The Game and appreciate all of you on air and all of you behind the mics that make it all happen. Thank you. So, are you guys still there?
I thought you were going to get out on that note. I'm like, that might be the nicest caller in the last 5 years, Raj. You just want a big thank you and then good night.
I would love to do that, but with such experts on the other end, I have a question for you guys. So I've been paying a little bit of attention to the Brock Purdy conversation, and I had a couple of thoughts. So the Ohtani in baseball, push it way out deal, and then I hear a lot of conversation about the annual pay for really great athletes. And what I've been surprised about is the lack of guaranteed money, especially for football players. And one of the things I just started thinking about, and I was wondering if you guys can address, is with Brock Purdy, why not make him one of the best guaranteed paid guys? And maybe his annual isn't so high, but I don't know. Where is that in the conversation, and what do you guys think about it?
Good question, Raj. Lo, what do you got?
Oh, I'm with you, Raj. I've been saying that for several weeks. Just like, look, give this guy, you have to reward him, Raj. You're absolutely right. What Brock Purdy has done for this 49ers offense, stepping in when a guy goes down, everyone thought the season was over. Brock steps in as a rookie and takes him to the next level, plays at an unbelievable level until he gets hurt. Probably would have won the Super Bowl maybe that year until the shoulder. And then last year, they were one play away. He plays outstanding, up for MVP of the league. He's carried his bag. He's carried his load. I think now you look at this 49ers, and I think that, like the call Raj just talked about, you give this guy guaranteed money. You say, we're going to give you a 4-year, 5-year deal worth $200 million. We're going to give you a 4-year deal worth $170 million. And that is the criteria. That's a lot of money. It is. But when you look at it, you're saying, okay, it's not $50 million a year. I want to be staying at 40. He needs to be around that 40. I wouldn't pay him anything over 40. If you can do that.
Yeah, but it's not about the APY. It's about the guaranteed money. So who cares if he's.
Exactly. Yes. That's what I'm saying. So you say, I'm guaranteeing it. You're making, freaking $35, $40 million a year, but you're guaranteeing it. That's the thing. Because if you do that, you have to say this. This is what fans and this is what front office, they have to realize. You messed up last year when you let Ayuk dictate, okay, guys who come, you have, McCaffrey and other guys, you're saying, okay, we got to get them paid. I understand. But you got to make sometimes organization has to draw the line in the dirt and say, we're going to pay $2. That's what we can pay for this position. And we can't go over it. You go to Ayuk and say, this is what we want. We think you're great. You're our true number one. You're an amazing player. This is what we're going to pay you. We love you. This is it. Now, once that player says, hey, I don't want that, you say, hey, look, go to the open market and go ahead and shop it around. Because you say, I'm not gonna hamstring you. I'm gonna make sure that you're okay to do what you feel like you need to do. But I'm not gonna hamstring my team, because now if I play him that, now I can't pay other players, the other receivers, other linemen, because now you have spent a lot of money. And that's the same thing with the quarterback. So it's not that they're not deserving of it. It's a physical responsibility financially to say that I'm going to stay within my means in order to build my team out.
I guess the question I would have, I said this at the top during the crossover, is why is it that the option of just waiting is not something that can be put on the table? Now, I get it. The idea of repeating what it is that you went through last summer was clearly something that hampered this team, and I think that there was a hangover going into the season as they started things against the New York Jets. You don't want that. But at the same time, you just mentioned Brandon Ayuk. Do you think if the San Francisco 49ers had waited a year, do you think Brandon Ayuk's getting that deal this offseason?
No.
So I don't understand why it's just, well, we have to fall in, because all the arguments that I hear are basically inflation-based. They're basically like, well, that's the market. This is how much Dak made. This is how much Jared Goff made. This is what Trevor Lawrence got. So he's next up, and this is what you have to pay him.
Right.
And I think the 49ers recognize that I do think they're going to reward him with a north of $50 million contract. I guess I need to sit down with Prag Marate and the rest of the 49ers brass and understand how they arrive at that. Because what is it that's influenced that? It shouldn't have anything to do with the market.
Agreed.
It should just be very insular. Like, this is how much we need to keep Dre Greenlaw so that you can be a good football player, so we can continue to win, so you can get all those endorsements. I guarantee you're going to make money if you stay with us and we win. This is how much we need to invest in offensive linemen and defensive linemen. If you want 60 per, or you want 200 or 150 million guaranteed, Brock, we can't do that. So we have to do things that make sense only to us. I really don't give a damn what it is that Trevor Lawrence and or Tua Tagovailoa made.
Unfortunately, you're telling the truth, bro. What you're saying is solid, and this is it's what's responsible. That's what organizations have to get away from. Like you just said, you're like, look, this is what we have to do. This is our budget in order to bring in other guys, and this is what we're going to give you, and we're not budging. They have to do it, because if you continue to let the guys run it, and here's the deal, I'm for the players getting paid. You're for the players getting paid, but not at the sacrificing of the team. You have to say, look, here's what it is. We love what you've done. You come back, we're going to retire your jersey. You want to retire here. We want you here. This, that, and the other. But you're saying this is a number that we cannot exceed because it hamstrings our team for the good of our team, because we're trying to win Super Bowls and lift that Lombardi trophy. It's not about individuals.
And it's not also, I think you would agree, applicable to all players. Like, I think if you're Patrick Mahomes, you've got the leverage. Brother, what do you want?
Exactly.
We will pay you Josh Allen. But Brock Purdy, it's like, you clearly took a step backwards. We still believe in you, but there's some uncertainty here. And
taking a risk too.
Yeah, so you have to understand that the risk is on both ends here. And again, if it's one of the elite quarterbacks that's up, they have the leverage. And the quarterback position being what it is right now in the NFL, it's the most important position in all of sports. They're going to dictate whatever it is that they want. Brock Purdy is not that guy.
I'm going to say some names. Dan Fouts. Okay? How about Dan Marino?
San Ignatius shout out.
Yep. Dan Marino. When you start thinking about, certain guys, that what they did in this league, those guys played for a long time. Did they win Super Bowls? No. But they were those guys that you knew were going to put butts in the seats. No matter what, it wasn't like you could run those guys out of town. Those weren't the guys that you could run out of town. I'll tell you one now, modern day, Josh Allen. You're not running him out of Buffalo. Joe Burrows, you're not running him out of Cincinnati. No matter what happens to the team, those are pillars. Patrick Mahomes, like you alluded to, you're not running him out of Kansas City, because those guys are going to put butts in the seats. Those guys are going to make you every week. You're going to believe you're in it. You might lose games 40-50. You might lose games by 5, but you scored. You're going to put up the results.
They're good.
They're good. And that's what you don't have in Purdy. And that's the difference between those type of guys that you're talking about, the Dan Fouts, the Dan Marinos, those guys that played at that level and played for their organization for years, because they were pillars. And no matter what, those guys were going to hold their end of the bargain. Brock Purdy is not that type of quarterback.
888-957-9570. San Francisco, the location. Just give me Jason hanging out on Christmas Eve. Jason, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, guys? Happy Merry Christmas to you guys.
You too,
brother. This is what I want to say. Brock Purdy isn't getting north of $50 million a year. If we go off this year, if you can't get the rush on him, drop back a little bit, you can bat his balls down. I'm a Niners fan. But Brock Purdy should be franchised. Let him prove it this year. And if he can do it without two number one receivers, didn't pay him. We already seen that if you don't give him a top one of the best receivers in the league, we ain't gonna even score 21 points per game. So how is we gonna get this guy over $50 million a year, or even close to $50 million a year? Then we start losing players because we can't pay him with a guy that's undersized, can't throw the deep ball, and if you can't get the rush on and drop back and bat his ball down. Come on, man. Is he a good quarterback? Oh, yes. But is he worth 50, 40, even 30 million a year? That's crazy. What? Like, come on, man.
Come on, man.
Jason starting strong.
Jason brought heat. Jason brought the heat.
He's got a point.
My man. Didn't say.
I wish I could disagree with anything he just said.
I know. He is. When you think about Dan, what he's saying, he's saying that Brock Purdy is a fine quarterback, but he has limitations. One, when you think about a guy, 6 foot, 6'1", barely 6'1", you put the pocket in his lap. He has hard time seeing over. Balls are batted down. He's limited with the long ball. So if you have those elements and those things that you're negative, all he's saying is, how do you overcome those? You overcome those with getting a better offensive line. That's not going to push the power back in your lap. You overcome those by getting speedier receivers, better route running receivers. You overcome those by having a great defense. You overcome those pitfalls by having a great run offense, and you can run the ball, move the ball. So now your quarterback's not in that position. Josh Allen, the pocket's in his lap, he's going to run and scramble, pick you up something. Pockets in his lap, he can throw the ball still over because he's 6'4". Bad weather, he still can throw the long ball. So there's certain guys that merit and deem more finances. And it's not that Brock does not deserve to be compensated and compensated greatly. You just can't do that and hamstring your team.
Let's get out to Tom hanging out also in the city. Tom, what's on your mind, buddy? Welcome to 95.7 The Game.
Hey, listen, guys, Merry Christmas. Here's my thoughts on Brock. I'm actually a Packers fan, but I'm married to a lifelong Niners fan. And my Christmas gift for her would be that Brock does not get a giant bag, because that's going to hamstring him. And as a Packer fan, my Christmas gift for me would be that they give Brock a giant bag and consign themselves to quarterback mediocrity, maybe for 5 years. And I'm really scared for my wife that that's what's going to happen.
Tom, you know what's amazing? Tom wants to hang out for a bit, you're more than welcome to. But, Lo, think about Green Bay. I mean, there are franchises like Cleveland. I mean, you can go down a laundry list. Look at Chicago. They've been in search for a quarterback since I've been alive, since Sid Luckman, man. Green Bay's had like 3 dudes in my lifetime. Right. It's Brett Favre, it's Aaron Rodgers, and now Jordan Love is the real deal.
Right.
That's sick. Yeah. I don't know how they do it. Tom, I mean, you're a blessed man. You know that, right?
Hey, I'm old enough to remember when the Packers were in quarterback hell. There was a guy named
Mikowski
who was pretty. Yeah, before Mikowski, there were Randy Wright. There were some rough, bad guys in there, but they do it right. They let the guy sit for a couple of years, and they let him watch. They do it right. I'm really, really scared for the Niners that they're going to be consigned to quarterback mediocrity. I think Brock Purdy's a hell of a great person and a good guy, but I think the league's got tape on him, and without CMC and a surrounding cast, the guy's good, but he's not the guy that's going to take you there.
Hey, Tom, hang on, man. No one's going back and forth with you and giving you Green Bay knowledge other than us right here. So don't leave anywhere. I want to continue to soak this Green Bay collar.
He's been real, though. He's not hating.
You know what's interesting about Green Bay? How, when you think about it, Aaron Rodgers waited, right? Is like a Sansei sushi chef. In order to be a good one, you got to wait. It's like being a pre-med. You got to be an intern for 4 or 5 years before you know what the hell is going on. Jordan Love
waited.
Had to bide his time. And you know why I think they're able to do that? Because they don't have an owner who's picking up a phone telling the coach he needs to play tomorrow, right? Green Bay's, who owns Green Bay, Tom? Tell the world.
The good people of Wisconsin own the Green Bay Packers.
Would you agree with me to a certain degree that you're able to have guys like Aaron Rodgers as well as Jordan Love you can wait around because you don't have that coconut sitting up in the ivory tower saying, I need this guy to play next week.
Well, yes, I agree 100%. But I also agree, and this is controversial, that at some point, Bill Walsh and company
and he was doing such a great job.
No, Tom.
Tom, call back.
Yeah, get on another horn and call us back.
What do you think about the Steelers? Would you put them in that same sphere? Because would you look at Green Bay, you look at what the
well, rumors, I love Tomlin.
What the Steelers organization, think about how many coaches they've had.
Yeah, Tomlin is Cowher, and then it was
who
was before
Chuck Noll, right?
Chuck Noll in all the Super Bowls, exactly. Here's the thing though, but when you talk about Pittsburgh, is that they don't like Michael Penix looks like he's the guy. It looks like they did a good job. And everybody said at the time, why the hell why'd you Kirk Cousins and now you got Michael Penix? And they were really smart to do it as they did. And so they get the last laugh. But they don't get off the hook entirely. And this is part of the reason, getting back to Brock Purdy, this idea of we got to pay quarterbacks. I get it. It's an important position, most important in sports. But you got to know what the hell it is that you're doing. Kirk Cousins was a mistake. They got 2 more years in that thing, man.
He's making $25 million a year, right?
Yeah, and listen, Penix is going to start the next 2 years. Penix has never given up that position.
No, but they drafted him in the first round. They knew that it was look. You knew you had to get Kirk Cousins. You thought Kirk Cousins was going to hold it down for a year. Kirk Cousins has been ferocious. They thought he would hold it down this year. Next year, if you went with that trade, that next year you start to phase him out, let both the young fella and him play a little bit. And now that 3rd year, now he's in a teaching. He still could be a good backup guy. If you decide to cut him that 4th year, fine. But if you decide to keep him that 3rd, that's what the plan was. Kirk Cousins just failed the test miserably, brutally failed it because he threw 10 interceptions in a matter of 3 weeks. You had to pull him. You lost the team. Look at now. They're still in first place now because Tampa lost to a Dallas team. And now you look at Atlanta that has some hope. And this Penix guy, they're gonna win some games. I don't know if they win this week because they got a Commanders team. You got 2 young quarterbacks. I can't wait to watch. That's the game that should get flexed into prime time.
Jaden Daniels, real deal.
He's a real deal.
Yeah.
You know what gives him that next why I like it? Now Penix can throw the ball just as good. I've watched this kid.
They're big on him. The minute he got to camp, Atlanta was like, we got something.
Look, when you had this kid, when you seen what DeBoer, shout out DeBoer, Alabama coach, now Fresno coach, great guy, retired my jersey. I love Kellen DeBoer as a coach. When I saw him go head-to-head with Harbaugh, taking them to the national championship, watching this Penix play, his knee, all the older guy, seasoned guy, watching the heart that he had.
You mean the Michigan versus Washington game?
Yes.
Yeah.
To seeing how hard he fought, to see what he could do to get there, I knew that he was going to be a talent, but Jaden has more athletic ability. Jaden can run, and that's the separates getting out of trouble. I think his feet gives him the edge there. But as far as these 2 quarterbacks, it's going to be a hell of a game.
I'll tell you what, though. I'm not a big betting man, but I'll reach down and I'm betting the farm against Washington in the first round of the playoffs. Whoever it is that they're playing.
Yeah.
Like Jaden Daniels is for real, but there's some holes in that team. They're leaking oil. Holes. They were good against Philadelphia. I mean, he marched him back, but he also, Saquon dropped a pass. Jaden threw an interception that was dropped. I think there's the Los Angeles Rams are the other team. Very good, get into the playoffs, but I'm taking whoever it is that they're. I'll lay the points if it's whoever it is that the Rams and Washington are playing in that first round. But it's interesting because, and again, we can pick this up on the other side. Kirk Cousins was a mistake, and now you're hopefully maybe you could sell him. Who knows? If the Brock Purdy thing goes down a wrong avenue, and Kyle, as well as John Lynch, are at an impasse here. Kirk Cousins could be attractive. Maybe they sell him to the Raiders. Maybe there's Indianapolis. There might be an opportunity to get a draft pick for him, but that's the point I'm making, is that there's so many mistakes every single year in overpaying quarterbacks, from Trevor Lawrence to that of Tua Tagovailoa to that of Kirk Cousins. And don't even let me mention the biggest mistake of all time. In fact, that should be his nickname, The Mistake, and that being Deshaun Watson. And so it has crippled these football teams. So how in the world, if I'm the 49ers, you throw that at me? That's supposed to influence me? That's supposed to influence my decision to say, okay, give him $55 million because that's what Tua made. That's what Trevor made. That's what, Deshaun Watson got guaranteed money. I got to do whatever it is that the market dictates.
What scares you the most about him, if you did do it? And I'll tell you what my answer is. Or while you're thinking about it, I'll tell you. What scares me most about him, because I just threw you off guard, what scares me most if he gets hurt? Because he's not big, he's not durable.
Yeah, but those little dudes never get hurt.
He's already got hurt. He's already tore his elbow. That surgery.
That's true.
He freaking already hurt his shoulder. So if you have that guy and you pay him that when he's already got limitation, now what can you do as far as a backup? What's your encore? Do you want to hitch yourself to a situation like you just talked about, the Atlanta Falcons, and not comparing them to Kirk Cousins, because I'll take Brock Purdy any day over Kirk Cousins, but I just don't think this team, it behooves them to go all in at $60 or $55 million.
You can speak to this. Did you play with Drew Brees?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, we've talked about this. A lot of people compare Brock Purdy to Drew Brees.
I think cerebral. They're kind of the same.
They're
type
smart,
of
but Drew Brees had the latter part of his career, his arm was a noodle. Like, he couldn't make that throw.
No.
He was so pinpoint, and for a guy who was also about the same dimensions, about 6 feet, 6'1" on a good day.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man. That's apples and bowling balls. Drew Brees could put it in a seam. He could put it on you, and he could throw the deep ball. Brock Purdy has limits. Brock Purdy, yes, they're both can go through a progression, and they're as fast as anybody to do it.
Right.
But in terms of physical talents, the buck stops there when you're talking about Drew Brees and Brock
Drew
Purdy.
could slam the ball. Drew throw that high arcing ball, rainbow that he would land. Drew could throw the best long ball. So no, I'm not. Drew, come on. Drew's a Hall of Famer. You can't compare. I know people say, well, they're same in stat. No, they don't remind me of anything alike. Now, I think Brock is more wiggle. Probably, I'm not saying he's faster than Drew, but he has a little bit more wiggle. But Drew Brees, you can't compare those two. I think.
Well, I want to stay. We're up against another break, but here's what I want to tease. I want to hear from you. So I think I've been on record. If Sam Darnold's available, the 49ers need to lock him up because he's going to be a lot cheaper. The dude's 3 inches taller, and he could probably palm. I mean, with one hand, he could palm. I mean, grab Brock Purdy by the head, and back in the day with Clifford Ray would palm a basketball.
Yeah.
I would love to have that big quarterback if Minnesota gives up on him. But the question is, will Minnesota give up the guy who's going to take them to the playoffs? And we'll see what it is he does in the postseason, because I don't think Justin Jefferson's going to let that happen. But here's the question that I want to tease, and I want to hear from you on the other side. Is J.J. McCarthy, are they willing to invest in J.J. McCarthy even though they got somebody in the house? It's not dissimilar to Drew Brees and your man, Mr. Rivers. So when Rivers, remember when he came up and then Drew Brees got hurt? It's
identical right now.
And so what I want to hear from you is, what do you think Minnesota should do? Comparing it back in the day when you were on the sidelines with the Chargers and Phillip Rivers and one Drew Brees. All right, we'll do that and much more talking about the 49ers. It's Low Neil Danavone on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's Lorenzo Neal. It's Dan Devone. Remember early on in the season when Minnesota took care of the 49ers at Minnesota, Brian Flores, the defensive coordinator, who could be a candidate for a head coaching position, I think, this offseason. You get your mic on? Yeah.
Thank you. He's definitely going to be in the mix. The music had me going. I turned my mic off. I wasn't.
You were boogieing down.
Yeah,
to the
I was feeling it. But yeah, he's definitely going to have his name in the hat for a head coaching job.
Yeah, so he pretty much, he was all over the 49ers with those exotic blitzes. But that game, when I saw it, I was like, oh, did that really just happen? Like, I know there's some big arm quarterbacks in the league, but just to take you back, here's Sam Darnold backed up. His own, I think he was on his, I want to say he was at his own one. And he throws basically, I don't know, it was a 99, 98-yard touchdown pass to Justin Jefferson with the flick of it was the most effortless ball that traveled so far, 65 yards in the air. Yeah. I've never seen a quarterbacks can throw it that far, but it was so, I'm telling you, it was almost as if he was throwing it from me to you, 5 feet away. And there's something to a strong arm quarterback. Now, listen, you got to be smart. There's a lot more to it, right? It's like having a home run hitter. Well, listen, can you hit the off-speed pitch? Can you be cerebral? Can you think through counts? And Sam Darnold is a guy now that, thanks to, I think, Kyle Shanahan, that revitalized his career, and now it's Kevin O'Connell that has him lock and step, and they're on the same page, and just a dangerous, dangerous football team. But I'll just say, simply put, Brock Purdy can't make that throw. Brock Purdy cannot make that. They always used to say back in the day, the measure of a strong arm quarterback and whether you could play in the league is if you could throw that deep out pattern.
Right.
You know, that deep out cut. Like if you could put it on a guy on a string, you got an arm. That used to be a barometer. Brock Purdy and Tua Tagovailoa, watching them play the other day, neither one of them could make that pass.
Oh, no question they couldn't. And on their best day.
And so getting back to Sam Darnold, just a guy that I covet. And the other thing is, his ball's not getting batted down at the line of scrimmage. All right? The man's 6'4", 6'5". He's a legitimate 6'5". All right? And Brock Purdy, keep in mind, I don't want to hate on Brock Purdy. He's been so good. And let's also keep in mind, Brock Purdy's basically played for free. I mean, the dude is low tips more than he makes in a year. I mean, barely $1 million. But here's the thing. If Sam Darnold is available and he's cheaper than Brock Purdy, there's no way in hell that I'm not at least kicking the tires, or I feel as though if I'm the 49ers that I have some leverage. Like, I'm sorry, we got to lowball you. You want to know why? Because you and your $60 million can walk. We can go in another direction.
1,000% Kyle Shanahan will, with their organization, will kick the tires. You know, how hard they're going to kick them, I don't know. But there's going to be a lot of teams looking at Sam Darnold.
Yeah, but he's going to go back to, you know what it's like when a quarterback sees his guy, the quarterback whisperer, and Kyle Shanahan says, hey, kid, come on back here.
Yeah.
Like you talked about before, you can go play anywhere, but where do you want to win?
Right. And you would have to do some things to help him. He kind of reminds me, you know what he reminds me of as a quarterback? Just his body, stature, is tall, but the same kind of demeanor. Brad Johnson. Remember played Tampa?
Was he
won
a
the
USC guy?
Yeah, played one. Remember?
Oh, no, Florida State.
Florida State. But he won the Super Bowl with Tampa, right?
Yeah.
Tall, lean, but big, had big arm.
He beat the Raiders.
Yeah. Big arm, could throw the long ball.
Yeah.
So I look at that as absolutely, because you got to realize Minnesota invested a first-round pick in the quarterback. So you got a Michigan guy that the fans love from the kind of, the Midwest. You're in a tough situation, but so who are you gonna hitch your wagon to? Because you usually win on a rookie contract. So you're gonna have this rookie quarterback for the next 4 years under control because he got injured.
You're talking about J.J. McCarthy.
J.J. McCarthy. So do you look at this? You and I were talking at the break. You talk about Phillip Rivers and Drew Brees.
And let's just remind people, you were there.
I was there. I was there up close and personal when I knew that the organization wanted to go with Phillip Rivers, no question. But the head coach wanted to stay with Drew Brees. So you had Marty Schottenheimer.
I want to say they went like 12-4. That they went to the playoffs. I mean, they were a good football team with Drew Brees in his final year.
Yes, and against the Denver Broncos with nothing on the line, we already had won it. That's when Drew jumped in there and tried to get the fumble, and he ripped his rotator, ripped his shoulder, and that's what, because you were getting ready to have a tough choice. You might have had to trade Phillip Rivers. But it made it easier because Drew's shoulder, people said, he wasn't going to come back. Miami Dolphins, a lot of people wouldn't even offer him a contract because of the shoulder. They thought it was going to be permanent damage, but he showed all them wrong. But you have a similar situation, with McCarthy. You say, what are they going to do? Because you're right. The Niners are in a good situation. Do you say, do we want to take the rookie? What is McCarthy? So it's a lot that the Niners can be going through their process because you're right. This guy had success here. He's the one who ran Trey Lance out. It wasn't the quarterback now. When you talk about Brock Purdy, he didn't run Trey because Trey said, okay, I'll do this if I'm going to be number 2. But because you had Sam, said bye-bye. So I know Kyle Shanahan likes this.
When you were on that team with the Chargers, and I'm sure it divided the room, whose camp were you in? Did you want Phillip Rivers or did you want Drew Brees?
Of course, everyone wanted Phillip Rivers. You wanted Drew Brees. Everyone wanted Drew Brees because you knew him he's been on the team. He's been that guy. You saw him take this team when they weren't good. He still was at the helm, and they drafted a guy. And look, no one hated Phillip Rivers. They knew it was going to be the kids in time, but guys were still loyal. They were loyal to Drew Brees. And Phillip was a good guy. Phillip wasn't in there, oh, Drew, I'm taking your job. He sat back. He was quiet. He was just a good guy. He understood, and he was learning. So when you got to realize that year he got to be behind Drew. Drew would help him. Drew would help this guy out. So he got to learn behind one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
I think the best thing that happened as far as the 49ers and 49er fans is that those years that Sam Darnold struggled, obviously with the New York Jets, and then he goes to Carolina, and it's not good under Rule there. Matt Rule was the head coach. because there's warts on this guy, you're going to get him at a cheaper price. If he had done this in his rookie deal, and you're talking about his rookie extension, but because he has the bad baggage, you can, there's a reason why Kyle Shanahan picked him out of the boys' choir last year and said, come on down, I want you as my backup. He sees something in the guy. And the problem is that now everybody does. So you may have to, get into a bidding war with other teams. But if he's available at a cheaper price, which I think because he can't ask for 60, he's not going to ask for 55. He doesn't have that sort of leverage. He's going to come in at a number that I think is very doable for San Francisco. The question now just becomes, if I'm Minnesota, do I really let this guy walk? I mean, as much as we talk about Detroit, guess who else is 13-2?
Exactly. That's a great question, because you're in Minnesota. You're in a tough situation. Are you going to pay this guy $40 million a year when you have a young rookie
who's on his rookie deal?
On his rookie deal, that you put a lot, that can run, that's probably can scramble, can throw the ball, can do all those things, but now you have a guy that's like, God, what do we do? I think you're right. It behooves the Niners to kick the tires, because if it's between San Francisco and Tennessee, he's taking San Francisco. If it's between, think about not Jacksonville, because they already have Trevor. Unfortunately, they're hamstrung to that contract. They can't get rid of Trevor, so that's out of the question. But you look at a team like the Browns. If it's between San Fran, he's coming here. So you're talking about, you are absolutely right. You have a quarterback that if it's $3-4 million difference, without a doubt, he's coming here because of the fact he's familiar with Kyle Shanahan, and Kyle Shanahan revitalized this guy's career, and Kyle Shanahan believes in him. So if Brock Purdy did get a little squirrely, I think you're 1,000% right that this organization will pick up the phone and say, Brock, we love you, but here's our number, but we're not going to deviate from this. If you want to go test out the market, they got to at least give Brock that opportunity, because I think he deserves to be able to test out the market. They should not hamstring this guy.
The big question now becomes, does Minnesota let him walk? And that's really what this comes down to. And here are the pros and cons, as you had laid out. The pros are, you have J.J. McCarthy, who's on the cheap. And that's really what this is all about. If you can get a Brock Purdy deal and you get a good quarterback and you can continue to pick right up where you left off this year, you got to do it. And that's putting a lot of faith into Kevin O'Connell. So that's just it. It's one of those, is it the quarterback or is it the system, or is it sort of a collaboration of the two? Because I think Kevin O'Connell has separated. He's sort of the Kyle Shanahan. These things are sort of trending. It was Kyle Shanahan's world, Sean McVay. Well, now look out for the new kid on the block, and that being Kevin O'Connell. Do you have that much faith, if you're a Minnesota Viking fan, that Kevin O'Connell can take someone like that of J.J. McCarthy, who certainly has the pedigree, they like what it is they saw from the guy, and then continue to win and do it again on the cheap, so you can spend all that money and go out and address other positions? Or do you once again roll out a huge contract to Sam Darnold, who has done it for only 1 year, and that be your guy going forward, putting this sort of awkward situation with, the quarterback room now has Sam Darnold, and what do you do with this J.J. McCarthy? Does he become a trade piece? And again, so I'll just put it to you, because you were in that situation with Drew Brees as well as Phillip Rivers. Just give me what do we do here if you're Minnesota? Which direction are you going in?
You can't have both of them. It's possible, but not probable.
Yeah.
You have to trade. You have to say, okay, what can we get for JJ? What is his draft value?
So you're going Sam Darnold.
No, I'm just laying out what is going to be. So they're going to get the pros and cons. Is this? They're going to lay it both out and say, here's, we got a rookie contract that we got him under rookie contract. We have his rights for the next 4 years. This is what we have, and this is what we're going to be saving. We're going to be saving $40-50 million a year. With that $40-50 million a year, do we need another guard? Do we need a tackle? Can we get a linebacker? Can we get another cornerback? What can we spread out that we can do by getting this rookie and now having better talent around him that's saying, or do we say, okay, give me the side on Sam Darnold. Hey, if we do this, we can't get another guard. We can't get this premier tackle. We can't get this premier corner. So Sam Darnold is going to have to duplicate what he did and then some, because we're going to be lacking in those areas. To me, bird in hand's better than two in the bush. If I'm the GM, the front office, I'm going to take the young guy. I'm going to go with JJ because of the fact that I know I can go out and get other players and get other players to fit my need because I'm saying I want a better balanced team instead of saying I'm going to go with Sam. And now is that asking too much for him to put up the kind of year that he just put up? And now with less weapons, don't have the best guard because you still have holes on that team that you can get better. So if I'm the GM, I'm going the opposite direction. I'm going with the young guy.
Starting it here first, man. Let's get it going. Sam Darnold of the San Francisco 49ers. We'll talk about the Brock Purdy situation, whether or not to pay him. 888-957-9570. We continue the conversation. It's Low Neal and Dan Avone here on Christmas Eve on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You can always tell when Cam's producing it. What's up, Cam?
Yeah. Cam's my guy. He had a rough day the other day. Sunday, we're like, Cam, where's Cam? We're going to come back, right? Cam was running down the street chasing a tow truck on Sunday. You don't get towed on Sunday. They had his truck hitched. They had his whip hitched up. They were dragging his car. Sam turned on the 404s, turning the car loose, chasing the guy down. He's like, it's Sunday. Why are you towing me? This is a true story. No lie.
Cam, you were producing at the time?
Yeah, I was producing. So the only reason I had to go down to my car was because I had to get my water. I left my water down there feeling dehydrated.
Right.
And I wouldn't have known that was happening if I didn't forget anything in my car. And then once all that happened, they were saying, we're just moving it down, because there was an emergency that happened. So they needed to move it down, not seeing where they were putting it. So I came back up, did the rest of the shift before the Niner game. I go back down, the car's nowhere. It's nowhere to be found. And so I'm thinking to myself, what's going on? So I had to call and find out, and they said they took it down to the lot. And I'm like, are you serious? But I didn't have to pay anything to get it out.
They did take it to the lot?
Yeah, they took it to the lot. I had to pay for an Uber to get down there.
But wait, so they towed your car. They initially were going to tow your car just a few 100 yards or 100 yards or 50 feet away just to make room for whatever it is that they were doing on the street out here in Kearney?
Yeah.
Well, that's your first mistake. Never let them hitch. Listen, tow trucks there's no good intentions with those people.
Yeah.
Like, you never let them hitch. Just say, you know what you do is like, I'll drive it. How far are we going? We're going 30 feet. Give me the keys. I'll go there.
Yeah.
So you thought your car, but you walked out. You're like, did I park here? Or my car got stolen? You didn't know because it was free on Sundays.
Yeah. It was free on Sundays. And then I seen all the cones. I seen all the stuff going on. My car was gone. I'm like, what is going on over here? But then as I look down the corner, I'm like, I see it. But he was just trying to find somewhere to park it. But I guess from his angle, from how big the truck was and the spot that was wide open, there wasn't space for him to take it. So then I ran back up here, and then I seen Evan in the studio trying to bring everyone back. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to assume that they're getting it right, but never did. So after the show, I went back out there. It was gone. So right before the Niner game, I had to go get the car. Steven was here starting the Niner cuts and doing all that good stuff, but I had to go get it and then come right back.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
If there's some way, Cam, that you want to produce from the show, from your rig, just so this doesn't happen, man, Lo and I are down. That's some crazy stuff. Well, Sundays, they do tow. They didn't. Okay, so the signage says no towing on Sunday. Yep. Well, they do tow in the city, though. I haven't been victimized by a tow, but I've gotten a ticket in the city. So it used to be back in the day, like really? Sundays, right?
Yeah.
Like you don't
Sabbath day.
You don't mess with Sundays.
You don't mess with Sunday.
That's not the case anymore. This ain't Clovis. Clovis, California. By the way, the home of Low Neal. The biggest. Is it fair to say the biggest high school football game in the state might be Clovis West? Or is there something in SoCal that I'm not aware of?
No, those are that's a big Valley game. Everyone's used. But it's always going in certain. So it depends on where you're at. If you're Clovis, Fresno, that's what a big game. If you're in like Viosea, it's Redwood and Mount Whitney. If you're in Kings County, it's Hanford and Lemoore, the Bulldogs against the Tigers. That's been a rival for years. So there's always those rivals in these little crosstown rivals. Big.
I wanted to get the name. No, not Adrian Martinez. There was a kid back in the day who played at Clovis West. He was a quarterback. He was with Tennessee, ran the option.
Billy Volek?
Yeah, Billy Volek.
Billy Volek, baby. Come on, Billy's his
Fresno State.
His dad was Fresno City coach. Coach Volek.
Oh, that's right.
Yes,
that's
come on, baby. The Falcons.
Right.
Yes,
that's
yes.
Right, man.
Billy Volek and I played together when he was Charger. Billy Volek was.
We came up with. Who did he come up with?
Billy came with Tennessee, like you said.
With Tennessee,
but when Phillip got hurt, Billy Volek came and won the game for us. Won a playoff game. Guys on the team wanted coaches to stay with Billy because Phillip's knee was, he's trying to go out there and play with the no MCL. They had a surgery. Billy Volek, man, was throwing dimes. He did that in Tennessee as well. Great backup quarterback, played forever.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Billy Volek, baby.
I got Fresno knowledge.
You got Fresno
knowledge. I will be here for days, man. I've had a drink or two at the Elbow Room back in the day, man.
The Elbow Room.
Yeah, I know.
That place is still going strong.
Is it?
Oh, clam chowder on Fridays. The chowder. Oh, get down. Get back.
You weren't there with the Tarkanian. You're already in the
NFL. Tark the Shark. Come on. Tark the Shark. We go way back, baby. Come on. Danny Tark. I'd hang out with Danny. Danny's freaking now living in Vegas.
Is he still in politics?
He's still in politics.
Is he really?
Eddie's going strong.
Wow.
Yeah, in politics. But yeah, Tark the Shark was great, man.
For those of you, by the way, Cam, you ever spent time out in Fresno?
Big Armenian.
Oh, hell yeah.
Big Armenian culture.
You have, yeah, it is. So I'm from big cities. I'm from San Francisco. My first on-air job right out of college was to go out to Fresno. And I remember going like, Fresno? Really? Fresno? You go there.
You were shook. You were surprised
It's
how good it was.
different. Because they can't claim SoCal. They can't claim the Bay Area. They got their own thing going on. They got this Armenian mafia going on out there, man.
Wait, you used to hang out with the Tarkanians. You used to hang out with
Tarkanians.
You used to hang out with the...
Can we say his name?
Yeah, Vartane, baby.
The Vartanians. I don't know. Suddenly we're under FBI surveillance. But yeah, I mean, it was unlike any other place I've ever been. And it's an awesome community, man. It really is. So anyways, all right.
Okay, let's go get back to Sam I Am. Sam Darnold, you struck a nerve. I can't believe you just start reaching in your bags and you pull this out, Dan, because I'm telling you, what you pulled out is gold. When you think about, I'd love to hear people hit the text line or call in and tell what you think, because when you think about these two quarterbacks, you're talking about a guy that has no limitations. You're talking about a guy that has some limitations. What's better served? I know Brock can scramble better. Brock probably can get out of trouble better. So how much money will you have then to get a better offensive line? Brock probably can run play action, boot better, do certain those things, but a lot of things.
It's not like Sam Darnold is completely immobile.
Right. He can move. He can, and you see now he's just subtle. And you see he can make every throw. The confidence that he's playing with, the swag and the bravado. Hit the text line. Who would you rather have? If all things right now, if you look at these two quarterbacks, who do you think's a better quarterback in the National Football League?
I'll open it up. I never do these things, but 888-957-9570. Who do you want? If Sam Darnold is out there and you can get him, I don't know,
$10 million cheaper?
$15 million cheaper? Or do you want Brock Purdy? Because I think there's a lot of people that still feel as though the Sam Darnold in New York, the Sam Darnold in Carolina, seeing ghosts is still ruminating. And there's still some people that are having a hard time pulling the trigger on the guy. I'm wondering if those people are out there. I've seen it up this year. And Kyle Shanahan validated all of that when he said, I want this guy. And there's a reason.
Winners.
Yeah. You know, it lends to a bigger point. Because I think Sam Darnold, here's a question for you. Is Sam Darnold just the outlier? Like, Sam Darnold is one of one. Like, that'll happen every 25 years. Or is there a trend where we're so quick to judge because these guys, we got to know.
Throw them away.
Got to know by year 2, year 3. And now you're seeing, I mean, they gave up on Jared Goff. They gave up on Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
You know, and you look, he gave up, obviously, on Darnold. I know people. Geno Smith. And I know people are going to go, come on, man. But I'm telling you, like, I don't know that we've seen the last of Daniel Jones. I don't know that we've seen the last of Zach Wilson. Now, I know a lot of people, especially in New York, are saying, dude, miss me with that. But this idea that this rush to judgment, especially for players in bad systems that were highly drafted, high draft picks in the top 5. Sam Darnold was number 3. Zach Wilson, I believe, was 2 or 3. That these guys come into a situation where it's like, there was a book I used to read when I was a kid. It's like, are you my mommy? And then you meet Kyle Shanahan. It's like, I'm your mommy. I'm going to teach you how to do these things.
I read that. It was a cute book. Oh, my goodness. I can't wait. You go to the bird, the elephant. Are you my mommy? Yeah. Are you my mommy? And that's what Sam Darnold's like. Are you my daddy? Kyle Shanahan? Kyle Shanahan's like, yes, I'm your daddy.
Are you my daddy? Might be another version. That might be the low version. I'm trying to keep it PG.
Okay, sorry. Too soon. No, I wasn't going there. But no, you're absolutely right. Sam Darnold came to the Niners broken. You think about his stint with the Jets. He tried. Everyone said, you got to carry him, and he failed. You take him to Carolina. You see what happened. This guy he competed. He played hard as he could. Didn't have the support around him, and he failed. You look at the Carolina Panthers today. You think about the quarterback. Everyone said, this rookie, they put too much money on. Bryce Young. You said, this is the stupidest thing they could have did. He's done. He's shot. You put in Andy Dalton, the redhead pistol, showed him how to practice, showed him how to be a thing, took control of the offense, took control, and the redhead pistol, Andy Dalton, put him under his wing, and now he pushed this kid to the edge, took him to the top of the mountain.
He's good.
And he pushed him, and now the kid's flying. He is playing, I think, even though they're losing, they're the most, I had a question, who's the worst team in the NFL but probably playing the best. And if you talked about quarterback, I would say that kid. I'd say if you watch what he's been doing the last several weeks after that stint of benching him, everyone said he's done. Get Andy Dalton in there and have Andy show this guy the way. This guy now is playing and throwing the ball. He's throwing dimes. He's showing seen so much upside. He is going to be a fine quarterback. But 10 weeks ago, everyone said this kid is done.
I'm reading the text line, and there are more people that are out on Sam Darnold, which is fine. And I knew it. A lot of people that have reservations about him.
Yeah.
That Zucci Man, where you been, brother? Zucci Man on the text line. Call us sometime. There's a lot of people that just feel the guy's got, there's too much in his past that you can't move past that. I get it. I totally understand it. And people are still, and let's not forget, Brock Purdy is a good quarterback.
Great quarterback. Good. He's above average quarterback. But my question to the people out there, I'd rather have Brock too. But it's $50 million compared to $30 million. Does that move the needle? And for me, Sam Darnold can throw. You don't think he can throw the long ball? He can see. If you're deficient with your line, if the pocket falls back in his face, he still can steal over and he still can get rid of the ball and throw the long ball. Brock Purdy, yes, is way more mobile and maybe he'll hit the first read. He's not going to take as much chances, but Sam Darnold has shown, and that's why Kyle Shanahan brought him here, that he could play and play on a high level. You look at his record, what he's doing in Minnesota with having weapons, the guy is playing at a very, very high level.
So the text line, this is the 415, that $10 to $50 million that you would save, the Niners, you would save that with Darnold, still won't get you over the top. Stick with Purdy and draft some better O and D linemen. So again, some people still believe in Brock Purdy. I think if you were to line them up side by side and I'm starting a franchise, I'm an expansion, and I'm starting a new football team, I'm sorry, Sam Darnold is going to be my quarterback. The argument as to why Brock Purdy would supplant Sam Darnold, to me, it's a good one. But at the end of the day, I want a guy who could do the same things from a cerebral standpoint, because that's why Kyle Shanahan covets these guys. It's like Kyle Shanahan's like, I would like to have Josh Allen. I'd love to have Patrick Mahomes. But if I can get a guy that can just manage my offense, that knows where to go with the football, that is accurate, that can get me in and out, I can win with that. Leave it up to me, because I have enough confidence in schematically to put you in positions where if you're accurate, two things are going to happen. We're going to win and you're going to make some money. Just listen to me. He doesn't need necessarily the guy who can roll right and throw it back 65 yards across his body. And so I think that Sam Darnold has that from an intellectual standpoint, but then you just cannot deny 6'5".
I'm going to go out on a limb. And here's the deal. I think, far as you said, human beings, Kyle Shanahan would say, you know what? I'm taking Purdy. He's my guy. Love him. I'd rather him maybe marry my daughter. I don't know. I'm just saying Kyle Shanahan would be all in with Purdy. Talking about just a good person, good nature. Kyle Shanahan would never turn his back. But if you said, hey, look, I need you to make a tough decision. If you had to take one of these guys and your career really depended on this, I don't think he would want to answer it. I think his heart would be with Purdy. But far as football and far as where he thinks potential he could be, I think he would take Sam. And it wouldn't be a slight to Purdy. Think about when Kyle Shanahan went to the Super Bowl with the Atlanta Falcons. Who was the quarterback?
Say it again. I was looking.
I said, think about when Kyle Shanahan went to the Super Bowl with the Atlanta Falcons. And how tall was he? Yeah. And what could he do?
Exactly.
And so that's the things that we're talking about. We're talking about
that's a good comp with Sam Darnold.
Yes,
think about that.
Yes, and that's the unmutables that people are saying. Now, what Kyle Shanahan loves about Purdy, he's a little train that think I can. His heart, his determination, his ability to listen, his ability just to soak it in and beat you because of his skills, because he knows, maybe he'd be lacking in another part, so I got to make up for it. That's what Kyle Shanahan, his grit, his determination. Those are the things that you can't put measurables on.
Let's get out to the phone lines, 888-957-9570. Coach Duran, let's get it going here today, Coach. What do you think? Sam Darnold, Brock Purdy, where are you at?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Merry Christmas Eve.
Merry Christmas.
Right on. Right now, man, if I have to choose Purdy or Darnold currently at this very moment, I'm going with Darnold. I think he is legit, elite. His arm is strong, terrific accuracy, and he's been playing some pretty good football. So I'm going to go with Darnold on this conversation.
Thanks so much, Coach. Good job. Appreciate it. I'm telling you, man, we're going to start it here first. We're going to create a groundswell.
You got this thing rolling.
Well, here's the thing, though. Are we a little premature? Because you know what they say. It's like when we get into December and January is really when you separate the men from the boys. So, Sammy, what do you got? Like, everything's in front of him now, right? Do you go in as a high seed? You potentially give me the number 1 seed? Do we have to hold? Have you seen enough if Brock Purdy is underwhelming in the postseason to still arrive at the conclusion that you want him instead of Brock Purdy? Or are you going to hold your breath to see how this plays out?
It's interesting that you bring this up and you say, what makes me now say that Sam Darnold, and here's I like Brock, and I would like him for the same reasons that Kyle Shanahan. His toughness, his grit, his determination, his willingness to want to learn, his willingness just like everyone looks at this guy and says, I'm going to follow him because he's all in, his commitment. You watch the way that he's Joe Montana. That's why they're going to compare him to Joe because he's not Joe yet, but just how he came onto the scene and just took it, grabbed the bull by the horns, and he seized it. But only reason I like Sam to me right now, they went head to head earlier this year. You saw them getting a shootout. You saw that Darnold had to make plays. You talked about a play. It's first down and 10 on the 1 yard line, and you saw him throw a ball 65 yards in the air. You saw this
flick of the wrist. You saw this game seesaw go back and forth, and Sam Darnold had to outplay Brock Purdy, and it was a good game. He made more plays. And it's not only just hitting Justin Jefferson in stride for a 99-yard touchdown, which he's doing, not 99 yards, but hitting Justin Jefferson. Oh, man, did you see the game winner he had against Seattle?
That's what I'm saying.
Where he stepped up in the pocket and he hits Jefferson. And that's like, at Seattle, you need to make that throw to win the game to get the hell out of here.
Yes.
I mean, he's checking some boxes.
He's checking a lot of boxes, and Seattle had everything to play for. Seattle wanted that win. That was a big-time game. We've seen this guy, Sam, take it on the road, win at home. Sam Darnold has played very well, and when he's had to play in big moments, just like Goff. Goff was a guy like you talked about earlier, was just left for dead. The Rams traded him. They said, whatever. Look at Goff reinsurgent because they believe and you put him in the right system, and look at Jeff Goff now, what he's been able to do.
I'm waiting for someone just to crush us about this Sam Darnold. I think we got somebody.
Okay,
thanks. So Cam went out and found somebody. Thanks, Cam. Sundance. What do you got for us? What's up, Sundance? Sundance, you're on.
Hello? Sundance. Telmo?
Oh, Slow-Mo. Where did I see Sundance?
Telmo.
Oh.
Telmo. Telmo.
Well, we got you at Slow-Mo.
Telmo. Tell us more.
Oh, Telmo. Telmo's a regular.
Tell us more, Telmo.
Sorry, Tel.
Fellas, what are we doing here? You guys aren't 16-year-old kids with TikTok. You guys this is so much recency bias. This is so much recency bias. Are you guys forgetting Sam Darnold, what we watched from him other than this year? And you said it before. You said it yourself. Sam Darnold in Minnesota, with the weapons he has, he's having a good year. Okay. And so you're comparing Brock Purdy to Sam Darnold this season based off of the squads and the rosters they've had with the different themes, the different conditions, the different circumstances, the different roster of players. Are you guys forgetting what Brock Purdy did in his first 2 years with a healthy roster, literally one missed blocking assignment away from winning a Super Bowl last season? Okay, here's the thing, and you act like Sam Darnold, the Niners can just go get him. You don't think the Niners are going to have to bid with the Raiders or some of these other teams that need a quarterback? The Raiders just played themselves out of getting Shedeur Sanders, so they're going to need a quarterback. And so this is just silly. Brock's not going to get $60 million. He's going to go between $45 and $50 million. It's going to be a good deal for the 49ers for the long-term quarterback. The Niners had Sam Darnold in the building last year. They could have chose to keep him. They could have chose to sign him and make him their quarterback, and they didn't because they know what they have in Brock Purdy. So all this, we're looking at this from what Sam Darnold has done for one season versus all the other football we watched him play versus Brock this season, where he's still top 10 in a lot of categories, by the way. And we're doing this whole song and dance. Sam Darnold, first of all, there's no guarantee you're going to get him. Brock's the future of the 49ers. I don't want to keep doing this quarterback, hold down, pass it around, round and around, circle with your partner, go and go. I want a quarterback for the future. So you guys, I appreciate you have a take.
Hey, hold on.
Brian Baldinger came with this hot take. This is a Baldy hot take.
You know what? Hey, wait, Telmo, hold on. I am hand on the Bible. Had no idea. I don't listen to Baldinger. I had no idea what it is that he said. I swear to you, this is not being influenced by anyone else other than Dan the Kahuna Devone. So this is not sort of on the heels of Baldy.
But Baldy came with this take, I think, on Monday or Tuesday on I think it was the roast with Bonte and Shasky. Maybe it was with Steiny and Guru. I don't know. But it was early in the week. It started this whole snowball of nonsense. I could see it, but we're talking about one season versus one season, completely different circumstances versus what we've seen from each quarterback in the past. And you guys quickly, and I'll let you go.
Telmo, Lowe wants you on the horn.
You guys talked about Drew Brees. Hold on. You guys talked about Drew Brees. Look at Drew Brees' first 4 or 5 years in the league. He wasn't the Drew Brees he became to be. He got traded. He got traded from the Chargers, and he had to go somewhere else to be the Drew Brees that we all came to know and love.
Ooh, he's walking into the line.
The Niners need what they need is an O-line. They need dogs in the trenches. They need to protect their quarterback. They need to give him time. And in terms of, we keep talking about Brock Purdy and his arm. Look at how many catches that Ayuk had last year versus how many yards. He had 1,400 and some yards and only 70-some catches. So I don't want to hear he can't throw the deep ball, because up until early in this season, he was leading the league in passes of 40 yards or more. So we need to stop with the nonsense. We need to give him weapons. We need to get healthy. And Brock Purdy's the future of the San Francisco 49ers. I'll take your call.
No. We want you on the horn. Stay right there.
I had a question for you. So I
think he left.
I agree to disagree. Great call, by the way.
Yeah, no, I love that.
But I think what we fail to realize.
Bring it, tell.
You look at.
Oh, we got to get to a break.
Do we got to get to a break? Oh, I was getting ready to bring it. Okay, we'll wait. On the other side. No, we get on the side.
Tease it a little bit.
On the other side.
We got other callers. The rest of the callers, just hang out. I'm telling you, it's going to be a quick break. We're going to get back. We'll continue the conversation. Lowe is going to tell you. Well, I don't know what the hell he's going to talk about.
I'm coming at my man who just got off the call.
Yeah, Telmo, wherever you are.
Telmo, I'm coming for you, Telmo. I'm coming for you.
And the rest of the callers, hang on. We got to pay some bills. Back in 90 seconds on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Kim, is that how you roll down in the East Bay with that bass? Just thumping?
Yeah, all the time. All
Like
the time.
that.
That's how I got to be moving and grooving.
You be thugging hard, baby. I feel you, baby.
Yes,
Let them
sir.
know. Let them know you represent, homie. Let them know.
You know,
Let 'em
I
know.
just mentioned this not tongue in cheek. There's a level of seriousness to at least consider the Sam Darnold potentially coming to the San Francisco 49ers. Now, a lot of things have to happen between now and then, but I think it's struck a nerve, struck a chord with some of the fans.
Yeah.
Some think they're on board. I would say the majority are not. I think a lot of people like that of Telmo bring up his past and saying it's only 1 year. He has better weapons, and it doesn't make sense for San Francisco. They need to invest in offensive and defensive linemen, which is certainly true. But just sort of your thoughts on what it is that Telmo had to say.
Yeah, I thought Telmo made some great points, but I don't know if they're valid because of the fact if you just go through the history, what did everyone say if Jimmy G would have made that pass in the end zone where he missed the receiver?
Emmanuel Sanders.
They said, hey, guess what? They won a Super Bowl. Couldn't make it. But everyone said Jimmy G went 13-3 or 13-2. Jimmy G carried, but they did that with Jimmy G. So where my man Telmo is saying, oh, well, he don't have, look at all the weapons the 49ers have had. Jimmy G was an below average quarterback for the National Football League. And look what happened. Because he had a defense and because they had all the run game, the way that team played. So when he's saying that, what did Sam Darnold have? What did he have with the Jets? What did he have when he freaking in Carolina? Look at the coaching. Look at the stuff. So Sam Darnold has been in a tough situation, wasn't given the toolage that Aaron Rodgers was given because he had friggin' the great Hall of Famer, Brett Favre. You look at now, look about Aaron Rodgers, who he trained now. So there's been a process for certain quarterbacks. So when Telmo is saying, oh, well, look at Darnold, he got weapons this year, but think about what he's had in the past. So when we're talking about Brock Purdy, and now he's saying, well, Brock doesn't have the weapons. Well, did Brock elevate the team? Brock doesn't have the weapons. Is Brock in the playoffs? Brock doesn't have the weapons. Is Brock so you can't make it fit for just your narrative. I call that hypocrisy when you see, okay, when he had all the weapons, when Jimmy G had all the weapons, look at, how far did it go? Now all of a sudden he doesn't and they're not in. You don't blame it just on the quarterback, but it's interesting when they're having success, the quarterback's 14-2. This team is this record because of the quarterback. But now all of a sudden when it's not success, it's not his fault. So make it make sense to me because last I've seen Brock Purdy, if you said, would you rather have Minnesota's weapons this year or the Niners' weapons when they were healthy? Who would have the better skill positions? By far, it's the Niners. You're not going to take the running backs in Minnesota over McCaffrey. You're not going to take the tight end over George Kittle. Collectively, the Niners, when they're great receivers these last 4 or 5 years, the accumulation of receivers is, Jefferson is the best. I get that, but you can't say that the Niners collectively didn't have better positions at a skill level.
Yeah, and also Telmo said that you have to look back at their track history. And certainly there's no denying Sam Darnold was bad. I would also keep in mind that Adam Gase, in one of the strangest introductory press conferences, was the head coach of the New York Jets. You talk about a bad situation for a young quarterback. Then he goes to Carolina with Matt Rule. It's going from bad to worse. And I think that you do have to take into account when he was so bad in his brief NFL career, why is it that Kyle Shanahan, the quarterback guru, coveted this guy? And it wasn't just last year. He was somebody that he was thinking of instituting as the quarterback when they were in flux with Jimmy Garoppolo and the whole Trey Lance mess. He was thinking about bringing Sam Darnold in. And I think that you have to think about where you're at today as opposed to yesterday. Telmo, it's not about where Sam Darnold was 3 to 5 years ago. It's where Sam Darnold is at right now. It's a reclamation project, and we've seen this before in the NFL. And then when you talk about, well, the 49ers, I think this is another one of the arguments that he was making. It's not as though San Francisco isn't going to be in a bidding war with, I think you mentioned the Raiders, and certainly there's some other teams, and you had talked about this. Is Sam Darnold really going to go to Las Vegas for a couple of more $1 million?
No.
I mean,
he knows he's familiar here.
He's not only familiar here, but Kevin O'Connell, keep in mind, Kevin O'Connell is from the same tree of that of Kyle Shanahan.
Right.
And learned, understand, it's the same, it's essentially what it is that Kyle Shanahan brought to the NFL. So there's a 6 degrees of separation. Kevin O'Connell and Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay are somewhat the same guy in a lot of ways. Mm-hmm. And so this idea that, no, I'm going to go somewhere else because they're giving me a better offer. I think that the Kyle Shanahan and the Sam Darnold relationship is real. And all I'm throwing out there, okay, maybe Sam Darnold isn't the guy. But if you're the 49ers and you're going into this offseason where you clearly have holes, don't you want a little leverage?
Absolutely.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with saying, okay, Brock, I'd like to come, we want to reward you, but there is this piece out here that if we can't agree on a number, leverage is always good. In anything you do, man, whether you're a contract negotiating in sports talk radio or sports talk radio, leverage is what it is that you want. And I would ask you, though, who has the leverage right now in that conversation? Now, keep in mind, Brock Purdy played on the cheap, and he took you to an NFC championship game, and he almost won you a Super Bowl. And he did all that for, like, minimum wage.
Agreed.
Who has the leverage when they sit down and they talk shop? Brock Purdy or the 49ers?
49ers. 49ers have a huge amount of leverage because of the fact you got to say, it's like, look, he can say, his agent, look, you didn't have this guy. We didn't have this guy. All these different things happened. And what happened? And all 49ers going to say, yeah. So you want to be a franchise-paid quarterback. So we didn't have those guys. Did you elevate our team? See, that's why the 49ers, to me, have all the cards right now. They're going to do the right thing. Brock Purdy deserves to be paid. We're not saying
no
he
doubt.
doesn't. Without a doubt. But if it doesn't work, you got to say, hey, look, go try the open market. If it's an offer out there for you, hey, blessings to you, because we know we don't want to hamstring you, but this is what we can pay. Because like you alluded to, guys say, oh, well, hey, this is what he was then. It's a reason why freaking you think about boxers. I love Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather fought Canelo when he was young. He didn't wait. He said, I'm going to hurry up and get this fight over. We had 10, 15 fights because he knew that he could outscore him because of the fact he knew that he wasn't a seasoned fighter. So he took it. So people change.
And waited to fight Pacquiao until Pacquiao was too old.
Exactly. But that's showmanship. That's gamesmanship. And now the Niners, they waited. Unfortunately, that the Niners had a down year. Now you have control because you have all the leverage because the year that you were planning on having, it didn't happen. Yeah, there was a lot of things that went around, circumstances that you couldn't control. But if you were going to be an elite quarterback, even if you lost, and here's the deal. If your agent says, oh, but hey, we lost, but it's okay to lose, but it's the way you lost. It's okay to lose, but when you're a quarterback, you're Tom Brady, guess what? You're still going to lose 30-35. You're going to lose 40-41. So when you don't have a lot of weapons and your defense have not played well, Miami Dolphins would be in every single game because they had a guy that could score. Dan Fouts, we talked about the Chargers. He's a guy that you knew that was going to score. You look at Brock and what he's been able to do. He hasn't been able to elevate this team when the team needed it most because of the fact they could score.
And all I would say to picking on poor Telmo, he was a caller about a half an hour ago, but there's a lot of people like Telmo, and it was a great call. Anybody who's got passion, man, we'll let you burn. You can play here.
Oh, yeah,
we got a platform here on 95.7 The Game. But what I would say to Telmo and all you 49er fans, again, it gets down to leverage. Because what's the one thing, if I'm Brock Purdy's agent, I'm saying, okay, you don't want us? Well, who's going to play quarterback? Going to take you years to find somebody. You know, it could take generations when you think about Chicago and Cleveland and teams that go lifetimes looking for quarterbacks. Who's going? Josh Dobbs going to be your quarterback? Brandon Allen going to be your quarterback? That's why if Sam Darnold makes sense financially, and maybe there's a level of risk if you want to bring up the Jets and what happened in Carolina, but having that ace up your sleeve when you have to sit down in this poker game with Brock Purdy and company is not a bad thing. No. So I guess I don't understand why potentially having Sam Darnold out there and knowing the relationship between the two, meaning Sam Darnold and Kyle Shanahan, that just benefits the 49ers as they try and lower that offer for Brock Purdy.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, Brock Purdy is not going to ask for the house. I think that It's anywhere from 30 to 40. Anywhere from 30.
I
to
think
40.
they're going to want.
You think it's 50?
I think Brock Purdy, again, if you were to get him alone, he'd do this for 35, 40. Go get me some players.
Yeah.
But his agent's like, shh. Don't talk
right.
to, like, you know, this, man. The agent's like, bro, I got this.
Of course.
And because the agent's he's taking a percentage of that. What's the agent taking?
He's getting 3%.
3%.
Yeah, but and here's the Brock deserves to be paid. And if he could get it, get it. If Brock Purdy made $70 million a year, I don't care. I'm for him. I'd be like, hell yeah, go get it, Brock. I'm just telling you.
Because guess what? The 49ers can afford it at the end of the day. So it's not as though I'm defending the 49ers and that $1 billion money-making machine that's called the NFL.
Oh, yeah. They can afford it. You can move salaries. You just stretch it out. You extend it. You defer money. You could make it happen. I'm just saying, if you really want to stay competitive and do the things, because you do have salary cap and you do have things you have to do, you just don't overpay. That's all. And here's the deal. And if you can go get it, if Brock Purdy can go get the money on the open market, then I think the 49ers, it behooves them to say, go see what you can get on the open market. And my numbers, if it's 30 million, it's 40 million, it's 50 million, if it's 60 million, if it's 70 million, whatever their number is, you got to live with it. You can't play the Brandon Ayuk game anymore. You can't do these things where you got guys holding out and you're saying those things because you saw what it got you this year. It didn't mean that Ayuk came in and was tearing it up. Ayuk was struggling because they didn't have the chemistry. So this is a situation you don't want to play around. You want to try to get it done, but you need to say, here's our number. You don't get in a cat and mouse game. You're like, here's our number. This is where we're going. We're not going. And guess what? If you have to go another place, then you just got to do it, because I just don't think it behooves the Niners to overpay and be stuck in a situation like the Dallas Cowboys, because I don't think Dak Prescott will see the light of day on that end of that contract, even though a lot of it's guaranteed.
Yeah, and it gets back to, again, when you just think about the recent mistakes that have happened in the NFL.
Right.
And I guess I just don't understand when people make the argument, well, it's his turn, and quarterbacks reset the market. That it's essentially, you're telling me you're making an argument for inflation. It's just like, it's what you have to pay. Says who? Why do I want to do what it is that Jacksonville did? Why do I want to ball and chain myself to a contract that's guaranteed of upwards to $175 million when it's I can see Jacksonville. I can see what happened to their franchise. I can see what happened to Miami. I can see what happened to Cleveland. Like, what? That's a weak argument. It has to make sense in your house and your house only. And I guess for whatever reason, and he's going to get paid. Now, maybe I'm missing something here, that when you're next up and you're an NFL quarterback and the market dictates what the market dictates, that there's a gun to your head and you've got to pay it. And that, to me, if you were to really reset the market, you know who needs to reset the market? The 49ers. No, the 49ers, because everybody talks about the player resets the market, right?
Right.
Like, he can make $65 million. Brock Purdy just reset the quarterback market. How about the 49ers reset the quarterback market and saying, we're going to give you, they ended up paying 40 or 35. How many teams do you think that are dealing with contract extensions to look at the 49ers and say, thank God, man? Like, you were the only ones to say
they're waiting for someone to do it.
You're the only ones who had the coconuts to say the king is naked. Instead of just blindly falling in line, oh, you're next up. Let me write that blank check, even though this could screw me for the next 5 to 10 years.
Right. And this could be the detriment of our team, that we're not getting any playoffs. This can be that we're just going to be competing. And the 49ers right now, you can see that they're not a team that is even going to compete. If you hamstring yourself and you put that type of money, that type of investment into the quarterback, and you see what Philly, and you look around the NFC, you look at the Commanders, and you look around, you look at Green Bay, one of the youngest teams in football. How are you going to compete with these teams the next 3 to 4 years? If you just think you have the quarterback, can you compete with the rest of the NFC? That's the $60, $70 million question that the Niners need to be asking themselves. If you do this, are you going to be able to compete with the rest of the NFC?
You know, a lot of people talk about windows and windows closing on the San Francisco 49ers. And, you know, I understand that we, as whatever it is that we do in the media and fans, you want to point a finger. It's just sort of what we do as fans. It's like, it's his fault. It's your fault. But really, I sort of take a different road in all of this, a different perspective. I think when it comes to the 49ers, you knock on heaven's gate that many times. You go to a Super Bowl and you lose. You go to NFC championship games and you lose. This is going on 5 years. After a while, man, the air just leaves the room. And I just don't know, and you would know this better than anybody. I just don't know if the energy was there anymore. Like, to me, I go big picture on this. Yeah, we could talk about offensive line. We can get into the granular facts about Brock Purdy and what he does and doesn't do, and Deebo Samuel. But really, at the end of the day, this was something that everybody thought about. We talked about a hangover, and this is exactly what's played out. It's like, man, you could just sense the emotion after they lost that game to Kansas City. I remember saying to myself, like, how the hell is this team going to get ready to play football in a couple of months? And guess what? I don't think they ever recovered.
No, it looks like they didn't. They got knocked out, and they never got off the canvas. They've been trying to get up off the canvas, and every time they get up, they get knocked back down. Kansas City's on the phone, though. They're finding a way. They're knocked down, but they're getting up, and they're answering the bell. They're probably one of the best teams we've seen, but only winning by a point, single digits in the history of the NFL.
Are you buying Casey?
No, I'm not. I mean, but guess what? I'm not, but I should. I'm not, but I should, because all they do is win.
Yeah.
We can say we're not buying them. Who they lose to this year? Just the Bills. Everyone you lined up and played against them, they found a way. Even though it's been ugly, even though it hasn't looked like the Chiefs of old, they're finding a way to win. So we shouldn't bet against them. We should not bet against them, even though these games have been very, very ugly and they're finding a way. And that's what with the Niners. You know what? People didn't want to bet against them. Everyone said they're going to get it right. I knew before they played, after the game that I said they were done, it was like week 4 when they played the Arizona Cardinals. Arizona took that ball down with like 5 minutes left. The Niners were up by 2, and Arizona took the ball from the 18-yard line and drove it 81 yards and scored. I said, they are not getting in. I said this team was done. People, you're going hard. It's only week 4 or 5. I knew then that it was done. I could tell that someone played against Dallas, just looking at this team, it didn't have it. They just don't have it. And like you said, it's that hangover. You can't get off the mat. And that's the question, the $70 million question or the $60 million question. Is paying a guy going to get you off the canvas? Is that the one thing you have to do in order to make your team relevant again? Is that enough? And I think he's a big part of it, because I think he's going to make you compete. I think his leadership and the way that he demands respect, the way that this guy goes out and play, he is a key ingredient for the San Francisco 49ers' success. The biggest question, though, is that enough that's going to get them back to the glory days and get them back in the playoffs?
So were you with those Charger Schottenheimer teams with Antonio Gates and obviously LaDainian Tomlinson?
Yeah.
Because those were, that was the team that was supposed to come out of the AFC every year. So
goodness.
My question to you is, like, there's a similarity with what the 49ers are dealing with and sort of your experience being handpicked as the team that's going to win the sexy pick to get to the Super Bowl, and it not happening. I mean, what was that like emotionally?
It killed you. Emotionally, I still think about it. I mean, and I got this.
Man, you guys had some boys.
Oh, we had the boys. When I got there, left Cincinnati, went to the Chargers. I think we went 4-12 that first year.
I was just
Junior just left. Junior went to Miami. So we went 4-12, and it was like, God. But because I left Cincinnati, but I saw LT. I was a free agent. I was like, man, this team is going to be on the rise. I go there. We only won 4 games that year. That's when they because Drew's already was there for 2 years. Then they bring in Phillip. That following year, we win 12 games.
Yeah.
We just started hammering. The next year, 13. Everyone's picking us. We went 14. We just every year right there, number 1 seed. Always had things going our way. We beat friggin' the Indianapolis Colts when they were 13-0. We gave them their first loss, went to Indy and beat them on the road, and we were the team to beat. But like you said, you get in those places, that complacency, you think that, okay, we deserve this. It's ours, and we're going to find a way. And we lost to the Jets. Nate Caton couldn't buy a field goal. And then we had McCree. We're beating the Patriots. He intercepts the ball, 4 minutes left. All he has to do is fall on the ground. He tries to run it back.
God,
it just fall down, and it's over. So, yeah, you get to those points, and then the next year, like, here we go again, and it's crazy. You have that thing over your head. You're like, man, how can we get this monkey off our back? And
are you expecting, you always hear about it creeps in the back of your head that you're expecting things to go wrong?
Yeah. You start to, especially if you make it close. That's the thing, especially if you let a team hang around that has no business. We played the Jets. They had no business hanging out with it. When you let a team hang around with you and let them stick around, and that you start letting them build confidence, because you're supposed to be the big bad boy.
Yeah.
And that's what happened to the Niners this year. They usually had that knockout punch. They were the big bad boys. When the Niners come to town, come rolling in, once they got up on you, double digits, you just, you shrunk and you just cower down and say, let it begin. And no, people stood up, they start fighting back, and now the Niners, they begin to switch. It's different when you're the hunted and then the hunter.
Yeah, that 2006, 2007 season, you guys lost twice during the regular season.
Dude, we were just machines.
And you lost to the Patriots. Oh, wow, that hurts.
Yes, intercept. Dude, we were just – and you're right. And the Niners, they have been the cream of the crop. And it's going to be interesting how they come back this next year. And you want Purdy to come back on this team. You want him to be a part of that. I know we're talking about, Sam Darnold. And Sam Darnold's had a hell of a comeback. He's been, writing the story, and kudos to him. Yeah, but you want Purdy to finish this thing. You want it to be Purdy. You just want it to work for this team. And I don't think it's the hate. It's not animosity. It's saying, hey, look, we want this team to make sure they can afford a Greenlaw. We want to make sure this team can bring back the players and the individuals you need that's going to make you compete for a Super Bowl or compete to get the NFC Championship game. Because right now, if you look at the rest of the NFC, you're in trouble. It's not just a quarterback that's going to get you there. It's going to take a lot more, because Green Bay, Detroit, you look at
your own division in the Rams.
The Commanders, the Rams. The Rams are one of the youngest teams. You take Stafford off that roster, they're probably the youngest team in the NFL. So you think about where the Rams are. Look at Seattle, the way that they're playing. You're the worst right now. This year, the Niners are going to finish last in the conference.
Yeah, who would have thought? The beginning of the season, the 49ers were the odds-on favorite, clearly, to come out of the NFC. Maybe them and Philadelphia, Green Bay. Some people thought Detroit would be good, but San Francisco has had a tough go of it, part of which is attributed to injuries. But before we get to the break, we talked about their banged-up offensive line. Isn't everybody hurting right now? Miami was out. I want to say their starting left tackle and their starting right tackle were both out. Like, everybody's decimated. So, yes, you cannot assess the 49ers without mentioning no Brandon Ayuk. Obviously, you don't have Christian McCaffrey. I mean, it's a real thing. But also, I think you have to keep in mind, especially when you watch that game against Miami, everybody's hurting this time of year.
Oh, no question. You have so many injuries around the National Football League, but you find a way. You look at, think about it. If when this team is humming, you freaking got great players, that can get things done. But you look at Detroit. You lost Hutchinson, who's a great player. Think about the Niners would have lost Bosa, a year ago or 2 years ago when they trying to make that Super Bowl. Do they get that far? Does that defense hold it down? Because if he got injured in that particular time, you look at Detroit. They had their main pass rusher go down for the remaining of the year, and they had like 6 or 7 guys go down. And look at the way that they fought. Look at the way that they stayed relevant with that many injuries. They still found a way. That's what the Niners haven't done.
All right, we'll continue to talk about it. I want to switch gears to Deebo Samuel, and then we'll move off on the 49ers, and we'll get into whatever. But just Deebo, I'm going to hand it to my man, Lorenzo Neal, make him the general manager. Do you bring him back or do you not? Where are you at with Deebo Samuel when we continue on 95.7 The Game?
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
It's Stan of Own. It's Lorenzo Neal, former NFL football player. I wanted to ask you about a guy. Before we get into Deebo Samuel, I've never seen a dude like Deebo Samuel, a guy that plays the position like that. I mean, he plays it. I mean, usually a wide receiver has got the speed like a Jerry Rice or is looking to, the yards after the catch are like that of a Justin Jefferson. They plant and they go. Deebo's looking for contact. There's a guy, tell me if you remember this dude, way back in the day. I think he came out like in 98, 99 out of Ohio State, and he played with the Arizona Cardinals until the early 2000s. He got popped for steroids. Oh, there was no doubt that dude was juiced. David Boston. The guy I'll never forget.
Oh, he's way bigger than Deebo. You can't compare him to Deebo.
He was 6'2", like 250. Yeah. He was like a linebacker at a wide receiver, but he was ripped though, low. He was just
shredded.
Yoked.
Oh, you see the pictures.
I was just like, how is that even humanly possible? And then, of course, we found out that he was taking the old. By the way, did you ever get tempted to be honest? You can come clean now.
I would tell you. You know what?
Actually, I don't even want to go there with you.
No. I trust me.
I just figured you being a guy with such high moral standard, I felt comfortable asking that, knowing the answer.
Without a doubt. You know what? In my career, I've never, ever tried steroids, never did so. But I knew guys. I remember it was at Fresno State. Guys would go to a bowl game, and I'd be the pee guy. I'd pee for them. So they're like, hey, so you go in the bathroom, of course, and they come in. You just, here, it's a little thing you have to pee in, and give them your urine. A couple of linemen I did it for. And then even in the pros, when I was with the Saints, some guys on my team, D linemen, they were in the program. They got popped for maybe steroids or weed or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
And you'd have to pee for the guys. And I did that several times, a couple times. And it's interesting, the later part in the career, later on, they would go in the bathroom with you. And they're like, lift it up, move it over. It's like you couldn't. So they are now, things have changed.
Yeah.
Because he evolved, because they got wind of different things that was happening. So, yeah, you've seen that. And I played with David Boston and with the Chargers.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. So the dude was huge.
Oh, my. He was a wideout.
Dude, he was, like you said, 250, 260. Guys could look like he played tight end. I mean, he was absolutely, could fly, run a 4.4, 4.3. The guy, hey, go look this guy up, David Boston. Look how big he was and how big his dad was an official.
Oh, is that right?
So we'd play games. I remember his dad actually, like, David, come on. And I was like, that's my dad. His dad was officiating our football game. So it's crazy that David's father was an official, a referee for the National Football League. But yeah, the guy was absolutely huge.
Oh, he was. I remember watching. There's a guy named Sean Springs. I don't know if you remember Sean Springs. A DB, Ohio State as well. I know it's with Ohio State
Played
and steroids.
with Sean. Yeah.
But he did roids. And I remember how big he got from one season to the next. And I used to do a show with him. I was like, oh, Sean, my God, man, that's kind of obvious what's going on here. I mean, he got signed.
Okay, so he
got popped. He got huge. I mean, can you notice that when these guys get their shirts off? Like, I don't know if people have ever seen.
No, you could tell because you're ripped. It doesn't look right.
It does not.
It's not. When
David
guys
Boston didn't. He looked like he was like that was artificial intelligence before AI.
It looked straight AI. You're like, dude, are you a human? It's like, dude, watching these guys and looking at them, I was actually jealous looking at some of these guys, how they're ripped and how lean and how heavy, 260 pounds, and you're freaking built like that. But
and he could go.
Could fly. Could absolutely fly. But yeah, no, it's interesting just watching those guys. I was jealous.
Where I wanted to go with that is
Debo's nowhere near.
No, but I mean, in terms of the style, like I haven't seen a guy that big play the position. Debo has a very different sort of body type. Like he could almost be a hybrid tight end. But I put this to you earlier. Does it, again, if you're the GM, are you bringing Debo back? Is there a concern of just how viciously he plays the game of football? And while he's not even at 30, he's an old 30. And is that something you take into account?
I think you have to. I think when you look at Deebo Samuels and you think about how he plays the game and what is he. For this year, you saw Debo at times when, you're like, man, where's Debo? Step up, make a play. And you saw him, run a reverse and he just keeps running, keeps stringing it to the outside and just runs out of bounds. Where if it's last year or the year before, he'd string it, get close out of bounds. He'd put his foot in the ground and turn in and run over like two or three guys. and just people like Debo, because you didn't see that this year. You saw Debo at times catch the ball, boom, a guy's got his leg, he'd hop 1 time, 2 times, and just get down. You see him, run the ball from the running back position, make a couple moves, and just and there was nowhere else to go, he would shake, and just get out. You're like, okay, where's Debo? Is Debo losing it? So it start bringing, skeptics, and people are like, man, I'm used to seeing Debo do more. Then the Rams games, okay, you see him showcase, boom, hits him in the hand, drops it. Okay, I want the ball, drops it. And then Miami game. Then you see Debo run over people. You saw him hit the hole, take 2 or 3 guys to bring him down. You see him hopping on one leg, hop out of tackles. You see him come across in that crossing route, gets hit in the leg. He twirls around, picks up another 10, 15 yards. You see him just turn into Debo. You're like, wow, where's this been? I'm telling you, mentally, it's tough. I think mentally, Debo's like, okay, is this team, we're not really going, I don't know. So I catch it. Okay, I'm going to get down. He still looks good, looks average, look like everyone else, but it wasn't Debo. It wasn't that salt and pepper, that you add that flavor to it. It was just, here it is, we're not going to season. Debo played with that seasoning, running over guys. And this year, you didn't see it. Miami, you saw that glimpse, and you say, wow, where's this been? So it tells you 1 or 2 things. 2 was, 1, did he play with that type of effort the whole year? Is he choosing and picking when can he do it because he's saying the effect on my body, it hurts me, so I'm only going to play like this when I have to? Or is it, hey, look, I can't do it like this with the consistency that I need to? So I think as a GM, that's what you got to look at. You got to go through, it's just, okay, he was being late. You can't just make one answer. You got to go through and say, was it this? Was it that? What has happened? But you got to see that game against Miami. You could say, here's a highlight. Here it is. This is the guy you're getting. If you're going to trade him, you show teams, say, we know this is what this guy can do. Is it best for Debo to get a fresh start? And say, has he became comfortable here with this Niners organization that, hey, look, we know we're not going to push him. He knows he's a leader. We shouldn't have to tell him that. Should we say, is this a guy that we say, look, we got to let him go. Can we trade him to get a 2nd round, to get a 3rd round? And we can't miss on that. And now trade him to another team. And that team, what they're going to get Debo. Whoever gets Debo, if they do decide to trade Debo's going to play well next year because of the fact he would be at a new place. And now he knows that the spotlight is on him.
It's sort of the harsh realities of the NFL when you think about the way he was used by the 49ers. Because the 49ers, they created that wide back position. They ran him right up in that A gap. Yeah. They used the hell out of him.
Running back.
They're not thinking about prolonging his. Debo has to take care of Debo because the 49ers are just going to use you until you can know. Once you lose that half step next, I mean, that's sort of the NFL in a nutshell. They don't care. They're about winning games and who's the player that can get me the most yards on any particular down. They're not thinking about, well, he's in line for a new contract.
But that's the game.
Yeah.
But that's the game they pull. Look at Brock Purdy.
Which is why, again, getting back to Brock Purdy, and you're a former player, it's like, get yours, because they sure as hell aren't taking care of you.
Look at Patterson. Patterson playing with the Steelers. Cordell Patterson. They got him at playing running back now. He doesn't play hardly wide out. He's doing there. He's a third-string running back. He caught a pass for a touchdown because they know he runs hard, can do those things. So teams are going to put you in a situation to say, okay, go play that position. Debo was one of the better running backs in this league. When you think about when Debo was playing 2-3 years ago, when they used him at that position, dude, he might be the reason why they didn't beat the Rams in NFC Championship on that 4th and 1. Give the ball to Debo. Jet sweep. Debo was carrying that team. Look what he did against Green Bay in the playoffs. All those things. Debo was carrying him. So Debo, you say they're going to use him up, but he can carry it. It was like he was running over guys. He's big enough that he can play running back and be a darn good one. It's just this year you've seen how he fell off and maybe the eagerness and maybe just didn't have it. But against the Miami Dolphins, he showed you that he still has spurts of being great. So I think that it's going to be an interesting decision what the Niners are going to do this offseason.
I mean, it was a tough season, but it seemed as though the worm really began to turn when he went after the long snapper, Tabor Pepper. Do you think in retrospect he regrets doing that?
Of course. And I guarantee he's apologized. Hey, man, I was heated of the moment, man. He was going after the kicker, the field goal kicker, and the long snapper stepped up to do his job. Say, hey, man, leave him alone, And D was like, man, be quiet. So that's how that probably played out. I imagine he said something to the kicker, and then the long snapper jumps in there and tries to defend his guy. So without a doubt, Debo would have handled that different. Without a doubt, he wishes he wouldn't, because you got exposed after that. After that, you got exposed because they gave you an opportunity to say, okay, now don't worry about the kicker. Now it's on you to go win the game against the Rams. And he didn't deliver.
Speaking of the kickers, Mr. Moody, I don't know. Are we bringing this guy back? 3rd round draft pick? I don't know that Jake Moody is. I think if he comes back, he's got to win the job, right?
Oh, he's got to win.
What are your relationships with kickers? How are they? We always hear about how these guys are treated in the locker room. And they're doing their own thing. They're on a stationary bike, but they're so pivotal, right? Who was kicking for you guys?
Oh man, I had a lot of great kickers. Al Del Greco when I was with the Titans.
Tennessee, yeah, he was good.
Al Del Greco, but shoot, he choked. Remember the game against Baltimore when we lost to Baltimore?
I don't remember.
We lost to Baltimore. We played there. We had the best record in the NFL. We friggin' had home field. That's the year the Ravens won the Super Bowl. We barely lost. Al Del Greco kicks a low kick, gets ran back. He played horrible. Al Del Greco played. So had him I played with some great kickers. And with the Saints, had Morton Anderson.
Oh, God.
So
he looked like a fun dude.
Morton drove his little Porsche.
Yeah, Dutchman with that. Yes. He had the long hair and he had the mullet rocking.
Oh, Morton Anderson was a great guy.
He was probably like 50 when he was.
Loved talking to him. He was a good guy. He was great. And so I had.
But like a guy like you was a star on the team or as a regular. What's your association with the kicker?
I was good. Nate Caden's good friend of mine with the Chargers. He had a horrible year against the Jets. I had kickers that went and seen psychologists. Seriously. Because they go at practice, make 50, 60-yard field goals, get them in the game, and you don't think Moody hits these field goals in practice? It's crazy. The field goal kicker is so much like golf because I'm telling you, you go out there and you watch them at practice, guys get around them, we get behind them, we lay on the ground. You ought to see what happens at practice when a field goal kicker, at the end of the game, we say, let's do it. Guys are yelling, running behind him, running through. Coach let guys go crazy and just to make it, try to be the same elements, and they're just nailing it. And then we got in the game, and you see guys just choke. It's so crazy kind of watching, guys just crash and burn right in front of your eyes.
Yeah, so the 49ers have got to make some changes, one of which could come at the kicking position. I just want to get back to closing out his season. Brock Purdy, let's make no bones about it. He's playing for a contract. Like, as much as he wants to win games, he's going to say the right thing, right? Like, we're just here. We want to win. We want to end on an up note. He's playing football right now. His incentive is to show guys like you and I to stop with the Sam Darnold talk, that I'm your quarterback of the future. And he wants to end on an up note. Does he not? Isn't that why he's getting out of bed to play these games? The last 2 games of the season is to convince all the doubters out there, not only the 49ers, but maybe the fan base, that, yes, I'm indeed the guy of the future.
Brock Purdy, here's the deal. Brock Purdy in a million years did not think he was going to be this guy. Brock Purdy is a 12th round, Mr. Irrelevant, not going to get drafted. He's last pick in the draft. Everyone said, okay, who is this guy? Brock Purdy sees the moment. And you know what? It's like, oh my goodness, I'm here. And that's what makes him so unique. He sees the moment, and it's not a big deal to him. He's like, man, I don't supposed to be here. That's why he's such a grounded guy, and his faith has got him this far. That's why if you watch him and listen to him, dude, Brock Purdy never have to play football down in his life, and Brock Purdy will be fine. A lot of guys can't say that.
That's true.
Brock Purdy is built different, so he's not. So you got to realize this is not what he plays for. He knows. He knows his purpose. He knows what his purpose is on this world, this earth. He believes it's to serve. He has it. He has everything right. He has the intangibles, and that's what makes Brock Purdy unique. So Brock Purdy, is the money going to come? Yeah, but Brock's like, I don't care. He's telling his agent, do what you got to do. I get it. Look, don't disrespect me, because money is not anything to Brock. That's not what drives Brock Purdy. But he's going to be in a place where, look, if you come at this guy at $20 million a year, $15 million, he's laughing. It's not even an issue. He's just like, even though I'm a nice guy, you can't disrespect me. And because we just know what he. So if you're looking at it 35, 40, you start getting serious at 35. Brock Purdy understands, though, too, He's no fool. He understands he has limitations. Brock Purdy understands that, hey, look, I can't do all the things that some guys do, but guess what? I can beat him because I'm more cerebral. I can beat him because I'm going to follow design of this offense. I can beat him because I understand where I need to go with the ball. I understand this is not about me. That's what makes Brock Purdy so special and so unique. That this guy is going to get paid no matter what, but it's not about the dollar amount that's going to defy this guy.
Has anybody had a pay increase like what it is that he's about to get, even if it's at 40, 50, 60 million dollars? I mean, the guy made less than $1 million. I'm trying to think if anybody's gone from 800, 900,000 to $50 million a year, or even $45 million a year. He might be the one and only.
I think it's relevant because I think if you think about a guy who was kind of like that, I think it goes back, and I couldn't stand him, but I love him as a man. It's Kurt Warner. Kurt Warner went from stacking groceries to league MVP to making. So if you're talking about
how does that dude slip through the fingers?
Right, how did he slip through? Is absolutely amazing how this guy
Iowa barnstormer.
Right,
so he was playing for.
Dude's just out packing groceries. Look at this guy, wins Super Bowl, MVP of the league, unbelievable.
So before we got to get to we got a couple of minutes before we get to a break. So Brock Purdy this past week, he gave all of his offensive linemen a new SUV. You know, he's sponsored by Toyota, so they probably flipped the tab. But everyone, I think there was 10 of them, brand new. They told them to come out to the parking lot. Brand new SUV, Toyota SUVs, and they were over the moon. I'm just curious because again, man, every time I get you in studio, I want to know: was it Drew Brees? Because usually the offensive linemen get rewarded. Back in the day, it used to be Rolex watches or whatever they get taken care of. But my man, it might have been LaDainian Tomlinson. Somebody needed to kick down to you for being the lead guy, getting up and in there and paving a way for your man.
You know, it's crazy because I get on him all the time still, and I mess with him. Not LT, but friggin' Eddie George. That sucker, he bought all the linemen ATVs.
Oh, wow. Speaking of big dudes out of Ohio State, that's another one.
827 is a big fella. That dude's 6'4". He just built like a Greek god, too. And he bought them all ATVs, and I think me and him he took me to dinner, like, load them. Y'all load them, you're my guy. He got all those guys brand new ATVs, and I got dinner out of it. So but no, you look at what Brock. I mean, Brock probably he got him at cost maybe $50,000.
Oh, I'm sure Toyota. He's sponsored by Toyota.
Yeah, but he's still. I mean, he probably paid something.
I don't think he paid a dime because I think it was a big promotion for Toyota because they ran the thing. It was a video clip, and so Toyota probably just said, "Hey, man, we'll flip the tab on this. This is what you want."
All they had to do is pay the taxes because that's just how it is. But you know what? That's kudos to him.
What'd you do with your first check?
You know what? First check, I didn't do much, man. I sent some home to mom, of course. Mom, dad, just take care of them. Just don't let them know how I appreciate it.
Come on, man. What was your first rig? Give me something.
Oh, my goodness. I didn't buy a car the first year. I drove a Dodge Ram 50, the little trucks.
You can take the man out of Clovis.
Exactly. Bro, you got to realize I'm a little Lemore boy. So everyone's in the league say, what are you driving? I drove a 4-banger, you know those little mid-sized, those little small trucks. I had a Dodge Ram. I think I put an air conditioner in it because my sophomore year, my dad bought it for me brand new, no AC. He's like, I said, no, Dad, don't worry about it. Just give me a truck AC. So and it's 110 in Lemoore, no AC. Had it college. When I got in the league, I put an AC in it. I drove it from California to Nolans, where I played with the Saints, kept the truck the whole year. Just lived in an apartment. I wasn't going crazy, man. I wasn't one of those guys that needed a new car, no Benz. I don't got a flash, bro. I'd rather keep those Benjamins.
At some point, you must have splurged, like on that second contract.
And I bought a. You know what I did? I bought.
You don't have to tell me.
No, Ford Explorer.
That's pretty modest.
Yeah, I was.
Hell, I bought a Ford Explorer.
Yes, bro. I wasn't doing it. Bro. I never. The biggest car, the biggest purchase that was for me was a Cadillac. Escalade.
Oh, Cadillac Escalade.
That was probably the biggest car that for myself.
There you go. Cadillac Escalade.
Yeah. But I was
now you're pimping.
And you know what I pimped on it? Guess what I put on the license plates?
What's up?
Low Daddy, baby. Low Daddy. Yeah, you like that, Cam? That's what I put on the plates, baby. Low Daddy. So I'm driving around town and Low Daddy, I saw you. You're like, oh, let me get rid of these plates.
How does that work? So if you are traded, Do you go through a realtor, or do they help you out? Like, let's say when you went.
Teams usually have
And are you buying, or are you renting, or how's that?
Well, most guys, it depends on who you are. You know if you're going to be there a year or 2 years or so. When I was with the Saints, I bought a house, 81 Shields Avenue. Still remember the address. I kept the house. I sold it right before the big hurricane hit New Orleans.
Really?
Yes. So sold that house. I bought
What's that? What's the ward? 4th ward? Or?
Yeah, 9th ward, 5th ward, all kind of wards down there. So yeah, I lived in Kenner, right off of Esplanade. So bought a house, bought it from Gene. Gene was a safety on our team. He was selling it. He's like, I'll buy
Atkins?
Gene Atkins.
Was it?
Mean Gene. How you know Gene Atkins, boy? That was a good pull.
Hell yeah.
Mean Gene was crazy, boy. I was in New Orleans. I mean, this cat's bringing, you got to realize it was the Wild Wild West back in it. I mean, guys bringing guns to locker rooms, guys, it was just like, I grew up in that era where I saw the transition. You got to realize I came in the early 90s, 2000s, almost three decades during there. I saw 3 transitions. So 16 years. So you just like, wow. So I caught, from Ronnie Lott, LT, the minister. So I played with a lot of these guys.
Reggie White.
Reggie. Yeah. So I was in an era that, the Dome Patrol, Pat Swift. So I was with Ricky Jack. So I played in some good eras. And then I played as recent up to Patrick Willis, So it was, when you play 16 years, you get to you catch a lot of different people and a lot of, football especially, it's very trendy.
Give me like a list of if you had to pick a top 2 or 3 characters of all time in the NFL. Were they in New Orleans?
New Orleans. I called my mom. I said, Mama, come stay with me. Them brothers had me. Brothers had trophy cases in their mouth, all that gold, brother. I was like, Mama, come see me. I'm scared. Hey, bro, it was in the way they talked in New Orleans. It was like, okay, so you go out, whatever. You're like, I'm like, California guy. So you it's a different space, a different era, an aura. So I'm wanting to go out with this girl, right? I meet her, we're talking. She goes, we start talking for a while. And she's like, hey, I want you to come over for dinner. Yeah. I'm like, okay. She said, I got it. And I'm like, I'd love to. She said, what do you want for dinner? I said, I would like this. And she goes, okay, I got to go make groceries. Yeah. And it's like, wow. So they would answer the question with the question. It's like, and it's like, oh, can I have a piece of gum? Oh, you want some gum? Yeah. It's just really different. So New Orleans to me was the most fun, the most different place. Loved it. The food's great. The people's great. The culture's great. But New Orleans, man, that place was different.
That linebacking core, probably one of the most underrated, but probably one of the best. Well, so it was Jackson Swilly. Who was the other one?
No, it was Ricky Jackson.
Yeah.
Pat Swilly.
Sam Mills.
Sam, rest in peace, Sam Mills.
Yeah.
Von Johnson had the biggest cranium, the biggest head in the world. So I'm telling you, so Pat left the year that I came in, they traded him to the Raiders. How much time we got?
You got a minute.
Okay, so we go to training camp, and I'm going to tell you the story about being in training camp as a rookie in New Orleans with the Saints, and I go and I have to bring pizza and beer to these linebackers, and I'll tell you what happened on the other side.
All right, that's the tease of teases. What happened when Lowe had to show with pizza and beer in New Orleans back in the day? You don't want to miss it. Dan Abo and Lorenzo Neal are back with more after this.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
It's Dan Devone. It's Lorenzo Neal here on Christmas Eve. Got you for a little more than an hour. And then, of course, get ready for the big day tomorrow. By the way, 95.7 The Game, keep it right here. I was just talking to my man Cam Williams, who will be producing for the Golden State Warriors. Cam is a soldier, man. Can't believe they did that to your rig, though. You're good now, though, right, Cam?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, just the whole concept still does not make sense because I'm sitting there thinking about, like, how can they do this to people? And I'm starting to think how many other people, maybe even across the nation, have dealt with that in a major city. Like, they're just parked within the time frame that they need to be parked.
Legally parked.
And how many times that their cars had to get towed and they got to go pay to get the car. Or say if they didn't know that the car got towed, that they have to pay to get it out. I'm wondering if there's ways that it could be waived or something like that, you know?
Yeah,
that doesn't sound right.
That doesn't. Yeah, you should probably say, look, you guys should pay for the Uber. You guys had to spend money because of your era. It's interesting because, like you said, what if you don't have, your tags? Because a lot of people can't remember what their tags are.
Yeah.
So it's like, man, what do you end up doing? So it's you've got to figure it out.
Here, I got something for you. Just in case there's a little law firm out there that's listening right now. Let's just say, so once again, you're parked legally. You get your car towed because they want to make room for something that's going on in the street that you weren't advised of beforehand. And so they actually take it to the tow yard, right? Mm-hmm. And let's say that this is unbeknownst to you. So you come out, your car's missing. You find out you got to go get to the tow. You got to go to the tow yard to retrieve your rig, even though you didn't do anything wrong. And on your way, let's just say you get jumped. Or let's say something happens to you. Let's just say, God forbid, Cam, somebody like offs you. Like, somebody's got to be liable, right?
Wow.
I mean, there's got to be an attorney out there that's suing the hell out of somebody.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we got attorneys that listen to the show. They're probably going to take the text line and tell you all about it right now. What happens?
Text low, man. I don't need to see that nonsense right now. So go ahead. Let's just rejoin this. Once again, if you left this, Lorenzo Neal is just regaling us in stories from back in the day when he was in the NFL.
Yeah.
And I know New Orleans always lands differently. But tell me, you were at the New Orleans Saints. You had to deliver pizza and beer as a rookie. Is that it?
Yes, rookie. We're doing training camp in La Crosse, Wisconsin. And there's a place, the Bird's Nest. There's to go there, you have some beers. But you're a rookie. You're just trying to find your way. So you're like, okay, cool. So coach is going to give you a night off. So, you got a guy named Robert Piggoff. You have friggin' Frank Warren. You have these guys.
Tight end, Frank Warren?
Warren. Frank Warren's a hell of a player. He played D-line too.
D-line.
Yeah. And it's Sam Mills. It's Ricky Jackson. It's Von Johnson. And all these guys are playing cards. They bring some beer and some pizza. And so it's like, all right, if I do this, hey, look, take care of me. Because Brad Mustard, who's playing fullback also, he's injured.
Stanford Brad Mustard?
Stanford Brad Mustard that left the Chicago Bears.
How's that nice little clean-cut church-going kid doing with the New Orleans Saints and all you hooligans?
Yes, he was a free agent. So you have to realize Iron Hayward got traded.
Ironhead Hayward
got traded to
R.I.P.
Yes, R.I.P. Definitely. Yep. He got traded to the Atlanta Falcons for a draft pick, and they drafted me, because Ironhead was out. Brad Mustard they signed as a free agent. So Brad Mustard was there to groom me as a fullback, and so they had me and Brad Mustard playing fullback. So Brad gets hurt in training camp. We're having training camp. So those guys tell me to bring some beer and pizza. So I tell Sam and I tell Ricky, I said, if I do this, hey, look, at practice, take it easy. I'm the only fullback. Look, Brad's hurt, and it's back to Dome Patrol. It's lead, it's running, it's physical. It's the Saints. It's Jim Moore.
Who was the go-to back?
At that time, Dalton Hilliard.
Oh,
LSU.
LSU's Dalton Hilliard.
Yes.
Dalton gang.
Dalton. And then we had also the Eric Martin, LSU. Eric Martin, receiver. So all these guys, they're in there playing cards, Boo-Ray in between. So I told him, hey, take it easy. So I'm dropping it off. And then Ricky Jackson, I bring it in a beer. And I'm sitting and watching them. In the dorm room, they're playing cards. It's about 15 of them. So I'm like, cool. I go in, I'm standing against the wall watching, hanging out. He said, all right, Rook, you dropped that off. You can get out of here now. We're in here playing cards. I said, I'll just sit and watch. I said, Rook, you heard me. Get out of here. So I'm just, but he, it's kind of clowning me in front of everybody. So I'm just, whatever, man. So I'm watching. And he said, you heard me. Then I look down, and he's got a knife in his hand. City champ. Ricky Jackson called him city champ. I said I was.
Wait.
Hey, Dan.
Let me back up here. He tells you to leave it, and then you're going back and forth.
Yeah, no, I'm not even going back and forth. I'm just like play it off like, you got to have some pride and heart. Like you can't just like get out of here, Rook, and just bye. So you're like, all right, man, I'm gonna leave. But you like watching, trying to act like you in. Hey, Rook, you heard, man. I'm gonna tell you again. Get out of here. I was, all right, whatever. And I look down. He's got a knife, and he's like, I'm like, man, I'm leaving anyway. So I get out of there. I'm like, I go in my room. I call my mom. Mom, I didn't pull a knife. Mom, I'm just.
So he pulled a knife.
Yeah. Oh, man, he probably wasn't gonna shank me, but I'm freaking. Dude.
Holy Christmas,
so I'm freaking scared to death, bro. It's Ricky Jackson, and it's great because me and Rick became great friends.
Ricky pulled the knife.
Yeah, city champ.
Oh.
That's what they call Ricky Jackson, city champ. So Ricky, man, I seen Rick probably a year ago, his birthday party. Rick's a great guy. So, but we stay in touch. But I always mess with him. He scared me to death. And then we go to practice the next day, and I look at Sam like, hey, we're running lead. Let him know, hey, let's just brother-in-law. Let's freaking, okay. Boom, I come in there, he hits me, knocks me down. I mean, they just really made me tough.
Yeah.
Going to the New Orleans Saints was the best thing for me for my football career. I think that's the reason why I lasted as long as I did, because you couldn't be soft playing for the Saints.
Could you? Well, I know you could, but how different is the landscape? We started the show talking about media and social media, but how different is the game now for today's players? Because it might have been prevalent a little bit in the latter part of your career, but the fishbowl that players live under right now, whether it's TikTok or Instagram or all the social media, that if you read that stuff, all it is, they're punking you. They're going after you. Like, how different, first of all, is the sport today because of the infusion of social media, and how would you have dealt with it if you were in the NFL now?
It's a blessing and a curse.
Yeah.
I think.
Or there's exposure.
Right. The exposure. Yeah. The things that you used to could get away with and just go and turn a corner and don't have to worry about anybody. Look, now they're blowing you up, cameras in your face. Or, I saw you here. It's like, it'd be horrible. For me, I don't know if it would have been bad because of the fact I wouldn't have been on it. See, a lot of guys, they post those things and all of a sudden they get upset when everyone's like, coming at you because you showed that you're vulnerable and you showed that you put yourself out there. But I think the opportunity that you can have as far as the making money and the money and the different things that you can do, the opportunity that Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and has TikTok, what it's done for individuals, it's helped. But also I think that it takes away because sometimes you're trying to be that voice, and sometimes you can say things or do something that can hurt you and your team and other guys around you. So you have to be careful. You look at some of the things, Devo, certain guys on their show, they say certain things, and all of a sudden you might not said it to cause problems. Like when he said, hey, look, ain't nothing wrong with Devo, I just need the ball. And you didn't say that to try to be spiteful, and all of a sudden it blows up in your face, and everyone's saying, oh, he said, and then all of a sudden you're featured and you have the drops. And now people are, oh, he said this, he said, and so it's a blessing, but also it can be very tough.
Would you have an issue, let's just say if you were playing in the NFL right now and you're the starting fullback, and let's just say there's someone like a Draymond Green who has a popular podcast, or as you mentioned, Debo, all these guys are doing it, not after their career,
right,
but during their career. Would that be an issue, you think, in the locker room?
I think that it's an issue now. I think that what coaches tell them, say, guys, be careful. Coach can't stop you from doing it, but coach say, hey, be careful what you do, be careful what you say. Because I'm going to tell you, there's still a lot of things that happen in a locker room that you don't sell. And there's still an amicable, a bit of still respect and trust and a brotherhood, things that people see that you just
remember Antonio Brown back in the day with Pittsburgh? He went Facebook Live, and Tomlin was
like,
talking.
Yeah.
Like, he was like, bro, you can't be doing that.
Right. And you see what happened to him. So there's certain guys that can get away with certain things. If Dre wasn't Dre, some coaches were like, man, we're shutting this down. Some coaches wouldn't let you do it. Kerr's, he kind of, Kerr's different. He's like, hey, look, he's freedom. He's very conservative, not really going to push and shut you down for doing certain things. But there's a lot of coaches that won't allow that even today, that's saying you can go and I want you to have your own podcast and do your things. A lot of coaches prohibit that.
All right, I just want to take, and we can get back to stories. And if anybody wants to hear more from Lo, hit us up at 888-957-9570. I just want to go through, because you keep an eye on this stuff. By the way, how'd you do in your pool Last time we were talking, you
Still alive, baby.
Are you really?
I'm still alive.
No.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
How many dudes? How many guys are left?
I think it's still like maybe 75 to 100.
Okay.
Yeah, but it started off with 500 people. It's dwindling down.
And the pot's like serious.
The pot's serious.
All right.
Pot's very serious.
All right. So as I just take a look at the NFC, and I want to start in the NFC West, a division that in the beginning of the year, everybody felt as though the San Francisco 49ers, there was nobody that was, I mean, I remember having these shows like the 49ers winning that division is a foregone conclusion.
Sure.
And now when you look at the NFC West, first of all, I want you to take a look at the division, not only for this year and how far you think, or if you think someone out of the NFC West can surprise the Eagles, the Lions, or the Minnesota Vikings, but just going forward. When I say Rams, Seahawks, Cardinals, what are your thoughts of the landscape of that division, and who's the teams you need to keep an eye on?
Team to beat it. No fact. No, without a question, the team to beat in the NFC West is the Rams. When it's a matter of who are you going to groom for the quarterback? You got a young team. You look at the Rams, their defense is very young. You look at the running backs, they got a young running back. You look at Kua, you think of Puka. They have a young nucleus of guys. It's the quarterback position that you worry about. He's probably going to play there another 2 years, 3 years max, but you have a good team, and they already went through their rebuilding. They already pressed reset. You don't have the best defensive lineman who retired in the NFL. You have to realize, Aaron Donald, this Rams team has already pressed reset, and they are competing. And yes, I think the Rams, offensively, they can score with anyone in the NFC. You saw them get in a shootout with the Buffalo Bills and win. The Rams, to me, you're talking about a team, you talk about one of the worst teams in the NFC that may get in, the Rams, but I think they're one of the deadliest and, a team that you better respect because they're playing pretty good defense and their offense can put up some points.
When you think about the Rams, it wasn't that long ago. Remember where they just put all their chips in the middle of the table?
Yep.
They said, forget about draft picks, man. We want Marcus Peters and Dominic Sue, Odell Beckham Jr. They went after everybody, and they won that Super Bowl.
Yep.
And everybody thought, what are you going to do in the future? And here they are again. It wasn't that long.
It wasn't that long ago that they put all their chips in the table, like you alluded to, and then they went down, but it wasn't long. And now look at the rebuilding that they have put together.
I think there's something to build off of that if you're a 49er fan, because as bad as this year is, you alluded to, so they won the Super Bowl against Cincinnati, if you recall.
Yes.
They had statistically, the worst season, one-loss record, following a Super Bowl championship. They went 5-12. So again, and here they are again. If there's something to take away from the Rams, it's not as though you won a Super Bowl and now you're going to be irrelevant for the next 10 years or until lightning strikes again or the planets are aligned. If you have smart people like McVay, like Demoff, then you can, windows, I think we're under this impression that windows close and it's like, maybe my kids or grandkids will witness the Super Bowl. It does not have to be that long if they prove nothing else.
No, it does. It doesn't have to be that long if you do it the right way.
Exactly.
And they built the right way. But you have to realize early in the season, they were thinking about trading Kupp. They were getting ready to see if they could get some draft picks for him, but they held until guys got healthy and they put together a run. But you have to realize, you talk about the NFC
1-4 start.
Yep, the 1-4 start. But NFC West, you say, if you had to start and you're saying you had the quarterbacks, you would put Stafford at number one. It's a reason why right now you would say, who is the best quarterback in the NFC West? It'd be Stafford. And then I'd say second, it'd probably be, Brock Purdy. But if you talk about just quarterback and now longevity, Brock would probably be the guy that you're looking at. But if you're saying right now, who's the best quarterback
there's no doubt.
It's no doubt. It's not even close.
Where are you at with Kyler Murray?
I think he's a talent. I don't think he's too small. He's too small. He's got to get outside the pocket. He can't function in the pocket. Just can't see. He's only 5'8", 5'9" at the most. In shoes, he's 5'10", maybe on his tiptoes. Once his athletic ability starts to slide, he's going to be done because he'll never be a great pocket quarterback. He just doesn't have it. That's another guy that you need so many other things around him to be great. a great offensive line that won't let the pocket collapse in his face. You got to move him out to the side because you get him outside the pocket, he can throw, he can run. He's pretty dangerous when he gets outside the pocket, but I just don't think that he's that guy.
Kyler Murray, every time I see that guy play, there's at least 2 or 3 passes. Like, he'll play well, and there's like 2 or 3 passes. Like, what
are you doing?
Were you seeing, man? Like, what were you seeing? But I think he's a perfect example of how Steve Young always talks about this, how today's quarterback has to throw from the pocket, but you also now more than ever have got to be able to get outside and extend plays. That's the way the game's played right now.
Yes.
You can't be, you can't, Mac Jones is not going to work in 2024. There has to be, so the right balance or the right chord that you want to strike is that you don't want to bail after your first 2 reads are covered. You want to go through the whole progression and then get out.
Right.
But I think Jaden Daniels is the perfect sort of modern quarterback.
Yeah.
I think you're seeing that where today's quarterbacks recognize that I've got to stay in the pocket, but I also have to have the physical tools to get to the outside. Is Brock Purdy in that? Would you put him in that category?
One thing I can say about Brock Purdy, Kyler Murray is way faster. Yeah, he can do way more with his legs, but Brock Purdy has an amazing ability to get out of harm's way. He can scramble, does that little twirl, step on a dime, and restart. He's got a quick step. He can get out of the pocket and be dangerous. Brock Purdy has the ability to be that quarterback that you're talking. Well, he is one of those quarterbacks that you're talking about. When you think about a guy that still can throw from the pocket, but he's got to be able, because the way the league is now, you can't ask your offensive lineman to block, and everyone's going to block. Everyone's going to get, all 5 of those guys are going to block everyone solid every time. It's impossible. It's impossible to play those odds. Somebody's getting beat on every single, and your quarterback is going to have to make a guy miss every now and then. It's interesting because you're talking about, hey, what guys can get out of pocket? Who are those quarterbacks that you look at that? Because like Steve Young said, Steve Young could have played in this era. There's certain guys that couldn't play in this era because they were too statuesque. But then you look at Tom Brady. He's a guy that you say couldn't play in this era, but he played in it. Why? Because he was so meticulous with his feet. He would step up 2 inches and still move to the side, and guys would go flying by him. You're like, why can't they sack him? Because he didn't panic. Guys panic in the pocket. They step up, instead of 1 step, it's 2, and they run right into harm's way. That's what the unique ability that made him the GOAT, Tom Brady. So, yes, this league is definitely, you got to have athletic ability.
All right, let's get out to the phone lines at 888-957-9570. Are you kidding me? That guy? My man. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Where you been?
My man. Hey, fellas. Happy holidays. Devone, my guy. It's been a long time. I shouldn't have left you without a freestyle to step to. You know what I'm saying? And then there he is, Low Neal, my guy from the Valley. You know the fam is from Hanford, and I know you're from next door. Remember I used to call with you in Salisbury on Monday night.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely.
Hey, I just want to say it's really good talking to both of you guys again. Devone, I listen to you once in a while on the when you were with the Warriors and on the Saturdays, and it's the first time I call in since everything's changed. But I just want to say happy holidays to you guys. And my guy, Ricky Henderson, rest in peace.
All right.
And then Devone, I do have a freestyle.
I was going to say, you are not getting off that easy. All right, hold on. Do you need a beat?
Not yet, but hey, a couple things. And I was listening to you last week, and I think the Warriors need one more, and they don't need a superstar. And what they need is an impact player, like another veteran to come in and hold down the fort. I don't know who that is, but remember I used to call you at night, and I used to tell you we need one more cat to hold down the fort when Steph and the boys go out, and we still need that guy. So,
one of the reasons why.
What do you think of this, Flo?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to sing your praises that back in the day when I did a show at night, that guy would call in.
Yeah.
And not only was he a good caller, but he had personality because he's going to freestyle for us. But that guy, go ahead. What do you got for Low?
And for Low, now, I was telling a buddy of mine the other day, I said, look, next year, just wrap. This season's a wrap for the Niners. It's over, right? It's over. So what you need to do is somehow, I don't care, sell the fort,
mortgage the house, do what you got to do, but somehow the 49ers need to make it to Super Bowl 60 and at least compete and try to win number 6 in Santa Clara next year. I don't know how they're going to do it, but you could lose 4 years after that. But if you win number 6 in Santa Clara, that's legendary. So whatever they need to do, I think, what's your take on it, that they need to somehow get to that Super Bowl in their own house and win it next year?
I love it. I think that'd be unbelievable. You win that Super Bowl next year in Santa Clara, man, that was one word, like you said, legendary.
It goes down in the books. I mean, if you got to do more Deion Sanders type contracts, 1 year there, get this guy in here. Hey, what do you want to play for a title? Let's go. Let's win it in Santa Clara and go down in history.
Remember that there was this rash of Super Bowls. Tampa Bay, you mentioned Tom Brady won that thing in Tampa Bay.
Right.
And I want to say the Rams won that thing. Yeah, exactly. The Rams would. All right, that guy, without further ado, do you need a beat?
Give me a funky bass line. Let's see if I can send you guys off. And I got something special for you for Christmas right now.
Cam, what do you got for him?
Here we go.
Nice and slow. We're going to do this slow. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2. Happy holidays, and I want you to hear it. It's Christmas time, and I got the spirit. The Bay is chilling. The sun is out, and that's what Christmas is all about. The time is now. The place is here, and the whole Yay area is filled with cheer. My name is BRE with the mic in my hand, and I'm chilling and cooling just like the snowman. So open your eyes and lend me an ear. Devone, Low Neal, and 95.7 The Game want to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year!
I love it. Love it. Yeah. Bring
that guy,
back.
ladies and gentlemen.
Bring that back. Here we go. Here we go.
No, add on
Start
to
it
it.
over. Start it over.
Keep it going, Lo. Pick right up where that guy left off.
Okay.
Let's go. Come on.
Okay. Was the week before Christmas, and all through the school, the students were all working and using their brains, but thinking of sweets like striped candy canes. Then up on the roof, they rolled such a clatter that we ran from the room to see what was the matter. But what to our wondering eyes should appear was a bad little sleigh and 8 awesome reindeer. Ah! Here we go, Lolo. Here we go. My man.
I love it. Yeah, that guy, man, I haven't heard from him in a while. Good job, Lo. Good job, man.
Stuff. That's good stuff. I love having a good time.
I had. What was I going to ask you?
We
distracted here. So, here's the thing. I wanted to go through the NFL. Oh, no, I know what I did.
You was going through the NFL. You talked about Arizona, Brock Purdy. We're talking about Kyler Murray. You're talking about once or twice you'll see this guy and like, what the hell is he throwing that ball for?
Yeah, and then I talked about the balance of being able to get in the pocket and get outside of the pocket. Here's a name that was bannered about earlier in the show. You keep an eye on college football, Shedeur Sanders?
I like him. Yes,
really?
I do.
Because I hear so many guys on the inside, like the quote unquote experts, are like, nah, he is
poison.
Like that. No, it's not that his attitude. He's a good kid.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have the mechanics. And I like what it is that I've seen. But there are a lot of people that are out on Shedeur Sanders as far as being an NFL talent.
You know what? I think that if you get Shedeur, when you talk about NFL talent, he can make the throws. So we know that he has the talent. The biggest thing is like, who's going to get him and who's going to nature him? Who's going to get this guy and make him go to the fundamentals, because he's getting by on athletic ability. You see his ability to run and scramble, do all those things that are around. But you're going to get a guy that if you can temper the crowd and keep the talking heads and the fans calm, this is one of those guys that you say, look, let's let him sit 4, 5, 6 weeks to let him learn to understand more football, because you don't want to throw this guy to the wolves because he is talented. He will make things happen with his legs. Come on. When guys are saying he can't do it, come on. Here's a team. Deion came there. They were losing. Look at what he's done in 2 years. You can't tell me, and we talked about it, we all talk about it, it starts with the quarterback position. This guy has carried and has done so many things for the Colorado, and they're they're playing some good competition. You can't say that this guy doesn't have talent. You can't say that he doesn't have the athletic ability to play in this league. It's a matter of how do you nature it, who's going to foster it, who's going to coach him, because the guy can't throw the ball.
Well, you know what Michael Irvin and the talk out in Dallas is that draft Shedeur, replace McCarthy with his old man, Deion Sanders. Let's get out to Kevin hanging out in Pleasanton. Wants to talk about Brock Purdy. Kev, what's on your mind, man? Happy New Year and happy Merry Christmas. Happy Merry Christmas Eve. Happy.
Happy holidays, guys. So listen, Lo, you forgot, man. Clovis and Clovis was not the rival. It was Edison. Yo, I just want to take you back, bro. It was Edison. Don't get it twisted.
Edison
All the
and
good
Clovis.
athletes.
Yeah,
who's a running back out of Edison?
Ickey Woods.
No, there was somebody after Ickey. There was Ickey, but there was another kid.
Oh, yeah, got killed, went to UNLV. What was
no, the guy went to Fresno State. Or not went to the University of Washington.
Horn didn't go there. Horn was at Hanford. Who's a great running back out of there?
I can't.
Edison?
Was it a running back or a DB? Because Edison was DBU. Remember that?
Because Guru, DB Guru. Rest in peace. You know what's up, bro.
That's
Look at you bringing it back, boy.
Oh, DB Guru.
Yeah. T. Perry, Tone Perry. DB.
Oh, man. I went to the funeral.
I was there. Ricky spoke at the funeral. Yeah, I was there too, brother.
Yes.
I was there too.
Yes. So, hey, man, that took me back. DB Guru. Okay. Hey, so listen, man. So it's funny how, and you play ball, so a lot of procrastinators talk about Josh Allen, Brock Purdy, and it's a lot of hate on Purdy, but Josh Allen kind of sucked, if you recall, when he first came out. He was interception you. He threw so many interceptions, and he got paid, and he ain't done nothing at the time when he got paid. So I don't think it's fair for us to judge some man's pockets who really is hurt. Quiet as kept. Brock's hurt, bro.
Yeah.
He's hurt. Okay? I think it was a conversation with the GM, and one of them said, Brock, you got to play. But he's hurt. The man is hurt. I mean, he's throwing shot puts. He's hurt. Okay? He came back. He shouldn't have played. And let me ask you guys a question. It's a real honest question. Take the team and everything that's happened with the team. If Andy Reid was the coach, do you think the 49ers would be in the playoffs?
I don't.
Okay. Low?
I don't think they would.
Low?
Okay. Do you think that? What do you think?
No. I was just wondering because, Low, you know that a coach can ruin a player. Am I right or not?
Agreed.
Okay. And Low, I know you've been around. A lot of coaches have messed up some good-ass talent.
No question.
Okay. So I just think the 49ers kind of got into their own heads and messed things up for everybody in the chemistry in the beginning of how things started in the season. And I think that kind of messed everything up.
Do you think Cal Shanahan is a good coach? What box do you put him in?
I think he's a great coach. Actually, I think he's a great coach, but he has no chemistry with his players. I don't think he has good chemistry with his players. I think he's the guy that run the organization, but I don't think he's a day-to-day guy. I think he's really more of a GM, quite frankly. But that's just kind of my opinion. But I do think that as far as Andy Reid, as far as calling plays, every coach deals with players getting hurt. Kyle runs a system, just like Steve Kerr, a system. Any tweak outside that system, because they're the biggest ego in the room, they don't change their philosophy. You know when Debo's going to get the ball. We all know when Debo's going to get the ball. Everybody talking about Debo is step slow and all that. We know when, because Kyle run the same play the last 3 years with Debo. It's the same thing. So until next year is going to be the same thing unless he changes up. And that's my only take. I know Brock's having a rough year, and it wasn't really about me getting in his pocket about how much money he should make. I just think if the philosophy doesn't change, it's going to be a rough year. And we know, Kyle didn't do too good of a job with RG3. All right, guys. Love y'all. Great show. I love you guys when you guys are on. So thank you very much, man. Have a happy New Year.
You too, Merry Christmas.
You too, Kev. Good job, buddy.
Yeah, it's you know what, he made some valid points, but I do think when you think about RG3, he shouldn't have played RG. Now Cal probably wishes he wouldn't have played him, but RG3 he changed that offense for RG3, It was a read. He'd ride him into the line of scrimmage, the running back, and then the linebackers would come in, and RG was throwing balls. He could throw the ball. He could do a lot. RG3 had his best year ever in the league with Kyle Shanahan. That knee, unfortunately, he was playing on a bad wheel that hurt him. But
let's keep in mind, Kyle Shanahan wasn't the head coach.
No, Mike was, right. But he was, I think Cal was there with him. I think that's, trying to make that correlation. But then let's fast forward and go to Atlanta Falcons. Look at Kyle Shanahan. He was there and OC, and you see the way that he had Atlanta playing one of the best teams in football. And then, so I understand what he's saying, but then you look at Kyle Shanahan. Look at when Trey came in. He tried to change the offense for Trey. I think he's one of those coaches that do adapt to his players. So I don't think that he stays in the same space and sphere. I think that he understands that he has to adapt. So I think he's done that. But if you look at some of the players just didn't get it done in that regard. And yeah, they know Debo's getting it. But we talk about Andy Reid. Is Andy Reid a good coach? Yeah. But does Andy Reid, what Super Bowl did he win before he got there? Where was Andy Reid before he got Mahomes? How many Super Bowls did he win without Mahomes? So you look at him, he had that great run. He was in Philly. Donovan McNabb had a guy, T.O., didn't get there. So I get it, but you think about Shanahan. Think about how many coaches that's been plucked. Not just coordinators, but assistant coaches. Wes Walker, Miami Dolphins. Think about 4 or 5 head coaches now in the league came from this platform, came from his tree. So, yes, I think that he has to evolve. I do agree to a certain extent, but I think that also you have taken a lot away from Kyle Shanahan, and I think that's also been a burden because you've taken a lot of coaches and a lot of people that knew what he was thinking and what he wanted, and now they're not able to execute it.
Speaking of Fresno, Xavier Worthy, and speaking of Kansas City.
Worthy, yeah. We're Fresno kid. Yeah, Central High School. Yeah.
So I wasn't thinking of Ricky Whittle, but he was
Ricky Whittle.
Yeah.
You remember Ricky Whittle?
Yeah, but there was somebody else.
Ricky Whittle's running back. Yeah.
Yeah, there's somebody else.
Text line. Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
No, I remember there was somebody that I forget the name. The other thing is, from all accounts, I don't know. I'm not in the locker room, but from what I hear, he seems to be a player's coach, Kyle Shanahan. I don't know if he's necessarily out of touch with his players. It's not if there's one reason Debo comes back, it's because Kyle wants him back.
Look how he treats his players.
Yeah.
I mean, the guys love him. He might at times be too close to some of them because I think that he is a player's coach because you got to realize his dad, I love Mike. I mean, almost played for Mike, played in Pro Bowls with Mike and been knowing the Shanahan family forever. He's a good guy. The guys, they like the Shanahan family. They've been around a lot of guys. They understand the culture of different guys. They understand,
Was Mike in Denver when you were?
Yeah.
I hear going to Denver is like, as a football player, that's where you want to be. Hey, that's like, they love their football players.
They love
like, they take care of you. There's certain places you walk around town and just, they're opening doors for you and picking up your checks.
Yeah, you know what? Denver was a good place. I mean, love playing there. They always had it's always been a lot of tradition there. But yeah, I think that he's not out of touch. I think that sometimes people are looking at because they're, struggled a little bit this year and say, oh man, Shanahan name me an organization for the last 5 to 7 years since he's been there that's done what they've done.
Nobody.
NFC championships, been to the NFC championship game, gone there, been in the playoffs. So when people are like, oh my goodness, it's like, yeah, I understand you haven't won the big one, but my goodness, I got the Raiders on the phone. I got the Chargers on the phone. I got Arizona's on the phone. Think about all these teams that wish that they could have been there. And yeah, he was right. I do agree with him. Talk about how Josh Allen struggled early in his career, but you saw the potential. And Josh Allen, when he didn't have necessarily, the weapons, he's never had, I don't think, the weapons that this Niners team had. Look at what Josh is doing this year. He's just carrying that team. He's big, he's strong, he's fast. He can do so many different things. And we're not hating on Purdy. It's just certain limitations we know that Purdy has and other quarterbacks don't.
Yeah, when they talk about Josh Allen's slow start, he wasn't very accurate his rookie year, but you could see the raw talent was there, man.
The talent.
And then he began to put it together, I'd say, as soon as, certainly by year 3.
Oh, yeah.
And now it's all slowed down for him. When it arrives. And he's, I don't know, MVP. If it's not him, it's Lamar Jackson, right?
Yeah, it's him. I think last week he won it. Saquon lost it last week when their quarterback, when Hurts went out and Saquon couldn't deliver. I think even though he's having a good year, you can't give it to him because you had a chance to say, okay, I'm going to take over this game. My quarterback's down. It's going to be me. And he didn't. So I was pulling for a running back, one of these two of those running backs to win the MVP. But right now it's Josh Allen, what he's doing, 3 touchdowns, three rushing touchdowns 1 week, 3 passing touchdowns in the same game. It's ridiculous what he's doing. Ridiculous.
It's the defense that scares me about Buffalo.
Me too.
That's the one thing.
They're inconsistent.
That if they're not going to be able to get there, it's going to be because of that Buffalo. Just another guy. And we'll get back to the 49ers, I promise you. But another guy that gets just overlooked is Joe Burrow.
To me. Joe Burrow's
doesn't get overlooked, but just
he's a bad man.
Give him some toys. Let him talk about not having anything to work with.
His defense, the running game, but he's got some receivers now.
Oh, he's probably the best tandem in the NFL.
Yeah, the best tandem. But Joe Burrow, Joe Cool, he is so amazing. If he had a great defense, if he's in Philly, if he's anywhere, I mean, the guy he's pretty amazing. Joe Burrow's he's unique.
So again, just to use Joe Burrow and Josh Allen as examples, you can see the wow factor. If those guys reset the market, you and I and nobody else has any issues with that.
None at all.
But can you see, I hope Brock Purdy and his agents can see why it's hard for some people, especially the 49ers, to get there. It's not a knock on Purdy. He's a good quarterback, but resetting the market simply because you're next in line, you are not as good as these other quarterbacks. And again, it just gets back to, first of all, we don't want to dust off the Sam Darnold conversation, but the 49ers might have some leverage there. And I think the other thing is, I know nobody wants to go into a season and saying, hey, listen, let's just wait. That's maybe the worst thing, especially with the 49ers with their recent history. But if Jacksonville could have waited, are they tethered to Trevor Lawrence and that $160 million guaranteed? If Miami could have waited, forget about the concussions, are they going to be tethered to that huge contract that they signed Tua Tagovailoa to? This really limits what it is that you can do. And it can really, it can alter and just put you off course of where it is that you want to go as a football team. It can derail you for years if you're not judicious with your money. So, you have to think long and hard. It's not a matter of whether he's next in line or whether he deserves it. It just has to be a little bit, there has to be deeper layers in that.
Right.
Are you good on our football team and going to help us win? Joe Burrow, yes. Josh Allen, yes. Patrick Mahomes, yes. Brock Purdy,
no.
I'm not there yet.
No, and nor am I. But the thing about it, what people have to realize, it's no disrespect to Josh, to Brock Purdy. It's saying, hey, look, this guy is a good quarterback. And I see with me, I'm in that camp. I'm in that camp where Tua and those guys are. I think that if you're Purdy, you're like, I want the same type of deal. Now, so even though those guys probably shouldn't be paid that, but guess what? I'm in that camp. Purdy should be in that camp. I'm in that camp with Kirk Cousins. I'm in that camp where where you're talking about Trevor. I understand that he should be there. But when you're talking about 60, 70, 55, I'm not in that camp.
Yeah.
It's 35 in between 35 to 45, and I could not pay more than 45 because it hamstrings your team. It's just you have to be careful if you're going to do it because Dak Prescott. That's why people are saying, Jerry, it's time to step down. Jerry, it's time to give it away. Jerry, we got to figure something out. He wanted to show that I'm the mighty Cowboys and I'm going to pay this guy. You paid a guy that is not going to get you over the top. You paid a guy that everything has to be perfect for this guy to take you somewhere. What has Dak Prescott done to merit to be the highest paid quarterback in the league?
That's just Jerry Jones getting in his own way. And that's why the Cowboys will never win that. It's why they haven't been to one since, they haven't been to an NFC championship game since the mid-1990s. And it's Jerry Jones. That was so silly the way they handled that thing. They didn't even pay him. And then finally, days before the season, they're like, okay, just give him all the money because the season's going to start. He just is not. He's a brilliant owner because he makes money, more money than anybody. And if that's the bottom line, well, then God bless, man. You're laughing all the way to the bank.
Right.
But in terms of winning, and I'm not necessarily convinced he wants to win. He just wants people to, like you and I, to talk about him. Because you talk about him, people go buy merch, and people watch him, and you divide the room. One way or the other, you either love or hate, but you're watching the Dallas Cowboys. I've never seen more shows lead ESPN talking about an irrelevant 500 football team or a losing football team like that of the Dallas Cowboys. So, I mean, I guess there's a method to his madness at the end of the day, but Dak Prescott is just that's not worthy.
But that's where the conversation almost has to start.
Yeah,
and that's
he's the latest. Yeah,
he's the latest. So when you're talking about that, and that's why I think that you're looking at the Niners and you're like, okay, what are you guys going to do? And that's the thing. You look at Michael Parsons, who is deserving of a contract, and some say this guy might end up in Philly. So because their quarterback is not getting the 60, 70 million a year. So. It's going to be interesting just to see what happens with Dallas because you did spend that type of money in the quarterback position.
Here's something that I hear about in Brock Purdy and why he should take a lower deal and why he's not going to get the $50 million. And you hear this about Dak Prescott. I hear Jerry Jones say this from time to time, is that because he's the quarterback of the 49ers, he has the platform and the opportunity. I talked about how he bought the entire offensive line, new Toyota SUVs, new Toyota trucks. And I think it's because Toyota picked up that tab. They sponsor him. And it's because you're the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers, you have marketing opportunities. This is the place where Joe Montana was a quarterback. This is the place where Steve Young was a quarterback. This is a place that's synonymous with dynasties and Super Bowls, even though it's been a while. And therefore, you should reconsider asking for as much money as you want because of all the endorsements that are provided here, as opposed to if you were in Carolina, as opposed to a good number of markets where you're not doing what it is that you're doing off the field if you're not playing if you're not the quarterback of the 49ers. Again, I remember Jerry Jones would always want to factor that into contract negotiations, whether it was Tony Romo or Dak Prescott or whomever, that, hey, man, you know who you're the quarterback of?
Right.
The Dallas Cowboys.
Exactly.
How much money are you going to make? That has nothing to do with my personal contract with you. Like, that's something you and your agent need to reconsider. I'm just curious your thoughts on all of that.
You're 1,000% right, unless I got Josh Allen on the phone, unless I got if you're Tom Brady, unless if you're Peyton Manning. See what and that's what Brock has to realize. Indianapolis will never have a superstar like that. You think about Peyton Manning, endorsements he could pull because he was a national figure. You look at friggin' New England Patriots. Before Brady got there, it's the Patriots. It was odd. It was the Patriots. No one really, they wasn't no team. Really, they were just a team, the Patriots. You don't even know their logo, what would it mean. It was looked weird. Brady made it. Look at Buffalo. Yeah, Buffalo's had some tradition, but now you got that guy, markability. The Niners, that's when you're Purdy. You're like, look, you are at a franchise already that already has markability. If Purdy's in friggin' Buffalo, are they talking about the Bills like this? If he's in friggin' Cleveland, is this quarterback getting this type of love if you're in Cleveland? Or he's in the dirty net? Look at Joe Burrows. He's in the natty and not a national deal. Like you're saying. So you're absolutely right. Dak Prescott, come on. You're the Cowboys. If Dak Prescott was in Carolina, Jacksonville, would we be talking about these guys?
Well, everything you say is right. I'm a little conflicted here because a part of me wants to say, there's a line from The Wire. Don't count my money.
Don't count my chicken. You're right.
Yeah, don't count my money. You know what? And I would also say that if I was Brock Purdy, I could also say, look, man, I played football basically for free for the last 3 years. And you guys weren't even paying me $1 million, which is fine. That's just the nature of this beast. So
You're right.
The two sort of wash out. No? I mean, like, yeah, I'm making money because I play for the 49ers, but you also, you got off.
We got a bargain.
Where are you at with that?
I'm playing John Lynch. I'm letting you go. I'm playing this out with you. I was role playing with you. I'll tell you, I said, Brock, we got over. You came in on a rookie deal, but we believed in you. No one drafted you. You were Mr. Irrelevant. We brought the Trey Lance, and guess what? We could have stuck him. We said, no, we're going with you. We brought in other guys. You know what? We believed in you. You got injured. We could have said, hey, this throwing arm, we're throwing you out to the wolves. Hey, because we could have brought someone else. Guess what? We brought in Sam Darnold. We could have said, hey, no, you know what we did? We said, we're going with you. Just like you gambled and just like you're right. You're right. We got a hell of a deal. But you know what that hell of a deal allowed us to do? Keep guys' weapons, the Debos, keep weapons around you. We kept you, keeping you. Guess what? You make mistakes, we're letting it go because we understand no one's expecting this out of you. But guess what? We did. We are paying. You are right. We owe you. And you know what? But this organization, you think other organizations would have gave you this opportunity? We owe you, and we're going to make this right, and that's what we're doing. Guess what we're going to do for you, Brock? I'm going to guarantee we're not going to, guess what? People are talking about your shoulder, your elbow, the Tommy John, all the different things people saying, hey, why would you invest in this guy? Oh, guess what? We're investing in because you were loyal. You got injured. You kept playing. You kept fighting. We're going to guarantee you this money. We're going to give you $170 million. Wow. But I'm guaranteeing your whole contract. You don't have to worry. If you don't play next week, if you go out and we'll get in a cold game and you tear that arm up, guess what? You got $170 million still coming to you. That's how much we love you. That's how much we care. But guess what, Brock? If you want to take it on the road and just go see what the market will get you and see what you, go right ahead. Because this is what all we can do.
No, all very good points. And again, when we think about, the Sam Darnold scenario and all of this, I think it's something that has to be considered. That there is, just getting way back to Telmo, and he was talking about Sam Darnold, and what is it that he said about Sam Darnold?
He was horrible and all.
Yeah, but he also mentioned that Sam Darnold wasn't going to get. What did he say? It wasn't about getting paid, or nobody wanted to. He was with the 49ers. That's it. Mm-hmm. And so if Sam Darnold was so good, this is according to Telmo. Telmo called like 2 hours ago. We're still berating the guy. If Sam Darnold was so good, then why did the 49ers let him walk to Minnesota? Like, if he was such a good player, then why is Brock? It's pretty simple. They just couldn't afford him.
Right.
Like Sam Darnold, you got him on the cheap that 1 year. But you're not paying because of the salary cap. Back in the day, the 49ers could, you can pay guys more than anybody. But you could not afford to pay a backup quarterback what it is that Sam Darnold wanted to get paid. You just can't do that.
Isn't it crazy? Question for you. If Sam Darnold, let's just say the Niners would have kept him as the backup, right? And say they gave him a 1 year deal, $4 million last year, this season. And the season was going like it is. And Brock got hurt. Darnold steps in. What happens? What conversation are we having if Darnold was still here, Brock gets hurt in week 8 or whatever week it was, and Sam takes over, and he's winning? I wonder what that conversation looks like then, right?
Guaranteed the phone lines are lit up like a Christmas tree. Let's get out to the phone lines as we wrap up this segment. Let me hear from Joe, who's hanging out in San Jose. Hey, Joe, how are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Happy holidays to you guys. Let me ask you guys a question. Do Mahomes need McCaffrey more, or do Purdy needs McCaffrey more to make him look good?
Purdy, without a doubt.
And then that should tell you, huh?
Purdy, without a doubt, needs McCaffrey to make him look good. No question.
So why would you pay him all that money if he needs McCaffrey then? Why would the guy say we need to pay him all that money if he needs McCaffrey? Mahomes don't need McCaffrey. You're looking at the logic, right?
No, I hear you. Look at Mahomes has got Pacheco. Not a bad running back, but he ain't no McCaffrey.
No, not even. You can't even. They're not even close. They're not even close.
Mahomes doesn't even have wide receivers.
Right.
Tyreek Hill's out the door. Every year he loses guys. So
you're absolutely
I hear
right.
what you're saying, my man. No, it's a good point. When you think about, because you got to pay Christian McCaffrey too.
You already paid. I don't think they'll give him any more money.
No, but I'm saying you had to pay Christian McCaffrey. You had to pay. You got all these guys, and this. At the end of the day, there's only so much money that you just locked up Brandon Ayuk, and we're going to extend you, and we're going to give you a lot of money, but let's just do it within reason. And the within reason has to make sense again in our house. I don't really care what Jacksonville did with Trevor Lawrence. I don't care. Right. Where are you at with Tua Tagovailoa?
I'm the same as you. I think he's just a guy. I think he should retire. I think he just had too many injuries to even let that guy play. It's interesting that the league allows him
that's a good point, because you know what's going to happen?
He's going to have to get one more of those.
He's going to get dinged again.
He is.
And the NFL, if the NFL cannot see this coming, Like the NFL is going to be looking at a lawsuit. Everybody's going to be talking about it from PBS to CNN.
Yep.
The NFL now is, I mean, it could bring down the whole empire.
It really can.
By letting this guy play. He's going to get dinged and he may die in that damn field.
His brain now, he's showing it happens more than once. It's frequent. And he's not getting it's not big hits. That's the scary part about it. That you have a brain or something's that's going on. There's something that's going on because any little hit and he's out. So I don't think that this guy should be in the league, but he's like you said, he's just a middle of the road player. He's not the worst. He's not the best. He'll hold it down. He's a system quarterback. He'll get the ball out of his hand quick.
I mean, Daniels customizes that offense around him. Those quick slants at Tyreek Hill. Like all of that is just customized for him and a guy who does not have a big arm. Like, that's sort of like Shanahan and his protege, McDaniel, doing the same thing that Shanahan does to a certain extent with Purdy.
Oh, without a doubt, it is. And Purdy can do a little bit more. And Purdy, I think he moves around a little better. He's more durable. But you have the same type of guys, and that's the thing that is scary. If you look at the Niners, because they don't have a dominant defense that they used to have, look how they fell. This is a more than just offense. This is about the Niners getting back to being dominant defense. When this team was great and when they're at their best, their defense top 5 and top 10 and everything. Now you're asking your quarterback now to say you got to go score 30. Think about it. When this team was rolling, if they got to 18 or 20, they got to 20, you weren't going to beat them. 20's not going to do it anymore. So you got to realize your quarterback and your offense now, your number has went up. How much? By how much? I don't know, but it definitely went up. So your offense has to be way more proficient.
Really quick before we get to a break. By the way, Cam, that's a long segment, man. But when I was watching that football game with Tua and Brock Purdy, they're like two guys that sort of mirrored each other. Neither one could throw that deep out. Guys, they
don't wow you.
Thank you. There was no sizzle on that field. There was no sizzle on that field between those two guys.
When Joe Burrow
and they want to reset the market,
bro. That's the whole thing that me and you keep talking about. When Joe Burrows drops back 7 steps, you're like, oh, but hold on to your britches. When friggin'
throw that pretty ball, you're like, oh man, look at that.
When Purdy and like you said, when you see these two drop back, you're like, when Tua drops back, okay, is he gonna dink or is he gonna dunk? That's the thing that you're talking about. When Josh Allen drops back 7 steps, Mahomes, certain guys like, oh, here it comes. There's no sizzle.
All right, we come back here. We're gonna wrap up the show, and my man Lowe's gonna tell us who's gonna get to the NFC Championship game, and who's going to the AFC Championship game, who's playing in the Super Bowl, who's gonna win the damn thing. Just listen to Lowe and you'll make money. Next on 95.7 The Game.